Now, this is, of course, a matter of grave concern, while you have the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister himself, Manish Sisodia, inside Tihar jail. And even as Aam Aadmi Party claims that this is targeting and a witch hunt on opposition netas, the ED has, it appears, some substantial information to suggest that Manish Sisodia may have been part of large-scale corruption in the name of the liquor policy. Anisha, for more on that. Anisha, go on. Tell us anything that will come from Manish Sisodia's counsel. Will they be able to contest the plea presented by the Enforcement Directorate today, or is it just the ED's day for them to push for extended custody?
Well, Nabila, of course, if the process is when somebody is to be taken into custody, his lawyers do get a chance to argue. The ED lawyers are obviously going to seek 10 days custody. The ED is, of course, going to say that there are allegations, there are evidences, there are documentations and witness statements that Mr. Sisodia has to be confronted with. However, on the other side, Sisodia's lawyers, and we've seen Senior Advocate Dayan Krishnan going inside, we've seen other lawyers of the Aam Aadmi Party also go inside. They will be making a strong case against ED custody. They will be raising the question of why the ED was not able to complete its investigation while Mr. Sisodia was questioned inside the Tihar jail. Why is it that his custodial interrogation specifically is being called for? All of these questions will definitely be asked by Sisodia's counsels, and it is all going to be very crucial to see what the CBI and the ED are going to tell the court today, because remember, today both agencies are before the court. Sisodia's bail application is also before the court for hearing. The ED will also have to explain why exactly the investigation so far has, where exactly the investigation so far has gone. Why are they specifically asking for custodial interrogation? Who are the people they want to confront him with? What kind of evidence is there against Manish Sisodia? Because we've been hearing my colleague Manish talking about what the ED sources have been telling him, what kind of investigation lines have happened so far, because this is a very serious case that has been alleged, very serious allegations against Sisodia for being the person at the helm when it comes to this alleged kickbacks of about 100 crore, about when it comes to these allegations of the liquor policy being deliberately changed. So it will be very, very crucial to see what is said actually before the court, and it is just a few minutes before 2 p.m. right now. My colleagues Kanu Sarda and Srishti Ojha are inside the courtroom. We will be getting minute-by-minute updates of what will actually happen. So far, however, the judge is not in the courtroom. Sisodia has not reached the courtroom, even though we saw the Tihar jail van, which was being escorted by police, going inside the Rouse Avenue court premises. So very shortly, in a few minutes, we should get an update from inside the courtroom of what is happening. And for our viewers and for you, Nabila, I'll tell you, there is a lot of crowd in the court corridors. There's a lot of crowd in the courtroom itself, and police presence, the police bandobast has also been made very strict to ensure that no untoward incident happens, because since the morning we've seen Aam Aadmi Party and BJP Karyakartas on the road protesting on this issue, protesting against each other. And we saw very recently the BJP leaders trying to break barricades and go towards the Aam Aadmi Party office. And the Rouse Avenue court, of course, is just merely meters away from the Aam Aadmi Party office and just a few meters away from the BJP office. And here I can show you senior officials.
Update there, Anisha. Stay with us. Manish Sisodia, as he reaches the Rouse Avenue court, was brought in a jail van. Those are visuals that we saw. Now he's been kept inside a lockup. Manish Sisodia will be produced inside the courtroom in just a few moments from now. This is the update that we get from inside the court. As Anisha Mathur is right outside, we believe Manish Sisodia is yet to be brought inside the courtroom. Our correspondents are right there inside court to bring us many details. But Munish Pandey, who's our correspondent tracking the central agencies right outside the ED office. Munish, ED is now going to push for Manish Sisodia's extended custody, and this is on money laundering charges. How different is the ED's line of questioning from what the CBI posed to him just a few weeks ago?
Yeah, well, Nabila, as far as the ED's focus is concerned, they will be focusing on the money trail because remember, Enforcement Directorate is a financial probe agency. As far as ED's focus is concerned, apart from the money laundering, they will be also asking Manish Sisodia about the destruction of evidence because remember in the last charge sheet, what they had alleged that Manish Sisodia used at least 12 phones between 2021 to 2022, the period when he was the Excise Minister and the new policy was not only drafted but implemented in the national capital. Apart from that, they will also be asking about the deleted file. There was one draft copy, that was a second draft copy of the excise policy, which was allegedly deleted, and it is important because it had experts' opinion, right from the legal expert to the other experts in this case. So all these questions will be asked by the Enforcement Directorate. There are high chances that Manish Sisodia will be confronted with the other accused in the case. Remember, ED has arrested almost 7 to 8 accused in the case. Arun Pillai is already in their custody. There are accused like Vijay Nair and Samir Mahendra who are allegedly coordinating directly with Manish Sisodia. So there is a high possibility that once Manish Sisodia is in their custody, there will be a confrontation, series of confrontation between Manish Sisodia and these accused. So his custody, according to ED, it is very important to unearth the entire scam. But as far as Manish Sisodia is concerned, his lawyers will try their best to make sure that ED doesn't get long custody in this case. Nabila.
All right. Stay with us, Manish. I'm going to cut across to con man Sukesh Chandrasekhar. The man, as he's being brought to court, Sukesh Chandrasekhar, while being in fact, a question that was posed by India Today itself, has dropped this big bombshell. All right, I'm cutting across to visuals from Rouse Avenue Court. Manish Sisodia there being brought inside the courtroom. Live visuals coming in from Rouse Avenue Court as Delhi Deputy Chief Minister, who has been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate, now being brought to the courtroom inside Rouse Avenue Court. Manish Sisodia will be presented in person, and these are live visuals of him being taken in, escorted by the Delhi police inside the Rouse Avenue Court. This is a day when Manish Sisodia's custody will be asked by the Enforcement Directorate. Anisha Mathur joining us right outside courtroom. Anisha, tell us again, do reiterate for us what is due to transpire in court right now.
Well, Nabila, today will be a very important hearing, not just for the ED case, but also for the CBI case. Remember, the ED has asked for 10 days custody of former Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Manish Sisodia, in the money laundering case. Now, the ED, of course, is probing the allegations of kickbacks and money laundering, while the CBI has been looking at the allegations of corruption and deliberate change in the liquor policy. Now, the CBI, in the CBI case, Manish Sisodia has already undergone about 5 days, more than 5 days of police custody, in custodian interrogation, and he is currently in judicial custody in that case. Now, his lawyers had pressed a bail application saying that there is no direct evidence against him, that all evidence and all documentation has already been seized by the agencies, and therefore she should be granted bail. Now, with the ED, however, stepping in and seeking his custodial interrogation, things would be a little more difficult for Mr. Sisodia. But right now, of course, as soon as the hearing begins, and my colleagues are inside who will be giving us updates immediately as soon as the hearing begins, the ED has to now inform the court why they have not been able to complete their investigation while questioning Sisodia inside the Tihar jail. The ED will have to explain why they will specifically need custodial interrogation of Mr. Manish Sisodia. Now, as my colleague Manish has been saying, the ED has said that he has not been cooperating with the investigation. The ED has been talking about confronting him with other witnesses, with other accused persons. They are also talking about tracing the money that has come in. And remember, under the PMLA, it is not going to be very easy for anyone to escape this entire question of the money trail. It does not mean that you have to have physically received any money from any person. Under the PMLA, if you have either received, solicited, transported, stored or used the money anywhere, or you were responsible for any of these actions, then you can very well be prosecuted under the PMLA, and therefore that is why Manish Sisodia, as his name had been mentioned by other co-accused, by other witnesses in the case, as having been involved in this entire liquor policy change, he may be facing a lot of heat today and in the coming next few days. Back to you.
All right. We also have Shrishti Ojha, who joins us right inside the court hall. She's in fact right at the Rouse Avenue court. We're going to try and patch her to give us minute updates coming in from this court where Manish Sisodia has been presented. Here we heard Anisha clearly saying the ED is pushing for 10 days custody. It could likely be granted, considering the ED has arrested Manish Sisodia in under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, the PMLA. These are serious allegations that there has been several irregularities, alleged irregularities in framing the Delhi excise policy. This is the suspicion that the Enforcement Directorate has, based on which they've arrested or sought arrest of Manish Sisodia, and if they've now produced him at the Rouse Avenue court, they will be pushing for 10 days custody. Anisha Mathur, who is tracking those developments. I'm going to go back to her. Anisha, what's the likelihood of Manish's counsel arguing against this 10-day custody that the ED demands for?
Definitely, Manish Sisodia's counsels are going to oppose this long 10-day custody. Now, my colleague Kanu Sharda is inside the courtroom and is sending us updates. And what she says is that the judge has said that the ED remand application will be taken up first, even as Sisodia's lawyers have pointed out that they are ready to argue the bail plea in the CBI case. Now, the judge is looking at the ED's remand application. Of course, the lawyers for Sisodia will get a chance to oppose that remand application. Remember, what their legal strategy is likely to be is to question why the ED needs custodial interrogation in the first place. This is an argument that they raised in the, I beg your pardon, in the CBI case also, that all documentation, all instruments, all devices have already been seized by the agencies. The witness statements are being recorded. So why is there any need for custodial interrogation, particularly when Mr. Sisodia is a senior minister, particularly when he's a very responsible political leader who is not likely to escape from justice. And therefore, that is probably the line of argument that they will take again. But right now, I beg your pardon, what my colleagues are telling me, Kanu and Srishti, who are both inside the court, what they're telling us is that the ED counsel is reading out the remand application, that the ED, of course, is saying that the expert committee views were not taken, that the government, the Aam Aadmi Party government deliberately decided to ignore the expert committee recommendation, and the South group, which is where the allegations against the BRS leader K. Kavita also arise. Though the ED is saying that the South group was given benefits, the expert committee views were not taken regarding the change in policy, and that is where the ED is pressing its argument that there was some money trail, there was some inside dealing that has happened, and that is why they need custodial interrogation of Mr. Sisodia. And we will be getting further updates from our colleagues who are inside the court.
The ED's arguments or ED's remand case has been taken up first in court. That's the big update that we get here as Manish Sisodia is present inside the Rouse Avenue court. ED pushing for his 10-day custody as part of a PMLA case. He's been arrested under the PMLA Act and they are now being heard in court. Anisha, tell us about the irony of this case and its developments. Today was the same day that Manish Sisodia's bail plea was due to be heard. Even before he gets bail, ED reaches Tihar jail and arrests him under the PMLA Act. A whole different case, again on the same, bouncing off the same liquor excise policy that was framed. So on one hand, you have the CBI probing the intent of drafting the entire policy and implementing it with intention of receiving kickbacks and commission. And here you have the ED probing into the angle of money laundering. A lot of that bribe that may have come in, Manish Sisodia managed to move that money out and launder it. That's precisely what the ED is looking into. So today was supposed to be the bail hearing of Manish Sisodia, but it appears that he now has to argue against ED's custody itself.
Well, yes, Nabila. Today was the day that the Aam Aadmi Party had pinned its hopes that the CBI hearing or the bail hearing will happen in the CBI case, because remember, all the other accused have been granted bail in the CBI case. But with the PMLA allegations and the arrest now kicking in, remember, the PMLA Act itself has very, very strict conditions under which if the ED is arresting someone, if the ED is raising allegations against someone, it is very difficult to escape arrest or even get bail. Now, going back to what is happening inside the courtroom, my colleagues Kanu and Srishti are telling us that the ED Council is alleging, and this is part of the remand application of the ED, that there was a conspiracy to frame the liquor policy in such a way as to benefit certain specific individuals, that the public opinion that is required to be taken with regard to any change in policy was not accepted, that the expert committee opinion where it was said that there should be no private wholesaler, but government entities should be selling liquor. That was also not accepted. The profit margins suggested by the committee were also deviated from, and this was done specifically, and this is a straight allegation by the Enforcement Directorate, that all of these changes in policy, all of these twists outside of procedure were done to benefit certain entities from the South Group and to ensure that wholesale business is given to certain private entities. They've also said that if they have the letter from the Excise Department, which is a very, very crucial piece of evidence, Nabila, and that there is a specific letter that was being seized from the Excise Department where the 12% profit margin issue has been discussed. What they are saying is that there was no suggestion from the expert committee or from the public consultation to increase this profit margin, and the dilution of clauses in the policy, the dilution of the law, was done only to benefit a few private entities. The definitions in the policy were changed deliberately. That is what the ED is now presenting before the court, and that is where, remember, Nabila, this entire allegation of money trail will come from, because both the CBI and the ED have been investigating how this entire policy was changed, and with the ED now going into this history of change in the policy, the dilution of the policy, and raising direct allegations of cartelization being allowed by this change in policy. This the ED, and I'm reading this out again, my colleagues Kanu and Srishti are sending us these updates from inside the courtroom, that the ED has said that this policy dilution specifically led to cartelization and creating loopholes in the policy to allow for such cartelization. So a direct line now. Remember, we've seen the kind of political uproar outside with the BRS leaders also on the dharna in Delhi regarding allegations against K. Kavita. But it seems that the ED now is trying to create a direct trail between what the Aam Aadmi Party government has done in Delhi and the South cartels of liquor, where the BRS leader K. Kavita is also likely to face interrogation by agencies later in this particular week. And that is where the ED seems to be laying out the entire framework, the entire net that they are currently investigating. What they are saying is that they have evidence given not just by the Excise Department documentation, but also, and this is an update just coming in from my colleagues inside, the secretary of the then Deputy Secretary of the Excise Department has revealed that the definitions regarding the related parties, sister concerns, etc. were changed in the report that was given by the group of ministers, the GOM, which is the senior ministers of the Aam Aadmi Party, which had discussed this matter. Because remember, the Aam Aadmi Party's argument so far has been that all processes were followed, that this was a legitimate policy change meant to benefit the people of Delhi and meant to ensure that more revenue comes to the government of Delhi. However, the ED seems to be indicating that the process that was followed, the policy change process that was followed, and according to them was just an eyewash, that public consultation, the GOM meetings, the expert committee reports, I beg your pardon, all of those were diluted, all of them were diverted, and then the policy was created, specifically loopholes were created to ensure that cartelization could happen. Now the court, and we are getting another update from our colleagues inside. What Srishti is informing us is that the court, the judge, CBI Special Judge M.K. Nagpal, is also asking questions of the ED to explain exactly where their investigation has gone, what kind of evidence they have received. And the judge has said that according to you, was the 12% profit margin suggestion part of the GOM's recommendations or part of the original report of the GOM? Where exactly has this allegation come from? That is what the judge is asking the ED to explain. And what the ED is saying, that and this is a very, very serious allegation, Nabila, here, that this recommendation of the 12% was handed over to the GOM by the arrested accused, that is Manish Sisodia, and it was inserted in the policy document. So direct allegation now being raised against Manish Sisodia by by the Council of the Enforcement Directorate, who is saying that the change in the policy, that this massive profit margin of 12% that was allowed for a private entity which is selling liquor in Delhi, that was handed over to the group of ministers by Manish Sisodia, and it was simply inserted in the policy document, that it was done unilaterally without any discussion, and it was not even recorded in the minutes. And these are very serious allegations, Nabila, which are being raised inside the courtroom by the Enforcement Directorate counsels. They are saying that there was a unsigned, undiscussed decision unilaterally taken by Mr. Manish Sisodia, and then this draft that was prepared by the GOM on the instructions of Mr. Sisodia was given for the preparation of the final policy. And this is a very, very serious allegation that is now coming in and is being read out before the court. That not only was the policy, the process violated, but in addition, the ED is raising a straight allegation on Manish Sisodia that he is the person who instructed unilateral change in the profit margins to benefit the South cartels. And the hearing, of course, is going on.
Anisha, yeah, we do know the hearing is on, but we hear that the ED has also suggested that Manish Sisodia's secretary has admitted to the Enforcement Directorate while being questioned that Sisodia insisted on diluting some of the guidelines in the policy, despite him alerting Manish Sisodia about some changes and overlooking a few details, and also about how many of the stakeholders were changed, all the liquor brands that were wanting to obtain licenses, the stakeholders of those companies were changed last minute to accommodate them and fit them entirely in the bill as part of the new policy. So these are all arbitrary changes that were made. The secretary himself seems to have admitted and given a statement to the ED saying despite his suggestions, Manish Sisodia overlooked them.
Well, yes, Nabila, that is the information that were being given by our colleagues Srishti and Kanuhar inside the courtroom. Now, what the ED Council has argued and is that there was dilution done in the policy at the instance of the arrestee. And the ED has said that the then Secretary to the Deputy CM has disclosed to the ED that despite his suggestion regarding the related parties, it is Manish Sisodia who got these policies, who got these definitions diluted. And that is what we've been discussing for the last few minutes, that the ED is raising direct allegations now of Manish Sisodia being directly involved in making changes in the particular policy. And we can see a lot of police presence being enhanced here now, Nabila, behind me, to ensure that inside the courtroom and inside the court premises, the law and order situation is kept in hand. But going back to what is happening inside the courtroom, what the ED is saying is that the officials have given statement, and this is a big, this will be a big problem for Manish Sisodia since the ED is saying that officials of the Excise Department, that his own secretary, have given statements to the investigation agencies, that even the Excise Commissioner himself has given a statement. Remember, a lot of the Excise Department officials are named as accused in this case. A lot of them have been in custody custody of the Enforcement Directorate and the CBI and have recorded their statements. And now we are being told that the Excise Commissioner has revealed about how the policy was formulated, about how the original policy was created, and then after this conspiracy was hatched, the margin of profit was increased at 12%. The wholesale license was given to private entities. That he has said, in fact, now what we are also here getting to know is that this is the statement of an official called Arvind, who has revealed, and I'm reading out what my colleague Srishti has sent out to us. Arvind has revealed that Deputy CM called him to the Chief Minister's residence. Jain was also present. The base document on which the final report has been made was there, that he was told that wholesale license has to be given to the private entities. Wholesale profit margin was fixed at 12%, and this was never discussed earlier. And this, by the way, is the senior official who has finally made the policy document. And that is where he's saying that on the basis of what was told to him at this meeting, where, and this is a very, very big development here, Nabila, that Deputy Chief Minister, that is Manish Sisodia, called him to the residence of the Chief Minister, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, where Jain, which seems to be an allusion to Mr. Satyendra Jain, was also present. And the change in the policy was discussed right there, and he was told to make the report according to these particular instructions. And they're also saying that none of these discussions took place during the GOM meetings, the expert committee meetings, or anything else. These were unilateral decisions, and these are very, very serious allegations that are now being raised. And what the ED is saying is that this is a senior official himself who has made these revelations to the agency. So clearly, not just Manish Sisodia, but also Arvind Kejriwal and other senior leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party are now in the sidelines as such of the investigation agencies, since repeatedly the court is questioning the ED with regard to this profit margin change, the 12% profit margin aspect. And the ED is again and again saying that there was no mention of changing profit margins or giving this kind of benefit to the liquor sellers earlier when the discussions were happening. Additionally, they're also reading out the statement that was given by Vijay Nair, who our viewers would remember was the communications in charge of the Aam Aadmi Party. Vijay Nair is one of the first people who was arrested in this particular case, and is also, according to the ED, one of the linchpins of the entire conspiracy and the entire action. The ED earlier, remember, had said that Vijay Nair was the person who was responsible for communicating with each part of this conspiracy and funneling the money. Now, ED is reading out Vijay Nair's statement before the court, where he has said that the scam initiated, and I'm reading what my colleagues have sent me from inside, that scam initiated by the excise policy formulation and payments and kickbacks were received, how certain individuals from South were benefited, and they paid to the tune of 100 crores to Vijay Nair. So very clearly, the ED trying to tighten the news around senior Aam Aadmi Party leaders and other persons involved in this entire issue. Back to you.
You know, from what I hear, the arguments by the ED's counsel in court, they are placing all the communication exchanges. On what grounds are they asking for custody? What exactly do they want to probe into? Because for the arguments of the ED is the communication between Manish Sisodia that he may have had with certain individuals involved in framing the policy, and that Manish Sisodia arbitrarily diluted some of the key guidelines in the policy, which was in defiance with all the expert panel's suggestions. This was done with corrupt intent. So this is largely communication exchanges that's being presented as argument by the Enforcement Directorate. But when it comes to money laundering, on what grounds is the ED pushing for his custody today? Any transaction trail that they may have found that they're asking for his extended custody?
Well, this is a very, very interesting question that you've asked, Nabila, and to answer your question, currently in the last 10 odd minutes that you and I have been discussing what is happening inside, the ED has only and only been talking about the specific allegations of change in policy against Manish Sisodia. They have not yet gone into the details of the money trail, which is in fact the jurisdiction of the ED to probe. So this is a very interesting line of argument that is being taken by the ED. They are currently laying the background of what has happened. They're currently laying the entire background and network and framework of their arguments about how the policy was changed, what Mr. Sisodia's role in changing the policy, etc. was. But as far as your specific question about money laundering allegations against Sisodia is concerned, so far our reporters have not given us any update of any argument being raised by the ED with regard to money specifically being received by Manish Sisodia or any benefit being received by Sisodia or anyone else. They're talking about the change in the policy, they're talking about benefit being given to the South cartels, but so far at least the updates that have been received from my colleague Kanu and Srishti who are inside, ED is talking about the connections between the various accused and co-accused. ED is talking about now that funds were transferred from Hyderabad to Delhi. So just as you've asked this question and just as we're discussing this issue of money laundering, the ED has finally come to the point of its own investigation where they're saying that K. Kavita, the BRS leader, had met Vijay Nair in Delhi and funds were transferred from Hyderabad to Delhi. So clearly, the ED is now going to be talking about the details of the monetary transactions that they have been investigating. And here, when it comes to this is going to be an even bigger political drama now, Nabila, because we've seen the BRS leaders.
The ED has now gone on to present arguments on South Cartel, suspicion on the South Cartel paying close to 100 crore bribe to the Aam Aadmi Party netas. So they've gone on to that argument now, again mentioning K. Kavita, KCR's daughter, that she came into Delhi and along with her henchmen managed to strike a deal and got the liquor licenses at throwaway prices. And Vijay Nair was that main face to try and bridge the link between the South Cartel and the Delhi government. Tell us more on that.
Well, yes, Nabila, what we are getting to know from my colleagues inside is that the ED is now talking about the role of the South Cartel, who met whom exactly, because so far they have been talking about the various branches and the network of which had operated when it comes to the change in the policy itself. But now what they're saying is that multiple branches of the scam exist, including public servants, businessmen, middlemen and others, that between key players from the South cartel and Vijay Nair, there were discussions, there were meetings, kickbacks were paid, and the conspiracy was orchestrated by Vijay Nair and others from the South group, including K. Kavita, which is something that is going to be the next line of investigation also by the CBI and the ED. Now, the ED is now reading out WhatsApp chats between K. Kavita and Vijay Nair. They're also saying that they have received, they are being investigating the trails of money that was given in Hyderabad to the Aam Aadmi Party, and they are saying that Vijay Nair was responsible to make sure that this money transfer happens smoothly. That now they're also reading out the statements which have been given by other co-accused and witnesses, including Buchi Babu Gorantla, who is said to be alleged to be the chartered accountant connected to K. Kavita. They're saying that there was a political understanding between Manish Sisodia and K. Kavita, that there was, because of that, there was a coordinated moves that were made, that Nair was acting on behest of the Deputy Chief Minister. So now, Nabila, we are looking at the ED sort of laying out the entire framework of the conspiracy as such, even though they are yet to give details of the money trail that they are looking into, but they are very clearly saying that they have found money trails, transfer of funds between Hyderabad and Delhi, meetings between Aam Aadmi Party leaders and BRS leader K. Kavita. They're saying that there is evidence, including witness statements, WhatsApp chats and money transfers between Hyderabad and Delhi. Excuse me. That is why this entire line of argument by the ED.
Hold on to your breath
very,
there.
very
But from what we see, the latest developments coming in is that the ED there clearly stating that there has been some kind of understanding between KCR's daughter K. Kavita and Manish Sisodia. And that understanding has led to this deal of the company Indo Spirits, which we believe that K. Kavita is a shadow owner. In fact, Arun Pillai and another partner, both of them hold 65% stake, and largely it's Kavita's frontman itself. So Kavita controlling that stake through them. So that company, Indo Spirits, wanting to get a liquor license and control close to 30% of Delhi's liquor business. And this was a link that Vijay Nair established between Kavita and Manish Sisodia. They had great understanding, both the leaders, and decided to pull off this the policy itself in favor of the South cartel. This is what the ED is now, we believe, presenting in court, evoking K. Kavita and Sisodia's understanding before this deal was struck. Tell us more on how much of an influence these arguments of the ED will have on court while they ask for his 10-day custody.
Well, Nabila, all of that will depend on how exactly does the ED now inform the court what they need Sisodia's custodial interrogation for. Remember, they have been citing the evidence and the statements given by various co-accused and various witnesses. They've cited Buchi Babu Gorantla, they've cited Vijay Nair's statement, they're talking about Manish Arora's statement, who's a restaurant owner. They're talking about several, Dinesh Arora's statement, where who has become who has turned and become prosecution's witness. So they have said that Dinesh Arora in his statement had very clearly said that he was orchestrating payment of kickbacks, etc. That he was in touch with Sanjay Singh, he was in touch with Manish Sisodia, that he had been told that the Aam Aadmi Party needs funding because elections are coming up, and therefore this Arora statement also becomes very, very important. Now the ED will have to now explain to the court why, when they already have these statements or these witnesses, they need Sisodia's custodial interrogation. Most likely the Enforcement Directorate is going to argue that because these witnesses have said all of these things, because these statements have come, because the excise policy documents are there, because Sisodia's own secretary has made statements to the ED and CBI, they may say that the ED will need to confront Sisodia face to face, either with the co-accused or with the witness statements regarding his role in this entire conspiracy. That is likely to be the line of argument that the ED will take as the arguments are ongoing there. But right now, the ED is building its case. The ED has not yet come to the crux of its matter or to the crux of its demand for a 10-day custody. But it is very clear that the ED is building to that point, that we have so much in evidence, so many witness statements that we will need to interrogate Mr. Sisodia with regard to every single document, with regard to every single witness statement. Now, my colleague Kanu is also sending us further updates on this. What they're saying is that the role in getting the L1 license cleared for Indo Spirits, and again we're going back to the issue of Indo Spirits, role of K. Kavita and the political understanding allegations that have been raised by the ED. They are saying that the ED is saying that Manish Sisodia had a direct role in getting the file of Indo Spirit cleared and getting them an L1 license, which again ties back to this larger framework of kickbacks and political understanding that the ED has been building for the last several minutes as the arguments are going on. But it will be very, very crucial to see how the court is going to look at all of these arguments. If the documentation, if the witness statements are already there, then of course Sisodia's lawyers can very well argue that if you have all of these documents, if you have all of these witnesses, why do you need Sisodia to sit in your office and answer your questions? He has already answered your questions. A second line of argument, of course, from Sisodia's lawyers could be that the ED will simply, and this is something that they said in the CBI case also, that the ED is simply going to be mentally harassing him by asking him repeated questions, even though they already have all the documentation, all the witness statements in hand. However, for the Enforcement Directorate, as they are building the case the way we've seen in the last half an hour, when they're going very methodically, witness by witness, statement by statement, evidence by evidence, it is quite clear that they are building up to trying to justify why they need Sisodia, why they may need to confront Sisodia with every single piece of evidence, with every single witness, and then take his statement with regard to that. But of course, on the other side, Sisodia's lawyers may very well argue that when this kind of evidence exists, Sisodia under the law of India cannot be forced into confessing or accepting his guilt. That is going to be their line of argument most likely. But right now we are seeing that the ED is building its case, saying that Sisodia was directly involved in getting the Indo-Spirit file cleared up, that the license was granted in fact. And this is an argument that they've made in the Vijay Nair remand as well, in the remand application of other excise officials and others as well, that the L1 license, and I'm reading out what my colleague Srishti has sent out here, that the L1 license was granted at night in November and final allocation was done on the 8th of November. A jet of speed clearance for this application comes and is approved within a matter of 3 days, and the license is allotted. And that is where both the CBI and the ED have been saying that this was done because there were kickbacks, because there was a conspiracy, because there was a direct role of the senior leaders involved. And that is the framework that we see is being built up by the Enforcement Directorate. Now, they're also talking about the witness statements given by other persons, including Dinesh Arora, who has become an approver in this case. Remember, Dinesh Arora is a businessman who also... who also profited from this entire conspiracy but has now become an approver in the case. Now, Dinesh Arora's statement and has been a very crucial piece of evidence for the Enforcement Directorate throughout, whether it was other people accused, whether it was which lines or avenues of investigation to undergo, and now in the Manish Sisodia arrest as well, that the ED is claiming that Dinesh Arora in his statement has revealed that when his file was stuck at the Excise office, he approached Vijay Nair, and Vijay Nair, with the help of Mr. Arvind, helped him get the file cleared at 10 p.m. So they are also saying that they are looking at as we've been talking about, building this case gradually against Manish Sisodia and other senior leaders. The ED is saying that this was a vehicle, the L1 license allocation was the vehicle to get kickbacks. If these people were not granted the L1 licenses, then they would not have been able to funnel money back to the Aam Aadmi Party leaders and to Vijay Nair. That is the allegation now being raised by the ED. And to get back to the question that you asked just a few minutes ago, that what are the grounds on which, why the ED is asking for custodial interrogation, what are the grounds on which they are claiming that there was money laundering. Now we have come finally to those points in the argument where the ED is saying that the grant of L1 licenses and clearing files in a hurry was part of the same transaction, because their kickbacks came via these channels. The kickbacks came via the L1 license holders who have been investigated by the Enforcement Directorate and by the CBI in all of these weeks that this entire controversy has been playing out. They're saying that this L1 license was the vehicle to get kickbacks, and therefore they had to get it done.
Right. So the grounds here is that Manish Sisodia stepped away from his responsibility and acted more like a businessman, and granted K. Kavita's henchmen license, L1 license, which means they could control close to 30% of the liquor business in Delhi. And in exchange for that, close to 100 crores was given by K. Kavita and her henchmen to Manish Sisodia and team, who framed the policy in favor of the South Cartel. This is more or less the kind of narrative that the ED is setting there, as per the investigation that they've carried out. Now, they've got to prove these allegations. These are only allegations this far. They've got to prove it, and which is why they're asking for Manish Sisodia's custody. We believe that while ED even began its argument in court now asking for his custody, the first statement made was that Manish Sisodia is being evasive. He's not giving answers, satisfactory answers. He's been constantly evasive, and therefore we want his prolonged custody. So that seems to be the primary ground, that Manish Sisodia is evasive, he can influence witnesses, therefore we want him in.
Well, definitely, Nabila. That is the base argument on which any agency, whether it is ED or the CBI or the Delhi police or the IT department or any investigative agency whatsoever, seeks custodial interrogation. That till such time as we get him in our custody, we confront him with the documentation, we confront him with the other witnesses or with the other accused, this person will continue to remain evasive. Now, this is where our discussion a few minutes ago about what will be the line of argument for Sisodia's lawyers comes in. While the agencies can say that XYZ person is being evasive, that they are not answering questions correctly, it is the law in the country that you cannot be forced to give witness against yourself. You cannot be forced to give a confession if it goes against your interests. However, when it comes to cases like these, particularly when it comes to money laundering and economic transactions, courts tend to be a little more strict when it comes to answers not being given, particularly when the agencies also claim that he may influence other witnesses also. Now, what we are seeing here is the enforcement directorate sort of building that entire framework, that so many people were involved. Sisodia was directly responsible for change in policy, that his own secretary had raised objections, that the GOM discussion never happened, the policy was changed without the process being undergone, the public meetings, the expert committee, all of those recommendations were set aside because, and this is the ED's main line of argument, that there was a conspiracy. There was a political understanding between Manish Sisodia and K. Kavita, and therefore, in order to receive the kickbacks from the South Cartel, the entire policy was changed to give benefit to the L1 license holders, to give benefit to the South Cartel, and that is where the money trail comes in. Now, remember, Nabila, and for our viewers, let's just also discuss the legal point involved here. Money laundering allegations do not mean that the person who is in the dock has to have received the cash himself from the other accused. It means that you had to have been involved in any part of the transaction, whether it is soliciting the money, whether it is getting the money, whether it is transporting the money, whether it is disposing of the money, or facilitating the transfer of these funds. And that is where this comes in, that Sisodia is being accused of being part of this entire transaction, not just the conspiracy to change the policy, but also to ensure that the money could come to Delhi from Hyderabad, that the money flow between the South Cartel through L1 licensing could come to the Delhi, to the Aam Aadmi Party. And that is why now we are getting to the end of the, what we are getting the updates now is that we want to examine the money trail, and Sisodia is not being consistent with his statements, that there has also been a destruction of digital evidence to derail the investigation. And this is something that the ED has said earlier also, and the CBI has also raised as a the key area of concern, that because documents have been destroyed, because devices have been changed, because there is an allegation that several cell phones, SIM cards, etc. were destroyed or SIM cards were continually changed, phones were continually changed. Agencies are saying that because of this destruction of evidence, the role of the documents, the role of the witnesses, and the role of the questioning, the interrogation becomes even more important. That is the line of argument that they are taking, that because the Aam Aadmi Party leaders were destroying the digital evidence, therefore these statements that have been made otherwise become very important. And the ED is now arguing arguing that Sisodia is not consistent with his statements. Now, what is the change in the statement being made by Sisodia? We'll have to wait and see when we get further details from our colleagues inside the courtroom. Kanu Sharda and Srishti Ojha are inside giving us updates of what is happening. But when you see the line of argument that is being taken by the Enforcement Directorate, it seems that they are building a case that Sisodia was responsible for initiating these transactions, for facilitating these transactions, for ensuring that the flow of money could come to from Hyderabad, from the South.
Anisha, I'm cutting across to Aam Aadmi Party. Sanjay Singh responding.
पार्टी से पूछिए, वो भी कहते हैं महिला आरक्षण के समर्थन में। तो आखिर महिला आरक्षण के समर्थन में अगर सारी पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज हैं तो ये पास क्यों नहीं हो रहा है? 8 साल पहले 2014 में जब चुनाव लड़े थे हमारे प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी, बीजेपी ने अपने मैनिफेस्टो में ये बात कही है कि हम विमेंस रिजर्वेशन बिल के पक्ष में हैं। आखिर आज तक क्यों नहीं ये बिल पास हुआ? ये सबसे बड़ा सवाल है। आपके पास न स्वास्थ्य के लिए काम करने का समय है, 2% बजट रखते हैं देश का, एजुकेशन का बजट 2% रखते हैं, डीजल पेट्रोल का दाम बढ़ाते हैं, गैस के सिलेंडर का दाम बढ़ाते हैं, महंगाई बढ़ाते हैं, रोजगार देने का समय नहीं, अग्निवीर योजना लाके देश की सेना को कमजोर करते हैं, नौजवानों को बेरोजगार करते हैं।
I'm cutting across to Manish Pandey joining us right outside the ED office. Manish, over to you. As we see the direction coming in from court as yet that we're waiting for, we see that the arguments put forth by the ED shows that Manish Sisodia could have really been integral in approving licenses in exchange of kickbacks. And he was the one who decided on arbitrarily changing the policy to sort of suit the South Cartel and many other licensees who were paying them bribe. And to that effect, they've also said that Manish Sisodia and team have changed at least 10 to 11 phones, almost indicating that they are capable of destroying evidence, and which is why Sisodia must be in, that he must be given at least 10-day custody. Tell us more.
Well, Nabila, the submission by the ED counsels is over. That is, the argument by the ED is over as far as Manish Sisodia's custody is concerned, the ground of custody is concerned, and the lawyers of Sisodia are now arguing before the court that why he should not be sent into ED custody. Now, as far as the entire argument of ED is concerned, there were three important points. First was the profit margin, and what ED told the court today that this was for the first time on when Manish Sisodia at the residence of Arvind Kejriwal in the presence of Satyendra Jain told the then Secretary of Excise Department that the profit margin will be 12%. At that point of time, the expert committee recommendation was ignored by Manish Sisodia. It appears to be, according to Enforcement Directorate argument, it appears to be, according to them, that it was solely a decision made by Manish Sisodia without taking anyone into consideration or without even getting the public opinion into consideration. That is the first charge. Second charge is that Manish Sisodia was closely working with Vijay Nair, and Vijay Nair was coordinating with South Group, including K. Kavita. That is an extremely big allegation as far as K. Kavita is concerned, because remember, K. Kavita has been called where I'm standing at the ED headquarters tomorrow, and she will appear tomorrow before the court, before the ED, as per her statement. So they are leveling allegation not only against Manish Sisodia but also against K. Kavita, daughter of Telangana Chief Minister, and the South Group. And what they have alleged that this 100 crore rupees of bribe was not only in knowledge of Manish Sisodia, but Manish Sisodia was the main conspirator. He was facilitating this entire transaction. And third is the destruction of evidence, Nabila, which we are talking about. ED has claimed that in year 2021-2022, the year when this policy was formulated and later it was implemented in Delhi, 14 phones were used and destroyed, and during the searches by the Central Bureau of Investigation, they were only able to recover 2 phones. 12 phones they are not aware of. Devendra Sharma, in his statement to the Enforcement Directorate, who is also the personal assistant of Manish Sisodia, according to ED, he has told this to ED in his statement that phones were purchased on his name through Flipkart. And according to ED, everything, the destruction of evidence, was done only to derail the investigation. So, interesting argument by the Enforcement Directorate. We saw earlier that the CBI had made similar arguments evidenced, based on which they got custody of 5 days and later for 2 more days, and now ED is making similar arguments. Now, as far as Sisodia's lawyer are concerned, they are claiming at this point of time is that it's, according to them, is a case of faulty policy, and it's executive job to do so. Policy made by government goes through several layers. So what they are indicating, that was not only Manish Sisodia, but there were several other players, including then officials of Excise department, who were involved in the policy decision. You can't only blame Manish Sisodia for this. Also, they are arguing on the part that it is an elected government. There was a bureaucracy and everything was done keeping everyone in their side, everyone in confidence. So they are claiming at this point of time, according to Manish Sisodia's lawyer, that Manish Sisodia was not responsible for it, but it is a counter argument of what the ED has said. ED has said that it was solely Manish Sisodia who was responsible for it. That is why there were certain files related to the South Group which got cleared within 3 days at a jet speed. The term they have speed is jet speed. With a jet speed, every file was given not only approval, but it was cleared by the Excise department because there was influence of Manish Sisodia. They are indicating that Manish Sisodia was not only aware of this scam, but he was the participant and main conspirator of the scam. Now we have to wait and watch, Nabila, that what the courts decide. But at this point of time, Sisodia's lawyers are arguing before the court that why Sisodia should not be sent to ED custody.
See that Manish Sisodia's lawyers have also now begun their arguments, and they go on to detail how Sisodia's duty is to create a policy for the people, and they're asking, in fact, trying to place an argument there that Manish Sisodia did play an integral part in formulating the Delhi liquor policy, and there were many layers to that policy. It's not as black and white as projected. There are many layers to that policy. Manish Sisodia is elected to make that policy for the people, and when the policy is made by a government, it goes through several layers of the elected government and the bureaucracy coming together. It goes through the Department of Law, it goes through Department of Finance. So there are several layers before formulating a policy like this. And it also goes through the Delhi LG. This is what the council says, and the central government too. So the Delhi LG has applied his mind and sent back 3 queries and not the 12% and not eligibility criteria. Why did the Delhi LG not flag off that part? That's what the Sisodia's counsel says in court. Manish, tell us more. Sisodia's counsel says it's not so easy to formulate a policy. When a policy is drafted, there are several layers of approvals that it goes through, and it finally goes to the Delhi LG and the centre. At that point, why did the Delhi LG not flag off the 12% percentage in profit?
Yeah, Nabila, the similar arguments were also made when the CBI was taking custody of Manish Sisodia, and as per today's argument, what they are claiming is that this is an elected government and they need to formulate a policy according to people, and that is why when the policy is made by a government, it goes through several layers of elected government and bureaucracy. It goes through Department of Law and Finance, and everyone cleared this policy. Now, as far as this LG is concerned, what they have, the lawyers of Manish Sisodia have told the court that policy goes through the LG, and it's the central government in that case. LG has applied his mind and sent back 3 queries and not 12%, which the ED is claiming at this point of time, which the CBI claimed earlier. Also, what they are saying is that, hasty policy making is not a criminal offense and not a money laundering case. And now, if you compare with the ED argument, ED was saying that everything was cleared so fast at a jet speed, but now lawyers of Sisodia are saying that it doesn't mean that it was a case of money laundering. Also, they are saying that not a single penny to Manish Sisodia or not a single penny to Vijay Nair. There is no evidence that Vijay Nair was acting on behest of Manish Sisodia, and there is no evidence of the fact that Manish Sisodia has received a single penny. This is a very interesting argument happening before the court. Now, also they are saying that file was sent back with 3 suggestions, not profit margin, not eligibility criteria. Why? They are questioning. this to the enforcement directorate. Also, they are claiming that we have seen the FIR, we have seen the complaint by the LG, and now when we are dealing with the pre-formulation and execution, why Manish Sisodia is being termed as accused in the case. So far, interesting argument by Manish Sisodia's lawyer. They have also said that the money laundering case, it has to be traced to an individual. Not a penny has been traced to Manish Sisodia. That is why, this is not a money laundering case. The charges by the enforcement directors are laughable. The allegation that Vijay Nair was working on behest of Manish Sisodia, that is also very laughable. Now, Dayan Krishnan, the lawyer who is representing Manish Sisodia, is also saying that everything I heard, there is no evidence shown against Manish Sisodia. All the allegations are hearsay based on statements and not as per Evidence Act. So far, this is what the lawyers of Manish Sisodia are maintaining before the court. They are claiming that there is not a single evidence to pinpoint Mr. Manish Sisodia, as a part of conspiracy in this case. Whereas the ED was saying that they have evidence, and they read out several statements, including the statements of associates of K. Kavita, in which, according to ED, there was a confessional statement made before them saying that K. Kavita took meetings with Vijay Nair on behest of Manish Sisodia. The conspiracy of 100 crore rupees of kickbacks was, hatched very in the initial days. And also, what they are claiming that the policy was formulated in such a way that South Group and certain more players can get benefit, including K. Kavita and Nabila. This becomes extremely important because, tomorrow, K. Kavita will be appearing before this ED headquarters where I am standing. Now, the person who has given statement against K. Kavita, Arun Pillai, he filed an application before the court saying that I want to retract my statement. ED has put pressure on me. But as far as ED is concerned, they are claiming they have at least 3 statements. It is not only Arun Pillai. There are 3 statements in which they have taken K. Kavita's name. And today before the court, they again took K. Kavita's name when they were discussing about South Group. So tomorrow when K. Kavita will appear today, it appears to me as a reporter that the ED at this point of time is very confident of their evidence against K. Kavita, and when she will appear tomorrow, they might be in a position to take some action against K. Kavita also. Nabila.
Been mentioning K. Kavita's name and amplifying the South cartel link to the Delhi liquor policy. It clearly does suggest that likely K. Kavita could also face custodial interrogation. Now, of course, the stage is being set at this point for Manish Sisodia's extended custody by the Enforcement Directorate. Whether the court will consider the argument put forth by the ED or Manish Sisodia's counsel, that remains to be seen. On the other side of a short break, I'm asking all our reporters to stay with us as we track the top development coming in from Rouse Avenue Court, whether or not Manish Sisodia will be given 10-day ED custody. Do stay with us.
बोलो बाटारन स्वामी की
भैया तारीफ उस खुदा की जिसने ये जहां बनाया है। बंदे को शराफत अली कहते हैं।
बाबा जी, मैं थोड़ा छोटा हूँ, थोड़ा काला हूँ, थोड़ा मोटा हूँ, लेकिन मेरी बाकी बॉडी है ना एकदम सलमान खान की तरह है। जानम समझा करो बाबा जी, समझा करो।
प्रॉब्लम है कि 12 साल पहले मैं इनके साथ 7 फेरे ले चुका हूँ।
भाई 12 साल पुरानी बात अब आप क्यों उठा रहे हैं?
अरे मैं इनका हस्बैंड हूँ और अब शादीशुदा औरत पे लाइन मार रहे हैं।
ओ जी, मैं भाभी जी नमस्ते जी।
काशीराम वो आ गया। होता पकड़ बोने ब्राज बार
लखन के आते ही आपके मुड़ 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 मंत्र क्यों शुरू हो जाते हैं? चेहरा लाल, छाती नीली, हाथ पीले हो जाते हैं, बात क्या है?
काशीराम काम कर
आप मेरे पास, आप कहती मैं आपके पास आ गया होता। आई एम DS भंडारी। DS मतलब दिल से और भंडारी मतलब सिर्फ भंडारी। गोबर का बॉस। गोवर्धन का बॉस और आपका बहुत बड़ा फैन।
मामे, ये तेरा दांत सोने का है ना?
सोने का तो है पर दूंगा नहीं।
दे देना मामे, मामे दे देना, दे देना। अच्छा मामे एक बात बता यार दिलदार, तुझे कैसा चाहिए? दांत चाहिए कि भांजा चाहिए? इस बार तो दांत चाहिए, भांजा बिल्कुल नहीं चाहिए।
भाई ये बंदे का नाम है शराफत अली। कसम उड़ान झल्ले की, पूरे चोर बाजार में पिछले 9 सालों में शराफत अली ने पैसा नहीं कमाया, लेकिन शराफत से इज्जत बहुत कमाई है। इज्जत।
हाँ शराफत भाई वाह, ये तो हद हो गई शराफत की के नाम भी शराफत है। हाँ
ये तो घास काट रहा है, माली तो नहीं है। भांजे तने फिल्मों में नहीं देखा, हर बड़ा आदमी है ना अपने घर में घास काटता है। हाँ लेकिन क्यों? वो इसलिए कि इन बेचारों के पास है ना पैसा बहुत होता है, तो इनका है ना टाइम नहीं कटता है, तो अपना टाइम काटने के लिए है ना घर में घास काटते हैं।
हेलो जर्मन, मैं फिर से सलीम बोल रहा हूँ।
ओ महाराज सलीम, सॉरी वो फोन कट गया था। और महाराज सुनो, क्या हाल चाल है?
हाँ तो मैं ये कह रहा था कि मेरी बीवी ने बहुत पीटा और कहा कि तो जर्मन को जो उठा दे रहा, क्या वो
हेलो
ले गया?
हेलो हेलो
हेलो जर्मन,
हेलो हेलो हेलो
हेलो हेलो जर्मन,
कुछ
हेलो।
सुनाई दे रहा, सिर्फ जर्मन जर्मन सुनाई दे रहा है।
अरे लेकिन मुझे सब सुनाई दे रही है। जो कर्जा ले रखा है वो कर्जा देना यार तू।
हेलो
कर्जा देना यार।
हेलो हेलो
हेलो
ठहरो, मेरे कमरे में कोई है जो हमारी बातें सुन रहा है।
कौन है? बाहर निकालो उसे, बाहर निकालो उसे, प्राइवेट का।
हमारी बातें तो नहीं सुनी तुमने?
India gets its first ever transgender ward. The GT Hospital in Mumbai has opened a facility exclusively for the community. The ward has 30 beds with separate examination and dressing rooms and has gender-neutral toilets.
What happens is, of course, if it's a patient is critical, for example, if he needs an ICU, if he requires a surgery, then in these places there is no gender division. So these patients will have to go there, but for other things like nebulization, CPAP, so all that will happen under one roof.
GT Hospital has trained more than 150 staff members to sensitize them on providing medical treatment to transgender patients.
We've taken the help of transgender community in developing the ward. What are your needs? In that context, we actually had sensitization of around 150 of our own employees to know how to, be sensitive to their needs, to their issues.
The hospital authorities say their initiative is a step in the direction of making India more gender inclusive. With Dev Kotak in Mumbai, Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
All right, huge developments coming in from the Rouse Avenue Court as Manish Sisodia's counsel begin arguments. In fact, Sisodia's counsel there trying to argue that hasty processing of a policy does not amount to money laundering. Sisodia says he was never summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. In fact, he was arrested one day before the bail hearing itself. This is Manish Sisodia's counsel. They're arguing for him. Says the ED's conduct is a huge cause of concern as the ED never summoned Manish Sisodia in the first place. All allegations are all hearsay. This is the argument of Manish Sisodia's counsel at this point, while they argue against custody, ED custody for Manish Sisodia. What the Sisodia's counsel there is putting out in court is that ED has not even summoned Manish Sisodia in the first place. Now, what we hear is that the ED has not summoned Manish Sisodia, is what the counsel says in court. That the character of the ED now and their actions is of great concern. In fact, while the counsel argues in court, Manish Sisodia's counsel argues in court, they say hasty processing of the policy, a hasty policy making itself is not a criminal offence and not a money laundering case at all. This is the statements or the arguments coming from Manish Sisodia's counsel in court. ED's conduct is a cause of concern, they claim, saying that ED had never summoned Manish Sisodia in the first place in the money laundering case. The fact that a day before his bail hearing, the ED asking for his arrest is raising questions on the ED's intentions. This is what Manish Sisodia's counsel says as they start arguing in court against ED's request for Sisodia's 10-day custody. Cutting across to Anisha Mathur joining us right from outside the Rouse Avenue Court. Anisha, Manish Sisodia's counsel says just because the policy was pulled off in a hasty manner, that it was done so quickly, that does not amount to a money laundering case, and that you can't raise suspicion on the intent because it was hasty. He also says that ED never summoned Sisodia, and the fact that just a day before Sisodia's bail hearing, ED is asking for his 10-day custody raises questions on the ED's intent.
Well, yes, Nabila, the lawyers for Manish Sisodia, Senior Advocate Dayan Krishnan, has been opposing the ED's argument, the ED's plea for 10 days custody. Now, the main thrust of the argument by Manish Sisodia's lawyers is that he was never questioned or summoned by the ED earlier, that the process and the investigation is ex facie not pure. What they are saying is that he is being arrested under the special act only to make sure that he does not get bail, and this is being an argument that is being raised by Senior Advocate Dayan Krishnan, that the court should be concerned at the way this prosecution is being carried out, that when the ED wants to arrest somebody, when there is need for custodial interrogation, the burden on the prosecuting agency is higher to show why exactly this custodial interrogation is required. And they are saying that the ECIR, that is the ED investigation, it started in 2022, but Manish Sisodia was never summoned for questioning, and it was only one day before the bail hearing that he has been arrested. Additionally, what he is also saying is that the 57-page remand application, which we've been hearing about for the last hour as the court was hearing the ED's application, the 57-page remand application only essentially contains matters of the predicate offence, which is, of course, the alleged corruption that the CBI is investigating. And you and I were also discussing this a few minutes ago, Nabila, that what is the allegations of money laundering specifically that the ED has raised. And this is a question that Mr. Dayan Krishnan is also raising, that the ED has to show the proceeds of the crime. The ED has to show that there was a money trail, that the remand application does not meet the test that is required for custodial interrogation. And in fact, what he's saying is, and I'm quoting what my colleague Kanu has sent from inside, the timing of arrest is mala fide and with an intention that he is kept inside for a longer period. That is what Mr. Dayan Krishnan is arguing that the entire remand application by the ED has been focusing on the CBI's investigation, on the allegations of the change in the policy, on the allegations of destruction of evidence, on the allegation of meeting with the liquor cartels and licensing being given to the liquor cartels. According to Mr. Krishnan, the ED has not given any direct evidence of the money trail or the money laundering, that they have not shown any trace of the money, and that there has been no evidence as such given with regard to whether any funds were actually received or transferred by Mr. Manish Sisodia or even by Vijay Nair. And I'm going to read out this argument that was raised. The state, as far as the fund, remember, one of the major allegations by the ED and the CBI has been that this evidence was destroyed, that Mr. Sisodia had changed his phone 12 times. What Dayan Krishnan is arguing is that as far as the phone is concerned, the allegation is that I changed the phone when the policy document went to the LG. Dayan Krishnan, as the defense lawyer, is asking exactly what does that really show? Where is the evidence to prove that there was anything on the phone that was changed or thrown out? He's also saying that why is there such haste in starting the inquiry and suddenly arresting him when nothing was done since 2022, when the investigation had initially begun? Now, what Dayan Krishnan has also said is that while the ED does have wide powers of investigation, of arrest, of detention, of seizure, they have, and there are restrictive bail conditions under the PMLA. According to Mr. Krishnan, this is being done specifically to ensure that Sisodia does not come out of jail. And one of the arguments that he's made, that my colleague Srishti has highlighted also, is that Sisodia's counsel is arguing that the burden is not only heavy on the prosecution, but also on the court to ensure that there is fairness when it comes to issues like this. And they are saying that there is no evidence whatsoever of money laundering specifically. The money trail has not been found by I beg your pardon, by the Enforcement Directorate, and that is why the agency, which is supposed to be looking at the money trail, has only been talking about the change in policy, the destruction of evidence, the meetings between various persons, etc., but have not specifically mentioned the money trail. And that is why Sisodia's lawyers are saying that it is for the court to ensure that agencies are not used in this malified manner only to keep a man in continued custody. Now, further investigation of further argument, I beg your pardon, is going on inside the court. Dayan Krishnan has concluded his line of argument. Now, Senior Advocate Mohit Mathur, who is the second senior advocate appearing for Manish Sisodia, he has started his line of argument on the requirement to curtail somebody's liberty and freedom. He's saying that under the requirements of Article 19, the requirements of Article 21 mean that there has to be specific reasons to keep somebody under arrest. That Mr. Mathur is also in fact arguing, and I'm reading out what my colleague Kanu has sent us, that it is only a fashion with the investigating agency, and time has come when courts have to be very strict with the agencies so that the agencies also know that they too are answerable to the law. And that is very clearly the line of argument that is being taken by the lawyers of Manish Sisodia, who are saying that the ED has not brought any direct evidence against Sisodia. The ED is only talking about the allegations of policy change. The ED is only talking about the allegations of meetings. But what they are saying is that policy change is the domain of the executive government. Just because a policy was passed quickly, you cannot say that it is per se indication of corruption or any sort of money laundering. What they are saying is, bring us the proof. Where is the actual proof of money laundering or any sort of malified actions? They're also arguing that, this is Mr. Mathur's argument that is continuing right now, that courts must come down heavily on the entitlement that these agencies seem to feel regarding their power to arrest. Just because the power to arrest exists effectively, that is the argument given by Sisodia's lawyers, just because the ED has been given extensive powers of arrest, detention, seizure, etc., that does not mean that they can misuse those powers, because again and again they are simply asking that when you say there is a money trail that is being investigated, where is the money? Who has got the money? What proof do you have that Sisodia was ever involved in anything to do with the money? Because remember, while Sisodia's name has been taken by witnesses, by co-accused, what the defense argument is saying is that this is all hearsay evidence. Just because somebody claims to have heard Sisodia say something, that does not mean that it will be taken as actual proof. Remember, the ED's argument, and we've been discussing this for a while now, the ED in its arguments had said that Manish Sisodia's own secretary has said that he was there in the meeting where Sisodia said that the policy needs to be changed, that directions were given to him to change the policy document. Now, that is where this line of argument by Sisodia's lawyers comes in, that simply because one person is claiming to have heard this does not mean that it was true, because the policy document itself, the file notings themselves, do not indicate this at all. Now, if the file noting was changed, if there was any change in the policy that was brought in without the expert committee recommendations or without the GOM recommendations, there has to be something on paper. There has something to be that some sort of documentary or evidentiary proof, and you cannot rely only on the statement of an official or a co-accused to say that this is at the gospel truth. That is the argument, line of argument that is being taken by the lawyers appearing for Manish Sisodia, who are saying repeatedly that they are questioning the ED's bona fides. They're saying that the ED is acting in a malified manner, and they're questioning the power of the ED to seek remand like this, because ultimately, according to the senior lawyers appearing for Manish Sisodia, it is the responsibility of the court to ensure that the investigation and trial is done in a fair manner. So effectively, Nabila, in the last hour plus that we've been discussing this entire issue, the ED has been talking about meetings undertaken by Sisodia. The ED has been talking about how they have witnesses saying that Sisodia is the person who ordered the officials to change the policy, that Sisodia is the person who basically decided that the policy should be changed so that some sort of benefit should be given to the South cartel, that Sisodia and Vijay Nair were responsible for getting files pushed through. What Sisodia's lawyers, on the other hand, are arguing that just because somebody said that this is how it happened does not mean that you have actual proof of it happening. It does not also mean that you have found any sort of a money trail, and that is where, and this is a question that you had also asked me, that is there any proof of the money trail that is being talked about by the ED, and so far the ED had said that that some money had come from Hyderabad to Delhi, that there was a political understanding involved, that in fact they've quoted certain co-accused and the approver in the case, and and those statements are being opposed by Sisodia's lawyers, who are saying that these are policies that are created by the government. It is not for somebody to say whether the policy was right or not. Just because some sort of policy was changed does not mean that this is there was any sort of corruption. Now, what
Dayan Krishnan, if I could go back to Dayan Krishnan's argument,
Anisha, is a financial policy.
Anisha, if I could briefly go back to Dayan Krishnan's argument, Manish Sisodia's counsel, they say that they had to the ED has to first show proceeds of crime. So when it boils down to that, show us proceeds of crime, what does that really mean? Basically, counsel asking what proof does the ED have that this is a money laundering case? Show us proceeds of crime. But you earlier yourself said that it's not necessary for any proceeds or money to have been received while the ED investigates the matter. So what do you think how do you think the court will observe this?
See, Nabila, what I meant when I said that no specific transaction of money, what I'm saying is that there is no need for a specific evidence that I personally took this money from X person. However, what Sisodia's lawyers are saying, that there is no money trail whatsoever that has been found by the ED, that not a penny has been traced to me, and that is why now the ED is arguing, and I'm reading out this argument that was sent by Srishti, that not a penny has been traced to me. That is why now they say Vijay Nair is acting on behalf of Manish Sisodia, and this is laughable. That the file was sent to the LG, all the documentation, all the passing of the policy was done as per procedure, and there is no evidence of money being received by any person, by Manish Sisodia particularly. That is what Sisodia's lawyers are now arguing. What the law specifically says is, and as I've been repeating again and again, the law does not require Manish Sisodia to have directly received 100 crore rupees from any person. The law requires the ED to have traced that X amount of money was received, and these are the people through whom the money flow went, and these are the people who facilitated that flow of money. Now, Sisodia's lawyers are questioning, how do you prove that? Where is the proof of that? How exactly is the ED saying that there was any flow of money whatsoever? So further arguments and further investigation when it comes out, if the ED is able to show that there was these transactions, because the ED, remember, has said that there were meetings between Vijay Nair and K. Kavita. The ED has said that there was money that was transferred from Hyderabad to Delhi. Now, if the ED can show that whatever money transfers that they're talking about was linked to these the liquor policy changes, then it will be game over for Mr. Manish Sisodia. But of course, at this stage of the investigation and at this stage of the process, Nabila, no one can really give you a very clear answer to who has the money, what money, where is the money gone. The ED is saying that they have received, they have investigated into transactions, that ED is saying that there was transfer of funds from Hyderabad to Delhi, and that fund transaction was in fact, according to the ED, facilitated by the quick grant of L1 licenses to the South Cartel members. However, on the other hand, of course, we have this Sisodia's counsel saying you have no evidence that any money changed hands, and simply because a policy went through very quickly does not mean that there was any sort of corruption involved. In fact, a very interesting line of argument now being raised by Mr. Mohit Mathur, that GST is also another fiscal policy, and the applicability of Section 167 of the CRPC with regard to investigation, all of those are now being questioned by the senior counsel, who is saying that just because a policy has been passed, you cannot claim that this policy has been passed in a corrupt manner. You cannot simply raise an allegation that some witness has said that they saw or they heard somebody taking a decision. That what the Sisodia's lawyers are banking on effectively is what the ED has also been saying, that there has been destruction of evidence, that their phones were destroyed, SIM cards were changed, etc. And that file notings, and this is something that the CBI had also said earlier, remember, that file notings have gone missing. The Sisodia's lawyers are saying that when the file says that it has gone through the entire process, when the file shows that public opinion was taken, when the file shows that the GOM has passed these directions, when the file shows that the LG was also consulted, and that is where the crux of their argument has been, that when the LG himself has passed the file and only raised some other concerns, the LG never raised a red flag when it came to this 12% profit margin or L1 licenses, then how can the agencies now say that the policy that was duly passed from every department, from every level, from every layer, and even through the LG and the central government, how can that now be questioned? So we'll have to wait and see how the court really analyzes all of these arguments, because this is not a very simple case, Nabila. This is a very, very complicated case where a lot of questions have been raised and will continue to be raised about how laws are passed in this country, how policies are drafted, what kind of back-end negotiation goes into the picture when policies are being created. Can you really say that simply because a political leader of one party met the political leader of a different party, therefore there had to be some sort of a monetary transaction? How exactly will you relate political alliances or political allegiances with the financial transactions or policy changes to benefit a particular person? All of these are very complicated questions that are being raised in this particular case. And as we speak, the arguments are still ongoing, and my colleagues Kanu Sharda and Srishti Ojha are inside.
Right.
What we are being told now.
Let me cut across to Manish Pandey also joining us. Stay with us, Anisha. Manish, to give us a little sense on what the Council of Sisodia is arguing there. Manish, Sisodia's counsel says, show us the money trail. Where is the proceeds of crime? You've not traced back 1 rupee to Manish Sisodia, and therefore you're linking him with Vijay Nair and saying that Vijay Nair was the front of Manish Sisodia. What proof, on what grounds, what basis, and further claiming that all of the policy went through many levels of checks, including the Delhi LG, who never flagged off the 12% profit hike, the profit margin that was increased to allegedly favor liquor licensees. Why did the Delhi LG not flag it off initially? And the fact that this policy was drafted in a hasty manner does not amount to corruption or money laundering.
Well, Nabila, to counter the ED's argument, the lawyers of Manish Sisodia have made 3 important arguments. Now, first one was about this policy, whether it was, formulated in a manner to benefit certain individuals or not. Now, remember, ED had argued that everything was done in secrecy. Manish Sisodia, at the residence of Arvind Kejriwal, in presence of Satyendra Jain, gave the draft copy to C. Arvind, who was the excise secretary, and there was a mention of 12% margin. Now, what the lawyers of Manish Sisodia are claiming, that the file went to several checks. It went to the finance department, it went to the law department, also it went to the LG office. LG sent back the file with 3 queries, but there was no mention about the profit margin. So why Manish Sisodia is being blamed for it when the policy was formulated and implemented in consideration with several stockholders, including the government departments and LG. So that is their first argument. The second one is about the money trail. Now, ED in their argument, they said that they have evidence of money trail, and to go deep into the money trail, they need custodial interrogation of Manish Sisodia, and that is why he has been arrested. Now, what the lawyers of Manish Sisodia are claiming, that till date, the ED has not shown a single money trail linking directly to Manish Sisodia. They are saying that where is the evidence that Manish Sisodia has taken a single penny. But as far as, this money laundering act is concerned, if you are part of any money laundering process, it doesn't mean that you have taken the money directly, but even if you have facilitated or even if you are involved in routing the money, you can be an accused under money laundering act. So this is what the lawyers are saying, that no, not a single penny has been traced back to Manish Sisodia. Where is the evidence? The third and the most important one is, about the timing of the arrest. Now, what they are telling the court, that Enforcement Directorate arrested Manish Sisodia a day before when his bail application was to be heard, and this was done only to keep Manish Sisodia in their custody. And this becomes very important, Nabila, because remember, the lawyers are claiming that Manish Sisodia was not summoned by the ED, Manish Sisodia was not raided by the ED, but because he was sent in judicial custody and there was a bail hearing, he was questioned and then later arrested by the ED. They have requested the court to set an example that that even ED is also under check. They want the court to intervene in this matter. But so far, the court is yet to decide that whether to send Manish Sisodia in ED custody or not. Nabila.
All right, let's see what happens. Of course, we're very closely tracking those developments. Anisha Mathur is right outside the Rouse Avenue court. Manish is joining us from outside the Enforcement Directorate's office. The arguments are now heated, taking place as we slip into a short break. We'll be right back on the other side with that.
You are watching India Today.
This is paradise for a tech geek. The Lucid Air here at the Mobile World Congress. A very good looking car. 0 to 100 in under 2.7 seconds. 1,111 horsepower, nearly $150,000 in the US. We haven't seen this back home, but if you speak to Lucid, they're not comparing it to the Tesla, interestingly. They talk about comparing it to the EQS or even more premium cars out there in the market. But here's an exclusive first look of the Lucid Air at Mobile World Congress in Barcelona. There's a lot of things happening here at the Congress. EVs, not too many. We've seen a Tesla. There's one parked right over there as well. And then, of course, you have a Lucid here as well. There's more EVs at the Auto Expo and, of course, at CES Las Vegas. But, of course, technology, EVs, it's all one big bucket. And, of course, you get all that coverage on Tech Today. And when we do take that out for a drive, and maybe we'll get you exclusive visuals very soon, you might need to take a break, strap up, put your seatbelt on, and be prepared for it. And I'll tell you how I want to exit this particular frame. Well, this is me at the Mobile World Congress in Barcelona. And this also happens to be me at the Mobile World Congress in Barcelona. And off I go.
Rajkumar Rao and Bhumi Pednekar are all set to share screen space again for a yet-to-be-titled project, and the duo even dropped a major hint on social media. Rajkumar Rao shared a black and white picture with the caption uncovering the untold story of partition. Stay tuned. Bhumi too posted something similar. She wrote, and we quote, "The story of a partition that led many to become strangers in their own land. Stay tuned." This will mark Rajkumar Rao and Bhumi Pednekar's third project after the upcoming Bheed, which will be helmed by Anubhav Sinha. The duo first collaborated in Badai Do.
अगर आप और हम आपस में शादी कर लें, हमारे परिवारों की चिट्ठी बंद हो जाएगी। फिर हम आराम से रह सकते हैं, like roommates.
The film told the story of a gay police officer, Shardul, played by Rajkumar Rao, and a lesbian physical education teacher, Sumi, played by Bhumi Pednekar, who get into a marriage of convenience to avoid society's pressure.
ये कौन? कजन है।
किसकी कजन?
सुमी की कजन। एकदम ओरिजिनल रियल कजन है।
दिल पे कर दे चोट बंदी
are watching India Today.
All right, cutting across to hectic developments coming in from Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court, where Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia has been presented. His counsel arguing against the Enforcement Directorate's plea for 10-day custody. The counsel, as it argues in court, says that Delhi LG did not object to the liquor policy draft where the profit margin was increased to 12%. And that the fact that this policy was made in haste does not make it a criminal offence. It does not amount to money laundering. And no link, and no money link or money trail has been traced back to Manish Sisodia. All these allegations are mere hearsay. And this, the counsel, while it argues in court, also raises doubts on the ED's intention. While Manish Sisodia's counsel says ED did not even summon Manish Sisodia in the first place, right a day before his bail hearing, they've decided to arrest him even before summoning him. This raises questions on the intention of the Enforcement Directorate. This is the argument coming in from Manish Sisodia's counsel. Anisha Mathur, my colleague, tracking court right outside the Rose Avenue court there. Anisha, tell us more about the arguments as it unfolds. Manish Sisodia's counsel says ED's entitlement must be put to place. They must be dealt with strictly. They can't. They should not be high-handed when it comes to cases like this. Of course, they will make some such arguments. Arguments of such nature is natural from a counsel like that. But what does this really mean?
Well, Nabila, what the argument we're seeing from inside the courtroom is effectively after the ED raised allegations regarding the way the liquor policy was changed, the ED raised allegations regarding Manish Sisodia's role in changing the liquor policy, and they also said that there was a money trail from Hyderabad to Delhi because liquor licenses were given to persons who were part of the South Cartel. Now, in response to that, Manish Sisodia's lawyers have been saying that there is no direct evidence, first of all, of any money trail. They're saying that just because official, now remember, ED had been citing statements of the secretary of the Deputy Chief Minister, who claimed to have seen Mr. Manish Sisodia ask for changes in the GOM report. The ED argument has been, of course, that the Manish Sisodia was directly responsible. However, his lawyers are saying that you do not have any direct evidence against Mr. Manish Sisodia simply because someone claims to have heard Mr. Sisodia say something is simply hearsay evidence. It was not actually borne out by the evidence against him. They've also, and this is the latest information that has come from my colleague Srishti Ojha, who's inside the courtroom, that Amit Arora and Dinesh Arora's statements. Remember, these are two of the witnesses, two co-accused in the case, whose statements are being very heavily relied on by the ED. Now, Mr. Mohit Mathur, who's the senior counsel appearing for Manish Sisodia, is saying that Amit Arora and Dinesh Arora's statements, what they've written, are amounts like 70,000, 5 lakh, etc., except one point where Mr. Rajesh Joshi, who's another co-accused, says that he paid 30 crores in cash. However, none of that monetary transactions have been linked to Mr. Manish Sisodia. That is their argument, that you have not been able to show Mr. Sisodia being linked to any of these monetary transactions. They also argued that ED is saying that this amount was paid for the Goa election, or it was used, but Vijay Nair has paid people to conduct survey work as far as the Goa elections are concerned. So how can you say that any of this was linked to the alleged liquor cartels, that their chart of where the money came from and who it went to does not show Mr. Sisodia anywhere. Thirdly, now Mr. Siddharth Agarwal, who is a senior advocate, he is now arguing on behalf of Mr. Sisodia, even as the ED had objected to 3 senior lawyers appearing for the same single accused. They have said that the strongest case that is being made out by the ED is on basis of a statement given by Dinesh Arora, who is now an approver in the case. Right. According to them, according to the ED, and I'm reading out this update that has been sent by our colleague, that according to them, as per statements recorded by the ED officer, Dinesh Arora is speaking about certain interactions with Mr. Manish Sisodia. This person gave a statement under 164 in the predicate offence on the basis of which the court had granted him pardon and that he seemed to be telling the truth. He is, however, talking about one Mr. Amit Arora speaking to him. And therefore, Dinesh Arora, according to Siddharth Agarwal, senior advocate, Dinesh Arora has not given any direct evidence of the role of
all right, so
Manish
basically
Sisodia.
it's all communication exchanges. Communication exchanges, that's what's presented by the ED, which is what Sisodia's counsel is arguing against, saying this is all hearsay. Manish Pandey, who is joining us right outside the Enforcement Directorate's office to tell us, Manish, who are the key witnesses in the case here who have recorded their statement with the Enforcement Directorate, of which the ED is using now in court against Sisodia? Tell us the key people who've been already arrested and who've admitted to the ED that Manish Sisodia was a man who decided to dilute the policy and change it to benefit some of the liquor licensees in exchange for kickbacks.
You know, Nabila, before I answer your question, just let me show you the preparedness which is being made by the Enforcement Directorate right outside the headquarters. Because they are very confident that Manish Sisodia will be brought to this headquarters, they will be getting the custody. Now you can see the barricades have been placed here. There is already security by CISF here, but again, the Delhi police has been brought in here and the security arrangements are being beefed up because they anticipate that if Manish Sisodia is sent to the custody, then there might be some protest by the Aam Aadmi Party workers. Now, as far as your question is concerned, Nabila, there are several key persons who have given statement against Manish Sisodia and who have been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. As far as two important statements are concerned, they are acting as a witness in the case. One is C. Arvind. He was the Excise Secretary at that point of time when this policy was formulated and implemented in the national capital. The second person is Dinesh Arora. Dinesh Arora, remember, he was mentioned as accused in the FIR, but later in the CBI case, he turned approver. So his statement is acting against Manish Sisodia. As far as the arrested accused are concerned, the first and the important person, key person in this entire scam is Vijay Nair, who was the communication in charge of Aam Aadmi Party. Now, according to the Central Bureau of Investigation and Enforcement Directorate, Vijay Nair was the person who was acting, who was working very closely along with Manish Sisodia and Arvind Kejriwal. And remember, in the last charge sheet, the ED went on to an extent of saying that there was one incident where Vijay Nair spoke to Arvind Kejriwal directly over a FaceTime call, and then Arvind Kejriwal spoke to Samir Mahendru, another accused in the case, and he told Samir Mahendru that Vijay Nair is my boy, you can trust him. So according to ED and CBI, Vijay Nair is the second most important accused after Manish Sisodia. The third person they arrested was Samir Mahendru. Samir Mahendru is owner of Indo Spirit. Samir Mahendru's Indo Spirit is the same company where it has been alleged that Arun Pillai, the person who acted as a front for K. Kavita allegedly, his company was used to generate profit in this entire scam. Apart from that, there were several other people. For example, after Samir Mahendru, there was the arrest of several other key accused in the case. Buchi Babu, Arun Pillai, then there was Mr. Dhal. These persons were arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. Most of them were businessmen who got licenses under the new excise policy implemented by the Aam Aadmi Party, but the statements which were given by these accused against Manish Sisodia involves Arun Pillai, Vijay Nair. Apart from that, Samir Mahendru. All these people have given statement. Apart from these statements, there are some witnesses' statement also. For example, Devendra Sharma. Devendra Sharma is a person who is the secretary of Manish Sisodia. In his statement, he has told ED that yes, it is true that I bought the phones which were used by Manish Sisodia. That has gone against Manish Sisodia, and also the personal assistant of the Chief Minister of Delhi, that is Arvind Kejriwal. Bibhav, his statement was also recorded by the Enforcement Directorate. So all these statements have been recorded. ED claims that based on these statements, they got to know about the money trail. As far as this entire 100 crore bribery is concerned, ED claims that they have a direct trail of 23 crore rupees, which was transferred to shell companies, and that money was later transferred to an advertising company which helped them in Goa elections. Apart from that, they also also claim that they have a direct link of 70 lakh rupees which was given in cash through Vijay Nair, and it is the same money which was generated in this entire scam. So they are very confident that they have the money trail, but whether this money trail is directly linking Manish Sisodia or not, that we are not aware of. And because of the same reason, ED is claiming and ED is arguing before the court today that they need custody of Manish Sisodia so that they can understand the entire money trail. That is one of their grounds to seek custody of Manish Sisodia in this case. Nabila.
You know, but then Manish Sisodia's counsel there constantly implying that what's the ground for the ED to ask for Sisodia's arrest when he's not even been summoned. There was no summons issued to him. He was just a day before his bail hearing, that's today. The ED reached Tihar jail, questioned him, and then quickly took him into custody. So that raises intentions, the intention of the Enforcement Directorate. That's also being argued there. Where is the money trail? Manish, would you tell us how important is it for money trail to be established for the ED to investigate this case? Is it mandatory at all?
Well, Nabila, as far as today's hearing is concerned about the custody of Manish Sisodia, it is not at all important for the Enforcement Directorate to prove that they have money trail or not, because in their argument they have already said that we need custody of Manish Sisodia because we want to establish the money trail. So far, they have the money trail of the Hawala transactions linking to Vijay Nair. They are claiming that Vijay Nair is an associate of Manish Sisodia. It means that Manish Sisodia was instructing Vijay Nair to take this money. So these are their grounds. As far as this custody argument is concerned, all they need to establish is that why they need custody of Manish Sisodia. Also, an important argument by the lawyers of Manish Sisodia is that he was arrested only because there was a bail hearing. Now, ED has also given a rebuttal before the court saying that they are within their power to arrest any person under Prevention of Money Laundering Act. And this is also for the understanding of our viewers that under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, ED cannot go and arrest any person until that person has not been questioned and they have a sufficient ground to arrest that person. Here, they questioned Manish Sisodia for 2 days. So timing again is going to be politicized by the politicians of Aam Aadmi Party and other opposition party. But as far as agency is concerned, they are claiming that we questioned him for 2 days, where within their rights, we gave the arrest moment to Manish Sisodia, explaining him the ground of arrest, and that is why Manish Sisodia has been arrested. Timing doesn't matter here because we need Manish Sisodia for custodial interrogation. So again, interesting arguments by both the sides, but end of the day, the question which you asked, whether the money trail has to be established today or not, as far as my understanding is concerned, it is not at all important for the Enforcement Directorate to prove today that they have a money trail against Manish Sisodia or not. Nabila.
All right, so clearly we see the court right now in a position, in quite a spot, of course, as interesting arguments coming in from the ED as well as Manish Sisodia's counsel. Anisha Mathur, who's right outside court. Anisha, would you tell us how far will Sisodia's counsel be able to convince the court that there is no money trail and thus he can't be kept in custody? Do you think this will hold any water? The fact that they found no money trail or proceeds of the crime at all, does that dilute this case at all?
Well, Nabila, as Manish just pointed out, that at this stage, because remember, this is only the stage of remand and even then the first remand. The ED does not specifically need to show the entire investigation or the entire money trail. What they do need to show is that there are sufficient linkages to take custody and proceed with the custodial interrogation to prove the money trail, as my colleague Manish just was explaining. However, his lawyers, of course, are fighting tooth and nail to ensure that he does not get sent to ED custody, because the moment the PMLA kicks in, the moment the ED custody kicks in, getting bail and getting him out from the jail is going to be extremely difficult in the coming few months. Now, Sisodia's lawyers, and I'm reading out what my colleagues have sent me from inside the courtroom. Siddharth Agarwal, who's a senior advocate appearing for Sisodia, is saying that the ED is not even following the due procedure that is required to arrest somebody and to get their custody. That they have not informed Sisodia's lawyers or written in the remand application about the grounds for custodial interrogation. They have not given any grounds for the arrest of Mr. Sisodia, and that by itself is a glaring enough lapse due to which the court should not grant them custody. Additionally, of course, his lawyers, senior advocates Siddharth Agrawal, senior advocate Mohit Mathur and senior advocate Dayan Krishnan have been arguing that there is not enough evidence in place for the ED to be given custody of Mr. Sisodia. One other argument that had been raised is that Dinesh Arora, who's the key approver in this case, has not said that he gave money. He has said, and this is and I'm quoting here from what my colleague Srishti has sent out, that Dinesh Arora did not say that he gave money. He said that सुनाई दिया है विजय नायर को 20-30 करोड़ रुपए दिए गए. But according to the lawyers for Sisodia, of course, this is only hearsay. There is no direct evidence that any money was ever given. That the agency must establish that any money has come to me, that is Manish Sisodia, and that is where again and again they're arguing that to just say that somebody heard that somebody else got money is not enough, because, and I'm quoting directly here, they must establish that money has come to me. Otherwise, in this country, it would be so easy for anyone to say this, say that this and this person has been given money. And when this happens, the court's oversight on the issue will end. What the lawyers for Sisodia have been emphasizing for the last about half an hour or so of arguments is that it is the court's responsibility to ensure that all the grounds for arrest, the grounds for custody, etc. are very, very carefully looked into so that the rights of citizens are not violated.
All right,
so
Anisha, do stay with us. I'm going to hold on to you. Just stay with us. I'm cutting across to Jaipur, where we see high drama that's erupted. BJP leader Kirori Lal Meena has been rushed into the hospital right after he was injured in a protest. BJP has now been protesting against Rajasthan Chief Minister over Pulwama widows being allegedly manhandled and abused by the Rajasthan police. They've been on protest in Dharna, and we hear that BJP leader Kirori Lal Meena has been rushed to the hospital. These are images of him being taken to a hospital. He wanted to meet with the Pulwama widows, but he was stopped by the police and detained as well. We hear that after a protest where he was seated in Dharna, he has been injured as part of that protest, and he's now rushed to the hospital. BJP leader Kirori Lal Meena rushed to the hospital. He was injured in a protest while he was standing up for the Pulwama widows who were allegedly assaulted by the Rajasthan police for asking for some honor to be granted to the Pulwama martyrs. This is the high drama there coming in from Jaipur. BJP leader Kirori Lal Meena now rushed to the hospital after he was injured while seated in a protest. He was standing up for the Pulwama widows who were allegedly assaulted by the Rajasthan police for asking for the promises that they made to Pulwama martyrs' families to be fulfilled. Or the fact that they failed to fulfill those promises, the widows of Pulwama braves were out on the streets and protesting, and that's when the police, we believe, detained them and manhandled them, literally allegedly assaulted them. And BJP now coming out in support of those Pulwama widows. BJP leader Kirori Lal Meena has been rushed to the hospital after he was injured in that protest. Visuals of that commotion coming on your screens here. As we see, the BJP Neta has been injured. He's been rushed to a hospital. On the left-hand side of your screen, you see a bunch of them who've taken into a hospital. He's currently receiving treatment. This comes just days after Pulwama widows staged a protest right on the streets, stuffing grass in their mouth and accusing the Rajasthan government of insulting India's brave hearts. Dev Ankur, who's joining us right from Jaipur. Dev, what's happened? How did Kirori Lal Meena get injured in a sit-down protest?
Well, clearly, BJP Rajya Sabha MP Dr. Kirori Lal Meena was taken into custody by the police, who maintained that this was a preventive measure, that they did not want the law and order situation in the city to deteriorate, and that is why, to prevent Dr. Kirori Lal Meena from going towards the residence of Rohitash Lamba, one of the Pulwama martyrs, he was taken into custody, and thereafter he was released he was taken into custody under Section 129. But what the BJP is mentioning is that he was roughed up, that he was dragged by the police, and that clothes were torn apart. So those are grave charges against the police by the BJP. They maintain that that the BJP MP was not disturbing the law and order situation, and the manner in which the three widows of the Bravehearts were ill-treated allegedly by Rajasthan police. This clearly has snowballed into a major albatross around in this election year in Rajasthan. And whatever happens from here on, it is quite clear that so far the Gehlot administration has not put itself in good light as far as this entire issue is concerned. Nabila?
Tell us more about the health condition of Meena, the BJP Neta, and how exactly was he injured while he was detained by the police? Did the police assault him? Was there any case of attack on him by the police?
Well, we have visuals of the police trying to drag him, of putting him inside the police vehicle, and in that entire fracas, the altercation that happened out there. The BJP has alleged that Dr. Meena, the BJP MP, his clothes were torn apart, that he was pushed around, that he was shoved by the police, and allegedly in that entire altercation, the BJP MP has sustained injuries. He was initially taken to a local private hospital, and from there he was taken to Swai Man Singh Hospital in Jaipur, where he was undergoing treatment. The BJP leader has been in the forefront of this entire agitation regarding the demands that have been made by the widows of the three martyrs, including Rohitash Lamba, who attained martyrdom in Pulwama district of South Kashmir in 2019. It is quite clear that the BJP does not want to let go of this issue in this election year. And the Rajasthan Chief Minister could have invited these three widows of the Bravehearts of the country and spoken with them and talked this issue out. But that was not done. And
all right. Thank you very much, Dev Ankur, for joining us. Those are visuals of the BJP Neta who's been injured. Now, protests have erupted against the Chief Minister Gehlot for not living up to the promises that they made to Pulwama martyrs. Congress government in Rajasthan says the Pulwama martyrs are asking for more than what could be granted to them. We see a divide within the Congress in Rajasthan itself on the same issue. BJP, of course, jumping in to take up for the Pulwama martyrs and their widows, one of them injured in the melee. We're going to continue tracking those updates. You could log on to indiatoday.in. You could also download our app for more on that. To stay with us, news and updates continue on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
Age is just a number. This line fits perfectly for Dharam Chand from Haryana. He is 86 but is still running, jumping and winning medals. His secret?
मैं बच्चों को सबको यही प्रेरणा देता हूँ कि आप मेरी तरह ग्राउंड के साथ जुड़े और सब वैभव से मुक्त होकर आप अपनी सेहत को, अपने शरीर को ठीक रखें। सन 68 से लेकर आज तक मैं कंटिन्यूड रेगुलर पोजीशन लेता आ रहा हूँ।
The 4th National Masters Athletics Championship, which recently took place in Kurukshetra, saw more than 2,400 participants from 22 states. 72-year-old Mahavir Singh is one of them.
मैं यही संदेश देना चाहता हूँ, भाई नशे से दूर रहें और खेलों से जुड़ें। आप खेलना जरूरी है, कोई जरूरी नहीं कोई मेडल जीते। मेरे को 40 साल खेलते हुए हो गए हैं और 20 साल से मैं इसमें मास्टर एथलेटिक्स एसोसिएशन में खेलता हूँ।
Several women also participated in different events.
हमारे टाइम में लड़कियों को खेलने का मौका नहीं मिलता था,
तो एक अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म मुझे लगता है कि ये हमें मिला है कि इस उम्र में आके भी हम मेहनत करके अपनी अचीवमेंट दे सकते हैं। और एक ये ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म है कि इस पे अगर आप आएंगे तो शायद मुझे जो लगता है, अपने जीवन से जो लगता है कि हम किसी गलत ट्रैक पर नहीं जाएंगे।
The message these athletes are sending is, it is never too late to chase your passion. Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
And here's the very latest from former Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia's bail hearing. The bail hearing will now be on March the 21st. The order by the court has just been reserved. So March the 21st is when the court will rule on Sisodia's bail plea. Remember, the arguments have been on in court for the last couple of hours. I want to go straight across to India Today's Anisha Mathur to get a quick word in on this. Anisha, explain this to us. The order has been reserved. Bail hearing on March the 21st now.
Well, yes, Shiv, very clearly the ED may well get custody of Mr. Manish Sisodia for a few days, because for the last more than 2 hours, we've been hearing the petition, the application by the Enforcement Directorate for 10 days custodial interrogation of Mr. Manish Sisodia. At the same time, we were also waiting to hear Sisodia's bail plea in the CBI case. Remember, so far he had been under arrest in the CBI case. Yesterday evening is when the ED took him into custody and is asking for custodial interrogation. So now, the Court of Special CBI Judge M.K. Nagpal very clearly saying that the bail plea in the CBI case will be on 21st of March at 2 p.m. And in the meantime, the court has reserved its verdict on how many days the Enforcement Directorate will actually get to interrogate Mr. Manish Sisodia. That order will be passed very shortly. In about 15 to 20 minutes or maximum by about half an hour, we should get an order on how many days custodial interrogation will the Enforcement Directorate get for Mr. Sisodia. But at least for now, it is very clear that Mr. Sisodia will not be walking out from the Rouse Avenue court at this stage. It does very clearly mean that there is big trouble ahead for Mr. Manish Sisodia, since he will now, it looks like, be sent to custody of the Enforcement Directorate for at least a few days, since his bail hearing has been adjourned till 21st of March. Remember, for the last 2 hours plus, we've been here talking about the hearing in the Enforcement Directorate case. The ED is saying that they need custodial interrogation of Mr. Manish Sisodia because they have witness statements, they have documentary evidence, they have other evidence to show that there were monetary transactions between the Aam Aadmi Party and liquor license holders by L1 license applicants connected also to the BRS. That they've also been saying, the Enforcement Directorate has been saying that there were meetings where Mr. Sisodia is, there are witnesses who are saying that there were meetings where Mr. Manish Sisodia was directly responsible for key changes in the liquor policy, which gave larger profit margins and faster clearances to certain liquor license holders, which is why these kickbacks were received. And the ED has said that we need his custodial interrogation to confront him with several persons, including persons who've been summoned by the ED in the next few days, to confront him with them and to go into this money trail. Now, this is going to be a very, very interesting thing to watch, Shiv, in the next few days, how the ED is going to continue its investigation, particularly since BRS leader K. Kavita is also expected to join in for questioning in this particular matter on the 11th of March, which is just tomorrow. So is the ED going to build this framework of this case further, or is it that, as the Aam Aadmi Party lawyers have been arguing, for Sisodia's lawyers have been arguing, this is a malified case being built only for political reasons because the agencies do not want Mr. Sisodia to be released on bail? A lot will be answered when the court's order comes in a short while. Back to you.
Okay, in a short while, the court, just to clarify very quickly for our viewers, two separate things going on in court. The CBI bail hearing will now happen on March the 21st. The court will rule on the Enforcement Directorate remand. The Enforcement Directorate, as Anisha just pointed out, have asked for 10 days of custody for custodial interrogation. Amit Bhardwaj also joining our coverage. Amit, very shortly we'll know what the Enforcement Directorate gets. They've asked for 10 days.
Shiv, quite interesting to see how the proceedings in the court today went on. You know, in the Rouse Avenue court, you had Manish Sisodia's counsel arguing and trying to puncture the entire ground on which ED is actually trying to, keep Mr. Sisodia in their custody. So much so that they said that there is no money trail. So far, they have not been able to track down a single rupee, single penny back to Manish Sisodia. And they also went, saying that there have been multiple claims, multiple amounts have been referred to, but no money trail has been found so far. So clearly, as far as Manish Sisodia's counsel are concerned, they have tried to protect their client. They have tried to protect Mr. Sisodia in this particular case, and it went to the extent that ED had to point out that Mr. Sisodia has brought in 3 lawyers to defend his case, to fight out his case. Very interesting to see whether the Enforcement Directorate is going to get those 10 days of further custody or not, because the investigation as far as the ED is concerned will purely depend on whether, they are getting the full custody of Mr. Sisodia or not. And probably, the legal reporters will be able to comment on it as well. But definitely, if ED is not going to get the custody, those 10 days of custody, and if Mr. Sisodia is sent back to judicial custody, that could have its own kind of impact on the CBI bail hearing. Because remember, if ED gets the custody, then the case or ray of hope for Manish Sisodia would get reduced. At least that's what the perception is right now. Back to you, Shiv.
Anisha, if you could just summarize for us the, Manish Sisodia's legal team, their arguments against Enforcement Directorate Remand. What exactly are they saying?
Well, Shiv, the legal team for Mr. Manish Sisodia, which is Senior Advocate Dayan Krishnan, Senior Advocate Mohit Mathur and Senior Advocate Siddharth Agarwal, have raised multiple points of argument. First of all, of course, being that there is no clear money trail, there is no direct evidence against Mr. Sisodia which links him to any monetary transaction. Secondly, what they've said is that all evidence that the ED is talking about relies on hearsay evidence by persons who were not directly involved. However, the ED, of course, remember, has been saying that they have a statement by Mr. Sisodia's own secretary regarding changes in the policy. At the same time, the Sisodia's lawyers are also saying that the ED never questioned Mr. Sisodia in all this while. Remember, this investigation has been going on for several months now. However, Sisodia's lawyers are saying that till date, they never even called him for questioning. But only a day before his bail hearing did they go for questioning, and then they arrested him, which, according to Sisodia's lawyer, is a malified decision done due to political reasons. Fourthly, of course, they are saying that just because an agency has the power to arrest does not mean that they should be granted that particular arrest or custodial interrogation. They are saying that there is no direct evidence against Sisodia, and therefore there is no need to arrest him or keep him in custody for interrogation. So all four arguments have been extensively made by Sisodia's legal team. Of course, to oppose these arguments, the ED's counsel, Advocate Shoaib, has also, however, said that there is evidence against Manish Sisodia. Shoaib has been arguing that there is this argument that is being made about hearsay evidence, etc., is incorrect, because they do have witness statements, because they do have documentary evidence in this particular matter. And I'm just going to point out one particular point here, that the ED in its arguments has been creating a direct link between K. Kavita and Manish Sisodia here. They have been saying continually that there was a conversation between Vijay Nair and K. Kavita, and that is why money came from Hyderabad. And that is going to be a very, very crucial point in this entire situation, Shiv, because with the ED again and again saying that they have evidence of the money trail from Hyderabad in Delhi, and we've seen the way the political outrage has come out from the BRS. We had senior BRS leaders and Karyakartas in Jantar Mantar this morning against the Enforcement Directorate. We've had this political drama also brewing there, where now with the ED telling court that they have links, they have evidence of transaction, that is also something that is likely to be roped in. But effectively, the ED has said that just because a policy matter is there, it is by the executive, but it can be questioned by the court, because this was an argument by Sisodia's lawyers that this is a policy decision. It has gone through every layer, including the LG. You cannot question it just because it was passed very quickly. Back to you.
That order is going to be handed down in just a few minutes from now. Anisha and Amit will be reporting on that. We'll get that to you, of course, first. Stay with me, Amit and Anisha. I just wanted to quickly update our viewers about another story that we're tracking here on India Today. Conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar has dropped, well, his latest big bombshell. Well, Sukesh, during his appearance in Patiala House Court, spoke to India Today and warned Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal that he will be exposed for his own role in the Delhi liquor scam. Now, the only reason we are reporting this is because the Liquorgate scandal is a story that we've been reporting. Now, please remember very clearly that the man making these allegations and saying all kinds of things is a con man. He's a con man who is under trial. He's in jail for all manner of extortion and other charges. So please bear that in mind as you hear him. And the only reason we're playing this out is because it's very rarely that one hears from a person like this who's been in jail, for the charges that he faces. He said the Delhi Chief Minister Kejriwal is next in line to be arrested and even called him the kingpin of the liquor gate scam. The con man making allegations of someone else being a kingpin. Well, you can interpret that in any way you like. Sukesh has made many such allegations in the past against leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party. He claimed that he had evidence of many such government purchases and bargains in which commission of more than 1,000 crore had taken place, and that he is going to expose the Aam Aadmi Party's nefarious deeds and graft soon. Let's just tell you that the Aam Aadmi Party has always denied the huge allegations that he's made.
Sukesh, you've written another letter about the Manish Sisodia issue and the Aam Aadmi Party. Anything to say about that?
Truth has prevailed, and next will be Mr. Kejriwal.
And what is your involvement with this entire liquor issue?
I have given it in writing already, that how close I've been to them, and I'm going to expose each one of them. Each one of them will be exposed by me.
So do you expect more people to be arrested?
Absolutely.
Is this a... it's being said that you're raising allegations falsely to sort of get away with what is being alleged against you.
No, that's all wrong. This is only the truth. There's nothing like that.
Sukesh, besides Satinder Jain and Manish Sisodia, who all are involved in the...
Mr. Kejriwal, Arvind Kejriwal.
Is he the kingpin?
Yes, absolutely. He's the wazir, and he will be taken to task very soon.
And how are you involved with him?
How are you involved in this entire issue?
I have been involved with them from 2015.
What has been your role in the liquor scam? Are you also expecting to be arrested in that?
No. Mine is completely a different matter altogether. There are 4 different other issues which I was involved with them, and which will prevail.
So you're not involved in the liquor scam?
No.
Okay, so, those big allegations from conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar. Meanwhile, the Liquorgate scandal obviously is the biggest headline of the week, and certainly is today, because not only do you have a court about to, pass an order on the remand of Manish Sisodia, but the Liquorgate fire has spread from Delhi to Telangana, as we first reported. Kavita, the BRS leader, daughter of Telangana Chief Minister KCR, who's in the eye of the Enforcement Directorate storm, will appear before the ED tomorrow. That's the 11th of March. Her frontman, or her alleged frontman, Arun Ramachandran Pillai, has moved court and sought to retract a statement. And the court has issued a notice to the ED over Arun Pillai's plea. Well, ahead of the grilling tomorrow, K. Kavita is holding a hunger strike, as you can see in these pictures, at Delhi's Jantar Mantar. It's a big show of strength by nearly 16 parties to seek the introduction of the Women's Reservation Bill in Parliament. However, it has also become an opportunity for opposition unity, or attempted opposition unity. There are many notable parties who are missing from this platform that K. Kavita has converted from a Women's Reservation Bill into a platform against what the opposition parties are calling misuse of official agencies. She's urged the government to pass the Women's Reservation Bill and asked opposition leaders to help in passing the bill. Remember, KCR's daughter will be confronted with her own alleged frontman Arun Ramachandran Pillai tomorrow, after the ED named her in its charge sheet, accusing her of holding a 65% stake in Indo Spirits, a liquor firm alleged to have benefited from the Delhi government's liquor policy.
हिंदुस्तान में महिलाओं को राजनीतिक क्षेत्र में भी भागीदारी मिलनी चाहिए, और राजनीतिक क्षेत्र में भागीदारी मिलने के लिए महिला आरक्षण का बिल को लेके आना बहुत ज़रूरी है। महिला आरक्षण बिल 33% आरक्षण का बिल 27 साल से पेंडिंग में है। बहुत सारे महिलाओं ने, बहुत सारे राजनीतिक दलों ने महिलाओं के साथ खड़े होके कोशिश उन्होंने किया है कि हिंदुस्तान में एक चर्चा हो और आरक्षण भी मिले।
आज अफसोस की बात यह है कि तकरीबन 3 दशक हो गए चर्चा हो रही है महिला आरक्षण के बारे में। सामाजिक, आर्थिक और राजनीतिक जब तक बराबरी महिलाओं को दी नहीं जाएगी किसी भी मुल्क का विकास हुआ नहीं ना होगा। और महिलाओं को आरक्षण देने का मतलब ये नहीं है कि उनको कोई सिर्फ रिप्रेजेंटेशन दे रहे हो आप, लेकिन उनकी भागीदारी चाहिए। जब तक महिलाओं की भागीदारी पूरी तरीके से नहीं होगी, किसी समाज का, किसी अर्थव्यवस्था का विकास कभी हुआ नहीं, किसी देश में ना हो पाएगा।
Well, she has never fought on the women's 33% reservation before. This is the first time she has taken up this, and she is not on a hunger strike. She is on a dharna. And the only reason she is on a dharna today for 33% women's reservation bill is because she knows that her arrest is imminent in the Delhi liquor scam. Because if you see, the 33% reservation that she is fighting for in Delhi has never ever been implemented in Telangana itself by her own father, who is the Chief Minister of Telangana. Mr. KCR, as the Chief Minister, as the party head of the BRS or the then TRS in 2014, gave only 6 MLA seats to women out of 119 seats. In 2018, he gave only 4 to women out of 119 seats. So where is the question of 33% reservation bill? If it is not even implemented in Telangana, what right have you got to go and fight in Delhi? If anything, you have to fight for the women for the reservation in Telangana, opposite your own father's house, opposite your own party office. There was no women minister in the cabinet of Telangana for the entire first time. Even now, we have only 2 women in the KCR's government's cabinet. We have just at least, I think, 2 or 3 MPs and MLCs as women. Even when the governor was insulted, nobody took a stand. The BRS party MLC itself insulted the governor using horrible language, and he was promised an MLA ticket in the coming elections. How do you see this government as respecting women?
तेलंगाना की लूट शायद कम रह गई थी, तो दिल्ली में भी लूट का कोई काम नहीं छोड़ा। और जो लोग भ्रष्टाचार में शामिल हैं, जिन्होंने राज्यों को तो कंगाल कर ही दिया है लूट लूट कर, वहाँ एक पार्टी की नहीं, एक परिवार की सरकार चल रही है। अगर किसी के ऊपर इतने गंभीर आरोप शराब घोटाले के लगे, जिसमें दिल्ली के उप मुख्यमंत्री गिरफ्तार किए गए हैं, अन्य लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है, ये तो वही है कि घोटाला भी करते हैं और खुद ही अपने आप को ईमानदार भी बताते हैं, जजमेंट भी खुद ही सुनाने की बात करते हैं। क्या देश की कानून व्यवस्था पर उनका विश्वास खत्म हो गया है? उनको जांच में पूरा सहयोग देना चाहिए और देश के सामने दूध का दूध, पानी का पानी हो जाएगा।
Before 2014, they used to unite in the name of so-called secularism. After 2014, when action has started on corruption, they have started uniting for protection of corruption. On one side, there is mission and vision. And on the other side, there are those who believe in division, commission and corruption. That is an alliance of convenience and corruption.
उन सब विपक्षी दलों से एक बात पूछेंगे, क्या कई कविता इस बात से मना करती है कि अरुण पिल्ले से उनके संबंध थे या नहीं थे? क्या जो उनका चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट पहले था, वह उनके बिहाफ पे काम कर रहा था, नहीं कर रहा था? क्या के कविता कभी दिल्ली में प्राइम मिनिस्टर में उन्होंने मीटिंग की या नहीं की? इसके सब तो डिजिटल रिकॉर्ड है। और अरुण पिल्ले और रिकॉर्ड कह चुका है कि इंडो स्पिरिट में जो मेरा 65% स्टेक है, वो के कविता का स्टेक है, मैं तो सिर्फ फ्रंट मैन हूँ।
Kavita remains on this hunger strike at this point of time. Remember, she will present herself before the Enforcement Directorate tomorrow. Her appearance before the Enforcement Directorate has become a big signal moment for opposition unity, but it hasn't quite worked out in perhaps the way that the BRS was hoping it would, even though there are quite a few leaders there offering their support. Anisha Mathur is back live with us. Anisha, the big Enforcement Directorate questioning of K. Kavita takes place tomorrow. What are you hearing?
Well, Shiv, K. Kavita is scheduled to be at the ED office tomorrow for interrogation, for questioning. But today, with the Manish Sisodia's ED remand hearing going on, we have seen the ED building this case regarding the role of the South Cartel, the role of K. Kavita in both getting the liquor policy changed and the money trail that the ED is on the hunt for. It is very clear that I beg your pardon. It is very clear that the ED is trying to build this case of money changing hands from Hyderabad to Delhi. They have been talking about the role of Vijay Nair, who's the communications in charge of the Aam Aadmi Party, who's under arrest in this liquor scam case, meeting K. Kavita in Hyderabad and in Delhi. About the ED's lawyers have also raised allegations of Manish Sisodia himself also being part of the transactions where L1 licenses were cleared for Indo-Spirit and other L1 license holders. The files were cleared in a hurry for the sake of this quid pro quo. They are saying that there was political connection between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BRS, and these are direct allegations that have been made against Mr. Manish Sisodia by the Enforcement Directorate in the court today, which also seems to indicate that the ED is very, very eager to also rope in the role of the BRS and K. Kavita in this matter. We've been seeing Arun Pillai, who is said to be a front man of K. Kavita, who is said to be one of the shareholders of Indo-Spirit. He had earlier, remember, given a statement to the Enforcement Directorate on the basis of which the ED has been saying that K. Kavita has been involved. But today, very crucially, today, just a day before K. Kavita is expected to approach the ED for questioning, he has moved an application before this Rouse Avenue Court, before the court of Special CBI Judge M.K. Nagpal, saying that he wants to retract those statements that were made before the Enforcement Directorate because those were made under coercion, and that is something that the ED will have to answer to now. The court has issued notice, of course, to the Enforcement Directorate on Arun Pillai's application for retraction of his statements. Remember, the ED's role as far as an investigation agency is concerned is very different from a regular police force. A statement given before an ED officer by an accused or by a witness is by itself a piece of evidence that can be used by the investigation agency.
Okay, thanks Anisha. We'll keep it there for the moment. We'll come back to you when there are updates on this story. Also remember, we're awaiting word from the Rouse Avenue Court on the remand of Manish Sisodia with the Enforcement Directorate. We'll break that first, as always, here on India Today. So stand by for that. Now shifting focus to another story that we're tracking very closely, the shocking escalation and treatment of widows of Pulwama heroes. That showdown in Rajasthan has positively exploded after it began a few days ago. Big drama and dramatic scenes have erupted in Jaipur after BJP leader Kirori Lal Meena had been admitted to a hospital after he was injured while protesting against the Ashok Gehlot government, along with the widows of Pulwama heroes. The BJP has lashed out at the Gehlot government, calling it an insult of the Pulwama bravehearts after the widows of those heroes were manhandled and detained by the police. But after huge public uproar, the widows were released by the state police. Earlier, Chief Minister Gehlot had shunned the Bravehearts' widows' demands of statues for the heroes and jobs for their families, calling them inappropriate, and alleged that they were being used by the BJP for political gains. Well, not just the BJP, Sachin Pilot of the Congress party too used the incident to target the Ashok Gehlot Sarkar, asking him to deal with the widows' demands sympathetically.
कि हमारी नौकरी है, उनके बेटे की नौकरी नहीं छीन रहे हम, हमारी नौकरी है, हमारे देवर है, हमारी सास सम्मान कर रहा है, तो मैं उनको नौकरी दिलाना चाहती हूँ। हमारे बेटे को हम सोच सकते हैं क्या करेंगे क्या नहीं करेंगे, उनको नौकरी देनी है, हम देवर को नौकरी दिलाएंगे। कोई मतलब नहीं, बीजेपी से कांग्रेस से किसी से भी मतलब नहीं है हमारे को न्याय चाहिए, न्याय चाहिए।
तो आप लोग क्या मुख्यमंत्री अशोक से मिलना चाह रही हैं, क्या कर रहे हैं?
अब कहाँ मिलना दे रहे, हम बोल रहे कि राजी खुशी हम जा रहे, हमारे को दो बात करनी है, मुख्यमंत्री जी से मिलना है, तो उसी के पास 2 मिनट का टाइम नहीं है क्या?
किरोड़ी जी, आप जाना चाह रहे थे रोहिताश लांबा जी की जो
मैं जामोद बालाजी का दर्शन करने के लिए जा रहा था, ये कामना करने के लिए कि हे भगवान
इस राजस्थान के मुख्यमंत्री को सद्बुद्धि दो। ये पूरा क्रूल हो गया है, इसकी पुलिस क्रूल हो गई है, वीरांगना को अपमान कर रही है। अब मेरा अपमान कर दिया, मेरे कार्यकर्ताओं को कर दिया, कपड़े फाड़ दिए, धक्का मुक्की कर दी, बैरिकेड लगा दी, ट्रैक्टर खड़ा कर दिया, नहीं जाने दे रहे। अब भाई मैं इनसे पूछ रहा हूँ, कोई कानून तोड़ा है तो मेरे को गिरफ्तार कर लो, आगे आपको संभावना है कानून टूटेगा तो गिरफ्तार कर लो, जब कुछ भी नहीं है तो मेरे को जाने दो। मैं यही तो कह सकता।
बात करने आए थे, क्या कह रहे थे वो आप?
वो तो कुछ नहीं कह गए, आगे बस आप जा नहीं सकते ये कह गए। ये तो
लग रहा है कि आप उनके घर जा रहे थे।
ये तो डिक्टेटरशिप हो गई, ये तो तानाशाही हो गई, ये तो निरंकुश हो गया राज शासन और पुलिस।
आपके साथ धक्का मुक्की हुई?
हाँ, आपने देखा ना, आप तो थे ही। कोई बात ना, हमारे साथ तो धक्का मुक्की हो, लेकिन देश की वीरांगनाओं के साथ नहीं होना चाहिए।
आप कितने भी बयान उठाकर देख लीजिए राहुल गांधी जी के, उसमें बार बार, चाहे वो सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक्स हो, चाहे वो एयर स्ट्राइक्स हो, चाहे गलवान घाटी पर जो भारतीय सेना की बहादुरी हो, हर बात और हर बार राहुल गांधी ने प्रश्न उठाया है भारतीय सेना के ऊपर, अपमानित करा है। और यही मानसिकता राजस्थान सरकार की दिखाई दे रही है। अपना बल दिखाना चाहते हैं मुख्यमंत्री और कांग्रेस पार्टी। इनका बल किस पे चल रहा है आप खुद देखिए। देश के बलिदान परिवारों के छोटे बच्चे और महिलाओं के ऊपर अपना बल दिखा रही है राजस्थान पुलिस और राजस्थान के मुख्यमंत्री। मिलने से क्यों घबरा रहे हैं? उनकी सुरक्षा को बलिदान परिवारों से क्या खतरा है? आंखों की शर्म है, इस वजह से नहीं मिलना चाहते। झूठी पार्टी, झूठे वादे कैसे सामने खड़े हो सकते हैं एक वीरांगना के, जिसने अपना पूरा परिवार बलिदान दे दिया इस हिंदुस्तान के ऊपर। पुलवामा के हमले के बाद हमारे वीर बलिदानियों के परिवार के पास जाकर बड़ी बड़ी घोषणाएं करी गई, और आज जब उन घोषणाओं को पूरा करने का समय आया है तो राजस्थान सरकार पीछे हट रही है।
And coming up next, Karnataka bribe gate controversy has escalated even further. The big story that India Today broke is now the biggest story from the poll-bound state. That's coming up next.
You are watching India Today.
Let me get this first from you, Mr. Parthasarthi. When you see those visuals, do you see that as the opposition alleges, self-obsession, personality cult politics, or do you see it as effective diplomacy using sport?
Well, I wouldn't like to politicize this. In fact, I'd call it a bit of imaginative diplomacy. Anthony Albanese is an Australian Prime Minister who is really moving the process forward after our own relations forward. We're playing a cricket match and it turns out that it is taking place on his way to the United States to meet President Biden. So, as I said, if you see recently in the World International Football Tournament in Qatar, you had the French president as an invitee because France was playing in the final. He was a guest of the Qatar government. So I think we shouldn't be oversensitive. As I said, in fact, when everybody was critical of the Pakistan Prime Minister being invited, I said, why not? If you're playing cricket, why can't you invite the Prime Minister? So you shouldn't confuse cricket and politics. But yes, there is a diplomatic gain because both Australia and India are friendly countries, and we are talking of cooperation across both the Indian and Pacific Oceans, something which we've never done in the Quad. And therefore, if he comes here, and he is a cricket fan. When I was in Australia, Howard, the Australian Prime Minister, told me that he would have been delighted to see
visit India during a test match. So you should take it in that spirit and not politicize. I wouldn't politicize anything, but then I'm not in politics.
So you're saying don't
I'm a diplomat.
politicize it.
But as far as diplomacy is concerned,
you're saying it's imaginative diplomacy. Cricket
but
is
as far
something.
as,
cricket is intrinsic in a way to the Australian way of life. So
yes, I think for
yeah, sorry, do complete. Yes, Mr. Parthasarthi.
Well, all I can say is that this does work.
Yes.
All I can say is this does work. Australians appreciate it. You're as a country you're building relations with. And you invite the Prime Minister to a test match. And the Australians, I said Prime Minister Howard was cricket crazy. And I wouldn't be surprised if Prime Minister Albanese is similarly so.
Okay.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
It's lights, camera, action on the biggest poll battle of 2023. And the BJP is doing everything they can to retain power in Karnataka. The double engine of Karnataka Congress, DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah, are doing everything they can to oust the BJP. But wait. Haven't we forgotten something? The JDS, aka the Kingmaker. Welcome to the State of War Karnataka.
Watching India Today.
Just over a month to go for election season in Karnataka, the big state election on the road to 2024, and Bribegate in Karnataka is still the biggest story there. The controversy has exploded and escalated. The accused BJP MLA Madal Virupakshapa has been produced before the Lokayukta for the second day of his interrogation today. Remember, Virupakshapa was booked in a bribery case in which his son was caught red-handed while allegedly receiving a 40 lakh rupee bribe. Meanwhile, the showdown is intensified between the ruling BJP and the opposition Congress in the state, which continues to brand the Bommai government as the most corrupt. And now the Karnataka Chief Minister has hit back, alleging that the Congress is raking up these issues to wash away their own sins in corruption. BJP National President JP Nadda trained his guns at the Congress party, meanwhile, as also the JDS, labeling them as corrupt dynasts.
JDS और कांग्रेस ये एक ही सिक्के के दो पहलू हैं. They are the two sides of the same coin. Both believe in corruption. Both believe in family rule. Both believe in divisive politics. Both believe in divide and rule. Both believe in commission, corruption, casteism, communalism, all types of vices both the parties are having.
ನೋಡಿ ಹಣ ವಿಪಕ್ಷದಿಂದ ಆಗಲೇ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಸರ್ವ ಸ್ವತಂತ್ರವಾಗಿ ಲೋಕಾಯುಕ್ತರು ನಾವು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಸಿಕ್ಕ ಮೇಲೆ ಅವರು ಸ್ವತಂತ್ರ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವರು ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇನ್ನು ಅವರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದನ್ನು ಕೋರ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಹೋಗಿದೆ. ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ತಲೆಬಾಗಬೇಕು. ಈ ಮಧ್ಯೆ ಲೋಕಾಯುಕ್ತರು ತೀವ್ರಗತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಫರ್ದರ್ ಎಂಕ್ವೈರಿ ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದೂ ಮುಚ್ಚಿದ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಒಂದು ಮಾತನ್ನು ನಾನು ಹಿಂದೂ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ಇವತ್ತು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ಈ ಥರ ಆಪಾದನೆ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಅವರು ಮಾಡಿರೋ ಕರಪ್ಷನ್ ತೊಳೆದು ಹೋಗೋದಲ್ಲ, ಅವರು ಮಾಡಿರುವಂಥ ಕರಪ್ಷನ್ ಪಾಪ ತೊಳೆದು ಹೋಗೋದಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಮತ್ತೆ ಬಂದೇ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. 59 ಕೇಸುಗಳನ್ನು ಎಸಿಬಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು ಲೋಕಾಯುಕ್ತ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಬಣ್ಣು ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ಸಿನ ಬಣ್ಣು ಬಯಲು.
ಸರ್ ಎನ್ ಟಿ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ ಬೇಲ್ ತಗೊಂಡು ಒಂಥರ ಪ್ರೊಸೆಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಸರಿಯಲ್ಲ
ನಾವು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸೂಚನೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿವಿ ಸರ್ ಸಂಸದೀಯ ಮಂಡಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿ
आप सोचिए ऐसा करप्शन चार्जेस के बारे में बीजेपी जीरो टॉलरेंस में रखता है हमेशा हमेशा। लोकायुक्त रेड हुई, भाजपा सरकार है उसके वजह से रेड हुई। कांग्रेस है तो लोकायुक्त बंद करके एसीबी के वजह से पूरा क्लीन चिट करने का काम करती थी। 2013 से 2018 तक सिद्धरामैया जी ने क्या किया? पूरा क्लीन चिट, पूरा क्लीन चिट, पूरा क्लीन चिट ऐसा किया। आज ऐसा हुआ नहीं, कारण बीजेपी सत्ता में है उसके वजह से।
There is nothing to do with the unity of the party. The party is unified, and there is no doubt, there is no misunderstanding between any leader. The only one intention of every leader is to defeat BJP, the corrupt BJP, because we want to confine them to 40, because the 40% government should confine to 40 only.
Trouble is also mounting for RJD Supremo Lalu Prasad, with the Enforcement Directorate similarly holding raids across 15 locations in connection with the alleged land for jobs scam case that has embroiled his family. In the ongoing probe, Enforcement Directorate has conducted raids at the Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Tejashwi Yadav's Delhi residence, at Lalu Prasad's daughter Meesa Bharti's residence, as well as those belonging to Lalu Prasad's close aides. The searches were held at more than 15 locations across Delhi, the National Capital Region and Bihar. Multiple teams of the Enforcement Directorate carried out searches simultaneously at these locations, including residential and office premises of the suspects and alleged beneficiaries of the alleged land for job scam. Earlier this week, Lalu Prasad and wife Rabri Devi were questioned by the CBI in the same case.
आप रेलवे में नौकरी के बदले जमीन लेंगे, इन सबों को कोई जवाब नहीं दे रहे हैं। वो लोग आज तक नहीं दे रहे हैं। इन बस 24 के चुनाव के लिए किया जा रहा है। तो ये सारे आरोप बेबुनियाद हैं और भ्रष्टाचार करेंगे तो कार्रवाई तो होगी। लूट का लाइसेंस यूपीए सरकार में मिला हुआ था, है ना? तो उस लूट के कारण जो देश के पैसे की लूट हुई है उसका जवाब तो देना पड़ेगा ना।
24 के पहले भारतीय जनता पार्टी की व्याकुलता खुल करके सामने आई है। छापा पर छापा, सीबीआई का इस्तेमाल, ईडी का इस्तेमाल, सारी आपा भारतीय जनता पार्टी खो चुकी है। नैतिकता का इस कदर पतन राजनीति में नहीं होनी चाहिए जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी कर रही है। पूरी तरह से मशीनरियों का दुरुपयोग कर करके अब बहनों के यहाँ, अरे उनके जीजाओं के यहाँ हद है भाई। ये कोई छापा नहीं है, ये तो राजनीतिक बदले की कार्रवाई है जो पूरी तरह से इसको कोई देश की जनता स्वीकार नहीं कर सकती है।
कब तक चलेगी ये रेड? कौन सा मामला है? टाइम टेबल नहीं होती है। सुनिए एक मिनट, साइड प्लीज। किस मामले में मामला क्या आ रहा है? मामला क्या है? मामला बता दीजिए। आय से अधिक संपत्ति का मामला चल रहा है और कुछ नहीं। रेलवे में भी हमारे अधिकारी अंदर हैं। अच्छा, हम लोगों की टीम है अभी? हमारी 4 बंदे का टीम है। 4 लोग हैं। हाँ, ये रांची से या पटना? नहीं, पटना ईडी से। पटना से। तो अभी आगे पूछताछ और चलती रहेगी? हाँ, अभी चलेगी।
Meanwhile, the big political crossfire over Rahul Gandhi's "my microphone has fallen silent" remark has escalated, with Vice President and Rajya Sabha Chairman Jagdeep Dhankar attacking the Congress MP for his comments regarding microphones being silenced in Parliament and called it a thoughtless act on democracy. Well, irked by the Vice President's remark, the Congress leader Jairam Ramesh, part of the close Rahul inner circle, has lashed out at the Vice President and said that the Rajya Sabha chairman is an umpire and cannot be a cheerleader for any ruling dispensation. He further called Dhankar the defender of the Modi Sarkar. Meanwhile, the BJP has renewed its attack on Rahul Gandhi and the Congress, asking the party to clarify Rahul's motive behind making such comments against India on foreign soil. The BJP has alleged that Rahul Gandhi has been spewing hatred on his foreign tours.
The world is applauding our historic accomplishments and functional, vibrant democracy. Some amongst us, including parliamentarians, in overdrive, are engaged in thoughtless, unfair denigration of our well-nurtured democratic values.
ये लोग मोदी जी का विरोध करते करते देश का विरोध करने लगे। यहाँ भारत जोड़ो यात्रा निकली, भारत तोड़ो यात्रा का जो काम इन्होंने पकड़ा, भारत में इनको किसी ने नहीं सुना। आजकल इंग्लैंड में भाषण दे रहे हैं। ये काम कर रहे हैं। इनको पता ही नहीं है कि भारत मोदी जी का विरोध करते करते ये देश का विरोध करने लगा।
देखिए श्री राहुल गांधी जी विदेशी शक्ति परस्त माओवादी और जिहादियों की भाषा बोल रहे हैं। वो कहते हैं लद्दाख और अरुणाचल प्रदेश में भारत एक ऑक्यूपेशनल फोर्स है। तो मेरा राहुल गांधी जी, खड़गे जी और सोनिया गांधी जी से सवाल है, क्या कांग्रेस पार्टी ये कहती है कि लद्दाख अरुणाचल प्रदेश हिंदुस्तान का हिस्सा नहीं? कांग्रेस को इस बात को स्पष्ट करना चाहिए कि कांग्रेस की सोच क्या है। और लगातार भारतीय सेना का मनोबल गिराना, भारतीय सेना को बदनाम करना और भारतीय सेना पर प्रश्न चिन्ह खड़ा करना, ये कांग्रेस की आदत बन गई है। विदेशी धरती पर जाकर भारत को बदनाम करने का, भारत को तोड़ने का और ये जहर फैलाने का काम श्रीमान राहुल गांधी जी कर रहे हैं। सवाल ये खड़ा होता है कि आखिरकार ऐसी सोच क्यों? ये कौन से अपने विदेशी मित्रों के लिए ये भाषा का उपयोग किया जा रहा है? क्या राहुल गांधी भारत के लिए जीते हैं कि केवल भारत के लिए भ्रम फैलाने का काम ही पैदा करते हैं, नफरत फैलाने का ही काम करते हैं?
जब रेफरी ही बेईमान हो जाए तो समझ सकते हैं कि खिलाड़ी या टीम के साथ में क्या न्याय होगा। जब ही तो ये राज्यसभा में करते थे, विपक्ष के लोगों को नहीं बोलने देते थे, बार बार उठ जाते थे, यह भी उनके मर्यादा के खिलाफ थी।
The institutional framework which is required for a democracy, parliament, the free press, the judiciary, just the idea of mobilization, just the idea of moving around, these are all getting constrained. So we are facing an attack on the basic structure of Indian democracy, right? Here you can see that picture. That picture is taken in front of Parliament House, and that's where a whole bunch of opposition members of Parliament were just standing there talking about certain issues, and we were just locked up and put in jail. And that's happened 3 or 4 times, right? And it's happened relatively violently. That's just an example.
Keep watching India Today. Up next is news for the hearing impaired.
You are watching India Today.
Holi celebrations at the Ola Giga factory, a video shared by the company founder and CEO Bhavish Agarwal. Agarwal also uploaded this video, his own take on his future factory bots joining in on the Holi fun. Meanwhile, this poll also appeared on his Twitter feed with the question, "What's the biggest barrier for you to buy an EV?" The response was huge with around 19,000 votes. The biggest hurdle, it seems, is the lack of charging infrastructure, with more than 30% of the respondents choosing this as the #1 reason. The higher cost of EVs is the second reason. There also seems to be considerable apprehension among customers whether the EV battery will last 5 years. Around 80% of the respondents had range anxiety, a fear that the battery would give out during a trip. The poll triggered more than 500 responses, with people quick to share their suggestions. Customers from as far as Chhattisgarh were inquiring about hyperchargers. with another user suggesting that chargers be installed outside restaurants, cafes and other locations besides gas stations. There were also complaints of government subsidy on electric vehicles not percolating to the customer. But most took the opportunity to raise various other issues of services related to deliveries, of deadlines not kept, and of accessories still to be installed. While the poll clearly highlights the gaps in the sector, the government has also been taking steps to promote the EV space in India. In the Union Budget presented last month, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman announced a policy to support battery energy storage systems with a capacity of 4,000 megawatt-hour with viability gap funding. She also mentioned an outlay of 35,000 crore rupees for priority capital investments towards energy transition and net zero goals till 2070.
In the month of October last year, we did a ground report on the EV charging infrastructure in Delhi NCR, where we found most of the EV charging stations that we encountered were either broken or were out of service. This just shows there's a gap between what we want EV adoption to be and the ground reality. This was Akanksha Chaturvedi for Business Today TV.
It's lights, camera, action on the biggest poll battle of 2023. And the BJP is doing everything they can to retain power in Karnataka. The double engine of Karnataka Congress, DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah, are doing everything they can to oust the BJP. But wait. Haven't we forgotten something? The JDS, aka the Kingmaker. Welcome to the State of War Karnataka.
The Enforcement Directorate has sought 10 days custody of Manish Sisodia in the Liquorgate scandal, accuses the former Delhi Deputy Chief Minister of money laundering. Sisodia says not a single penny has been traced to him. The war of words has intensified between the BJP and the Congress as BJP MP Madal Virupakshapa of Karnataka has been produced before the state Lokayukta for the second day running. The Congress continues to brand the Bombay government as the most corrupt. Meanwhile, BJP National President JP Nadda called the Congress and JDS corrupt dynasties. Remember, 8 crore rupees was seized from the MLA's office and his son's residence in Bengaluru. The war of words has reignited over Rahul Gandhi's microphone gag remark. Vice President and Rajya Sabha Chairman Jagdeep Dhankar has condemned the Congress MP for his comments regarding microphones being silenced in Parliament and called it a thoughtless attack on democracy. Congress leader Jairam Ramesh has lashed out at the Vice President and called Dhankar a defender of the Modi Sarkar. The Kerala gold scam continues to unravel shocking details. Swapna Suresh, one of the key accused in the case, has levelled fresh allegations at Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. She alleges that the ruling CPM offered her 30 crore rupees through an intermediary to settle the case and leave the state, but she said she will continue to fight till her last breath.
बोलो बाटारन स्वामी की।
भैया तारीफ उस खुदा की जिसने ये जहां बनाया है। बंदे को शराफत अली कहते हैं।
बाबा जी मैं थोड़ा छोटा हूँ, थोड़ा काला हूँ, थोड़ा मोटा हूँ, लेकिन मेरी बाकी बॉडी है ना एकदम सलमान खान की तरह है। जानम समझा करो, जानम समझा करो, बाबा जी समझा करो।
प्रॉब्लम है कि 12 साल पहले मैं इनके साथ 7 फेरे ले चुका हूँ।
भाई 12 साल पुरानी बात अब आप क्यों उठा रहे हैं?
अरे मैं इनका हस्बैंड हूँ और अब शादीशुदा औरत पे लाइन मार रहे हैं।
ओ जी मैं भाभी जी नमस्ते जी।
काशीराम वो आ गया।
होता पकाड़ा बोने ब्राज बारे लखन के आते ही आपके मुड़ 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 मंत्र क्यों शुरू हो जाते हैं? चेहरा लाल, छाती नीली, हाथ पीले हो जाते हैं, बात क्या है?
काशीराम काम कर।
आप मेरे पास, आप कहती मैं आपके पास आ गया होता। आई एम DS भंडारी। DS मतलब दिल से और भंडारी मतलब सिर्फ भंडारी। गोबर का बॉस। गोवर्धन का बॉस और आपका बहुत बड़ा फैन।
मामे ये तेरा दांत सोने का है ना? सोने का तो है पर दूंगा नहीं। दे देना मामे। मामे दे देना। दे देना। अच्छा मामे एक बात बता यार दिलदार, तुझे कैसा चाहिए? दांत चाहिए कि भांजा चाहिए? नहीं इस बार तो दांत चाहिए, भांजा बिल्कुल नहीं चाहिए।
भाई ये बंदे का नाम है शराफत अली। कसम उड़ान झल्ले की, पूरे चोर बाजार में पिछले 9 सालों में शराफत अली ने पैसा नहीं कमाया, लेकिन शराफत से इज्जत बहुत कमाई है। इज्जत।
हाँ शराफत भाई वाह, ये तो हद हो गई शराफत की। के नाम भी शराफत है। हाँ ये तो घास काट रहा है, माली तो नहीं है? भांजे तने फिल्मों में नहीं देखा? हर बड़ा आदमी है ना अपने घर में घास काटता है। हाँ लेकिन क्यों? वो इसलिए कि इन बेचारों के पास है ना पैसा बहुत होता है, तो इनका है ना टाइम नहीं कटता है, तो अपना टाइम काटने के लिए है ना घर में घास काटते हैं।
हेलो जर्मन में फिर से सलीम बोल रहा हूँ।
ओ महाराज सलीम, सॉरी वो फोन कट गया था। और महाराज सुनो क्या हाल चाल है?
हाँ तो मैं ये कह रहा था कि मेरी बीवी ने बहुत पीटा और कहा कि तो जर्मन को जो उठा दे रहा, क्या वो नहीं गया?
हेलो हेलो
हेलो जर्मन, हेलो
हेलो हेलो
हेलो हेलो जर्मन, हेलो
सिर्फ जर्मन सुनाई दे रहा है।
अरे लेकिन मुझे सब सुनाई दे रही है। जो कर्जा ले रखा है वो कर्जा दे रहा है यार तू।
हेलो
कर्जा देना यार।
हेलो
हेलो हेलो
ठहरो, मेरे कमरे में कोई है जो हमारी बातें सुन रहा है। कौन है? बाहर निकालो उसे, बाहर निकालो उसे। प्राइवेट कॉल। हमारी बातें तो नहीं सुनी तुमने? मेरी बातें तो नहीं सुनी तुमने? बहरे हो? ओके ओके। पिंटो पिंटो वो बहरा है।
Captain Shaliza Dhami. She's a qualified helicopter pilot with over 2,800 hours of flying experience. And now she's the commanding officer of a frontline missile squadron near the Pakistan border. Group Captain Shaliza Dhami created history on 7th of March 2023 by becoming the first female officer in such a combat role in Indian forces.
If you talk about commanding a unit, see, command doesn't require a gender. It's not based on gender, it is a capability. If you're meeting rescuers, you will be given that opportunities. And as you have said in the opening statement, if I have so many firsts with me, so people have given me the opportunity.
And she is not alone. Captain Shiva Chauhan of Fire and Fury Sappers became the first woman officer to be operationally deployed in Siachen in January. After completing arduous training at the highest battlefield of the world, She's now deployed in Kumar Post, ready to safeguard world's highest and deadliest battleground, the Siachen Glacier.
So it is really a great experience and great opportunity for me to grab it, sir, to be the first here in Siachen, sir. And moreover, I feel that from now onwards, more and more women officers will be coming here, serving this terrain, and many might get inspired to join the Indian Army, sir.
From the western front to the eastern flank, Nari Shakti stands guard in Indian defense, flying high in the air. Flying free with a hawk's instinct to guard the motherland. Flying Su-30 fighter jet as weapon system operator is the first Indian woman Flight Lieutenant Tejasvi of the Indian Air Force, along with other women pilots who's ready to respond to any eventuality. These women are smart, savvy and super confident and deployed at the China front. Indian Air Force's women superpower at the Eastern Front are a band of young women.
Being part of any actual operation is what every fighter pilot in the Indian Air Force trains for, because that's where we would get to show our mettle. Our pilots from various bases in the eastern sector are ready to respond in case of any eventuality. We're always ready for any kind of tasks and challenges that may come upon us.
The WSOs or WISOs are specialist officers required to fly in the rear cockpit of multi-role Su-30 fighter aircraft and handle the sensors and weapons to be fired by the aircraft at enemy targets.
It's lights, camera, action on the biggest poll battle of 2023. And the BJP is doing everything they can to retain power in Karnataka. The double engine of Karnataka Congress, DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah, are doing everything they can to oust the BJP. But wait. Haven't we forgotten something? The JDS, aka the Kingmaker. Welcome to the State of War Karnataka.
After CBI, Enforcement Directorate arrests Kejriwal's main man. Arrest after 2 days of intense grilling. Sisodia's politics of jail jibe at the BJP. Aam Aadmi Party cries foul, alleges conspiracy.
मोदी जी बौखला दे, अरे कुछ मिल ही नहीं रहा है, ऐसे कैसे हो सकता है? लगाओ अपनी ईडी।
BJP versus AAP dangal on corruption. BJP says Kejriwal is the biggest mastermind.
Mr. Kejriwal, he is the Pinocchio of Indian politics. He only lies, tries to divert, and he tries to cover up for corruption.
The big Delhi liquor gate dangal explodes. The big focus on 5 Live. K. Kavita will be questioned tomorrow. Corruption becomes the big political headline in the national capital and beyond in the year's big election season. I'm Shiv. This is 5 Live. Thanks so much for tuning in. The headlines first as always. With just a day left for her Enforcement Directorate appearance, KCR's daughter K. Kavita stages a big protest demanding the Women's Reservation Bill. Nearly 16 opposition parties lend support.
महिलाओं को राजनीतिक क्षेत्र में भी भागीदारी मिलनी चाहिए.
Widow's stir escalates in Jaipur. BJP's Kirodi Lal Meena injured and hospitalized after showdown with police. Braveheart's widows detained, then released. BJP says Congress insulting the heroes. BJP hits out at Rahul Gandhi over his remarks in the United Kingdom. Union Minister Anurag Thakur accuses Rahul of spewing hate against India. Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar criticizes foreign interference statement. Just months ahead of the polls, Congress flexes a united stance in Karnataka. Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar appeal to voters together in the same frame. Big fire still raging at Kochi's Brahmapuram toxic waste plant rages on for 9 days now. Indian Navy and state officials intensify joint firefighting operations. 2 pilots, part of the operations, join me live at 5:40. The Delhi Liquorgate dangal has heated up, and how? And that's my top story on 5 p.m. today. An order on Aam Aadmi Party leader and Arvind Kejriwal's number 2 man, Manish Sisodia. His remand with the Enforcement Directorate. An order on that is expected very shortly by a Delhi court. An intense series of arguments have been taking place between the Enforcement Directorate and Manish Sisodia's legal team in the Delhi excise policy case, which we're calling the Liquorgate dangal. The Enforcement Directorate has told the court that Manish Sisodia had a direct role in the Delhi liquor scam and underscored that the Delhi liquor policy was framed to benefit certain individuals, including KCR's daughter K. Kavita. Sisodia's lawyers claim instead of solid evidence, arrests are made only according to perception of the agency. Meanwhile, Delhi BJP took to the streets against the Aam Aadmi Party government. The Saffron Party alleges that Kejriwal is the biggest mastermind amongst all and he needs to be arrested next. Sisodia has been lodged in Delhi's Tihar jail after being arrested by the CBI for his alleged role in the Liquorgate scandal.
BJP is staging yet another protest near the Aam Aadmi Party national headquarters over the excise policy case, and right there you could see several dummies of the Tihar jail have been formed at the protest site with the Aam Aadmi Party top leaders inside such dummy jails. This is one jail where you could see a person wearing Arvind Kejriwal's mask, and this is because BJP is now demanding that Arvind Kejriwal should resign from the post of Delhi Chief Minister, and you have the BJP Karyakartas expressing their anger at the Deen Dayal Upadhyay Marg on the dummy jails which have been put out here. On the other side, when you will go where the 2 other jails have been established by the BJP Karyakartas out here, these are 2 dummy Tihar jails which have been constructed at the protest site. There is only one place for those who indulge in corruption.
that is Tihar jail, and therefore we have shown that the Arvind Kejriwal government is head to toe dipped in corruption, and the ministers are in jail, and not because of agencies, because courts have kept him there. Satyendra Jain is in jail for 9 months. Manish Sisodia did not get relief from Supreme Court. Vijay Nair is in jail for 6 months. Yet Mr. Kejriwal calls them Kattar Imandar. He is the most corrupt kingpin of corruption in Delhi, under whose watch and patronage Sharab Ghotala took place, Kaksha Ghotala took place, Delhi Jal Board Ghotala, Bus Ghotala took place. In fact, they will get gold medal for the ghotalas they've done.
ये तो साफ दिखाता है कि केंद्र सरकार का इन्वेस्टिगेशन से, करप्शन से उनका कोई लेना देना नहीं है. वो सिर्फ एक पॉलिटिकल स्ट्रेटजी के तहत काम कर रहे हैं कि कैसे मनीष सिसोदिया जी को जेल में रखा जाए. अभी तक सीबीआई ये नहीं बता पाई है कि उनके पास मनीष सिसोदिया जी के खिलाफ क्या डॉक्यूमेंट्री एविडेंस है. देयर इज नथिंग.
Let's go straight across to India Today's Amit Bharadwaj and Anisha Mathur who's live from the Rouse Avenue Court in Delhi, where an order on Enforcement Directorate remand is expected very shortly. Anisha, how soon before we know more about that?
Well, Shiv, we're still waiting for an update from inside the courtroom. The judge, of course, had reserved his verdict at around 4:30 p.m. and had said he will be passing the verdict shortly. It is now past 5 p.m. We should be hopefully getting a verdict in the next 15 to 20 minutes or so, because the courts, as we all know, the trial courts close at 5:30 p.m. The time for the officials to leave from here is at 5:30 p.m. So unless the judge wants his staff to stay longer, the verdict should be coming very shortly. But the interesting arguments have taken place today, Shiv, in this particular matter. Today, of course, Mr. Sisodia's bail petition in the CBI case now on the 21st of March, which seems to indicate that at least some days of custody is likely to be given to the Enforcement Directorate. Now, we're just getting breaking news from our colleagues, Shiv. My colleague Kanu Sharda and Srishti Ojha are inside the courtroom. Are just getting that Sisodia has been sent to 10 days of custody of 7 days of custody, I beg your pardon, 7 days custody granted of Manish Sisodia to Enforcement Directorate. This is an information that is just being broken by my colleagues Srishti and Kanu, who are inside the courtroom. He will remain now in custody till the 17th of March. Well, this is a big breaking news that we're bringing to you. My colleagues are inside the courtroom. 17th of March is when Manish Sisodia will be brought back now here to the Rouse Avenue Court. The Enforcement Directorate now has 7 days custody of Mr. Sisodia to interrogate him, confront him with all the witnesses, all the other co-accused, etc. This is the news we're bringing you right now as my colleagues are inside, saying that Enforcement Directorate gets custody of Manish Sisodia till March 17th. And very clearly, the ED has been able to make its case before the court of Special CBI Judge M.K. Nagpal. The ED, remember, has been saying that they have received evidence that even Manish Sisodia's own secretary had given a statement to the ED saying that he was part of the changing of the liquor policy. Clearly, the ED has gotten its way right now. For 7 days custody has been granted. He will now be brought back on the 17th of March at 2 p.m. to the Rouse Avenue Court. Remember, the ED has been saying that they have documentary evidence, they have witness statements, etc., linking Mr. Sisodia to the money trail, that they are still looking for the money exchange, for the money trail. They've also said that they have summoned several persons over the... I beg your pardon. They've summoned 7 persons in the next few days who will now be confronted with Mr. Manish Sisodia while he is in the Enforcement Directorate custody. And one of them, it's likely to be K. Kavita, who's the BRS leader, who's the daughter of the Telangana Chief Minister, because a lot of the arguments by the ED today have been with regard to money coming from Hyderabad to Delhi. The ED has also said that several persons have given their statements, several witness statements have been recorded. Of course, Dinesh Arora, who is one of the persons who was accused in this case, who's a businessman, he had also turned a prover and given a statement. There's also Arun Pillai, who had directly mentioned the connection between the South Cartel, the liquor license holders, and the Aam Aadmi Party's Vijay Nair and others. So all of these things will have to now be considered and investigated properly by the Enforcement Directorate. On the 17th now we will find out what has been the further investigation done by the Enforcement Directorate. And as you very, very shortly, Shiv, we will see the lawyers from the ED as well as the lawyers for Sisodia now coming out of the court, and we'll give you an update on what exactly has been said in detail by the judge while granting custody. Back to you.
Okay, stay with me, Anisha. We'll cut back to you once those lawyers come out. I'm just going straight to, we have Amit with us, but I want to quickly go to Manish Pandey, my colleague, who's outside the Enforcement Directorate at this point. Manish, give us a preview. The Enforcement Directorate asked for 10 days. They've got 7 days remand to interrogate Manish Sisodia. Just walk us through what kind of interrogation this is going to be. What kind of line of questioning will there be? And like Anisha was telling us, he is going to be faced with others.
Yeah, well, Shiv, before answering your question, let me show you what is happening outside the ED headquarters, because Manish Sisodia will be brought here. You can see the barricades have been placed here, and there is a police deployment here. Enough number of police have been deployed, and apart from that, there is a paramilitary forces inside this ED headquarters where Manish Sisodia will be staying for next 7 days. Now, answering your question, Shiv, as far as the next 7 days are going to be concerned, Manish Sisodia will be confronted with series of evidences, not only the accused in the case, not only witnesses in the case, but also documentary and digital evidences in this case are concerned, he will be confronted with. Apart from that, the line of questioning will be regarding the draft copy of excise policy, why the profit margin was raised from 5% to 12%, why there was a meeting at the residence of Arvind Kejriwal in presence of Satyendra Jain, where the then excise secretary C. Arvind was informed for the first time that the profit margin has been raised to 12%. Why the files with experts' opinion and comments was deleted from the excise department server. All these questions will be asked to Manish Sisodia, but important is going to be destruction of evidence, because remember, Manish Sisodia's own secretary Devendra Sharma appeared before the Enforcement Directorate, and he in his statement has told the ED that there were phones which were bought on my name from Flipkart, and those phones were used by Manish Sisodia. And now ED claims that out of 14 phones which were used by Manish Sisodia in year 2021-2022, they are yet to recover 12 phones, and many of these phones have been destroyed. So certainly it is going to be extremely important as far as this investigation is concerned. But Shiv, trouble seems to be mounting for Manish Sisodia, because remember, ED, while taking the custody of
Stay with me, Manish. Sanjay Singh of the Aam Aadmi Party is speaking live. Let's just go across. We'll come back to you.
बदनाम करो, मनीष सिसोदिया को एन केन प्रकारेण किसी भी तरीके से जेल के अंदर रखो। कोई साक्ष्य मनीष सिसोदिया के खिलाफ अब तक नहीं मिला। मैं पूछना चाहता हूं नरेंद्र मोदी जी से, आप बताइए देश को सामने आकर, मनीष सिसोदिया के घर 14 घंटे सीबीआई की छापेमारी हुई, कुछ नहीं मिला। गांव में छापेमारी हुई, कुछ नहीं मिला। दफ्तर में छापेमारी हुई, कुछ नहीं मिला। बैंक में छापेमारी हुई, कुछ नहीं मिला। पहली चार्जशीट आई, कुछ नहीं मिला। दूसरी चार्जशीट आई, कुछ नहीं मिला। 5 दिन सीबीआई ने पूछताछ की, कुछ नहीं मिला। 2 दिन फिर पूछताछ की, कुछ नहीं मिला। और जब 10 तारीख को मनीष सिसोदिया जी की सीबीआई के मामले में जमानत पर कोर्ट में सुनवाई होनी थी, उसके ठीक पहले 10 महीने से सो रही ईडी को जगाया गया। जागो जागो, अरे कुछ तो करो, कैसे ये बाहर आ जाएगा। ठीक जमानत की सुनवाई के 1 दिन पहले ईडी पहुंच जाती है और गिरफ्तार कर लेती है मनीष सिसोदिया जी को। आज बताइए पूरे देश को, जिस घोटाले को मोदी जी, आप और आपकी पार्टी सैकड़ों हजारों करोड़ का घोटाला बता रही है, कोई कहता है 10,000 करोड़ का घोटाला, कोई कहता है 2,000 करोड़ का घोटाला। इतने छापेमारियों के बाद, पूरी सीबीआई ईडी लगाने के बाद, सारी जांच एजेंसियों की ताकत झोंकने के बाद क्या बरामदगी हुई, आप बताइए। पूरे देश को सामने आकर बताइए, क्या क्या आपने बरामद किया। कितने पैसे मिले मनीष सिसोदिया के घर, कितनी रिकवरी हुई मनीष सिसोदिया के घर, किस आरोप और जुर्म में आपने मनीष सिसोदिया को जेल में रखा है? बताइए आप। कोई जवाब नहीं। जवाब सिर्फ एक है, आम आदमी पार्टी को किसी तरीके से रोको, मनीष सिसोदिया को किसी भी तरीके से जेल में रखो, और जो भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी और उनके मित्र के ऊपर लग रहे हैं, उस अडानी के घोटाले से ध्यान भटकाने के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी जो भ्रष्टाचार में सर से पांव तक डूबी हुई है, उस भ्रष्टाचार से ध्यान हटाने के लिए ये रोज नए नए ड्रामे, नई नई कहानियां, नई नई सीबीआई के किस्से, नए नए ईडी के किस्से आ रहे हैं। इसका न सिर है न पांव है। और भारतीय जनता पार्टी तो वो पार्टी बन गई है जिसमें जो जितना बड़ा भ्रष्टाचारी वो उतना बड़ा पदाधिकारी। आप सोचिए, वाटर स्कैम का आरोप हेमंत विश्व शर्मा पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने लगाया, फिर उसको मुख्यमंत्री बना दिया। मुकुल राय पर शारदा स्कैम का आरोप लगाया, फिर उसको राष्ट्रीय उपाध्यक्ष बना दिया। शुभेंदु अधिकारी पर शारदा स्कैम के भ्रष्टाचार की जांच चलती है, फिर उसको लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन बंगाल का बना दिया। नारायण राणे पर लैंड स्कैम, जमीन के घोटाले का मामला चलता है सीबीआई में, फिर उनको केंद्रीय मंत्री बना दिया जाता है। अजीत पवार पर चक्की पिसिंग कह के सिंचाई घोटाले का 40,000 करोड़ का आरोप लगाया जाता है, फिर 6:30 बजे सुबह देवेंद्र फडणवीस के साथ मिलकर शपथ ले ली जाती है। येदियुरप्पा पर माइनिंग घोटाले का आरोप लगता है, फिर उनको मुख्यमंत्री बना दिया जाता है। शिवराज सिंह पर व्यापम घोटाले का आरोप लगता है, फिर उनको मुख्यमंत्री बना दिया जाता है। तो बीजेपी का नारा है, जो जितना बड़ा भ्रष्टाचारी वो उतना बड़ा पदाधिकारी। ये इनकी हालत है, ये इनकी हालत है। पूरा देश देख रहा है। प्रधानमंत्री जी, आप में जरा सा भी नैतिक साहस है तो आइए और बताइए मनीष सिसोदिया के घर पे क्या रिकवरी हुई। बताइए इतने सारे छापेमारियों के बाद कितना कैश मिला, क्या क्या बरामदगी हुई, बताइए पूरे देश को। और जहां बरामदगी होती है वहां पर आंख पर पट्टी बांध लेते हो आप लोग। वहां आपकी सीबीआई, वहां आपकी ईडी, वहां आपकी जांच एजेंसियां ऐसे मामलों में गजनी मोड में चली जाती है, गजनी मोड में। याददाश्त ही खो जाती है जब बीजेपी एमएलए के बेटे के घर 8 करोड़ रुपए निकलता है, कैश में मोटी मोटी गड्डियां सामने आती है, उसको जमानत मिल जाती है, उसके खिलाफ कोई कार्रवाई नहीं होती। जब अडानी का घोटाला सामने आता है, मॉरिशस में एक पते पर 6 कंपनी खोलकर 42,000 करोड़ रुपए काला धन, उन 6 कंपनियों की आमदनी का जरिया पता नहीं, अडानी की कंपनी में हिंदुस्तान के अंदर 42,000 करोड़ रुपए लगाया जाता है। कोई ईडी, कोई सीबीआई, कोई जांच एजेंसी उस पर कार्रवाई नहीं करती। बताइए आप, मुंद्रा पोर्ट पर 3,000 किलो ड्रग्स मिली, हीरोइन मिली, तालिबान से वो ड्रग्स लाई गई थी। 3,000 किलो हीरोइन, 20,000 करोड़ रुपए का ड्रग्स मिला। और मोदी जी आपने क्या किया? जो 20,000 करोड़ का तालिबान आपको ड्रग्स देता है, भारत के मुंद्रा पोर्ट पर ड्रग्स देता है, उस तालिबान को आप 20,000 टन गेहूं देते हैं। मोदी जी का नारा है, तुम मुझे ड्रग्स दो, मैं तुम्हें गेहूं दूंगा। ये नारा है इनका। आज आटा खिलाया जा रहा है तालिबानियों को, आटा खिला खिला के मोटा किया जा रहा है। आप मुझे जरा बताइए, भारत के बजट में सैकड़ों करोड़ रुपए मोदी जी दे देते हैं। बताइए आप, ये कौन सी जांच हो रही है? सिर्फ विपक्ष के लोगों पर, सिर्फ मनीष सिसोदिया पर, सिर्फ अरविंद केजरीवाल पर, सिर्फ सत्येंद्र जैन पर, सिर्फ आम आदमी पार्टी पर। क्या इस देश के लोगों को याद नहीं, 7 साल पहले आपने अरविंद केजरीवाल के दफ्तर पे सीबीआई का छापा मारा था, क्या निकला? 43 विधायकों पे फर्जी मुकदमे करके जेल में आपने रखा, क्या निकला? बताइए, आपने सुंगलू कमेटी से 400 फाइलों की हमारी जांच की, क्या निकला? तो सिर्फ आप बदनाम करने के लिए झूठे मुकदमे लगाते हैं, झूठे आरोप लगाते हैं, जिसका ना कोई सिर है ना पांव है। और आप, साहस नहीं है आपके अंदर कि सामने आके हमारी बातों का आप जवाब दे सके। तो इसलिए आम आदमी पार्टी की लड़ाई जारी रहेगी, हमारा संघर्ष जारी रहेगा। और अगर मोदी जी ये सोचते हैं कि उनकी सरकार के भ्रष्टाचार, उनके मित्र के द्वारा किए गए भ्रष्टाचार का मुद्दा इन गिरफ्तारियों से और इन कार्रवाइयों से टल जाएगा, तो ऐसा होने वाला नहीं है। आप ध्यान भटकाने की कोशिश कीजिए, हम याद दिलाने की कोशिश करेंगे और बार बार आपके घोटालों को खोलने का काम करेंगे। आपके कोई प्रश्न हो आप पूछ सकते हैं।
सर, आपका नाम भी आया है, आज जो चर्चा हुई है ईडी के काउंसिल में आपका भी नाम उछाला है, कहा गया है कि आपने फंडिंग, आम आदमी पार्टी को पैसे की कमी हो रही थी, फंडिंग की कमी थी, इसलिए आपने कई सारे रेस्टोरेंटियर्स से बातचीत की जिसमें दिनेश अरोड़ा भी शामिल।
देखिए, ऐसा है कि मनोहर कहानियां
Manish Sisodia will be brought to the Enforcement Directorate very, very shortly. That's where India Today's Munish Pandey is right now. Munish, take us through the preparations you were telling us.
Well, Shiv, we are standing right outside the ED headquarters in the national capital, and as you can see, the moment the order was pronounced that he is to be sent in ED custody for 7 days, you can see the barricades have been placed here right outside the ED headquarters, and there is enough number of police personnel who have been deployed here just to ensure that if there is any protest by any political party or anyone, there should not be any disruption in law and order. Apart from that, we can also tell you that there is a CSF security which is inside, the ED headquarters. So overall, ED has prepared everything so that when Manish Sisodia is in their custody.
थे और उस पर कोर्ट ने जो है अभी 10 दिन की पीसी मांगी थी ईडी ने। कोर्ट ने 17 तारीख तक यानी 7 दिन की पीसी ग्रांट की है और 17 तारीख को 2 बजे फिर कोर्ट में पेश करना होगा ईडी को।
Sir, your line of argument was for Mr. Sisodia that there is no clear evidence against him, that there is no money trail, but it does not seem to have been accepted by the court.
No, the court is not that the court has not accepted it. The grant of remand is a process of the investigation. So it's not about the accepting or rejecting the argument, but on the paper, in the application, 58 pages of the application, and not a single proof they are going to show to the court that where money has reached Mr. Sisodia or not. Not at all. Not an
पहली बार अरविंद केजरीवाल का नाम लिया गया और संजय सिंह का नाम लिया गया कि
it is in the some statement given by the some witnesses, not by the ED in any of that. That was referred.
So what was actually said in the remand application? What are the
there are 50 pages.
What are the evidences that the ED is talking about?
I would say that 58 pages of the remand application, all blown up allegations, nothing substantial, and not a single iota of an evidence where it has been shown that the money trail has reached to Mr. Sisodia. Nothing.
Once again, this allegation coming in that he has been completely evasive since beginning. He has been, evasive.
See, in investigation, you're supposed to say what you're supposed to say. You can't put a gun on the head and say that they confessed something. So that this can't be the investigation. So whatever reply that he has given. They will keep on saying that they're evasive and all. Nothing like that.
What is the next step now for Mr. Sisodia?
Now the bail application in the CBI, which has been postponed by in the haste that the EDA has arrested. One day when the bail application was listed today, they have arrested yesterday. It shows the kind of the malafide that the ED has. So now the bail application will be heard on 21st.
No,
the
17
CBI.
will you seek preponement of the bail hearing?
No, that's not the case because 17 till the police remand is there. We may make a prayer of the bail hearing to take place on the same day if the ED comes with that no further remand is there and all those circumstances. Let's see what happens on the 17th first.
So, संजय सिंह का नाम जिस तरह से आ रहा है और
संजय सिंह का नाम और बाकी लोगों का नाम विटनेसेस के स्टेटमेंट में दिया गया है कि ये जानते थे, ये मानते, इन्होंने there is nothing on ED to show, there is no allegation for those people, nothing.
Sir, the ED has also said that they have statements from the secretary himself.
Those are the matter of the investigation that will come.
Excise Commissioner has given a statement, sir.
Yes, those statements will be taken at the time of the trial. Nothing else.
Thank you.
All right, Anisha and Manish continue to be with me. Manish, do we know when Manish Sisodia is going to be brought to the ED?
Well, it will take a little time, around 30 minutes, Shiv, because remember, he was in the custody of Tihar jail. He was in judicial custody. So after the custody has been given to the enforcement directorate, there is a process where the transfer of Manish Sisodia will be from Tihar jail custody to the ED custody. So it will take few minutes, and few minutes Manish Sisodia will take to reach this ED headquarters. But also, Shiv, we have accessed the remand application. Remember, in recent times, I haven't seen such a long remand copy of any agency. This was a 58 pages remand copy. Usually you see a remand copy of 5 pages, 8 pages or 10 pages. But this is a 58 pages remand copy. And about Manish Sisodia, what they have mentioned is that Manish Sisodia got the policy formulated and implemented in a way so to allow illegal gains to certain persons, entities against kickbacks. He took various decisions as a part of a group of ministers and as the excise minister, which ultimately resulted into huge loss to the exchequer and illegal gains to specific persons, entities against kickbacks. So this is one of the parts which I'm reading. There is a series of, there are charts and everything which the ED has mentioned in their entire remand application, and it is going to be certainly important because remember, this is what they have mentioned in the remand copy, which means that in terms of paper trail, in terms of when Manish Sisodia will be questioned, they will have huge amount of documentary evidences with which Manish Sisodia will be confronted. So we can say that next few days are going to be troubling as far as the Delhi former Deputy Chief Minister is concerned.
Okay, Manish, stay with me. So it's going to take a while, some paperwork to be done before Manish Sisodia is brought to the Enforcement Directorate. Kanu Sarda is with us from outside the Rouse Avenue Court, where 7 days remand has just been handed down for Manish Sisodia with the Enforcement Directorate. Kanu, can you tell us what happened in court? We've just heard from the Aam Aadmi Party lawyer. 10 days of remand had been requested. They've got 7 days. How did it all play out?
Well, Chief, the 7-day remand was granted to the ED just to question and find out the money trail which was alleged in the remand application by the ED. They have sought 10 days remand, but it is we have always seen that whatever the remand is being sought by the investigating agency, the court doesn't fulfill all that. But interestingly, K. Kavita is supposed to be appearing before the ED investigating agency tomorrow, and in the ED arguments before the court today, it was categorically mentioned that they have summoned 7 people and they might confront Manish Sisodia with all of them. So it will be very interesting to see tomorrow that if whether Manish Sisodia will be confronted with K. Kavita and how the things will play in the coming days.
Okay, thanks very much, Kanu, and to our team. We'll keep bringing that update to you when Manish Sisodia arrives at the Enforcement Directorate after leaving from Tihar jail as well. We'll get you those visuals first here on India Today. Taking a very quick break here on the news. On the other side, we're shifting out of the national capital and taking you to the southern metropolis of Kochi, where a huge fire in an outsized junkyard has been raging for 9 days now. I'm going to introduce you live to a couple of Navy pilots who've been braving the haze and toxic smoke to try and put out the fire from their helicopters. The Aam Aadmi Party's de facto second in command is behind bars in the Liquorgate case. And a cornered Aam Aadmi Party is fighting the perception battle. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal on Wednesday skipped Holi celebrations. Instead, he meditated for 5 hours contemplating the state of affairs in the country, he claimed. The Aam Aadmi Party has rallied behind Manish Sisodia big time. The party lashed out at the Narendra Modi government for keeping Sisodia in Delhi's maximum security Tihar jail. Jail number 1, where Sisodia is apparently lodged, the Aam Aadmi Party claims, is set aside for hardline criminals.
उनको किसी षड्यंत्र के तहत तिहाड़ जेल की जेल नंबर 1 में रखा गया है। जेल नंबर 1 में पूरे देश के सबसे खतरनाक, वायलेंट, हिंसक अपराधी बंद हैं कि छोटे से इशारे पे भी किसी की भी हत्या कर सकते हैं और उनके ऊपर दर्जनों हत्याओं के मुकदमे चल रहे हैं। उन्हें कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता एक मुकदमा और चल जाए।
वो लोग हैं जो झूठ बोलने में नंबर 1 है, भ्रष्टाचार में नंबर 1 है, गुमराह करने में नंबर 1 है और ये अरविंद केजरीवाल एंड पार्टी नंबर 1 भ्रष्टाचार में है।
The Aam Aadmi Party alleges there's a plot to finish Sisodia's political career.
आपने उनको पहली बार के जेल में जो जाता है उसको आपने ऐसे खूंखार अपराधियों के बीच में रखा है जहां उनकी हत्या भी हो सकती है। तो मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं कि प्रधानमंत्री जी की मंशा क्या है, क्योंकि तिहाड़ जेल में तो कैदियों की हत्या भी हो चुकी है। आप क्या मनीष सिसोदिया को भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार मरवाना चाहती है?
ये आपकी मानसिकता दिखाता है कि आप किस तरह की सोच रखते हैं। हमारे डिफरेंस ओपिनियन हो सकते हैं, लेकिन इस तरह की बातें सोच रहे तो आप लोग भी सोच सकते हो, हम नहीं सोच सकते। सबको मालूम है कि तिहाड़ जेल जो है वो दिल्ली सरकार के तहत आता है और हम सबने देखा कि किस प्रकार से अभी रिजाइन हुए मंत्री सतेंद्र जैन जिस प्रकार से रिजॉर्ट की तरह वहां मजे ले रहे हैं, सबने देखा तिहाड़ जेल के अंदर मजे ले रहे हैं।
As the Aam Aadmi Party battles Liquorgate charges, the heat, however, is only escalating. Bureau Report, India Today.
I had a dream when I was 8 years old. I wanted to touch the stars. And I thought, what is the easiest way to touch the stars? Let's become a pilot. When I was in 11th grade, as a pilot, I had to take science. One of my teachers at that point in time, she called me, Zoya, why have you taken science? I'm like, because I want to become a pilot. She says, have you seen like your, family background? Have you seen where you come from? Do you think you can become a pilot? Your family will not be able to make you, become a pilot. मैं बोलती हूँ, अगर मुश्किलें कम हो, तो फिर मज़ा थोड़ा कम आता है ना? लड़की है, अपना बड़े होके अच्छा सा लड़का मिल जाए और उसके बाद अपना घर संभालेगी, right? Those are the exact dreams that my mom had for me. That 8-year-old Zoya who pushed me when I was 8 years old, when everything seemed to go against me, still stays inside of me, and she continues to push me every single day to follow her dreams, to do more. I never wanted to play with dolls. They were not my thing. I wanted a telescope. So my mom was always scandalized by me from the very beginning. She thought that there is something deeply wrong with this one child that she has, that she wants to have a telescope and not kitchen set and Barbie dolls. But that's what I wanted. And when I broke the news to her that I want to become a pilot, she said that, oh my God, भगवान ने हमारे को एक ही बच्ची दी है और वो भी इतनी अलग सी. So she started crying.
Very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is your captain speaking from the flight deck once again. Welcome on board this history-creating maiden flight from San Francisco to Bengaluru.
For the first time in the aviation history, there was a crew, a team of all women who were flying over the North Pole on one of the world's longest, Air India's longest flight between two Silicon Valleys, San Francisco to Bengaluru, which turned a whole new leaf in the world's aviation industry. The whole world was excited, and Air India was excited, India was excited, and we were beyond thrilled. Yeah.
The air over the southern city of Kochi has been ruined in the last 5 days by a fire at Kochi's Brahmapuram waste treatment plant. It's been raging for nearly 10 days now. Indian Navy and its pilots, along with state officials, have been engaged in a huge firefighting operation on land and from the air. With toxic fumes shrouding Kochi, residents have been advised to stay indoors and wear masks, while senior citizens have complained of suffocation and dizziness. Take a look at just how bad it is.
The Queen of Arabian Sea under a thick blanket of smoke. Kochi is living its worst nightmare. A fire that started at the Brahmapuram solid waste management site on the 2nd March is still raging. The Indian Navy and the state administration are engaging in firefighting operations.
You can see in the visuals the smoke that's coming out of the fire is covering the entire area. It's not just here. You can see in the that end corner where it's completely filled with smoke. The fire has not been fully doused. What we are understanding is the fire is right now under control, but you can see patches of fire here and there, and it will take another week, is what we are understanding, to completely douse the fire.
The Navy has deployed several helicopters to douse the fire that has made the city air toxic. People in Kochi and its suburbs are angry at the failure to control the fire.
ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ എല്ലാവർക്കും ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടാണ്. എല്ലാ പിള്ളേർക്കും വയസ്സായവർക്കും എല്ലാവർക്കും ശ്വാസം മുട്ടും ചുമയും. ഞങ്ങൾക്കൊന്നും ഇവിടെ നിൽക്കാൻ വയ്യ ഈ സമയത്ത് ഇത്തിരി കുറവുണ്ട്. വൈകുന്നേരം 3 മണിയൊക്കെ ആകുമ്പോഴത്തേക്കും പിന്നെയും തുടങ്ങും. കാറ്റ് വരുന്ന അനുസരിച്ചിട്ട് പുക കൂടിക്കൊണ്ടുവരും. രാത്രിയൊന്നും ഫാനൊന്നും ഇടാൻ പാടില്ല. വീട്ടിൽ എല്ലാ പുക അകത്തോട്ട് കയറി വരും. അപ്പോൾ 2 ദിവസമായിട്ട് പിള്ളേരൊന്നും ഉറങ്ങിയിട്ടില്ല.
Schools and shopping malls in the region were shut for 2 days. Students who have exams are stuck.
ഉച്ച കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടാണ് പുക കൂടുതലും തന്നെ, അതുകൊണ്ട് അങ്ങനെ പഠിക്കാനൊന്നും പറ്റാറില്ല. പിന്നെ രാത്രിയൊക്കെ ഭയങ്കര പുകയായിരിക്കും, പുറത്തേക്ക് ഇറങ്ങാൻ പറ്റൂല. അകത്ത് തന്നെ ഇരിക്കണേ ഫുൾ ടൈം, പുറത്തേക്കൊന്നും അങ്ങനെ ഇറങ്ങാറില്ല. പഠിക്കാനൊന്നും പറ്റില്ല, ശ്വാസം മുട്ടലും തലവേദനയൊക്കെ, പിന്നെ അങ്ങനെ പഠിക്കാനൊന്നും പറ്റാറില്ല, ഈ പുകയൊക്കെ ആയിരുന്നു.
Elderly citizens are complaining of suffocation and dizziness.
ചുമ ഉണ്ട് ശരിക്കും, പിന്നെ കഫക്കെട്ടുണ്ട്. അല്ലാണ്ട് ഇപ്പം ഒന്നും വേറെ പറയത്തൊക്കെ ഒന്നുമില്ല. പിന്നെ ഈ പുക വരുന്ന സമയത്താണെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് ശ്വസിക്കാനൊക്കെ ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടുണ്ടാവും. ഭയങ്കര സ്മെല്ലും ആയിരിക്കും. വാതിലൊക്കെ അടച്ചിട്ടിരുന്നാൽ തന്നെ ഒരു ഇതുമില്ല. പിന്നെയും പരിക്കകത്തൊക്കെ മുറിക്കകത്തൊക്കെ ഇതിൻ്റെ പുകയൊക്കെ ഉണ്ടാവും, സ്മെല്ലുണ്ടാവും.
Heads are rolling. Ernakulam District Collector Renu Raj has been shunted out. NSK Umesh has taken charge as the new collector.
My predecessor, Dr. Renu Raj, has done some fantastic work in the last 10 days in terms of controlling the fire and working on long-term solutions. So there's a fantastic action plan already in place. I think it's my duty to ensure that the action plan is implemented. I think it's a tough situation, but I think we will be able to manage it.
The Kerala High Court racked district officials for waste mismanagement. In a scathing observation, the court said Kochi has become a gas chamber. A week after fire started at Brahmapuram, the people of Kochi don't know when the nightmare will be over. With Shibimol in Kochi, Bureau Report, India Today.
For more than a week now, a huge fire has been raging at a massive dump yard on the outskirts of the city of Kochi in Kerala. These are images that have gone viral all across the world because the smoke and the smog and the pollution that has resulted from it has become a global story. Well, amidst this crisis in southern India, there are, of course, heroes. And among them are Indian Navy pilots who've been flying tirelessly in their helicopters to put out, or at least try to put out, this huge and spreading fire on the outskirts of the city of Kochi. Joining me live now from Kochi are two of those Indian Navy pilots who've been flying these missions. They are risky missions, but these are some of the country's most qualified aviators, constantly called in for all manner of humanitarian relief and operations of a kind where civilian assistance is the order of the day. From cyclones to dump yard fires, they are the port of call. Our great honor and privilege to welcome onto our coverage today Commander Sunil. He's a Sea King pilot, and Commander Antaryami, who flies the indigenous ALH Dhruv helicopter. Both of these pilots you see here on your screen, viewer, have been flying firefighting operations across that huge dump yard blaze on the outskirts of Kochi. Welcome to you both, gentlemen. Thank you very much for being with me. Commander Sunil, to you first. As a pilot, you know, you're always prepared for all kinds of things, all kinds of eventualities. You know, you're practically sleeping with one eye open, I imagine, because you can be called for any kind of mission. Tell us about this one, a huge dump yard fire on the outskirts of Kochi. How did it begin? How did you guys go off to fight this fire?
Yeah, good afternoon, Shiv. The moment we got an information regarding the fire, the Navy sprung into action. We had a control room which was set up at the command. And thereafter, once we got our orders, we went into the air straight away and undertook an air recce of the area to understand the nuances of these operations. The recce mainly was to see what is the expanse of the fire, the wind, prevailing wind conditions, the bird activity, any obstructions nearby, and most importantly for the firefighting, we required a water source. Luckily, once we undertook the air recce, we found a water source very near to the scene of fire, which was around 1 to 2 nautical miles. And however, at the same time, we had the various challenges as there was intense bird activity near the being at a dump yard. It was very natural. Thereafter, we had high tension cables which were running along the dump yard, and they were just next to the dump yard, which meant we have to initially fly high, thereafter gradually come down before we disperse the water onto the fire. Additionally, the main challenge was the heavy smoke in the area, because we had to keep ourselves safe, the aircraft safe, and the crew, and still carry out the missions. So once we landed back and we gave our brief to the control room, and mission briefing for the same was undertaken, the aircraft were in a different role. The team on the ground basically worked overnight and to get the aircraft ready for this role, for this firefighting role. And we were ready with the first flight.
Incredible. Commander Antaryami, flying through that smoke, birds everywhere, electricity cables nearby. I mean, this is every aviator's nightmare. I mean, you are trained to, fly in clear visibility, away from any obstacles, and here you're ordered to fly, into a really, really risky airspace. What was that like, flying in that?
It was a challenging shift, to say the least, because as you said, you are trained for a different environment. However, this was the real mission, wherein the challenges were, as brought out by Commander Sunil, also you heard them, flying through thick smoke, close to the high tension wire, in the vicinity of a lot of birds, was actually a challenging task. And but the job was very well specified to us, and the entire command was at it, and the aim was clear. So we found out methodology how to go about it, and we could undertake quite a few drops, which were, in assistance to the local agencies who were already fighting the fire. So overall, it was a challenging task. However, with a lot of people involved, I'll say the ground crew, the station, when we were preparing, everybody put in their best efforts together, and then the outcome was what you saw on the subsequent days.
Absolutely, because Commander Sunil, the margin of safety, I assume, in such a situation, shrinks considerably because you're surrounded by things that could affect your aircraft. How do pilots actually assess this? While there, because I'm sure you couldn't have known about all the threats until you're actually in the threat.
Yeah, as I told you, the previous day once we were undertaking the air recce, at that point itself we undertook, basically we did a flying over the high tension cables, and the smoke, because the smoke was still, at that point of time it was very heavy. So we, during the recce itself, because we knew once the lalde, which is the equipment from where the water is being dispersed, we knew what was the, it actually hangs below the aircraft. We know the exact length, and we know at the height at which we are flying. So we have assessed that, and thereafter, and drawn a general route through which will be clear of the smoke, clear of the high tension cables, keeping the risk as minimum as possible, and of course, with taking the water source from, picking up the water, so that the risk is as minimum. But as you said, some risk cannot be, can be just minimized. It cannot be made to zero. So that's what we have been trained for, and that helped us.
Did some of that smoke, Commander Antaryami, did some of that smoke sort of find its way into the cockpit where you guys were flying?
Yes, while we were going for the final approaches for carrying out the drop of water over the fire, the aircraft was flying under the smoke, and whatever precautions we could take to minimize the ingress of smoke, but there was some smoke which is coming in the cockpit every time we were making the run for the drop over the site.
Is that a risk, Commander Antaryami? Smoke coming into the cockpit, when you're flying in such situations?
We were very briefly in smoke. However, I'll say the visibility wise, it was dropping as we were flying over the site when the smoke was there. And I'm sure you must have seen the photographs where the aircraft was under the engulfing smoke from the site. However, we were not breathing the entire thing throughout because it was moving in a particular direction.
Yeah.
And after we dropped the water over the site, we were moving towards the dam to fill up the water again, which was, I'll say, luckily clear of the smoke site. And the visibility was good, and the smoke presence was quite minimal over there.
Because the helicopters, final question to you, Commander Sunil, the helicopters have been flying non-stop on these missions. How close are we to putting that fire out? Because it's been raging for so many days.
See, as brought out by Commander Antaryami, now the fire on the periphery has been fought by the local administration, the local fire tenders.
Yeah.
The naval fire tenders have also been put into action. But the main challenge was the fire which was raging at the center of the dump yard. Now that was not very accessible to the ground firefighters. That's where the helicopters came in. And we had put our ground team also in the basically on the spot, and they were giving us inputs regarding the best, basically the spot where they required for the firefight, basically the water to be dispersed. So we fought the fire where nobody accessed it, and our action was one of the basically once the firefighting of the basically fire triangle, what we call, whether to there is a burning material, there is an oxygen supply which requires, and there the third thing is an high temperature. Now the other two could not have been controlled because the burning material was quite high, oxygen obviously we cannot control. So our operation was mainly to drop water and get down the temperature.
Right.
And I think we have done a very a decent job in getting down the fire. And basically the spread of the fire has been controlled.
I can imagine how difficult this entire task has been, and as always for the military, the task is never over. You'll be flying more missions here, and you won't have time for rest because the next mission will come along. That's the nature of the job. But the country thanks you. I'm sure Kochi thanks pilots like yourselves, and a big salute to the Indian Navy and its participation in this task on the outskirts of Kochi. Thank you very much, Commander Sunil and Commander Antaryami, for your time, giving us a little bit of an insight. Letting us proverbially into that cockpit just to experience what such a difficult mission is really like. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Time for a very quick break now, but on the other side, the countdown has begun for the most polarizing election of 2023. PCM versus Love Jihad, Tippu versus Savarkar, Hindu versus Hindutva. The stage is set for State of War Karnataka. Akshita Nandagopal decodes this high-stakes battle in a never-before format. That's coming up at 6 p.m. Don't miss it.
Age is just a number. This line fits perfectly for Dharamchand from Haryana. He is 86 but is still running, jumping and winning medals. His secret?
मैं बच्चों को सबको यही प्रेरणा देता हूँ कि आप मेरी तरह ग्राउंड के साथ जुड़े और सब वैभव से मुक्त होकर आप अपनी सेहत को, अपने शरीर को ठीक रखें। सन 68 से लेकर आज तक मैं कंटिन्यूड रेगुलर पोजीशन लेता आ रहा हूँ।
The 4th National Masters Athletics Championship, which recently took place in Kurukshetra, saw more than 2,400 participants from 22 states. 72-year-old Mahavir Singh is one of them.
मैं यही संदेश देना चाहता हूँ, भाई नशे से दूर रहें और खेलों से जुड़ें। आप खेलना जरूरी है, कोई जरूरी नहीं कोई मेडल जीते। मेरे को 40 साल खेलते हुए हो गए हैं और 20 साल से मैं इसमें मास्टर एथलेटिक्स एसोसिएशन में खेलता हूँ।
Several women also participated in different events.
हमारे टाइम में लड़कियों को खेलने का मौका नहीं मिलता था, तो एक अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म मुझे लगता है कि ये हमें मिला है कि इस उम्र में आके भी हम मेहनत करके अपनी अचीवमेंट दे सकते हैं। और एक ये ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म है कि इस पे अगर आप आएंगे तो शायद मुझे जो लगता है, अपने जीवन से जो लगता है कि हम किसी गलत ट्रैक पर नहीं जाएंगे।
The message these athletes are sending is, it is never too late to chase your passion. Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Liquorgate fire is spreading from Delhi to Telangana. The Enforcement Directorate is set to question K. Kavita on Saturday. Kavita, BRS leader and daughter of Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao, was to appear before the ED on Thursday, but had requested a fresh date. Facing charges of corruption in the alleged Liquorgate scam, Kavita unleashed a series of attacks on the Narendra Modi government.
फ्रेंडली उनके जितने भी पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज होते हैं उन पे कोई रेड नहीं होता है. फ्रेंडली उनके जितने भी बिजनेस हाउसेस हैं उन पे कोई रेड नहीं होता है. उन सब के लिए तो 7 खून माफ़ हो जाते हैं. अब अदानी जी ले लीजिए, बाकी बहुत लोग हैं, उन पे तो कुछ नहीं होता है. और आज तो इतना चर्चा है पूरे देश भर में कि देश में डबल इंजन सरकार चल रहा है. और ये 2 इंजन कौन है देश में? एक इंजन प्रधानी है, दूसरा इंजन अदानी है.
The ED claims Kavita holds 65% stake in Indo Spirits, one of the alleged beneficiaries of the AAP government's liquor policy in Delhi that was scrapped last year. The agency claims Arun Ramachandran Pillai, who is now in custody, acted as a front for the BRS leader.
अरुण पिल्लई को जानती हैं क्योंकि उनकी शायद ईडी को लेकर के आपसे सवाल करने वाली है, उनसे आमना सामना होगा.
आपको ईडी का बहुत जानकारी है भाई, अंदर से कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन आ रहा है क्या? ईडी जो भी पूछेंगे हम उनका जवाब दे देंगे, आप टेंशन मत लीजिए.
The ED summons to Kavita have raised the political temperatures in Telangana, where assembly elections are scheduled later this year.
తప్పకుండా కవిత గారైనా ఎవరైనా కూడా అవినీతి పరులు అయితే వాళ్ళకుండే తప్పు చేయలేనప్పుడు కోర్టును ఆశ్రయించాలి, వాళ్ళు న్యాయం నిరూపించుకోవాలి, వాళ్ళు తప్పు చేయని విషయం నిరూపించుకోవాలి. అవినీతి విషయంలో నరేంద్ర మోడీ ప్రభుత్వం చాలా సీరియస్ ఉన్నది. ఇది భారతీయ జనతా పార్టీకి సంబంధం లేదు. కేసీఆర్ కొడుకు అన్నిట్లో స్పందిస్తాడు, అన్నిట్లో మురుగుతాడు, అన్నిట్లో వాగుతాడు. మరి అని ఇంతవరకు కనీసం స్పందించలే. ఇది వాస్తవ ఫ్యాక్ట్, ఇది నిజమా. ఒక్కటి ఏంటంటే కేసీఆర్ ఫ్యామిలీకి ఒక ఫ్యాషన్గా మారింది.
They are using ED as a tool to harass other opposition parties. Even more strangers, even before ED sends summons, the entire local BJP will start speaking. పంపించేస్తాము, రేపు సమన్లు వస్తాయి, ఎల్లుండి సమన్లు వస్తాయి. So is it not a fact that ED, IT and CBI are extended arms of Narendra Modi?
The BJP sees Telangana as a potential growth area in South India. The Liquorgate scam in Delhi is set to figure prominently in its Telangana campaign, while it mars KCR's national ambitions. Bureau Report, India Today.
Jaya Bharata Jananiya Tanujate, Jaya He Karnataka Mate. A short phrase coined by renowned poet Kuppalli Venkatappa Puttappa. This literally translates to victory to you, Mother Karnataka, the daughter of Mother India. In this very poem, Kuvempu, as he's very fondly called, uses these words to describe the soul of Karnataka, to describe the essence of Karnataka. Okay, hold on, let's get real. That was the Karnataka of the yesteryears, where we talk about unity, we talk about the beauty of Karnataka. Today, what's it about? There's just one word to describe it, and that's polarization. And no guesses as to why. It's because it's election year. And we're setting the stage now for 2023's biggest poll battle, all set to play out in the state of Karnataka. The ruling BJP is looking to come back to power, and that too by bucking a rather peculiar trend in the state. Wait. Let's not talk about the BJP alone. They're not the only ones with a chance in this fight. The Congress is going all out in this election too. Come on, you first figure out all your internal politics, the fight for power, etc., and then talk about fighting us. I agree that there are some small differences over leadership in the party, over the CM face, but that doesn't matter. The Congress is focused on ensuring there's a clear mandate that goes for the grand old party this time in Karnataka. I don't understand. You both are talking constantly about who's going to be winning. But let's be very, very clear. There's no winner without the JDS, is there? We are, after all, the kingmaker. We'll see about that. But in the meanwhile, welcome to State of War, Karnataka. So much going on, so much that's happened in Karnataka. Where do we begin? Well, let's start with the BJP. Let's talk about the Bharatiya Janata Party and their achievements. No, hold up. Let's focus on the numbers first, because that's what an election is all about, right? Let's start with that. Yeah, and not just numbers. It's also got a lot of history behind it if you look at what's happened in Karnataka politically. And that sets up the significance of this election. Okay, let's start with the numbers then. There are 224 seats up for grabs in the state of Karnataka. And breaking it down, how does it stand currently? Well, it's the BJP that's in power with the maximum number of seats. The BJP has 104 seats. What about the Congress? The Congress is second with 78 seats. And then you have the JDS with 37 seats. We know all of that. We know how you got back to power. But let's leave that aside for a moment. Let's talk about the results before that. In 2013, when the Congress had the very clear mandate, the Congress, with a sweeping majority, won 122 seats. And before that, before 2013, I'm talking about the election in 2008, then it was the BJP that had in fact won the people's mandate with 110 seats. And I'm sure everyone's wondering why I made that comment earlier about the JDS being kingmaker. Look at what happened in 2004. But like so often we've seen in Indian politics, unholy alliances often tend to break apart, and it's happened repeatedly with the JDS. And that brings us to the rather surprising trend in Karnataka politics. No government has ever managed to repeat itself. I'm talking about this trend being the case since the Indira Congress times in Karnataka.
One of the challenges Karnataka has faced that in 40 years, in only 10 years have you had two chief ministers who completed their full 5-year term. So I think that's one of the internal dynamics of political parties and has worked to their disadvantage. And this time also, if you see, no political party, by no I mean at least the Congress and the BJP, have not declared their chief ministerial candidate. And which is a reflection of the fact that you are going into an election as a party and not as a leader.
And that's why the BJP has its task cut out right now. They have to ensure that they buck that trend, that they can actually come back to power in Karnataka. Since we're talking about history, it's important to also know about how Karnataka has been playing such an important and a vital role in shaping national politics as well. Jayaprakash Narayan's massive JP movement was a landmark one against Indira Gandhi's Congress. And Karnataka actually led the way for that with the Janata Party's win in 1985. And let's talk about that, because one of the biggest stalwarts, you're talking about Karnataka politics, you can't not talk about the political legends. And one of the biggest stalwarts is H.D. Devegowda, who led the Janata Dal to a massive election victory in 1994 and thereby turned over Karnataka politics on its head.
And how many of these MLAs, I'm not asking you the number, but how many of these MLAs have suggested to you that one of the solutions to the problem is change of leadership?
I know you are very clever.
I'm asking a straight question, sir.
Remember that Devegowda also became the Prime Minister in 1996. But, I want to rewind a little more on that. Let's talk about what happened in Karnataka since the country's independence. Back then, in the 1950s, the 1960s, Karnataka was referred to as the Mysore state. And at that time, it was a bastion of the Indian National Congress. So the Congress, the Grand Old Party, never really had to work hard earlier to ensure that they'd regain power in Karnataka. It was this stronghold. Since the state's reorganization in 1956, the Congress was largely in power for a major chunk of the time. Okay, let me take it forward from here. You may have had Mysore state officially becoming Karnataka in 1972, but that didn't really change politics in any way in the state. The Indian National Congress continued to enjoy power, continued to enjoy being in the throne in Karnataka. Devaraj Aras and Gundu Rao had their terms until the juggernaut was halted by the JP movement. Let me step in there. The Congress muscled their way back in the state. But perhaps the turning point in Karnataka came in the year 1994. Why do I say that? Well, the Janata Dal, inspired by H.D. Deve Gowda, stormed into power rather, in Karnataka. There were two key takeaways from that election. One, the Congress, which was the might force, was reduced to just 34 seats. And the bigger impact was that the lotus, the BJP, had finally bloomed in Karnataka, with B.S. Yediyurappa spearheading the BJP to become the second largest party. So the Congress from number 1 came to number 3.
Because, people are fed up with this Congress, because that Sonia Gandhi cheated that voters. That's why people are ready to support Bharatiya Janata Party candidate.
Just like that, Karnataka had an alternative. It became a three-way battle since then.
A man not known for his oratory skills, Deve Gowda is lovingly called Mani Ne Magai, meaning the son of the earth in his native Karnataka. But even though the entry into politics was smooth, the ride ahead was an uphill task.
In 2004 was the next landmark election as far as Karnataka is concerned. Why? Because every political pundit had some gyan or the other to give and predicted one factor about the state. It did come true though. What happens if all three parties perform equally well? That kind of a scenario played out in Karnataka. In the 2004 assembly elections, BJP emerged the single largest party. The Congress was second best at 65. And the JDS, back then led by Siddaramaiah, don't get confused, managed to get 58 seats. So with a hung assembly, all eyes were on JDS to see which way they'd go. And this is why I say JDS has a history of being the kingmaker.
Please come. Dharam Singh. All these things have been discussed in detail. Now we have agreed upon to form the government, a coalition government in Karnataka.
So JDS chose Congress. The Janata Dal joined hands with the Congress, with Dharam Singh taking charge as the Chief Minister. And what happened next in Karnataka is a word that we derive from the state itself. Endless Nataka. Siddaramaiah had a fallout with H.D. Deve Gowda, and then, twist of twists, in 2005, Siddaramaiah is expelled from the JDS.
Why do you want to move Mr. Siddaramaiah from the leadership of the JDLP to the party world?
For which reason we are going to take the decision? M. Purash will going to address the press.
I say I was the hindrance, stumbling block for his plan. That's why he removed me first.
Now you're still hindrance. You still are hindrance.
Does it end there? No, in Karnataka, that's just the beginning.
What more you want, Mr.
A year later, Siddaramaiah joined hands with who were once his arch rivals, with the Congress, in the presence of Sonia Gandhi, in this massive welcome campaign that the Congress led. A move that forced the JDS to break allies with the Congress and maybe call for fresh elections.
So now suppose BJP says that they accept all your maybe your manifesto. So will you join hands with them and form government?
No, hold on. They had better plans also. In politics, we've seen it so many times. There are no real friends or enemies for that matter. It's all about who will sit on the seat of power. JDS thereby walked up to the BJP and formed the government. And H.D. Kumaraswamy is made the Chief Minister. So there you have it, all drama taken care of.
H.D. Kumaraswamy avarunnu Karnatakada Manya Mukhyamantригалagi.
Not at all. It was the beginning of another fresh cycle of drama. Because JDS, H.D. Kumaraswamy and B.S. Yediyurappa now got into a fight over any guesses, power, and over the CM throne, who will be the Chief Minister. Now, JDS decided to take the extreme step of pulling the plug on the alliance. This was, by the way, in 2007.
So do you think that this will be a stable government and it will go on, it will complete all the 18 months?
I don't want to reply for all these questions, because whatever reply we will going to give, people will take it in bad way. how our friendly partners will going to behave in future days. On their behaviors only we can predict it will complete full term or it will not complete.
And now you know why we keep saying Natika in Karnataka, drama written all over the state. Agreed. There's endless Natika in Karnataka and all, but I think we've conveniently forgotten what happened in the last election as well.
Are you confident of becoming the next Chief Minister of Karnataka or not?
Same thing will repeat in Karnataka.
No hung assembly.
No hung assembly at all.
That brings us to the current scenario. Here's what happened a few years ago in 2018.
All India Congress Party has taken a decision to support JDS.
You had the JDS and Congress turning allies with just one mission in hand, to ensure that the BJP cannot come to power in Karnataka despite being the single largest party as per the people's mandate. Once again, you had H.D. Kumaraswamy at the throne. He took oath as the Chief Minister of Karnataka. And that moment led to this massive photo op, a show of strength by the opposition like nothing we've ever seen or perhaps have seen after that. But if you thought again, end of drama, think again. Because Kumaraswamy pulled off what he did in the 2000s, this time with the Congress. The BJP-JDS alliance may have been referred to as unholy, but so was the JDS-Congress alliance as well.
You hate Mr. Sisodia? What is the necessary for me to hate?
Sisodia is not running any campaign against me.
His party is Congress, my party is JDS. I have to criticize him. You have no problem with Sisodia?
No, I have no problem at all.
The power-sharing formula, after a lot of ripples, a lot of tremors, a lot of differences, broke up. It lasted for just about 14 months. What led to the downfall? I'm going to bring in Nagarjun from Bengaluru for more on that.
It was in July 2019 that 17 MLAs from the coalition government resigned and flew to a resort in Mumbai city.
ये तो उनका तरीका है, पैसा है, पावर है, तो उसका वो प्रयोग करते हैं.
The then Chief Minister was in USA for an official trip, had to rush back to Bengaluru.
Sir, the BJP is saying that you have been reduced to minority.
Why I have to resign? What is the necessary for me to resign now? The central government and BJP's attitude, how they wanted to demolish the democracy system in this country.
While these rebel MLAs were in touch with BJP's top brass and Yediyurappa.
Even today, they want Congress, they let them go and approach the Supreme Court. They have written a letter to the governor. What is all things going on in the assembly?
That is why we are moving vote of confidence.
You're confident of getting the numbers, sir?
No, all our people will come back here. They don't want to lose their membership. That all the MLAs who had will change their mind. They'll be with us. We have a confidence. We will try to accommodate them.
The Speaker, however, suspended these rebel MLAs, and the MLAs then moved the Supreme Court and contested the by-elections, of which 15 of them won the by-elections and joined the BJP, and today are incumbent sitting ministers.
Spirit of my becoming the Chief Minister today goes to the people of the state who solidly stood behind me and my party. Mine is the development government, and development is only my goal.
So the saffron wave is back in Karnataka in the most dramatic way, as is expected from Karnataka politics. B.S. Yediyurappa, the BJP strongman, the BJP veteran, was back as the Chief Minister of the state. But surprise, surprise, in a matter of 2 years, on the BJP's second anniversary as the government in Karnataka, he stepped down. He resigned in a rather emotional moment in the Karnataka Assembly. And why? Because of the BJP's age barrier, the age cutoff that they have.
ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಯಾಗಿ ಮುಂದುವರಿಕೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಂತಹ ಪ್ರಧಾನಿ ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ, ಅಮಿತ್ ಶಾ ಅವರಿಗೆ, ನಡ್ಡಾ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಶಬ್ದಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಬಹುದು.
Now this is one of the most debated points, not just then, but even to date, about whether the BJP Karnataka was wrong in removing B.S. Yediyurappa. But hold on, if you thought he was completely snubbed, that wasn't the case. Yediyurappa was given the opportunity to choose who his successor would be.
We have unanimously elected Basuraj Bommai as legislative party leader. We are all very happy.
And he handpicked Basuraj Bommai to lead the BJP into this election, to lead the BJP into the 2023 election.
Probably they'll be looking into the legacy which my father has left. So based on that, they are putting a lot of faith in me, like my central leaders Narendra Modi ji and Yediyurappa ji. So I have to live to the expectation of everybody.
So I'm guessing you got the flow and all of what's happened in Karnataka politics so far. But there's one very interesting aspect that we haven't told you about Karnataka yet. What are you talking about? The people who were rightly upset about Yediyurappa quitting and influenced the decision on Bommai's promotion to the CM post. But what's there to talk about? I think we all know that it was quite simply the Modi-Shah combination taking the decision. Come on, we all know there's a larger picture to also look at. It's also about caste and community, the mix of how that kind of politics really influences parties' decisions in the state. And I'm talking particularly about two caste groups, the Lingayats and the Vokkaligas. So let's put this stat out. Out of the 23 chief ministers that Karnataka has seen so far, 10 have come from the Lingayat community. Who are they? Well, a group of seers of different mats who back politicians and are a guaranteed vote bank. They constitute 17% of the state's population, and believe it or not, they're the deciding factor in about 120 of 224 Karnataka Assembly constituencies. Just so you know, Lingayats used to support both the Congress and BJP candidates earlier, but they moved away from the Congress, away from the grand old party in 1990. This was when Rajiv Gandhi removed Virendra Patil as the chief minister. And let's get you some stats here of the BJP and how much the Lingayats matter to them. Of the party's 105 legislators, 37 are Lingayat. That's roughly about 39% of its lawmakers. So that's why it didn't really come as a surprise that when B.S. Yediyurappa stepped down as the chief minister, he then handpicked Basuraj Bommai, who's also from the Lingayat community, to ensure that the Lingayats are in miffed toward Yediyurappa being removed as the chief minister of Karnataka. And if anything, the BJP will essentially recall the 2013 assembly election results to ensure that they take lessons from the past as well. Because in 2013, when Yediyurappa, rather miffed with the BJP, ditched them and started his own party, most of the Lingayat vote, interestingly, didn't stay with the BJP. They left the BJP and went with Yediyurappa instead. And that seriously dented the BJP's chances in that election.
This time around, it will be interesting because while Yediyurappa continues to be a powerful face of the BJP, he is not a chief ministerial candidate. He is not even contesting the elections. So how impactful will his campaign be? On the other hand, while the Congress has been trying to build its base among the Lingayats, their challenge is they don't have a frontline leader in that community who they can project as a face of the party. So these are the challenges with regard to the Lingayat vote, and that's why there is so much of discussion.
You know, the Lingayats at one point did vote for the Congress in large numbers. And despite all of the shortcomings, the Congress is still trying very hard to woo them back. Rahul Gandhi, for example, when he embarked on the Bharat Jodo Yatra, he met the seer of the Chitradurga Math, a very influential Lingayat seer, and sought his blessings. But that photo op, while extremely crucial in the political battleground of Karnataka, will it actually pay any dividends for the Congress? We'll see very soon. So we've covered the Lingayats for you. Let's focus now on the Vokkaligas, the second dominant caste group in Karnataka. There are 59 assembly seats largely concentrated in the old Mysore region, an area where the Vokkaligas are dominant. For long, they've backed the Congress and JDS.
Now the BJP wants to alter this equation. And that's why the BJP is making a huge presence in the old Mysore region, which is actually the chink in their armor. They have not done well in the old Mysore region in the past, except in the 2019 Lok Sabha elections. On the other hand, the fact that the KPCC president is from that community, and of course the JDS banks on that community, you still have this three-way competition, therefore, for the Vokkaliga vote.
National Congress president has become after S.L. Krishna, the same community has become. That is what I just disclosed before the community. I want those entire community to stand behind me. I want the voters of all the community, they will definitely they will have an opportunity.
But, I'd also like to highlight here that it isn't as if the BJP doesn't have leaders from the Vokkaliga community. I'll list a few. Former Deputy Chief Minister Ashwath Narayan, Minister R. Ashok, the party General Secretary C.T. Ravi, who you see on the headlines very often, all of them are Vokkaligas. And in December 2022, Home Minister Amit Shah also made his speech asking the community to step forward, look beyond the Congress and choose the BJP this time.
सड़क भी है, जातिवादी है, कम्युनल है और उसके साथ-साथ क्रिमिनल का आश्रयदाता भी.
And it's not just the BJP and the Congress. Let's not forget the JDS here. They also have a big say as far as the Vokkaliga community is concerned, and they're doing everything they can to woo the community. For sure. We've spoken about caste groups now. We've spoken about numbers. So we've given you enough background really into the Karnataka poll battle. We've set the stage for you for this 2023 election battle. Remember at the start we spoke about Kuvempu's poem on Karnataka, about unity, about how religions came together in the state? Throw all of that out of the window, courtesy our politicians. Because what are they busy talking about? Tipu versus Savarkar, Hindu versus Hindutva, double engine versus 40% commission. I can go on and on with all of these examples. And you tend to wonder what's gone wrong if this is the focus and these are the comments being made. So the Karnataka BJP raises Tipu Sultan, raises love jihad and raises several other communal issues. Juxtapose that with what Prime Minister Narendra Modi talks about every time he touches down in Karnataka. He's launching major development projects. He's talking about Vikas for the state.
डबल इंजन सरकार ने कर्नाटका को निवेशकों की पहली पसंद बनाया है डबल इंजन का यानी डबल बेनिफिट.
So what explains this kind of a strategy that the BJP currently has? There's no doubt in anyone's mind that with BSY not at the helm of affairs, not the Chief Minister of Karnataka, not the face of Karnataka BJP, they're banking and relying heavily on Prime Minister Narendra Modi. On Budget Day, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman even offered a massive rollout. This was for the Upper Bhadra irrigation project.
In the drought-prone central regions of Karnataka, central assistance of 5,300 crore will be given to Upper Bhadra project to provide sustainable micro irrigation and filling up of surface tanks for drinking water.
Hold up. That was expected, right? We all knew that there would be certain allocations in the budget for poll-bound states. It happens every single year. But is that going to be enough? Can the BJP actually ride on the accomplishments, the achievements of Chief Minister Baswaraj Bommai in this election? I think the answer is in what's happening in Karnataka. There's a reason the BJP is polarizing the elections the way they are, right?
You faced a trial by fire ever since you became Chief Minister last year.
It is just a political kind of illusion they want to project, posing us that we are anti-Christian, anti-Muslim. These are all political making, no truth in this.
Okay, hold on. We don't want to be the judge, we don't want to be the jury. The BJP has been trying to cash in on the agenda. That's been the fulcrum for victories in the northern belt. We can't deny the Hindutva push has helped the BJP so much in so many states. In Karnataka, they've even pushed maximum they can to give recognition to Veer Savarkar. They've held Rath Yatra, saying it's to spread awareness about Savarkar. You've got several programs that they've started off in rural parts, urban parts of Karnataka.
Now Savarkar issue is refusing to die. Today, former Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa has launched the Rath Yatra in Mysuru. How do you see these kind of developments in the state?
Whatever BJP's internal agenda to spoil the atmosphere of the public, it will not going to work out.
The BJP has left no stone unturned. They're trying to ensure that Savarkar is put on the same pedestal as Mahatma Gandhi in Karnataka. If that wasn't enough, what dominated headlines the whole of 2022 was a showdown, a debate over hijab, with a turn of events that once again communalized the state of affairs in Karnataka and made it a Hindu versus Muslim narrative strictly. The ruling BJP played this very deftly. They distanced themselves from the matter, referred to it as a constitutional issue. The matter then reached the Supreme Court. It was forced to intervene with multiple petitions reaching the Supreme Court from Karnataka.
So the government should stop playing hide and seek from the people, come out in the open, tell properly what their intention is.
Hijab is something which you are not created. Uniformity has to be brought in. We need to wear uniform. So as per the guidelines, there was no scope to wear hijab in a classroom.
And to build on this hijab narrative and this entire politics and debate over it, the matter of love jihad also made its grand entry, courtesy the BJP's state president, Nalin Kumar Katil.
ಒಂದು ಲವ್ ಜಿಹಾದಿಯ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕಠಿಣವಾಗಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಭಾರತೀಯ ಜನತಾ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಯ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ತಗೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತೆ. ನಿರ್ದಾಕ್ಷಿಣ್ಯವಾಗಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕಾನೂನು ಕ್ರಮ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಕಠಿಣವಾಗಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕಾನೂನಿನ ರೂಪನ ಈ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ.
But away from all of the polarization politics, let's focus on the hardcore politics in Karnataka. A question that most people are asking right now when you look at the BJP strategy is, can Basavaraj Bommai actually rise up to all of the challenges and particularly take on the mighty duo of D.K. Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah?
So when they kept the flower, you were smiling. In fact, before you delivered the budget, you were smiling. Were you laughing at them? What was going on in your mind?
Their promises are so impractical. Even people also know. And people don't believe them. They have already put flowers on the ears of people all these years. They went round and people have put flowers. And that's why they are showing it. And especially I pity Siddaramaiah. Congress party has brought him so low that they have to put flowers. There are so many ways to express your opposition and do that. And Congress is a very old party. So they are stooping so low, and that shows their desperation.
That brings me to the Congress, who just like the BJP are doing everything they can to ensure that they go ahead and garner maximum votes. So their campaign also has been extremely aggressive, and it begins with their biggest charge. What is it? It's a corruption charge where they fired the 40% commission charge at the Bommai government. What exactly is this all about? Basically, let's explain it to you. It's an allegation made by the Karnataka State Contractors Association that government officials and Karnataka BJP MLAs demand a 40% commission, essentially a bribe, from contractors for every single development project that's authorized in the state.
There is a big letter by Kempanna contractors. Prime Minister and this party himself is supporting all this scandal. What about the statement as given by Vishwanath, statement given by Yatnal, given by Nirani and various others, Mr. Pratap Simha, all those things has to be addressed. Why BJP is shutting mouth? They are not opening their mouth, not taking any action. This is what we want from the Prime Minister.
The matter escalated after this association, the Contractors Association, wrote directly to Chief Minister Baswaraj Bommai and even to Prime Minister Modi. And they named a person in their letter. They named the then minister, again a senior BJP leader, K.S. Ishwarappa.
You've also got very serious charges of corruption and a 40% commission raj in your state.
Congress, which is the main opposition party here, was defeated because of its corruption and inefficiency. And they think that they can play the same role and try to defeat us. There's a vast difference. I believe in improving the system. Individuals can be falling, but if you improve the system and don't give occasion for all this kind of nonsense, then automatically the whole ecosystem will change.
Now you have to, whatever said and done, you have to give it to the Congress because they came up with different ways, different initiatives to ensure that they lambast Chief Minister Bommai on this. Pay CM posters were put up across Bengaluru, for example, and these pictures went viral because it even had a QR code to go ahead and direct people to a website that explained this entire corruption charge. As far as the BJP is concerned, they've refuted all of these allegations. They're saying it's completely baseless. But this has given some ammunition to the Congress to take on the BJP on the one issue that's always a sore point for the party, corruption.
The government of Karnataka is the most corrupt government in the country.
कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स ने प्रधानमंत्री को चिट्ठी लिखी, 40% कमीशन का राज चल रहा है, प्रधानमंत्री ने कोई कार्रवाई नहीं की.
So you see all of this back and forth, but the Congress's biggest advantage, let's face it, could also be their biggest problem, their biggest headache. The fact that they have two big leaders, D.K. Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah. And they have to pick between the two on who will be the CM face for the party. It's a two-way battle for the CM post between the veteran Siddaramaiah and the Karnataka Congress chief D.K. Shivkumar. One cannot deny, as much as the Congress tries to, that there are factions right now within the party. It remains to be seen if they can actually keep their differences aside and work for Congress. But what's very clear is that D.K. Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah are giving subtle messages to their factions to continue to project them as the CM face.
See, it is not important that I be the Chief Minister or X be the Chief Minister. There are so many leaders who have contributed for the growth of the party in the state. There are various leaders. See, there is no any friction or any groups in the party. Congress has only one group. Congress party coming to power is important. It is not me or Siddaramaiah is not important here. We have to serve the people. We are working together.
The Congress's mantra for this election has been Yatras. It's the flavor of the season for them. Both Siddaramaiah and D.K. Shivkumar, after their successful sprints with Rahul Gandhi at the Bharat Jodo Yatra, if you know what I mean, also went on their own yatra, the Praja Dwani Yatra, which they said is meant to expose the failures of the BJP government in Karnataka. One second, there is also a similar yatra by the BJP. It's called the Vijay Sankalp Yatra, to highlight essentially the BJP government's achievements. But we'll have to wait and see, as is the case with all of our campaigns, as to whether they will pay any rich dividends as far as the voters are concerned. And now, let's focus on what's happening in the Janata Dal. H.D. Kumaraswamy is leading the party now, and he no doubt faces his toughest challenge in this particular election. He can't rely on the Congress, he can't rely on the BJP, because this time the JDS is completely on their own.
I want to start by asking the most pertinent question which is there on everybody's minds. Can the kingmaker finally become the king?
We don't really understand what is king and kingmaker. Not the number of votes or number of seats which matters. Kumaraswamy is the only person who's working for pro-poor and pro-development. So definitely we are kings.
Both the Congress and BJP have gone public to say they won't ally with Kumaraswamy. Once bitten, twice shy, essentially. And so just like that, HDK has played his most vital card. What do you think it is? He's broken down again.
ದೇವೇಗೌಡರು ಇವತ್ತು ಯಾವ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನನ್ನ ಭಾವನಾತ್ಮಕವಾದ ಜೀವಿ ನಾನು. ಅವರ ಹೆಸರನ್ನ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ತರಬೇಡಿ, ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರ ಬದುಕು ಮುಖ್ಯ ನನಗೆ ದೇವೇಗೌಡರದು. ನನ್ನ ಮುಂದೆ ಅವ್ರೇನು ಕಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪಕ್ಷ ಇವತ್ತು ನಾನು 120 ಸೀಟ್ ಗೆಲ್ಲಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಏನು ಹೊರಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಅವರಿಗೆ ಕಾಣಿಕೆ ಕೊಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರೋದು.
And to make matters worse, the JDS has another task in hand to handle the rumoured infighting between party chief H.D. Kumaraswamy and his brother H.D. Revanna.
Despite the fact that Kumaraswamy might deny a seat to his wife Bhavani Revanna, will Revanna still support Kumaraswamy? Wouldn't there be any disgruntlement between them as political leaders?
See, in politics is a game of aspirations. Everybody wants, everybody thinks that, they can contribute in a better fashion. This time also, the High Command has decided that we would not have Bhavani Revanna as candidate. And tomorrow, if at all we think that Bhavani Revanna is the right candidate, we would definitely consider. Everybody obeys, believes in the decision which is taken by the High Command.
The party that's always been called as the kingmaker have this year turned rather ambitious, calling themselves the pride of Karnataka. Why? Because they're saying we're the only true Kannadiga party. HDK thereby has started off his own rallies, his own strategy, where he's called his campaign Mission 123, Mission 123, and for a change, trying to stake claim single-handedly.
So this time as well, if Kumaraswamy would want to get the throne of the Chief Minister's chair, they would have to, if history speaks any truth, they would have to get into a coalition. So as a last resort, would you ever side with BJP or Congress?
As a last resort, we would side with the people of Karnataka and expect them to give us 121 seats. We would beg to the people of Karnataka that this time, as we all know the way great job the regional parties are doing here in down south, and the way Mamata Banerjee is working, please give us an opportunity to save the culture, save tradition, and chor chor mosere bhai. It is a proverb which is said in North India that both these chores are definitely going and doing drama, but people of Karnataka are definitely going to give a befitting reply to both these national parties.
And so that sets up the stage for you perfectly to the battle for Karnataka. Welcome to it. It's got a lot of masala, it's got a lot of ingredients of a pitch-high battle for power and whatnot. As far as the BJP is concerned, right now all eyes are on Baswaraj Bommai. Very often he's been termed as a silent chief minister. But will that change in the run-up to the election? Does the BJP still have a masterstroke up its sleeve?
The Congress have a different feeling. They say that you have been sidelined. How do you see this, sir? You have been sidelined, you have not been given responsibility, you have been thrown out of the power, you have been sent to old age.
Intentionally, these Congress friends are speaking all these things. That is not correct. You know very well, I myself voluntarily resigned for Chief Ministership and Bommai has become the Chief Minister. I myself decided that after 8 years I should not continue in election politics, that's all. So I am not retired from the politics. I am going around in the state to build up the party, and I have got 100% confidence that we are going to come back to power in Karnataka. Not only Assembly but also Lok Sabha will get absolute seats.
Oh, come on, let's be realistic here. Whatever master stroke it may be, it better be strong enough, because right now you have a formidable combo. DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah leading the Karnataka Congress. They are together, in fact, playing it out to ensure that the Congress wins. Siddaramaiah has also played his card, claiming this will be his last election. So there's that emotional touch as well now.
ಚುನಾವಣೆಗೆ ನಿಲ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಇದೇ ಕೊನೆ. ಆದರೆ ರಾಜಕೀಯದಿಂದ ನಿವೃತ್ತಿ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ರಾಜಕೀಯವಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿಯ ಬೆಂಬಲ ಸಹಕಾರವನ್ನ ಈಗಲೂ ಕೊಡ್ತೇನೆ, ಮುಂದೆನೂ ಕೂಡ ಕೊಡ್ತೇನೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಯಸ್ತೇನೆ.
The word retirement time and again has been uttered by politicians, and Siddaramaiah is also an example, perhaps, of how politicians keep talking about retirement but never actually retire. Deve Gowda, for example, still has a very active role to play as JDS embarks on this lone fight to prove themselves. You know, one thing at the end of the day is for sure. Like how the movies in the South, now all of you know, it's a huge rage, it's blockbuster. This particular three-way battle between the Congress, the BJP and the JDS is also as good as a film. It's an epic South blockbuster right now that's playing out in politics. It's the perfect mix. There's a bit of history, there's larger-than-life politicians. If you have noticed, the dialogues also have gotten way sharper and fiercer as we get closer and closer to the elections. And there's only one thing left, isn't there? For the authors of this script, I'm talking about you, the voter of Karnataka, to pen the ultimate climax. We'll wait and watch for that.
Turn your reality with SBI Home Loans. Attractive interest rate, zero processing fee. To apply, call 1800112018 or visit homeloans.sbi.
Holi celebrations at the Ola Giga factory, a video shared by the company founder and CEO Bhavish Agarwal. Agarwal also uploaded this video, his own take on his future factory bots joining in on the Holi fun. Meanwhile, this poll also appeared on his Twitter feed with the question, "What's the biggest barrier for you to buy an EV?" The response was huge with around 19,000 votes. The biggest hurdle, it seems, is the lack of charging infrastructure, with more than 30% of the respondents choosing this as the number one reason. The higher cost of EVs is the second reason. There also seems to be considerable apprehension among customers whether the EV battery will last 5 years. Around 80% of the respondents had range anxiety, a fear that the battery would give out during a trip. The poll triggered more than 500 responses, with people quick to share their suggestions. Customers from as far as Chhattisgarh were inquiring about hyperchargers, with another user suggesting that chargers be installed outside restaurants, cafes and other locations besides gas stations. There were also complaints of government subsidy on electric vehicles not percolating to the customer. But most took the opportunity to raise various other issues of services related to deliveries, of deadlines not kept, and of accessories still to be installed. While the poll clearly highlights the gaps in the sector, the government has also been taking steps to promote the EV space in India. In the Union Budget presented last month, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman announced a policy to support battery energy storage systems with the capacity of 4,000 megawatt-hour with viability gap funding. She also mentioned an outlay of 35,000 crore rupees for priority capital investments towards energy transition and net zero goals till 2070.
In the month of October last year, we did a ground report on the EV charging infrastructure in Delhi NCR, where we found most of the EV charging stations that we encountered were either broken or were out of service. This just shows there's a gap between what we want EV adoption to be and the ground reality. This was Akanksha Chaturvedi for Business Today TV.
Hola from yet another day at the Mobile World Congress in Barcelona. Now, quick weather update. It's gotten much better outside. Sunny days are here in Barcelona. less chilly, but it's the opposite story inside the FIRA here at the Mobile World Congress. A lot of the launches have already happened, so that excitement, that anxiety, that trepidation has sort of fizzled out here at MWC Barcelona. When I speak to some of the CEOs and some of the C-suite executives exclusively for Business Today, we found out that a lot of that action has been happening behind closed doors. And some of the biggest customer engagements, partnerships are all taking place here at MWC because this is a big one. It's back after a long hiatus with such scale and at such a scale here in Barcelona. There's nearly 80,000 attendees, several exhibitors, of course a lot of them coming from China and the US as well. So this has become a true meeting ground for all tech enthusiasts and for the tech business at large. Now, in terms of things that we've seen over here, we've seen a bunch of phones and a bunch of launches like the Xiaomi 13 Pro, the Realme fast charging device, a OnePlus concept device, which I'm not quite sure will ever be a reality, but let's see about that. But the real showstopper over the course of the past few days has been at this stall, the Motorola stall. It's the Moto Riser concept. Absolutely mind-blowing tech. Imagine rollable tech in the palm of your hand. We can only hope that this becomes a reality very soon. We showed it to you exclusively on the first day and of course on our social media channels. But now we have an exclusive hands-on with the device. Have a look. The Motorola Riser concept that we hope will soon be a reality. What makes this phone really special is the minute you give it a double tap on that side, the rollable display now expands to this. Tap it twice again. And like that, just like magic, it's back to this traditional form. Now, there's a lot of use cases for something like this. I think rollable displays are something which will work in the future. We've seen how foldables are really hotting up as a space, even in India and on tech today. We've seen the Oppo Find N2 Flip and the Samsung Galaxy Flip 4, the Fold. There's all sorts of devices here at the Mobile World Congress in Barcelona, but we have this concept phone in the flesh on tech today. There's also a few other things that this phone can do. For instance, if you flick it twice like this, and now it's just, well, the rear camera, and I want to suddenly start using the front camera. And there you go, I flick it again, and here's the front camera. And if you notice, when I did that, this display was untouched. It rolled further out there, the camera is revealed, as is the earpiece. You flick it back again, and there you go.
बोलो बाटारन स्वामी की
भैया तारीफ उस खुदा की जिसने ये जहां बनाया है। बंदे को शराफत अली कहते हैं।
बाबा जी, मैं थोड़ा छोटा हूँ, थोड़ा काला हूँ, थोड़ा मोटा हूँ, लेकिन मेरी बाकी बॉडी है ना एकदम सलमान खान की तरह है। जानम समझा करो बाबा जी, समझा करो।
प्रॉब्लम है कि 12 साल पहले मैं इनके साथ 7 फेरे ले चुका हूँ।
भाई 12 साल पुरानी बात अब आप क्यों उठा रहे हैं?
अरे मैं इनका हस्बैंड हूँ और अब शादीशुदा औरत पे लाइन मार रहे हैं।
ओ जी, मैं भाभी जी नमस्ते जी।
काशीराम वो आ गया। होता पकड़ बोने ब्राज बारे लखन के आते ही आपके मुड़ 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 मंत्र क्यों शुरू हो जाते हैं? चेहरा लाल, छाती नीली, हाथ पीले हो जाते हैं, बात क्या है? काशीराम काम कर
आप मेरे पास, आप कहती मैं आपके पास आ गया होता। आई एम DS भंडारी। DS मतलब दिल से और भंडारी मतलब सिर्फ भंडारी। गोबर का बॉस। गोवर्धन का बॉस और आपका बहुत बड़ा फैन।
मामे, ये तेरा दांत सोने का है ना?
सोने का तो है पर दूंगा नहीं।
दे देना मामे, मामे दे देना, दे देना। अच्छा मामे एक बात बता यार दिलदार, तुझे कैसा चाहिए? दांत चाहिए कि भांजा चाहिए?
इस बार तो दांत चाहिए, भाणजा बिल्कुल नहीं चाहिए। भाई ये बंदे का नाम है शराफत अली, कसम उड़ान झल्ले की। पूरे चोर बाजार में पिछले 9 सालों में शराफत अली ने पैसा नहीं कमाया, लेकिन शराफत से इज्जत बहुत कमाई है। इज्जत।
हाँ शराफत भाई वाह, ये तो हद हो गई शराफत की के नाम भी शराफत है। हाँ
ये तो घास काट रहा है, माली तो नहीं है। भाणजे तने फिल्मों में नहीं देखा, हर बड़ा आदमी है ना अपने घर में घास काटता है। हाँ लेकिन क्यों? वो इसलिए कि इन बेचारों के पास है ना पैसा बहुत होता है, तो इनका है ना टाइम नहीं कटता है, तो अपना टाइम काटने के लिए है ना घर में घास काटते हैं।
हेलो जर्मन, मैं फिर से सलीम बोल रहा हूँ।
ओ महाराज सलीम, सॉरी वो फोन कट गया था। और महाराज सुनो क्या हाल चाल है?
हाँ तो मैं ये कह रहा था कि मेरी बीवी ने बहुत पीटा और कहा कि तो जर्मन को जो उठा दे रखा वो
हेलो
ले गया।
हेलो हेलो
हेलो जर्मन, हेलो
हेलो हेलो
हेलो हेलो जर्मन, हेलो
सिर्फ जर्मन जर्मन सुनाई दे रहा है।
अरे लेकिन मुझे सब सुनाई दे रही है। जो कर्जा ले रखा है वो कर्जा दे रहा है यार तू।
हेलो
कर्जा देना यार।
हेलो
हेलो हेलो
ठहरो, मेरे कमरे में कोई है जो हमारी बातें सुन रहा है।
कौन है? बाहर निकालो उसे, बाहर निकालो उसे। प्राइवेट कॉल।
हमारी बातें तो नहीं सुनी तुमने? मेरी बातें तो नहीं सुनी तुमने? बहरे हो? ओके ओके पिंटो पिंटो वो बहरा है।
Captain Shaliza Dhami. She's a qualified helicopter pilot with over 2,800 hours of flying experience. And now she's the commanding officer of a frontline missile squadron near the Pakistan border. Group Captain Shaliza Dhami created history on 7th of March 2023 by becoming the first female officer in such a combat role in Indian forces.
If you talk about commanding a unit, see, command doesn't require a gender. It's not based on gender, it is a capability. If you are meeting rescuers, you will be given that opportunities. And as you have said in the opening statement, if I have so many firsts with me, so people have given me the opportunity.
And she is not alone. Captain Shiva Chauhan of Fire and Fury Sappers became the first woman officer to be operationally deployed in Siachen in January. After completing arduous training at the highest battlefield of the world, she is now deployed in Kumar Post, ready to safeguard world's highest and deadliest battleground, the Siachen Glacier.
So it is really a great experience and great opportunity for me to grab it, sir, to be the first here in Siachen, sir. And moreover, I feel that from now onwards, more and more women officers will be coming here, serving this terrain, and many might get inspired to join the Indian Army, sir.
From the western front to the eastern flank, Nari Shakti stands guard in Indian defense, flying high in the air. Flying free with a hawk's instinct to guard the motherland. Flying Su-30 fighter jet as weapon system operator is the first Indian woman Flight Lieutenant Tejasvi of the Indian Air Force, along with other women pilots who's ready to respond to any eventuality. These women are smart, savvy and super confident and deployed at the China front. Indian Air Force's women's superpower at the Eastern Front are a band of young women.
Being part of any actual operation is what every fighter pilot in the Indian Air Force trains for, because that's where we would get to show our mettle. Our pilots from various bases in the eastern sector are ready to respond in case of any eventuality. We're always ready for any kind of tasks and challenges that may come upon us.
The WSOs or WISOs are specialist officers required to fly in the rear cockpit of multi-role Su-30 fighter aircraft and handle the sensors and weapons to be fired by the aircraft at enemy targets.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
So sorry.
आज ना छोड़ेंगे बस हम जोली, खेलेंगे हम होली, खेलेंगे हम होली। मोटा भाई
चाहे सतेंद्र हो या सिसोदिया, जेल में पूरी टोली, खेलेंगे हम होली, होली किस्मत है ये 24 में खेला होए।
24 में खेला होए।
जोड़ा ऐसे भैया देश है पूरा, फेविकॉल का जोड़ कोई हो, फेविकॉल का जोड़ हो कोई।
छोड़ो जी ये बहाना, नॉर्थ ईस्ट में अपना जमाना, हो खा लो हाजमे की गोली, खेलेंगे हम होली।
आज ना छोड़ेंगे बस हम जोली, खेलेंगे हम होली। मोटा भाई
खेलेंगे हम होली, होली।
We keep the news straight, but boy, are we an opinionated newsroom. This is the Democratic Newsroom, and if there was one big headline in the week gone by, there were two words: Rahul Gandhi. On a tour to the United Kingdom where he spent a week just after the Bharat Jodo Yatra, Rahul Gandhi has kicked up headline after headline, storm after storm, triggering a huge political battle of criticism, of support, and he's grabbed a great deal of mind space, once again polarizing millions of Indians all across India and indeed all across the world. He certainly has made the headline. So here this week on Democratic Newsroom, we're going to kick around the topic of Rahul Gandhi. Has he crossed a line? Why is there so much gussa over what this Gandhi said while he was abroad? Is he right in saying that democracy is dying? So much to ask because so much has been said. With me on Democratic Newsroom this week, Rajdeep Sardesai, as always, one of the biggest chroniclers of Indian politics and a close watcher of Rahul Gandhi himself, Aishwarya Paliwal, Gaurav Sawant and Nabila Jamal. All of us have been looking very closely at this story. I'm going to kick things off with, of course, Rajdeep, the obvious question, Rajdeep. What was the biggest thing you think Rahul Gandhi said? And is all this anger and gussa justified?
Look, let's be very clear. There's nothing really that Rahul Gandhi said in the UK that he hasn't said in India. If you look at his speeches on the Bharat Jodo Yatra, democracy khatre mein hai, or democracy is in danger has been his sort of signature tune right through. I have no problem actually whether he says it on foreign soil or in Indian soil. That's his viewpoint. He's entitled to express it. I think the problem is the manner in which it gets expressed. You see, when you want to make statements of the kind you are, you've got to be far more nuanced. You're not at a political rally. you're in Cambridge University, you're in a committee room at the House of Parliament, you expect it to be a little bit more nuanced, a little bit more gravitas. Back your claims if you believe democracy is in danger, back them with far more specific instances. Otherwise, it seemed like an off-the-cuff remark. And that's a dangerous thing. On sensitive issues, when you're abroad, you need to be a little bit more careful of the manner in which you make the remarks. I have no problem with Rahul Gandhi expressing himself, and you could argue that foreign soil in the age of real-time communication, it's going to go all over the world at the same time. But it's actually the way he said it, which is perhaps he could have nuanced it and made his arguments, I think, in a far better way than he eventually did.
So Rajdeep says foreign soil or Indian soil doesn't matter. He's saying the same thing. What do you think? I'll come to the foreign hand issue in a little while. What do you guys think about that? Did it matter that he was saying all this stuff on foreign soil? Democracy is dying, etc.
Do we need Europe to tell us what democracy is all about? Do we need America to tell us what democracy is all about?
But that's what Rahul was asking for.
Are they defenders of democracy, and are we okay with it? I mean, we want a Gora to guide us about democracy, or
No,
Gora...
he didn't say that. Let's be fair. Rahul Gandhi, I've gone through it now.
But he said, where are these defenders of democracy?
Where are defenders?
He says,
are Goras defenders of democracy?
Subsequent to that, 5 minutes later, he says, we will resolve our own problem. These are internal issues.
In a subsequent, speech, he clarified. Subsequent speech.
In that same when asked the question.
And it's unprecedented.
He did not ask for Western intervention. Let's be fair.
I did not say intervention.
He said something which I thought was more important. He said, just a minute. He said democracy is a common public good. India is the largest democracy in the world. If I believe Indian democracy is under threat, I believe the world should take notice.
Will Joe Biden or Donald Trump asked for Indian intervention to save American democracy?
No, but he did say, where are these defenders?
That's right. He said that. Where are these? He's not calling for them to intervene, and they can't. Let's be honest. It's our problem, not their problem.
Are they defenders of democracy, or are we the oldest democracy in the world? Why do we need Goras lecturing us?
No, but I don't
do we want a lecture from a Gora? We want a VDUM report to tell us whether we are a democracy or not.
So certainly...
Sir, you with your 4 decades plus of experience, you want a VDUM report to tell us?
Nabila, of course I don't.
No, what I'm saying is that it's not like BJP has never spoken about the Congress on foreign soil. So this is not unprecedented for sure. Prime Minister Modi, right when he won in 2014, he spoke in Toronto, in the United States, in Oman, hitting out at the Congress so much so, speaking of India being a scam country, that it's been so tainted and awful until I took over. So it's not as if the BJP has not done the same thing earlier. And if BJP really speaks about law and wants to abide by the law, then we've seen how they bulldoze several laws through an ordinance in the parliament. So,
but is it really about criticizing the country? Or is it about calling for intervention? Rajdeep, you're saying there was no call for outside intervention.
There was no call for outside intervention.
It seemed like him saying, what are you guys doing? You guys are doing nothing. Where are the defenders of democracy? Sounds to me like a call to action.
My point is, let us assume that's his view, right? Let's assume. How does it become anti-India? Let's assume that his statements are anti-Modi's government. Let's assume, as I said at the outset, his statements lack nuance. Let's assume that his statements do not reflect the complexity of an issue like democracy. Because, democracy has, I still believe that, democracy in this country allows us to sort of express ourselves in a manner that very few other countries
democracy
would.
Is not
and he's saying democracy is dead. It cannot be that democracy is dead when I lose an election. It cannot be that democracy is dead when I lose an election. And democracy is alive when I win. I think democracy is problematic when, for example, some of our institutions don't function the way to do, and let's be honest, they don't.
Like which one?
There are several institutions, Parliament for example. I don't think Parliament is fulfilling its task at all. Look at the legislative work or the failure of Parliament to have serious debates on serious issues of our times. There are very few debates.
But the irony and the joke of it all here.
So therefore I believe these are the issues that should be debated in a nuanced, complex manner without making sweeping remarks like saying democracy is dead in India.
And he kind of walked into a trap.
For Parliament to function.
That said, why I think it's so silly of Rahul Gandhi on the contrary is that he has barely any attendance in the Parliament. We just did that story the other day. He has below average attendance in the Parliament. He's failed to be present largely. And with what ground and moral ground does he have to speak about India on a foreign soil? You fight, electorally fight, get to the ground,
Now, are we saying
It's
that?
the
Are we
people's
saying at the
mandate.
moment? Are we
It's
saying that
ultimately Modi
when
has won through a people's
Nabila Jamal,
mandate.
when over the last 8 years, 95% of the cases filed against politicians have been from the opposition by the Enforcement Directorate. Are we saying that that is not an
Are we
evidence
saying that none of these opposition party netas who've been pulled up by these central agencies are not corrupt?
95% out of
None of these
100.
opposition
You
netas are
genuinely
corrupt?
believe, Nabila Jamal, that only opposition leaders in this country
I'm
are
not
corrupt?
saying only. I agree that the timing and the fact that it's only opposition who are being targeted is an issue.
Ma'am,
But are these opposition leaders not corrupt?
No. I think there are 2 points. There is the substance. Rahul Gandhi is entitled to his view that democracy is in danger. That's his view. And you have every right to respond to it and equally demolish his argument. My problem is when you start saying that by saying what he is, he becomes anti-national. That I don't agree.
Let's put the anti-national thing is very problematic. Let's put that aside for a moment. Gaurav, there is a sense, many people have this sense, Rajdeep, also to you, that while Rahul raises a lot of perhaps legitimate things in a lot of people's view, he says certain things that kind of delegitimize the other things that are making sense. For example, he says, my voice is being silenced, my microphone is being silenced. He's just had a huge Bharat Jodo Yatra.
43.
Nabila talked about his attendance in Parliament.
But Shiv, he spoke for good 50 minutes. I'm sorry, the speech that he gave in Parliament. He can't say that I'm being silent.
There are opposition party leaders who at times have legitimate grievances over the way the speaker in both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha are conducting proceedings. My point is different. What troubled me about Rahul Gandhi is I was trying to go through those speeches is when he turned in an audience in Cambridge,
the
I think, to the Sikh gentleman and said that, you're a second class, Sikhs are second class citizens. Now, when you're going to make something as serious and damning as that, you better back it up. And provide hard, you can't make these off the cuff remarks. So I have my problem with the fact that he doesn't at times respond with gravitas. I have no problem with him making statements whether foreign soil, Jhumri Talaiya or anyone, and we should be ready to debate it.
You are amongst the senior most journalists in our country, most respected journalists in our country. You think Sikhs are second-rate citizens in India?
I just said.
They are not.
I just said I had a huge problem with it.
Correct. So they are not. So here is the leader who the Congress says could well be their prime ministerial candidate. He goes on foreign soil and then says something that the Khalistanis will use against us, that foreign governments will use against us, those foreign governments that do vote bank politics in their country for the Khalistani vote, and entities like VDM and all these Freedom House and all them, they will say, see, opposition leaders are silenced in India. See, opposition leaders say that Sikhs are second-rate citizens in India. All this is bizarre.
But to say that
absolutely
minorities
bizarre.
and Sikhs are second-class citizens, it has far-reaching implications.
Exactly.
Because if you're
It's
really targeting the Modi government of being communal, you are instigating the international audience. Already there is a highly polarized environment all over, and India is viewed in this prism at this point that minorities are threatened.
This is another simple question that people are asking is, has Rahul Gandhi, with whatever political situation he's facing right now, has he been irresponsible in some of the things he has said?
As I said, I think a mature, I would go more by the term that Barack Obama once used. There's an element of some of the statements that you make that you're doing it in an unformed manner. You see, when you're a politician, let's be clear. Our politicians make all kinds of remarks that are hugely controversial. You remember Mr. Modi's 50 crore girlfriend remark, You remember Mr. Modi outside Taj Mahal while the terror attack was going on, attacking the government. Koi doodh se dhula hua nahi hai when it comes to kind of remark. This is politics. And they make, in Nabila's state, look at the remarks that one of the BJP leaders, Mr. Katil, has been making from time to time. I mean, those are remarks which would have no place in the dog whistles that continuously go out about minorities. My issue is that when you're going to a gathering like at the Parliament in Britain or at Cambridge University, whenever you make remarks, be prepared for the fact that those remarks will be closely dissected. Therefore, go with hard evidence, with research, with a proper, complex, nuanced argument full of gravitas. Do not use it to make, you're not in a political rally to make sweeping statements without that nuance. And I think that's where I won't use the word irresponsible, but it showed to me an element of Rahul Gandhi is still an unformed politician when it comes to making the kind of arguments that you would like to see from a senior leader.
Sir, this is exactly what Nishikant Dubey and Prahlad Joshi have been asking him to say. Everything that he has said in the parliament, they say whatever you said, word by word, give us substance, give us proof. This is exactly what BJP at the moment is also saying. It's very good to make sweeping statements.
It's a battle of perceptions at the end of the day.
It's a battle of perception which ends up maligning the country. How? When you say democracy is dead, is democracy dead? We are having a discussion here in our studio. Anything that the opposition says is discussed and debated in television studios, in print, in digital. How many television channels do we have in our country? How many newspapers do we have? How many digital platforms do we have? Has everyone been bought over? Clearly not.
Institutions. There are institutions in this country which need to be looked at and put under the scanner. But I'll give you an example on China.
To the government every day.
If Rahul Gandhi raises questions on China, since both of you are conscious of defense issues, as all of us should be, when Rahul Gandhi raises issues on China, I think he has every right to question the government's China policy. Yeah. My problem is when he would say, "Hamare jawan pit rahe hain." You see, then you're allowing the likes of Gaurav Sawant to turn around and say that Rahul Gandhi, you're someone who's, you're demoralizing our soldiers. No, when actually we should have a serious reasoned debate on China in our parliament, which we have singularly failed to have over the last few years. So, I don't see any reason why this government should not come clean, the Modi government clean on its China policy, and why we shouldn't have a reasoned debate in parliament on it. Sir, why should we not have a debate on Adani? All of these are valid issues.
There should be a white paper. It's just that it's not in our national interest right now, but there should be a white paper on how much territory has been lost in whose times and who's screaming the loudest.
No harm.
I am sorry. So while you may score political brownie points today.
No, hold on. Clearly suggest that India has far better power and military might to counter Pakistan or anyone else.
While you may score political points today between the Congress and the BJP, China will end up having the last laugh, saying we were always in control of this territory. Why would you want China to have that advantage on the negotiation table?
No, are we saying that foreign policy issues are off the table in parliament?
Cannot debate open discussion when there is an open conflict.
You don't have to reveal security.
Let's bring it back to Rahul Gandhi.
Abroad, right? No. Point being that he has all the rights to say what he has to say.
हमारे जवान नहीं पिट रहे हैं. He's saying this at a time जब हमारे जवान actually पीट रहे हैं. And we've been on ground and spoken to the soldiers.
Rahul Gandhi saying what he says becomes anti-India. Anyone from the BJP saying what they have to say is never anti-India. It's more patriotic. So that's the hypocrisy that I would call out.
A charitable way of putting it, even for critics, Rajdeep, would be that even if Rahul Gandhi makes a lot of
against one,
no, please. There's no question about it.
I'm with you.
I am saying
with you.
I'm not defending Mr. Gandhi. I'm trying to find nuance. I'm trying to find nuance.
This is actually something that I'm asking all of you, which is that Rahul Gandhi might raise a lot of legitimate questions. I agree with you when you say raising questions about China. Similarly, raising questions about other things. It's his job as an opposition leader. He must raise these questions. I am saying in this kind of supercharged political atmosphere that we have, he always seems to provide one nugget for diversion. He will say something that's that can be easily latched onto, like this pitai ho gayi hamari jawano ki or something, and then it completely gets diverted.
Let me say something controversial and then ask you, Aishwarya, to respond to it. I believe that we are in IPL season. These team managements and commentators use a word in IPL, matchup. Which bowler is going to be matched up against which batsman. I think the BJP will make sure, whether we like it or not, that Rahul Gandhi makes the news because they want the matchup with Rahul Gandhi.
Of course they do.
Somewhere they want him to be the focus. I wonder, you call him at one level, the IT cell calls him a pappu, right? You caricature him. And yet, you have every senior leader of the BJP day by day, from the law minister to the INB minister, responding to every comment of Rahul Gandhi.
Aishwarya, before you answer, I have to quote Rajdeep. He put out a tweet the other day saying if Rahul Gandhi didn't exist, the BJP would have to invent him.
I didn't use the word BJP, but I said someone would have to invent him.
He would have to be invented.
So my question is, There's a Rahul Gandhi. There are many states in our country. He did the Bharat Jodo Yatra. All these things that he said when he went to the UK, did he really need to go to the UK to say the same things which he has been saying in the parliament? He could very well be sitting on Vijay Chowk, you know, with all the mics.
He was invited to someone as a leader, as a neta of the country, as a young youth icon at whatever age he is.
So this
is just joking.
Yeah.
No.
But so this
so point being that he was
for
invited to a global stage and he thought that he was eloquent by saying what he did. But he really truly, at some points he looked like a fool, but ultimately, like Sir said, he's entitled to his opinion.
No, I think problem with Rahul Gandhi is that he forgets sometimes that at the end of the day, you are the face of India's premier opposition party. Therefore, every comment that you make will be looked at under the micro. You're not a free thinker. You see, if I was an edit page writer, I could happily write an article comparing RSS and Muslim Brotherhood and probably get away with it. In fact, the article would go viral because people would have contentious arguments and I could respond. But you're a politician. I'll give you an example. He goes to Maharashtra. There, Bharat Jodo Yatra, relatively successful, large number of congressmen gather. The problem is that he then goes there and attacks Savarkar. Now, you could do that if you were a free thinker or if you were in a political party that has taken a very strong, consistent stand on Savarkar, but you are in alignment with the Shiv Sena, which is calling for a Bharat Ratna for the same Savarkar. Now, who gets the blowback? The local congressman. You will move out of Maharashtra. So I think, you know, that is the problem, that you need to recognize that you are a politician. You're not a freelancer who can say what you want.
Foot in the mouth moment, because a lot of the Congress leaders didn't agree with him. Many of them, in fact, said that he's talking garbage. But within their party itself.
But that's damage control. You see, they're constantly having to do damage control.
Is there last round of towards the end of this discussion, and again I'll start with Gaurav. In fact, is there, and this is something, Rajdeep, that you actually mentioned in your book 2019, which is that there is this politics of negativism has diminishing returns. With elections coming up, big elections coming up this year and next year, has Rahul Gandhi failed to present a vision? The Congress under Rahul Gandhi is so engrossed with all these attacks on the government, they don't appear to have the time to present a vision, an alternate vision. If not Modi, then what? Here's what we will bring to you.
To present an alternate vision, you need an alternate vision. What is their vision? In all the speeches that you saw, whether it was at the British Parliament or Cambridge or at the Chatham House, did you see any vision? Did you see any one coherent thought that's coming through?
United India, secular India, bringing all together. What Mohabbat ki dukaan khol rahe hain.
Mohabbat ki dukaan.
But I just want to raise, look, Rahul bashing is a great blood sport. For someone whose party has 52 seats, who's led it to 2 consecutive defeats, a party which is struggling, we seem to spend a lot of time on Rahul Gandhi. When are you going to do a democratic newsroom which is going to do a critique of the Modi government in the same way that we are looking at an opposition leader who, according to the BJP,
we've done many on government policies, sir. Many.
So whether he is
many on government policies, unfair.
Whether he's that name that he's called or not, I do not know. Let's deal with an individual purely on merits. But sir, when he goes abroad and says, look at what's happening to a media organization, for example. He spoke of a foreign media organization. Is a foreign media organization in our country not supposed to follow the law of this country? It is supposed to follow the law of this country. If it is not following the law of this country, should action or would action be taken place or not be taken place?
20 seconds. 20 second last word. 20 second last word. I'm out of time. 20 seconds.
No, look, I think, you see, here's where Gaurav also gets it wrong. There are questions have to be raised. If 6 weeks after an organization brings out a documentary which is critical of the government, they are suddenly raided on a matter that has been pending for years, questions will be asked.
Sir, ask questions.
Gaurav Sawant has to...
Gaurav Sawant, ask questions.
With due regard to my friend Gaurav Sawant, we have to recognize asking questions.
Okay. That's a job to ask questions.
Is part of democracy.
And that's exactly what we're doing.
On the democratic newsroom, if you go on
when you ask questions, make sure, at least on serious issues where when your country's reputation and your G20 presidency and so much more is at stake, then you're not bringing down your own country.
We've done a democratic newsroom on the BBC issue, so I don't want to go down that path, a whole episode on the BBC issue. So I'm going to leave it there for the moment.
I want to ask you all, have you all done an equally vehement issue on remarks, comments. For example, the fact that the Prime Minister in Parliament said, I will be silent on Adani.
Political gali culture we've done, but I'm out of time right now. And I'm going to be accused of cutting you short when you've asked me that question, but I promise you, not only have we done, but we will continue to do from all sides, because we are not partisan. We truly are a democratic newsroom, and you can see it in our coverage. Thanks to all of you for being with us. See you again next week. Thanks for watching.
Rahul Gandhi to the Democratic.
We will invite him. That invitation is open. That invitation is open. Thank you very much for watching. News continues on the other side. The Aam Aadmi Party's de facto second in command is behind bars in the Liquorgate case. And a cornered Aam Aadmi Party is fighting the perception battle. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal on Wednesday skipped Holi celebrations. Instead, he meditated for 5 hours contemplating the state of affairs in the country, he claimed. The Aam Aadmi Party has rallied behind Manish Sisodia big time. The party lashed out at the Narendra Modi government for keeping Sisodia in Delhi's maximum security Tihar jail. Jail number 1, where Sisodia is apparently lodged, the Aam Aadmi Party claims, is set aside for hardline criminals.
उनको किसी षड्यंत्र के तहत तिहाड़ जेल की जेल नंबर 1 में रखा गया है। जेल नंबर 1 में पूरे देश के सबसे खतरनाक, वायलेंट, हिंसक अपराधी बंद हैं कि छोटे से इशारे पे भी किसी की भी हत्या कर सकते हैं और उनके ऊपर दर्जनों हत्याओं के मुकदमे चल रहे हैं। उन्हें कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता एक मुकदमा और चल जाए।
वो लोग हैं जो झूठ बोलने में नंबर 1 है, भ्रष्टाचार में नंबर 1 है, गुमराह करने में नंबर 1 है, और ये अरविंद केजरीवाल एंड पार्टी नंबर 1 भ्रष्टाचार में है।
The Aam Aadmi Party alleges there's a plot to finish Sisodia's political career.
आपने उनको पहली बार के जेल में जो जाता है उसको आपने ऐसे खूंखार अपराधियों के बीच में रखा है जहां उनकी हत्या भी हो सकती है। तो मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं कि प्रधानमंत्री जी की मंशा क्या है, क्योंकि तिहाड़ जेल में तो कैदियों की हत्या भी हो चुकी है। आप क्या मनीष सिसोदिया को भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार मरवाना चाहती है?
ये आपकी मानसिकता दिखाता है कि आप किस तरह की सोच रखते हैं। हमारे डिफरेंस ओपिनियन हो सकते हैं, लेकिन इस तरह की बातें सोचना तो आप लोग भी सोच सकते हो, हम नहीं सोच सकते। सबको मालूम है कि तिहाड़ जेल जो है वो दिल्ली सरकार के तहत आता है, और हम सबने देखा कि किस प्रकार से अभी रिजाइन हुए मंत्री सतेंद्र जैन जिस प्रकार से रिजॉर्ट की तरह वहां मजे ले रहे हैं, सबने देखा तिहाड़ जेल के अंदर मजे ले रहे हैं।
As the Aam Aadmi Party battles Liquorgate charges, the heat, however, is only escalating. Bureau Report, India Today.
Ami Yagnik, you're a member of parliament from Gujarat. Jairam Ramesh is calling it self-obsession, suggesting that here is the Prime Minister of the country doing a lap of honor in a stadium named after him, being given a photograph by Jai Shah of himself. I mean, is this being excessively critical? I'm going to show you pictures now that when y'all were in power, Manmohan Singh was doing cricket diplomacy with President Musharraf of Pakistan. So we've had with Prime Minister Gilani of Pakistan. So you've had examples where Indian Prime Ministers have used cricket to try and build bridges. When Mr. Modi does it, how does it become self-obsession?
I think there is no issue of this kind of a diplomacy taking place. I think whatever you have quoted about the Member of Parliament, he has used the word self-obsession. Now let me remind you one thing, that this stadium in Ahmedabad, in Gujarat, I think I have been seeing the stadium from my childhood or maybe when I was in college, and it was named as Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Stadium. And Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel is the Iron Man of India. And we have a statue of unity in Gujarat. Now just to strip off that stadium of that name, just to remove Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel one fine day and put the Honorable Prime Minister has put his own name there, I think nobody could question. Of course, Gujarat's Asmita took a backseat. Many people raised their concerns from various spheres of Gujarat, but nothing happened. So the question here is that he named it, he took the name of the stadium of our laudable leader, very tall leader, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, and put his own. He then became the chief guest there, of course, because he's the Honorable Prime Minister. There is nothing wrong with the diplomacy taking place, cricket diplomacy, whether it is soft diplomacy, whatever they talked about, issues of both the countries. Maybe they were friendly or maybe they were important issues, no problem. But all the time, if you see that only the Honorable Prime Minister is in the frame, a photograph of his own self is given to him by his very close and near dear person, the son. And then he also has a lap of honor where the stadium is named after him. He has named the stadium. So something shows that there is something I, me and myself. That was I think the sense I got from the whole thing. But diplomacy, well, it can be in any
So you're
form.
saying I, me, myself. You're saying that there is an element
out of it.
Okay, you're saying there's an element of I, me, myself.
The all-new Red Dark Edition by Tata Motors.
A very good evening. You're watching To The Point. I'm Nabila Jamal. Let me take you through the Delhi Liquorgate dangle that's heating up right now in the national capital, as the court today sent Manish Sisodia to 7-day ED custody in connection with Delhi's excise policy. Manish Sisodia, the prime accused in this case, he is the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister, currently lodged in Tihar. ED gets 7-day custody after they've argued that Manish Sisodia has been dodging many of those questions that are being posed to him. Series of arguments that took place between the Enforcement Directorate and Manish Sisodia's lawyers in the Delhi excise policy case. Meanwhile, Aam Aadmi Party has cried foul, claiming that the ED, the CBI are coming to fore only to divert attention from Prime Minister and Adani's scam. Now, the ED has told the court that Manish Sisodia had direct role in the Delhi liquor scam and underscored that the Delhi liquor policy was framed to benefit certain individuals, including K. Kavita. Sisodia's lawyers claim instead of solid evidence, arrests are being made only according to the perception of the agency. Meanwhile, Delhi BJP has taken to the streets yet again against the Aam Aadmi Party. Saffron Party alleges that Kejriwal is the biggest mastermind amongst all, and that needs to be investigated, and he must be the man arrested next.
10 तारीख को मनीष सिसोदिया जी की सीबीआई के मामले में जमानत पर कोर्ट में सुनवाई होनी थी, उसके ठीक पहले 10 महीने से सो रही ईडी को जगाया गया। जागो जागो, अरे कुछ तो करो, कैसे ये बाहर आ जाएगा? ठीक जमानत की सुनवाई के एक दिन पहले ईडी पहुंच जाती है और गिरफ्तार कर लेती है मनीष सिसोदिया जी को।
We have seen the manner in which the power was abused of being a minister inside jail, and today all those allegations made by various entities have been put in front of a high-level committee, and the committee too has said that prima facie these allegations seem to be true and there must be a detailed investigation. The Tihar jail, which is controlled by the Aam Aadmi Party government, was allowed to become a VVIP massage and vasuli center. These questions must be answered by Mr. Kejriwal and his government.
All right, let me cut across to our guest, Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson Reena Gupta joining us. Reena, I'm going to cut across to you before we're waiting for Rajiv Babbar, the spokesperson of the BJP, to join in as yet. But until then, why don't you take us through the allegations that are mounting on Manish Sisodia? You're the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister, your party chief, who's mired in allegations of corruption, almost ripping off this image that the AAP had of being an anti-corruption crusader. Now, I mean, I'm expecting your answer. You're going to say this is false allegation, but it appears that the ED has substantial information to get Sisodia's custody for the next 7 days.
Nabila, there is no evidence because there is no scam. If you look at the original charge sheet, the supplemental charge sheet, there are no, Manish Sisodia's name does not even feature in the 2 charge sheets. For 1 year, both ED and CBI have been investigated him. They have raided his house, his locker, his village, his office, taken away all his computers. Not a shred of evidence. There has been no quid pro quo. There has been no money trail.
There has been no money trail. That's exactly what is missing. Apart from that, there's been several discrepancies, admissions by several witnesses who claim that Manish Sisodia was the one who agreed to dilute the policy to benefit some of the liquor licensees. One of them comes the secretary itself of Kejriwal and Sisodia. So it appears that the ED has something solid to why they're pursuing this case. They're in fact tracing back the links to South Cartel, a bunch of people from the South who have come in, paid kickbacks to the Aam Aadmi Party, Manish Sisodia at the helm, and with internal understanding with a southern leader called K. Kavita, BRS Neta, and he have rolled out this policy just to earn commission. This is what the ED says. Of course, it needs to be investigated and proven, but this is enough and more admission from many of the witnesses who've been arrested.
See, the justice and the court of law does not work on allegations, and it does not work on hearsay. It does not work on what Bharatiya Janata Party is saying. They have been hounding us since the time the people of Delhi elected us. And there have been cases against all our leaders, all our MLAs, Nabila. You know that you've been covering us for a long time. But in all of those cases, most of our leaders have been let go because this is all a vendetta politics. And I'll tell you why. Because Aam Aadmi Party and Mr. Arvind Kejriwal are the only people that have not fallen prey to Operation Lotus. 211 MLAs of various parties have joined Bharatiya Janata Party. Not a single MLA of Aam Aadmi Party or any Parshad of Delhi MCD has joined Bharatiya Janata Party. And that is the reason that you will see more
So
and
the
more
moment a corrupt Neta turns to the BJP, jumps ship, he becomes clean and pure. That's what you're trying to indicate.
Not only that, Nabila, not only that. A few days ago, when there were elections in the Northeast, Mr. Amit Shah was over there saying that Conrad Sangma is very corrupt. सबसे भ्रष्ट नेता हैं. Now the elections are over, and now they're in alliance with Mr. Conrad Sangma. So now Mr. Sangma is not corrupt anymore. The BJP MLA.
Yeah, we heard you loud and clear. And Rajiv Babbar, the spokesperson of the BJP, joining us. If I can ask my director to play out the visuals that we saw of the BJP protesting out on the streets today, water cannons being used to disperse them. They were detained. Why don't you, Mr. Rajiv Babbar, explain to us the kind of protests that you all unleashed on the streets of Delhi today, demanding Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's resignation. Why do you ask for that?
See, first of all, I just want to give the reply to Reena ji about the vendetta politics she was talking. I just want to give you one example. She will understand better. Vendetta politics is when 80 policemen came to Delhi from Punjab to arrest Tejinder Bagga for alleged, they said that he has placed some posters which were not up to the mark, and 80 policemen came from Punjab police to arrest him in Delhi without taking permission of Delhi police. That is called vendetta politics. So they should not talk about...
You did the same to Pawan Khera of the Congress. You flew all the way, the police flew all the way from Assam to Delhi without the Delhi police's, without intimidating the...
Armed spokesperson was telling this, so I thought that I must reply on this, and I know they don't have any reply on this. First of all, today we demanded resignation of Arvind Kejriwal because ultimately this all corruption happened under his able leadership, because he designed everything and Manish Sisodia, he executed everything. So we are saying, why only Sisodia? Why not Kingpin? We should catch him, because he directed this corruption, he designed it, because he was keen.
Kejriwal.
He was
But where is the corruption?
Let me take that. Reena, Arvind Kejriwal is a kingpin. This is what he says. Arvind Kejriwal is a kingpin. Without Kejriwal's blessings, a policy of such nature would not have been rolled out.
Arvind Kejriwal is a very smart operator. No signature, no responsibility, no department, but he is chief minister.
So you're saying Arvind Kejriwal threw Manish Sisodia under the bus?
Yes, of course. That is what. That is the reality.
Right. And Reena, you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I want to respond. Nabila, so if we were to take the same corollary, then in case of the Vyapam scam, in case of Suvendu Adhikari, Hemanta Vishwa Sharma, Nishank Pokhriyal, Yedurappa, then should we say that Prime Minister Modi is the kingpin? Because these are all people who have been accused in scams, and these are the people that Bharatiya Janata Party called corrupt. I did not call Hemanta
Madam,
Vishwa
please try
Sharma
to understand. I am talking about the chief minister and deputy chief minister. Don't give examples which doesn't fit.
And then he joins Bharatiya Janata Party and he becomes the chief minister.
And
all of these chief ministers have done thousands
we
heard you, Reena, but my question to Rajiv here, Rajiv, the kind of protests you all launched today in Delhi asking for Arvind Kejriwal to step down, is this really a fight against corruption of the BJP? If it was a fight against corruption, then one would imagine that that even corrupt BJP leaders would also be investigated. All their corruption cases are still pending. There doesn't seem to be that kind of enthusiasm by the central agencies to investigate BJP netas involved in corruption. Cases still pending.
I think we can separately debate on that also, but please try to understand what is our viewpoint. BJP on record, you can check from record, when they introduced this policy, we made an official film also and released on social media, and that's on record, on an official handle, where we said that this policy seems to be, it is actually intending to get some money, because they are just calling the wholesalers
to that point, just to remind Rajiv Babbar, just
one point.
Okay.
The same policy is being implemented in Punjab, and the revenue in Punjab has gone up by 40%.
Janata Party
the same policy is being implemented in Punjab.
All right, allow Rajiv to make his point. Yeah, go on, Rajiv.
I just want to add one line, that Bharatiya Janata Party protested against this policy at the time of introduction of the policy, when there was no CBI, no ED, nothing. because they designed a policy where a successful policy was going on. 60% shops were with the government vendors, 40% was with the private, and from 15 years it was running properly. They designed at the time of Punjab election to get money. That's the issue. And they bought wholesalers. They bought the businessmen
So
from
Rajiv,
outside Delhi.
I fully
So
agree
is
that
what
this
they have
has to
done.
be investigated. You can't, governments cannot think that if they're in power, they can pull off a scam of such kind and get away with it. The central agencies are watching. The question again comes down to why only the opposition netas? Isn't anyone else within the BJP corrupt? There are so many pending cases of corruption against BJP netas. Why are they untouched? That raises questions. But anyway, we can go round and round on the same point. Rajiv, just a question. The lawyers, in fact, the Manish Sisodia's counsel in court today said that there were multiple layers of permissions that were taken, approvals that were taken. Finally, the policy went to the Delhi LG. LG did not flag off the 12% profit margin hike. Why did the LG fail to flag off that lacune in the policy?
So that's very they are very sharp, offenders. Please try to understand. Now the question is, the policy which was finalized, they have changed the clauses of those policies which was already finalized. That's a
Which
crime.
clause have we changed? Please tell me.
Please try to understand. I will.
Please name the clause.
Just listen to me.
Please name the clause, Mr. Babbar. Don't come here and shoot and scoot.
Reena ji,
You have to
I
name
will
the
listen to you.
clause.
Please listen to me.
It is a very good policy. The same policy is being implemented in Punjab, and the revenue of Punjab government has gone up by
just because you've
40%.
implemented the same policy in Punjab does not mean it did not. It wasn't with corrupt intentions. It doesn't mean that you may not have received kickbacks.
But it also doesn't mean that was a corrupt policy. You talk to any excise expert. They will tell you it was a wonderful policy. It was a progressive policy.
There were 10 phones that were destroyed, Hasina. The ED has evidence of 10 phones that have been destroyed, 10 SIM cards that have been destroyed. The reasons and a justification to that is still missing. There are many questions posed to Sisodia which he hasn't answered. They're not being able to fill in the gaps. This will lead to a lot of questions about your intent.
Every question. He has been cooperating. But you
being present and cooperating does not mean he's cooperating. He's got to answer questions. You can't stay mum when questions are being asked. That's not cooperating.
He has answered every question, Nabila. He's answered every question. He's been cooperating for more than a year. But when you have not been able to establish any money trail, you have not named in the charge sheet.
You do not need a money trail for the ED to probe money laundering charges. No, you don't. No, you don't. The draft of the policy draft itself, the way with which the policy was drafted and communication exchanges is enough for the ED to investigate. They don't need a money trail to initiate investigation.
See what is happening. That is the reason why the conviction rate of ED is less than 1%. Because there are no cases. You are just picking up leaders that you are scared of. And you go around the country, you pick up opposition leaders, you put them behind bars. And once the case is tried in the court of law, you have zero evidence. You have zero, you've not been able to establish any culpability. And that is the reason why everybody is then let go.
All right. Rajiv, you heard Reena, and she's not the only one. Several opposition leaders say that, ED, IT, CBI reach an election-bound state even before Prime Minister Modi himself. This is how much the central agencies are controlled. Also, out of 5,800 cases of corruption against the opposition leaders, merely 23 have been convicted.
So let me first answer Reena ji very respectfully. She said that we don't have any proof. Just take the recordings, what they were talking at the time of Satinder Jain. And they are saying that our leaders are cooperating. How Satinder Jain lost his memory when he went to jail? This is all dramebaji, what they are doing. Try to understand. Arvind Kejriwal was given same stereotype reply. Arvind Kejriwal was giving Bharat Ratan to Satinder Jain. And Satinder Jain is not detained by Bharatiya Janata Party. They have gone to all courts. They have gone to even Supreme Court. They have not got relieved. You are saying there is nothing? And Satinder Jain is there in the jail from last 9 months without any reason? Are you giving this argument? And the same thing I am telling you in the case of Sisodia ji, respectable Sharab Mantri. उन्होंने जो policy में decided policy, they have changed the decided policy, which was the paper. They have given 140 crore rupees of discount, and there is no proper approval was done. That's a question. They have given 33
Rajiv
crore.
Babbar, you have given 200 crores of discount in MCD.
That proves that they have done a corruption.
Post-COVID, the vendors said that there was a loss of revenue and they went to court. The court said that this has to be waived off.
Tell me,
The
why
same
they
way
have
you have
given
waived off in
140
MCD.
crore rupees of
Please don't
discount,
pick up things
which was
from here
not there
and
in the
there and
tender.
out of context quote them
You
on a
have
TV
any answer?
program. The
Of
bottom
140
line is
crore
you
rupees of
have not
discount?
been able to
No, you don't
establish
have
any
answer.
evidence.
You know,
there is no
You don't have any
corruption.
answer.
You are just
You are
scared of
giving
the growing
benefit
popularity
to
of Aam
little
Aadmi
play-
Party.
To just ask my director to play up visuals of K. Kavita today at Jantar Mantar. Both are Reena and Rajiv. I'm sure you took note of what happened in Jantar Mantar today with K. Kavita, BRS Neta, KCR's daughter, who's also accused in this Delhi liquor gate. She protested on a noble cause on women's reservation bill, but the number of opposition parties that joined in, this was nothing less than a show of strength. Ahead of 2024, these kind of images cropping up, a lot more corruption cases being investigated against opposition leaders, a lot more. How would you read this image that we see of Kavita here just a day before she's got to attend before the Enforcement Directorate? Rajiv.
The point is that I think her party has taken a call and they are doing demonstration. I have nothing to say in that. But the point is, if I do something, see, please try to understand. If I do something, in my party, that doesn't allow me to go away from ED. If somebody has done corruption and there are photographs with the the culprits or with the people who have taken commission and there are sting operations, they have to reply. So Kavita ji should come to ED and reply. And I just want to tell you, everybody, we have seen the history. What happened when agency called our Prime Minister when he was Chief Minister of Gujarat? He went there, he cooperated with the agencies and he fought in the court and finally he got clean chit. So if they are confident that they are very clean, they will get that clean chit from court now. But the point is, in this Sharab Gotala, few things are
we heard you, Rajiv. Reena, don't you have faith in the judiciary? Let me ask Reena on that. Reena, do you have faith in our judiciary?
Of
I
course,
am
we are.
giving benefit to somebody where I am not relative. What is my interest? I have to explain. And I am giving 140 crore rupees of government revenue.
No, we heard you. Reena, but my question to you, you may call this a witch hunt, but do you have faith in our judiciary?
I have full faith in the judiciary and I'm 100% sure I can say on your program that both of these leaders will be given a clean chit because there is no scam. But this is the toolkit of Bharatiya Janata Party, that the process becomes the punishment. It takes a year to reach the Supreme Court and finally we'll get bail from the Supreme Court. But to get there, it'll take us 1 year. And by this time, what you've done is you're just trying to ruin the reputation of very good leaders. These are leaders who've done.
Are you giving clean chit to Satyendra Jain, please, on the same channel?
United
Are
Nations.
you giving clean chit to Satyendra Jain?
Janata Party did.
Well, they have. That's besides the question, Rajiv. The Aam Aadmi Party has given a clean chit to Satyendra. They have. What's there to ask? It's their neta. As a party, they have given him a clean chit. They've given Manish Sisodia a clean chit. Why will they, even if they're corrupt, why will anyone admit it until maybe the agencies prove that? But Reena, the images, again, I'd like to cut across to K. Kavita. K. Kavita is also the accused. She's known to be the face of the South cartel, named in the charge sheet. She protested in Jantar Mantar. Aam Aadmi Party also, netas were part of this protest. What would you call this? Is this a show of strength of the opposition, showing your unity ahead of 2024?
Nabila, she's protesting there for a very good cause.
Sure.
I was there, I was supporting her. This is
absolutely, but let's not forget the optics of it.
This is something that Bharatiya Janata Party has been writing in their manifesto, Women's Reservation Bill. But if it was Adani Reservation Bill, then they would have, of course, gone ahead and done it. You know, they don't want to give reservation to women, but they're very happy giving all the wealth of this country away to Adani. So this is a very noble cause which Bharatiya Janata Party has always said that they will do once they come to power. Now they are in power in Lok Sabha and in Rajya Sabha. Then why aren't they passing the women reservation bill? It's high time that we have the women reservation bill.
Rajiv wants to respond to that.
So, madam doesn't know that what Bharatiya Janata Party is doing. I just want to tell you that in this country, GDP has improved because of the good governance. And also, we 39 kilometer. Our name is in Guinness Book. We are making 39 kilometer highway per day. Earlier, it was 2 kilometers. So don't try to change the topic. We are working on development, and we are winning elections also on development. Northeast, which was Northeast, and you know, earlier you were saying that BJP election on EVM. When you won Punjab, then you change your stand. So, so this
Rajiv, we heard you. Reena, you know, since the allegation is against your Neta, I'd like a final word from you. Will you gracefully accept the investigation, allow the legal investigation to take its course instead of crying foul? If you have faith in our judiciary, will you gracefully allow the investigation to complete rather than painting a picture?
The investigation is going on, Avila, and we have been cooperating. But what is the reason to keep Mr. Manish Sisodia behind bars?
Do you think that this is going to hamper your 2024 ambitions?
So let him come home, and you know he has promised that he will cooperate in every other way.
Will this dent your 2024 ambitions?
No, absolutely not. The whole country is seeing that Mr. Modi has not delivered on his promises. And that is the reason why he's so scared that he's putting all the opposition leaders behind bars. This is an emergency situation, and we know what happened after emergency.
You call this an emergency?
Exactly.
It's an emergency situation, Rajiv. Sorry, we're really short on time. But
just one.
Yeah, okay. 10 seconds. Okay, that's it. My director has decided. But thank you very much, both our panelists, for joining us. Manish Sisodia sent to 7-day custody of the Enforcement Directorate. K. Kavita will be before the Enforcement Directorate tomorrow. It remains to be seen where the investigation is headed. We're going to continue tracking those developments. Thank you for watching.
The Liquorgate fire is spreading from Delhi to Telangana. The Enforcement Directorate is set to question K. Kavita on Saturday. Kavita, BRS leader and daughter of Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao, was to appear before the ED on Thursday, but had requested a fresh date. Facing charges of corruption in the alleged Liquorgate scam, Kavita unleashed a series of attacks on the Narendra Modi government.
फ्रेंडली उनके जितने भी पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज होते हैं उन पे कोई रेड नहीं होता है. फ्रेंडली उनके जितने भी बिजनेस हाउसेस हैं उन पे कोई रेड नहीं होता है. उन सब के लिए तो 7 खून माफ हो जाते हैं. अब अदानी जी ले लीजिए, बाकी बहुत लोग हैं, उन पे तो कुछ नहीं होता है. और आज तो इतना चर्चा है पूरे देश भर में कि देश में डबल इंजन सरकार चल रहा है. और ये 2 इंजन कौन है देश में? एक इंजन प्रधानी है, दूसरा इंजन अदानी है.
The ED claims Kavita holds 65% stake in Indo Spirits, one of the alleged beneficiaries of the AAP government's liquor policy in Delhi that was scrapped last year. The agency claims Arun Ramachandran Pillai, who is now in custody, acted as a front for the BRS leader.
आप अभिषेक और अरुण पिल्लई को जानती हैं क्योंकि उनकी शायद ईडी को लेकर के आपसे सवाल करने वाली है, उनसे आमना सामना होगा.
आपको ईडी का बहुत जानकारी है भाई, अंदर से कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन आ रहा है क्या? ईडी जो भी पूछेंगे हम उनका जवाब दे देंगे, आप टेंशन मत लीजिए.
The ED summons to Kavita have raised the political temperatures in Telangana, where assembly elections are scheduled later this year.
తప్పకుండా కవిత గారైనా ఎవరైనా కూడా అవినీతి పరులు అయితే వాళ్ళకుంటే తప్పు చేయలేనప్పుడు కోర్టును ఆశ్రయించాలి, వాళ్ళు న్యాయం నిరూపించుకోవాలి, వాళ్ళు తప్పు చేయని విషయం నిరూపించుకోవాలి. అవినీతి విషయంలో నరేంద్ర మోడీ ప్రభుత్వం చాలా సీరియస్ ఉన్నది. ఇది భారతీయ జనతా పార్టీకి సంబంధం లేదు. కేసీఆర్ కొడుకు అన్నిట్లో స్పందిస్తాడు, అన్నిట్లో మురుగుతాడు, అన్నిట్లో వాగుతాడు. మరి అని ఇంతవరకు కనీసం నిష్పందించలే. ఇది వాస్తవ ఫ్యాక్ట్, ఇది నిజమా. ఒక్కటి ఏంటంటే కేసీఆర్ ఫ్యామిలీకి ఒక ఫ్యాషన్గా మారింది.
They are using ED as a tool to harass other opposition parties. Even more strangers, even before ED sent summons, the entire local BJP will start speaking. పంపించేస్తాము, రేపు సమన్లు వస్తాయి, ఎల్లుండి సమన్లు వస్తాయి. So is it not a fact that ED, IT and CBI are extended arms of Narendra Modi?
The BJP sees Telangana as a potential growth area in South India. The Liquorgate scam in Delhi is set to figure prominently in its Telangana campaign, while it mars KCR's national ambitions. Bureau Report, India Today.
Sanju Verma, much of a muchness. When a stadium is named after a living Prime Minister, the Prime Minister does a lap of honor there. Photographs are there of the Prime Minister given to him at the time. Was it a bit excessive in your view?
You know, Rajdeep, I think I'll start by first saying that what is diplomacy? I mean, diplomacy is basically, the velvet glove that cloaks the fist of power. And I think that definition suits Prime Minister Modi to the T. And I'll tell you why. As you said at the very outset, cricket diplomacy is not something alien to India's foreign policy ethos. I remember that in 1987, Rajiv Gandhi, the then Prime Minister, had invited Ziaul Haq to come and watch a cricket match in India. And this was when the Code Brass Tacks operation was still going on, and Code Brass Tacks was basically to tackle the high infiltration from Pakistan into India, and border tensions were high. But Rajiv Gandhi used the cricket diplomacy route. And much later, in April 2005, Manmohan Singh invited General Musharraf to come and watch a cricket match in India. And in 2011, Manmohan Singh invited his Pakistani counterpart, Yusuf Jilani, again to come and be India's guest while India hosted him to the semi-finals of the World Cup cricket match between India and Pakistan in 2011. So point number one, cricket diplomacy is something that has worked in the past, and I don't think Prime Minister Modi doing a lap of honor shows that he's narcissistic. In fact, I have just this to say to you, Rajdeep.
No. Are you saying that it is not narcissistic to have a stadium named after yourself while you are living, and then you do a lap of honor in the same stadium and photographs of yourself are distributed, and dare I say half the tickets were given as complimentaries to BJP supporters? Are you saying that that doesn't smack up politics and narcissism?
May I please? Rajdeep, you've asked an important question. Now let me just tell you. A right to information query that was raised in 2013, and the ex-Vice President of India, Venkaiah Naidu, spoke about this on the floor of the parliament. 450 schemes, buildings, projects, institutions, awards have been named after the Nehru-Gandhi dynasty. Nehru, Jawaharlal Nehru Institute of Postgraduate Medical Education and Research, Pondicherry. Jawahar Bal Bhavan, Thrissur in Kerala. Jawahar Bharati College in Andhra Pradesh. Jawaharlal Nehru Center for Advanced Scientific Research, Bangalore, Karnataka. Jawaharlal Nehru Engineering College, Aurangabad, Maharashtra. Jawaharlal
Ma'am,
Nehru
if you
Government
continue with the
Engineering
list,
College,
we'll finish our time. It's a long list. I am aware of it. Ma'am, I'm aware of it. Ma'am, I'm aware of it.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify.
So sorry.
आज ना छोड़ेंगे बस हम जोली खेलेंगे।
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Growing Legacies. Co-presented by Century Ply, आग से बचाए. Co-presented by Macho Hind, बड़े आराम से. Co-powered by Sera, this is your space, play it your way. Co-powered by Aditya Birla Sun Life Insurance, इससे जरूरी कुछ भी नहीं.
And welcome. You're watching a live edition of the news track being brought to you tonight from rural Bengaluru. I'm currently on the bus of the Praja Dhwani Yatra with Congress's leader DK Shivkumar, who's right behind me. These are live images being brought to you in the most important assembly election for this year. And the reason that I say that this is the most important assembly election is because the BJP thinks despite all the anti-incumbency, the charges of corruption against the state government, they can still win Karnataka. And this is the one state where the Congress thinks it has a fighting chance. Behind me, fireworks have been going on for a long time. And I've been tracking Congress campaigns for many years now. And not in the recent past have we actually seen the Congress fight with this level of intensity. We've been tracking this Congress Yatra through the morning, and in most places, whether it was Gujarat or even in the Northeast, the Congress has been fighting rather listless campaigns. But this is one state where they think they have a real chance of being able to wrest the elections and then also set the stage for the remaining assembly elections and then for 2024. So the one question which is uppermost on the minds of voters in Karnataka and amongst the Congress parties, can their leaders stay united? Will their differences really tear the Congress campaign apart? So we look at that and more on this special live edition of the News Track being brought to you from rural Bengaluru.
Shivakumar Siddaramaiah Saath. CM face contenders, show of unity. Congress Netas co-star in campaign video. Stage set for State of War Karnataka. DK Shivakumar on the campaign trail. News Track exclusive.
This poster that I have behind me here at this rally of the Prajadhwani Yatra really symbolizes the problems of the Congress party. So there is Siddaramaiah, the former chief minister, the Kuruba OBC leader. Flanking him is DK Shivakumar, who clearly seems to think that he can be the next chief minister. He comes from the Vokaliga community, which is dominant in the southern part of the state, in the old Mysuru belt, which is where I am broadcasting from live tonight. Then next to him is Parameshwara. Parameshwara is a Dalit leader, and remember, the new Congress president, Mallikarjun Kharge, also comes from the state of Karnataka. He is a Dalit leader as well. And then there is MB Patil, who is the Lingayat leader. But remember, these Congress leaders are trying to put up a united front. The Prajadhwani Yatra, when it started, had both DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah campaigning together. But the moment the cameras go off, the acrimony starts to come out. There is genuine differences or wrangling amongst them, which could either go against the Congress if they fight openly, or it could go in favor of the Congress if they both go out and give it their best shot, hoping to win the maximum number of seats for the party in their area to showcase their area of influence and strength. It worked for the Congress in a state like Himachal Pradesh, where Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu, who was a Thakur leader, Mukesh Agnihotri, who was the Brahman leader, and Pratibha Singh, who was the wife of Veerbhadra Singh, all fought thinking that they could be chief minister. In the end, it helped the Congress. But if they start tripping each other over or trying to set up some rebel candidates against the official candidate to bring the other person's tally down, it can get very messy. The BJP thinks once tickets will be announced, things will be downhill from there for the Congress, because there is a lot of jostling and infighting. DK Shivakumar and the Siddaramaiah campaign for the moment are trying to make it seem as if all is well, that they can fight together. This is a big rally where we are. It's just one of those things that this bus reached here at the time when News Track started, so we're live from here. It's a big rally the Congress has set up, and there is genuine fervor and support as well, which wasn't seen in Gujarat, most certainly wasn't seen in the Northeast. But this is a state where the Congress still has some presence, and they're hoping that by putting up a united front, they'd be able to wrest Karnataka back from the BJP.
With just months to go for the Karnataka Assembly polls, the Congress is making a big unity patch. The two biggest faces of the Congress and warring chieftains, former CM Siddaramaiah and State Unit Chief DK Shivakumar, seem to have buried the hatchet, at least for now. Congress MP and party in charge of Karnataka, Randeep Surjewala, has shared a video of the two leaders appealing for votes together. The party is set to kickstart the hand-in-hand campaign on Saturday. Siddaramaiah and Shivakumar will directly reach out to people as part of the drive. But the question everyone is asking is how long this bonhomie will last. Siddaramaiah and Shivakumar share a bittersweet relationship, and it's not hidden. In Feb 2023, both leaders were seen holding separate yatras. While DK Shivakumar was in Kolar, Siddaramaiah was leading a yatra in Bidar. In December, when DK held a bus yatra to gather support for Congress, Siddaramaiah chose to snub that. Both have their eyes on the CM post. Siddaramaiah's supporters have been openly calling for him to be made the CM candidate.
ನನ್ನ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ರೂ ನಮ್ಮ ಪಕ್ಷ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ಪಕ್ಷ. ನಾವೇನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ನಮ್ಮ ಪಕ್ಷ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ಪಕ್ಷ. ನಮ್ಮ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ಗೆರೆ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದು ನಾವು ಗೆರೆ ದಾಟಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ನನ್ನ ಈಗಲೂ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ ಅದೇನೆ. ಅವತ್ತೇನಿತ್ತು ಇವತ್ತೇ ನಾಳೆನೂ ಅದೇನೆ.
Siddaramaiah is also playing the emotional card, calling this his last election, much to the discomfort of Shivakumar, who believes it is his turn to get the prized post.
ಚುನಾವಣೆಗೆ ನಿಲ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಇದೇ ಕೊನೆ. ರಾಜಕೀಯದಿಂದ ನಿವೃತ್ತಿ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ರಾಜಕೀಯವಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿಯ ಬೆಂಬಲ ಸಹಕಾರವನ್ನ ಈಗಲೂ ಕೊಡ್ತೇನೆ, ಮುಂದೆನೂ ಕೂಡ ಕೊಡ್ತೇನೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಯಸ್ತೇನೆ.
Party will decide who has to become the CM. I am not the man to decide. The Congress Party High Command will decide who has to become the Chief Minister. Quite natural. Congress President has become after S.L. Krishna, the same community has become. That is what I just disclosed before the community. I want those entire community to stand behind me. I want the voters of all the community. They will definitely they will have an opportunity.
The factional feud in the Congress has embarrassed the party many times and also given BJP hope. While the party leadership hopes the truce between Siddaramaiah and Shivakumar will last, it still is a fragile ceasefire fraught with risks. After all, at stake is the CM's post. Bureau Report, India Today.
The Congress's biggest charge against the BJP government in Karnataka is that of corruption. Pay CM, 40% CM, etc. These charges of the Karnataka government of the BJP being corrupt. And that's a charge the Congress hopes will actually stick. In the manner in which Virupakshapa, who's a important Lingayat leader of the BJP in Karnataka, managed to get relief for himself from the court, and before that the fact that the state police didn't go in and arrest him in the manner in which would have been expected if this had been an opposition party leader, that really has raised questions and given the Congress more ammunition to continue to attack the BJP with.
Booked for corruption, BJP MLA Madal Virupakshapa was produced before the Lokayukta for the second straight day. Virupakshapa is being grilled for over 8 crore amount of cash that was recovered from his home. This after his son was caught red-handed accepting 40 lakh rupees as bribe.
ಅಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಎವಿಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ರ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಗನ ಆಫೀಸಲ್ಲಿ ದುಡ್ಡು ಇಟ್ಟು ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಕೂಡ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಎವಿಡೆನ್ಸ್ ನೀವು ಏನಾಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದವ್ರಿಗೆ ಒತ್ತಡ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಆ ಒತ್ತಡದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಏನು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಒಂದು ಮಾತು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರೆ ಲೋಕಾಯುಕ್ತರಿಗೆ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಸಹಕಾರ.
While the BJP MLA claims innocence, the Karnataka Chief Minister and his government are firefighting. The bribe-gate bomb has dropped on Basavaraj Bommai just as his government was battling cut money and corruption charges.
ಈ ಥರ ಆಪಾದನೆ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಅವರು ಮಾಡಿರೋ ಕರಪ್ಷನ್ ತೊಳೆದು ಹೋಗೋದಲ್ಲ, ಅವರು ಮಾಡಿರುವಂಥ ಕರಪ್ಷನ್ ಪಾಪ ತೊಳೆದು ಹೋಗೋದಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಮತ್ತೆ ಬಂದೇ ಬರ್ತದೆ. 59 ಕೇಸುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ACB ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು ಲೋಕಾಯುಕ್ತ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಬಣ್ಣು ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ಸಿನ ಬಣ್ಣು ಬಯಲು.
BJP should concern about their own internal affairs instead of poking their nose in the party. And all these years, no one leader had made any statement against like what Mr. Basavaraj Yetnal or Mr. Vishwanath or some other leaders who were there was a huge mudslinging in BJP. There's nothing you can see in Congress party.
The cash seizure couldn't have come at a worse time for the BJP. With elections just around the corner, the bribe-gate scandal will be one of the raging issues in state of war Karnataka. Bureau Report, India Today.
Behind me are the cutouts of the galaxy of senior leaders of the Congress party. So you've got Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress president who comes from Karnataka, Sonia Gandhi, Rahul, Priyanka and Randeep Singh Surjewala, who's handling the Congress's campaign here. The irony though is that despite this being the one state where the Congress has a fighting chance, it is Prime Minister Modi, BJP President JP Nadda and Home Minister Amit Shah, who've actually been spending more time. Rahul Gandhi did come during the Bharat Jodo Yatra, but since then the Prime Minister has been coming virtually every week. JP Nadda is in Karnataka even today, and the BJP top brass is giving it their all. They think that with the equity the Prime Minister enjoys, the goodwill that he has, they'd be able to overcome the anti-incumbency the state government faces. I want to bring you now this exclusive interview I did earlier this evening with DK Shiv Kumar. Now he's got multiple charges against him. The investigative agencies are at his throat. Despite that, he's leading the Congress's campaign. He's hugely resourceful, very jugadu in this old Congress style of functioning kind of way, which isn't what we've been seeing from the new Congress. And he's a fighter. He thinks he has a chance. He thinks he can take the party across the finishing line. And even though he doesn't say so in this interview, in his heart of hearts, he hopes that if the Congress does win in Karnataka, he could be the next chief minister. He thinks he'll be able to avoid the kind of problems that Sachin Pilot had in Rajasthan. He ran the campaign but didn't get to be CM. Gehlot got to be CM. He's hoping to avoid all of that, but that is after the votes have been counted. For the moment, he's focused on trying to help the grand old party win in the state. We are currently tracking the Prajadhwani Yatra of the Congress party, and with me is the man who's leading the Congress's election campaign in the state of Karnataka, the KPCC chief DK Shiv Kumar. Mr. Shiv Kumar, it's good to catch you in action on the campaign trail. Thank you for your time. Now, the Congress gave a virtual walkover to the BJP in Gujarat and recently in the Northeast. It didn't seem to fight with all that it had. At least in Karnataka, do you think this is a do-or-die battle for the Congress in some senses, that if the Congress today in Karnataka can't beat the BJP, then it will almost be impossible for the Congress to beat the BJP anywhere in the next year's general elections?
See, Gujarat politics and Northeast politics is different. Here the people of this Karnataka are very matured people, very cultured, very educated. They take their own stand. They take in interest of the nation and interest of the state. Karnataka is one state where even at the time of when Janata Party came to power at Delhi, they gave a different message that Congress under Devaraj Arasu. Same thing has happened earlier also in various occasions. So when Krishnaji was the chief minister also, when Vajpayee was there also, here there was a Congress government. So how this happens? Here people are well matured. I think the other states' elections will not help. Karnataka will be the door for the Congress party at the national level politics.
But despite the anti-incumbency and charges of corruption against it, the BJP clearly thinks they have a good chance to be able to retain Karnataka, which is why the Prime Minister himself, BJP President Amit Shah, the Home Minister Amit Shah, JP Nadda, they're all giving it their all. It's not as if they think that this is a government that's been in power for 5 years, it faces various charges. They're not conceding defeat. They still think they can beat a Congress party which is divided at some level amongst its leadership.
See, I'm very happy that the Prime Minister or the Home Minister or Nadda never came to the people when the party, when the entire government was suffering at the time of COVID, at the time of drought, or at the time of where there was heavy rains. They never came here. They thought that they have a double-engine government and they will run it. The way this double-engine government has delivered in Karnataka, it has become the corruption capital of this country. And the image of Indian politics has come to a very low level. They are trying to make over, coming here, requesting people. Earlier they said that they are going to run the elections with Bommaiji's leadership. Now they are telling that you please vote for Modi and for a double-engine government. Where is the double-engine government? The engine itself is not started. The engine has become full of corruption. Any door you touch, any wall you touch of any government office. Today you see in a chief minister's own constituency, for making a khata, one officers are asking for 25,000. The second man has come now, he is asking for one more 25,000. Now he has gone with his cattle. I don't have money, you take a cattle. This is the situation.
But you saw last week what was going on with an MLA being a chairman and his son, how much collecting? 8 crores of rupees has been seized by Lokayukta. They were asking for an witness, evidence. 2.5 lakh contractors, registered associate contractors, they came all the way, all the media published. They said that without 40% we can't work. Swamijis came out, openly said that we have to pay 30%. This is the magnitude of corruption going on this state. So people are very confident that they want to have a change, a government with a governance, and the Congress party will deliver it.
The BJP responds to all the charges of corruption that you are throwing at the BJP by saying the Congress is no one to lecture us. Least of all DK Shivkumar, who's got so many corruption charges against him. He can be arrested at any point in time by the investigating agencies. How can he lecture anybody on corruption?
See, please tell me one incident or one issue where I have been involved in corruption. I have not been involved in corruption. There was no cases on me. It is at the time of Ahmad Patel election when MLAs were there, they raided and they wanted to tarnish us. They have put some cases. Any inquiry or any commission has said that I have done any corruption. In my 5-year rule as a minister in the Mr. Siddaramaiah government, I was there. They have made hundreds of inquiries on my various solar issues, power issues. Nothing they came out. Not on me, on any government of Congress party. They could not do.
Are you concerned that somewhere during this campaign, as it peaks up, you could possibly be arrested, like Manish Sisodia has been arrested in the case?
See, let them do whatever they want. We are least bothered. We are not afraid of it. If they have done anything wrong, the people are there to answer us. The people are there. You know how difficult days the entire country stood by me. Why they stood by me? The courts, I believe that injustice will not be flown from the seat of justice. I believe that courts knows about it. It is all the political vendetta which is going on in the entire country. They are using these agencies and I am least bothered about it. I don't care. Even if they put me again, I will fight it out.
In Karnataka, in the Bengaluru rural constituencies where you are traveling, we heard one of your speeches that a lot of the people who were speaking before you were trying to prop you up as chief minister. They were all talking about DK being chief minister. Now Siddaramaiah thinks he will be chief minister. Parameshwara once again thinks he will be chief minister. Do you think this battle amongst the Congress leadership about who will be the next chief minister could be the biggest challenge for the Congress party in this election?
I am least bothered about who will be the chief minister. The people want, definitely, they feel that they have their own choices. But it is the Congress party high command. My prime duty is to deliver a Congress government. The people, the workers, the common man should walk to the houses of the Vidhan Sauda telling that there is a Congress government which has to govern them with a governance. That is important. Not becoming me is not important. The high command will decide, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge and my party high command. Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, all of them are there.
Mallikarjun Kharge is quite close to you and seems to be quite fond of you. Are you hoping with Kharge as president, he can help you?
It is, see, he is a very senior leader. A bloc president becoming the ACC president is very much important. He is from my state. He wants a Congress government. He is least bothered about the individual. In his state, he has become the ACC president, where Mr. Gandhiji is sitting. He is the president now. He wants a Congress government. He is doing his best. We are very proud of him being the Congress president from our state. That will give us more strength to bring a Congress government here.
As we talk to senior leaders in the Karnataka Congress, many suggest that Siddaramaiah ji probably has support of more MLAs or potential MLAs. While you are very resourceful, you can help mobilize the campaign. When it comes to popularity in the street and popularity amongst Congress leaders, it could be a Ashok Gehlot Sachin pilot kind of situation where Gehlot is more popular even though Sachin is the one who did the work in the build up to the elections.
Sam, I don't want to comment on all these things. It is my duty as a party president. They have given me this opportunity to deliver a Congress government. I am confident. I believe my leadership. They will take a call at an appropriate time.
Are you hoping to be CM? Are you hoping the leadership will choose you?
See, let the party take its own call. It is not me or Siddaramaiah or Mr. Kharge or XY, Parameshwar or X anyone. We want a Congress. That's all.
Given that the Congress is fighting the Karnataka election with all that it has, why isn't the Congress senior leadership coming to Karnataka in quite the way that Nadda ji is here today, the PM's coming tomorrow, Amit Shah ji has been here. So in the way that they are spending time, the Congress top leaders don't seem to be backing you in the same way.
See, they are feared about they are losing the state. There will be a big change. What damages has been done to their party, they are trying to pacify it, trying to take it in a different direction. Here it is a state election. We are the leaders who can manage all these national leaders. We know we are ready to fight for them. We are ready to reply for them. At appropriate time, at the time of elections, they will come.
But you are in this Prajadhwani Yatra, they should come.
Rahul Gandhi came here. He walked the streets of this state.
That was in the Bharat Jodo Yatra. He's not come to Prajadhwani.
Then Priyanka Gandhi came here. She came out with the woman's, whatever the guarantee we gave for 2,000 rupees, what the guarantee was there. She came and did. Rahul Gandhi is coming here after in this month end. He will come here. And other our national secretaries, they are here. They are doing their work. Mr. Karge is here. Again, he will be here. He is in his home state. He already has been working. Recently, we went to Tumkur. When Gulbarga, we are going in the next week. Here, we have the national leaders.
Your biggest charge against the Karnataka government is of corruption. This pay CM, 40% CM, etc., etc. Do you think this whole Virupakshipa incident has come as some kind of proof to your assertion?
No, it is not only Virupakshipa. The day one, the suicide of Santosh Patel, the Contractor Association and Swamiji's, MLAs of the ruling party, forget them. Mr. Yatnal, Mr. Vishwanath, and one Mr. MLA from Chitradurga, ex-minister, all of them came out on record that what is going on in state, what more you need? Forget us, we are opposition, but you see, have you heard, on a OMR sheet has been tampered, an IPS officer in jail, more than 100 people are in jail on the youth's unemployment scam, PSI scam, police officer scam. This is the biggest scams in every whatever department. It is not only one department. In every department, corruption is rampant.
No, but what's your grand vision? Let's assume that the Congress does come to power. What should the people of, because as I traveled through the streets of Bengaluru earlier, if you go to Ahmedabad, you come to Delhi, you go to Lucknow, this city is getting better. You know, you can see bigger roads, more infrastructure. In Bangalore, it's going from bad to worse.
That is why I have a vision to see that my team is going to Singapore to study various aspects. We are looking at, we want to see that this traffic problem is being sorted out.
What's your plan? How will you do it?
See, we have two major options which will come out. We will announce it at the earlier point of time. We have a vision for a better Bangalore, for a greater Bangalore, for a global Bangalore. We want, because this is a global city, people are well educated. The world leaders are coming to Bangalore. Instead of going to Delhi, they first come to Bangalore, then they go to Delhi. This is even what Atal Bihari Vajpayee also said when he had come here at the inauguration of laying the foundation of the international airport. This is what the Bangalore has. It is a rich human resources place.
But a lot of new projects are going elsewhere, whether they're going to Gujarat, in some instances they're going to Telangana.
Yes. The policy is not wrong. The policy, what they have announced is wrong. We want to grow with a second tier city. We want to see that Bangalore is developed. Bangalore will give highest revenue. Almost 47% of the revenue is from this Bangalore and IT sector. We have to protect Bangalore. We have a new vision for this greater Bangalore.
In this election, the SDPI has said they'll contest about 100 odd seats. In a few seats, they could potentially be the difference between victory and defeat. Are you concerned that in a three-cornered election, the presence of the SDPI could take away a lot of the minority vote that the Congress would expect to get and make your life much tougher?
I don't think it is a political party which they can take any decision. But as far as the voters are concerned, I believe that they have confidence. The minorities and all other backward class and scheduled castes, they have decided they have to protect the Congress party and the Congress government in the larger interest of the nation. So I'm sure the voters, including Wakkaliga and Lingais and other backward classes, they want to change. They doesn't look at the any other option except giving an opportunity for the Congress party.
Your biggest charge against the Karnataka government is of corruption. This pay CM, 40% CM, etc., etc. Do you think this whole Virupakshipa incident has come as some kind of proof to your assertion?
No, it is not only Virupakshipa. The day one, the suicide of Santosh Patel, the contractor association and Swamiji's, MLAs of the ruling party, forget them. Mr. Yatnal, Mr. Vishwanath, and one Mr. MLA from Chitradurga, ex-minister, all of them came out on record that what is going on in state, what more you need? Forget us, we are opposition. But you see, have you heard, on a OMR sheet has been tampered, an IPS officer in jail, more than 100 people are in jail on the youth's unemployment scam, PSI scam, police officer scam. This is the biggest scams in every whatever department. It is not only one department. In every department, corruption is rampant.
No, but what's your grand vision? Let's assume that the Congress does come to power. What should the people of, because as I traveled through the streets of Bengaluru earlier, if you go to Ahmedabad, you come to Delhi, you go to Lucknow, this city is getting better. You know, you can see bigger roads, more infrastructure. In Bangalore, it's going from bad to worse.
That is why I have a vision to see that my team is going to Singapore to study various aspects. We are looking at, we want to see that this traffic problem is being sorted out.
What's your plan? How will you do it?
We have two major options which will come out. We will announce it at an earlier point of time. We have a vision for a better Bangalore, for a greater Bangalore, for a global Bangalore. We want, because this is a global city, people are well educated. The world leaders are coming to Bangalore. Instead of going to Delhi, they first come to Bangalore, then they go to Delhi. This is even what Atal Bihari Vajpayee also said when he had come here at the inauguration of laying the foundation of the international airport. This is what the Bangalore has. It is a rich human resources place.
But a lot of new projects are going elsewhere, whether they're going to Gujarat, in some instances they are going to Telangana.
Yes. The policy is not wrong. The policy, what they have announced is wrong. We want to grow with a second tier city. We want to see that Bangalore is developed. Bangalore will give highest revenue. Almost 47% of the revenue is from this Bangalore and IT sector. We have to protect Bangalore. We have a new vision for this greater Bangalore.
In this election, the SDPI has said they'll contest about 100 odd seats. In a few seats, they could potentially be the difference between victory and defeat. Are you concerned that in a three-cornered election, the presence of the SDPI could take away a lot of the minority vote that the Congress would expect to get and make your life much tougher?
I don't think it is a political party which they can take any decision. But as far as the voters are concerned, I believe that they have confidence. The minorities and all other backward class and scheduled castes, they have decided they have to protect the Congress party and the Congress government in the larger interest of the nation. So I'm sure the voters, including Wakkaliga and Lingais and other backward classes, they want to change. They doesn't look at any other option except giving an opportunity for the Congress.
No, but the presence of SDPI candidates does make a complicated election contest even more complex.
No, it will not happen. I'm telling you, whichever party, I'm not only referring only to SDPI, even including Janata Dal, it will not affect the prospects of the Congress.
Are you concerned? Because there's been so much talk about the Janata Dal secular, possibly in the case of a fractured house, choosing to go with the BJP, that could make your life complex if it's a hung house, that the JDS actually ends up partnering with the BJP?
It is their wish, but my guts is that without anyone's support, Congress party is going to form a government. We will deliver a government with good governance. We will not have any support of anyone. Even BJP will be stuck to 65. Janata Dal will be around 20 and plus. Congress will have its full majority.
Do you see the JDS as being a serious threat in this election, or do you see this largely as a bipolar fight between the Congress and the BJP?
No, I don't want to comment much on that because we have tried them, we have tested them, we have given an opportunity. They could not deliver.
But they're still the tallest party for the Vokalika community from where you come.
Fine, but their numbers will be reduced in a very big way. Whatever the seats they got in Mandya, whatever the seat they got in Mysore, whatever the seat they got in Assam, will not be repeated again.
When Congress MP Rahul Gandhi was in the United Kingdom, he seemed to be asking for external help, asking countries in Europe and the United States to come help democracy in India. Now, a lot of the BJP leaders are attacking RG for saying, why does an Indian democratic leader want Europe and America to intervene in India's affairs? How do you see this?
See, in various cases, while world leaders had come to India, it may be Bill Clinton or the other President of America, Mr. Obama. While going back, they said that they have to protect the secular sanctity of this country. They have given statements. In this context, he wanted to keep this country united. Without Gandhi family, Congress or the country could not be united. Country can be united only with the Congress leadership. That is why a lot of people are there. Better see them because when Prime Minister went out of the country, in America also last time before elections of the parliament presidential election, he said he gave a speech on the former president of India to support him. Aapki baar. He given a statement. Like that, he also feels that yes, we have to save this country. He feels that a lot of people outside the country are there, that they all join together and support us.
When Vasavaraj Bommai was made Chief Minister of Karnataka, there was a sense that Mr. Yedurappa's time and tenure was kind of over. But we saw the Prime Minister came recently, felicitated Mr. Yedurappa on his birthday, in some senses sending a message that BSY is still the face that they hope to take to the people of Karnataka because he's the tallest Lingayat leader in the state.
See, we have a lot of respect for Yedurappa. But why Yedurappa has been removed? Why there is no answer? Why Yedurappa has to cry? Why Yedurappa's son could not be made even an MLC? Not even in MLC. They could not accommodate him as an MLC. They could not accommodate him as a minister. Then what is the use of making a lip sympathy? Lip sympathy doesn't work. The people of the state know that how Yedurappa has been backstabbed and there will be a result on it.
You know, the Congress party has given various freebie announcements. You know, you promised 200 units of electricity. Then there was a promise of 2,000 rupees to every woman. Then 10 kgs of rice. Now, this is raising concerns about whether you could cause financial distress to Karnataka with all these freebies, something that the Prime Minister seems to be very opposed to.
I don't know whether Prime Minister has seen his own manifesto under his leadership and NDA leadership. See, I was a power minister. 10,000 megawatt of power was being produced when I was the minister. Then I left the office, it is 20,000 megawatt of power. Transmission losses was 21%. It came reduced to 14%. If we stop this corruption, it is enough. How did they manifest? In the manifesto, they said that they are going to double the income of the farmers. They said that 1 lakh rupee of loan will be waived. They said that they are going to give, instead of 7 hours power, free power to the farmers, 10 hours. How did they announce that? How did they? Without having a proper knowledge, did they announce that? I am telling you, I was a power minister. I know Karnataka has sound financial strength. We can manage. We will help it out. Whatever we have committed. See, the price rise. They said that there is going to double the income of everyone. Whose income they have doubled? No income has been doubled. Achhe din. Where is that achhe din? With their promises, we have come out all this. But our promise, we will deliver.
Mr. Shivkumar, you're fighting a very important battle because this is not just a battle for Karnataka. This is a battle to prove that the Congress still has what it takes to win against the BJP. If you win, it gives the Congress some hope. If you don't, then it basically means that the game is over, khalas for the Congress, because if they can't win Karnataka, they basically should just pack up and go home.
You will have a surprise, you will have a change, the change for the growth of this country, the change for the unity of the country, the change is for the development of this country, the change for the youth of this country.
But the BJP has the one thing you don't have, which is the magic of Modi. They think that Prime Minister Modi can help overcome a lot of the anti-incumbency against the state.
Even Modi was there in Himachal, he was there in Delhi, he was there in West Bengal, he was there in Tamil Nadu, he was there in Kerala,
But his presence
he was
helped
there
them
in
last
Telangana,
time.
he was there in
His rallies
Telangana.
made a big difference in the last campaign.
I don't think that will help you out. That will not help out.
Well, we'll find out once the verdict is announced.
Here, the ballot is more stronger than their bullets, than their words. The ballot will prove that. Though they are trying to, that they wanted to, they made a big, more than 8,000 officers, BLOs. They appointed their cadres. We found out they wanted to deduct the minority and scheduled caste vote. We went to the election commission. Election commission came out. Then lot of officers will be suspended. This is the way they are trying to gain their election prospects.
Okay. We'll find out when the votes are counted whether this confidence is based on genuine reason or whether it's a bit up in the air. But thank you very much.
Holi celebrations at the Ola Giga factory, a video shared by the company founder and CEO Bhavish Agarwal. Agarwal also uploaded this video, his own take on his future factory bots joining in on the Holi fun. Meanwhile, this poll also appeared on his Twitter feed with the question, "What's the biggest barrier for you to buy an EV?" The response was huge with around 19,000 votes. The biggest hurdle, it seems, is the lack of charging infrastructure, with more than 30% of the respondents choosing this as the #1 reason. The higher cost of EVs is the second reason. There also seems to be considerable apprehension among customers whether the EV battery will last 5 years. Around 80% of the respondents had range anxiety, a fear that the battery would give out during a trip. The poll triggered more than 500 responses, with people quick to share their suggestions. Customers from as far as Chhattisgarh were inquiring about hyperchargers, with another user suggesting that chargers be installed outside restaurants, cafes and other locations besides gas stations. There were also complaints of government subsidy on electric vehicles not percolating to the customer. But most took the opportunity to raise various other issues of services related to deliveries, of deadlines not kept, and of accessories still to be installed. While the poll clearly highlights the gaps in the sector, the government has also been taking steps to promote the EV space in India. In the Union Budget presented last month, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman announced a policy to support battery energy storage systems with the capacity of 4,000 megawatt-hour with viability gap funding. She also mentioned an outlay of 35,000 crore rupees for priority capital investments towards energy transition and net zero goals till 2070.
In the month of October last year, we did a ground report on the EV charging infrastructure in Delhi NCR, where we found most of the EV charging stations that we encountered were either broken or were out of service. This just shows there's a gap between what we want EV adoption to be and the ground reality. This was Akanksha Chaturvedi for Business Today TV.
got a call from somebody from TVS, and they said, we're looking at having you on board. Next thing I know is they've
Welcome back. You're watching the News Track. Congress Member of Parliament Rahul Gandhi is facing flack for his comments about democracy dying in India. Today, it was Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar who trained his guns on Rahul Gandhi. Remember, Rahul Gandhi in that interaction in Britain had said that mites of opposition leaders were being turned down when they were speaking. The Vice President who heads the Rajya Sabha very upset with that charge, saying A, this is untrue, and B, Rahul Gandhi is denigrating India and giving Indian Parliament and democracy a bad name.
There are important things that we need to speak about: demonetization, GST, the fact that the Chinese are sitting inside our territory. When we try to raise these questions, we're not allowed to raise them in the House. It's a fact.
Some amongst us, including parliamentarians, in overdrive, are engaged in thoughtless, unfair denigration of our well-nurtured democratic values.
A thorny debate, not in Parliament, but over it. The Congress leader tells British lawmakers that the opposition's microphones are silenced in Indian Parliament. Rahul's microphone analogy on Monday drew on his assertions in the UK that Indian democracy is under threat.
Indian democracy is a public good. It's 3 or 4 times the size of the United States in terms of numbers. Same with regards to Europe. So the surprising thing is that the so-called defenders of democracy, which are the United States, European countries, seem to just be oblivious that a huge chunk of the democratic model has come undone, right? Which is a real problem.
The remarks drew a sharp retort back home.
विदेशी धरती पर जाकर भारत को बदनाम करने का, भारत को तोड़ने का और ये जहर फैलाने का काम श्रीमान राहुल गांधी जी कर रहे हैं। सवाल ये खड़ा होता है कि आखिरकार ऐसी सोच क्यों? ये कौन से अपने विदेशी मित्रों के लिए ये भाषा का उपयोग किया जा रहा है?
Not just the government and the BJP, Vice President and Rajya Sabha Chairman Jagdeep Dhankar issued a strong reaction to Rahul's accusations.
The world is applauding our historic accomplishments and functional, vibrant democracy. Some amongst us, including parliamentarians, in overdrive, are engaged in thoughtless, unfair denigration of our well-nurtured democratic values.
The Vice President told a book launch event on Thursday that attempts are underway to malign Indian Parliament and the Constitution. He recalled how Indian democracy was stifled when a state of emergency was ordered by then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi in the 1970s.
How can I sanctify a statement that mics in Indian Parliament are put off? How dare anyone pick up courage to say so? Has there been ever illustration? Yes, we did have a dark chapter of our political history. Proclamation of emergency. The darkest period which any democracy can suffer.
The Congress has hit back. The chairman, however, is an umpire, a referee, a friend, a philosopher, a guide to all. He cannot be a cheerleader for any ruling dispensation. Party spokesperson Jairam Ramesh has accused the Vice President of defending the government. The Congress insists the offices of the Vice President and Rajya Sabha Chair require no party loyalty and prejudices. The back and forth between Rahul Gandhi and his critics bumps up the debate on democracy to the center stage of national politics. Bureau Report, India Today.
Make absolutely no mistake, the Battle of Karnataka is the most important assembly election that's being fought this year. These voters seated behind me are the ones who will determine the build up to the 2024 campaign. Because remember, if the Congress can somehow beat the BJP in a direct fight, they'd be able to show that Congress party abhi zinda hai, that the grand old party still has what it takes to win. If despite the 5 years of anti-incumbency, all these charges of corruption, etc., the BJP is still able to win, it will really be a crushing defeat for the Congress. If they can't win Karnataka, then what can the Congress possibly win in a direct fight? So the stakes are high. Stakes in any Indian election are always high. They always get us excited and charged up. But Karnataka, the stakes are higher than in any other assembly election this year, which is why this is so important, both for the BJP and for the Congress. And remember, there is that third party over here, the Janata Dal Secular, which is also in the fray. What they do in the old Karnataka, in the old Mysuru region will be critical. And then there is the SDPI, the Muslim outfit, which is hoping to contest in 100-odd seats, especially those seats where there are Muslim people in big numbers. That could be a factor. They could play the role of a vote cutter, making it very complex for the Congress to try and get all the minority vote, which they'd expect to get. So this is an exciting battle. As you can see, we're already out in the field tracking this election like absolutely nobody else will. The other channels, anchors, editors sitting in their studios will not be able to capture the colors of this election in the way that the India Today team will. And I hope that you will be tuning in all through March, all through April until the middle of May, when the votes are counted, to India Today's live and continuing coverage of the big battle of Karnataka. I hope you enjoyed this broadcast. Elections gets us excited like almost nothing else. There's no other story which is quite as exciting as an election. Look at the crowds behind us. It's late into the evening. They're charged up. They're excited. They're ready to go, as is the India Today team. So thank you for tuning in. I look forward to seeing you again at 8 p.m. Monday evening. Till then, from all of us here in the India Today News Track team, goodbye, good night.
बोलो बाटारन स्वामी की भैया तारीफ उस खुदा की जिसने ये जहां बनाया है। बंदे को शराफत अली कहते हैं।
बाबा जी, मैं थोड़ा छोटा हूँ, थोड़ा काला हूँ, थोड़ा मोटा हूँ, लेकिन मेरी बाकी बॉडी है ना एकदम सलमान खान की तरह है। जानम समझा करो बाबा जी, समझा करो।
प्रॉब्लम है कि 12 साल पहले मैं इनके साथ 7 फेरे ले चुका हूँ।
भाई 12 साल पुरानी बात अब आप क्यों उठा रहे हैं?
अरे मैं इनका हस्बैंड हूँ और अब शादीशुदा औरत पे लाइन मार रहे हैं।
ओ जी, मैं भाभी जी नमस्ते जी।
काशीराम वो आ गया।
होता पकाड़ा बोने ब्राज बारे लखन के आते ही आपके मुड़ 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 मंत्र क्यों शुरू हो जाते हैं? चेहरा लाल, छाती नीली, हाथ पीले हो जाते हैं, बात क्या है?
काशीराम काम कर।
आप मेरे पास आप कहती मैं आपके पास आ गया होता। आई एम DS भंडारी। DS मतलब दिल से और भंडारी मतलब सिर्फ भंडारी। गोबर का बॉस। गोवर्धन का बॉस और आपका बहुत बड़ा फैन।
मामे, ये तेरा दांत सोने का है ना? सोने का तो है पर दूंगा नहीं। दे देना मामे। मामे दे देना। अच्छा मामे एक बात बता यार, दिलदार तुझे कैसा चाहिए? दांत चाहिए कि भांजा चाहिए? नहीं, इस बार तो दांत चाहिए, भांजा बिल्कुल नहीं चाहिए।
भाई ये बंदे का नाम है शराफत अली। कसम उड़ान झल्ले की, पूरे चोर बाजार में पिछले 9 सालों में शराफत अली ने पैसा नहीं कमाया, लेकिन शराफत से इज्जत बहुत कमाई है। इज्जत।
हाँ शराफत भाई वाह, ये तो हद हो गई शराफत की के नाम भी शराफत है। हाँ ये तो घास काट रहा है, माली तो नहीं है? भांजे तने फिल्मों में नहीं देखा, हर बड़ा आदमी है ना अपने घर में घास काटता है। हाँ लेकिन क्यों? वो इसलिए कि इन बेचारों के पास है ना पैसा बहुत होता है, तो इनका है ना टाइम नहीं कटता है, तो अपना टाइम काटने के लिए है ना घर में घास काटते हैं।
हेलो
जर्मन में फिर से सलीम बोल रहा हूँ।
ओ महाराज सलीम, सॉरी वो फोन कट गया था। और महाराज सुनो, क्या हाल चाल है?
हाँ, तो मैं ये कह रहा था कि मेरी बीवी ने बहुत पीटा और कहा कि तो जर्मन को जो उठा दे रहा, क्या वो
हेलो
नहीं गया?
हेलो हेलो
हेलो जर्मन, हेलो
हेलो हेलो
हेलो हेलो जर्मन, हेलो
जर्मन जर्मन सुनाई दे रहा है।
अरे लेकिन मुझे सब सुनाई दे रही है। जो कर्जा ले रखा वो कर्जा देना यार तू।
हेलो
कर्जा देना यार।
हेलो हेलो
हेलो
ठहरो, मेरे कमरे में कोई है जो हमारी बातें सुन रहा है। कौन है? बाहर निकालो उसे, बाहर निकालो उसे। supposed to be a private call. हमारी बातें तो नहीं सुनी तुमने? मेरी बातें तो नहीं सुनी तुमने? बहरे हो? ओके ओके पिंटो पिंटो वो बहरा है।
The Queen of Arabian Sea under a thick blanket of smoke. Kochi is living its worst nightmare. A fire that started at the Brahmapuram solid waste management site on the 2nd March is still raging. The Indian Navy and the state administration are engaging in firefighting operations.
You can see in the visuals the smoke that's coming out of the fire is covering the entire area. It's not just here. You can see in the that end corner where it's completely filled with smoke. The fire has not been fully doused. What we are understanding is the fire is right now under control, but you can see patches of fire here and there, and it will take another week, is what we are understanding, to completely douse the fire.
The Navy has deployed several helicopters to douse the fire that has made the city air toxic. People in Kochi and its suburbs are angry at the failure to control the fire.
ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ എല്ലാവർക്കും ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടാണ്. എല്ലാ പിള്ളേർക്കും വയസ്സായവർക്കും എല്ലാവർക്കും ശ്വാസം മുട്ടും ചുമയും. ഞങ്ങൾക്കൊന്നും ഇവിടെ നിൽക്കാൻ വയ്യ ഈ സമയത്ത് ഇത്തിരി കുറവുണ്ട്. വൈകുന്നേരം 4-3 മണിയൊക്കെ ആകുമ്പോഴത്തേക്കും പിന്നെയും തുടങ്ങും. കാറ്റ് വരുന്ന അനുസരിച്ചിട്ട് പുക കൂടിക്കൊണ്ടുവരും. രാത്രിയൊന്നും ഫാനൊന്നും ഇടാൻ പാടില്ല. വീട്ടിൽ എല്ലാ പുക അകത്തോട്ട് കയറി വരും. അപ്പോൾ 2 ദിവസമായിട്ട് പിള്ളേരൊന്നും ഉറങ്ങിയിട്ടില്ല.
Schools and shopping malls in the region were shut for 2 days. Students who have exams are stuck.
ഉച്ച കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടാണ് പുക കൂടുതലും തന്നെ. അതുകൊണ്ട് അങ്ങനെ പഠിക്കാനൊന്നും പറ്റാറില്ല. പിന്നെ രാത്രിയൊക്കെ ഭയങ്കര പുകയായിരിക്കും. പുറത്തേക്ക് ഇറങ്ങാൻ പറ്റൂല. അകത്ത് തന്നെ ഇരിക്കണേ ഫുൾ ടൈം. പുറത്തേക്കൊന്നും അങ്ങനെ ഇറങ്ങാറില്ല. പഠിക്കാനൊന്നും പറ്റില്ല. ശ്വാസം മുട്ടലും തലവേദനയൊക്കെ. പിന്നെ അങ്ങനെ പഠിക്കാനൊന്നും പറ്റാറില്ല. ഈ പുകയൊക്കെ ആയിരുന്നു.
Elderly citizens are complaining of suffocation and dizziness.
ചുമ ഉണ്ട് ശരിക്കും, പിന്നെ കഫക്കെട്ടുണ്ട്. അല്ലാണ്ട് ഇപ്പം ഒന്നും വേറെ പറയത്തൊക്കെ ഒന്നുമില്ല. പിന്നെ ഈ പുക വരുന്ന സമയത്താണെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് ശ്വസിക്കാനൊക്കെ ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടുണ്ടാവും. ഭയങ്കര സ്മെല്ലുമായിരിക്കും. വാതിലൊക്കെ അടച്ചിട്ടിരുന്നാൽ തന്നെ ഒരു ഇതുമില്ല. പിന്നെയും പരിക്കകത്തൊക്കെ മുറിക്കകത്തൊക്കെ ഇതിൻ്റെ പുകയൊക്കെ ഉണ്ടാവും, സ്മെല്ലുണ്ടാവും.
Heads are rolling. Ernakulam District Collector Renu Raj has been shunted out. NSK Umesh has taken charge as the new collector.
my predecessor, Dr. Renu Raj, has done some fantastic work in the last 10 days in terms of controlling the fire and working on long-term solutions. So there's a fantastic action plan already in place. I think it's my duty to ensure that the action plan is implemented. I think it's a tough situation, but I think we will be able to manage it.
The Kerala High Court racked district officials for waste mismanagement. In a scathing observation, the court said Kochi has become a gas chamber. A week after fire started at Brahmapuram, the people of Kochi don't know when the nightmare will be over. With Shibimol in Kochi, Bureau Report, India Today.
Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-presented by Panasonic, create today, enrich tomorrow. Co-powered by Sera, this is your space, play it your way.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today, your primetime destination news, newsmakers, talking points ahead of the weekend. The big talking point, crackdown on corruption or a crackdown on the opposition. What exactly is the Modi government up to? Is corruption going to be the big issue of Mission 2024? Tonight, the big corruption debate, all sides covered on the news today. Also, H3N2 FAQs with Dr. Randeep Guleria. He will join us later on the show. But first, as always, it's time for the 9 headlines at 9. The Enforcement Directorate turns the heat on Lalu Prasad and family in the Land for Jobs scam, conducts raids in 15 locations, including Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Tejasvi Yadav's Delhi residence. Fresh blow for former Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, remanded to ED custody for 7 days until the 17th of March. Bail hearing in CBI case adjourned to the 21st. 1 day ahead of the ED summons, K. Kavita declares a war on the Modi government with a Jantar Mantar protest. Kavita's arrested frontman Arun Pillai to retract ED statement. Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar takes a veiled dig at Rahul Gandhi's remarks in the United Kingdom. Congress hits back, says VP can't function like BJP's cheerleader. Amid a spike in H3N2 influenza virus cases, Centre issues an advisory for states to be on high alert. 2 deaths reported from Karnataka and Haryana. Pulwama widows stir escalates in Jaipur after martyrs' widows detained then released. Pilot urges Gehlot to treat the issue sympathetically. BJP says Congress insulting brave hearts. The fire at Kochi's Brahmapuram toxic waste plant rages on now for 9 days. Pinarayi Vijayan government urges residents against panic, says fumes are under control. A video of a Japanese tourist being allegedly harassed by a group of men during Holi celebrations goes viral. Delhi police on the hunt to identify victim, nab the accused. And Australia bowled out for 480 in the first innings of the 4th test at Ahmedabad. Usman Khwaja scores 180. Cameron Green, his maiden test century. But our top story tonight, is it a war on corruption or a war against the opposition? The Enforcement Directorate crackdown on opposition leaders in corruption cases just got bigger. The agency has now got 7 days custody of Delhi's former Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia in the alleged Delhi liquor guide scam. It has also claimed that the scam is worth 292 crore rupees. The ED has also today raided locations linked to former Bihar Chief Minister Lalu Prasad's family in the Land for Jobs scam. And tomorrow, the ED is set to question the TRS leader or BRS leader and K. Chandrasekhar Rao, Telangana Chief Minister's daughter, K. Kavita. Is the government, the Modi government now, all set to use the ED to take on the opposition? It's our big story tonight.
It has been a busy week for the Enforcement Directorate and the CBI. The central agencies have turned up the heat on key opposition leaders from the Aam Aadmi Party, Rashtriya Janata Dal and the Bharat Rashtra Samiti. The ED got 7 days custody of Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia from a Delhi court on Friday after arresting him in the Liquorgate case the previous evening. In court, the ED claimed Sisodia had a direct role in the alleged scam. The agency told the court the liquor policy was formed without accepting the views of the expert committee to benefit certain individuals. The policy, according to the ED, was framed to ensure select wholesalers received a profit margin of 12%, 6 points more than what it should have been. The ED said clauses in the policy were diluted at the insistence of Sisodia and it led to cartelization. The agency estimated the proceeds of the crime to be at least 292 crore rupees. A key focus of the investigation is an alleged network of middlemen, businessmen and politicians which the central agencies have called the South Group. The ED alleges Sisodia is not cooperating with the investigation and plans to confront officers with him. Sisodia's lawyers claim the charges were based on hearsay and no money trail has been established. The AAP leader's arrest has raised political temperatures further.
मनीष सिसोदिया के घर 14 घंटे सीबीआई की छापेमारी हुई, कुछ नहीं मिला। ठीक जमानत की सुनवाई के एक दिन पहले ईडी पहुंच जाती है और गिरफ्तार कर लेती है मनीष सिसोदिया जी को।
There is only one place for those who indulge in corruption, that is Tihar jail, and therefore we have shown that the Arvind Kejriwal government is head to toe dipped in corruption and the ministers are in jail, and not because of agencies, because courts have kept him there.
The ED also mounted raids on nearly 20 locations linked to Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Tejashwi Yadav and his sisters Hema, Chanda and Ragini in the Land for Jobs scam. The raids follow questioning of former Bihar Chief Ministers Lalu Yadav and Rabri Devi earlier this week. The Yadavs are accused of taking land from aspirants in exchange for jobs during Lalu's term as Railway Minister.
कुछ नहीं कहेंगे।
हाँ चलिए हटिए
हमको एजेंसी से क्या लेना था? उसका काम था वो अपना काम किया चला गया।
मैम बार बार परेशान किया जा रहा है आप लोगों को।
आ रहा हजारों बार परेशान करेंगे हम लोग बोलेंगे।
2024 से पहले क्या इस तरह के डराने की कोशिश लग रही है आप? चलिए।
And the ED is not done yet. It will be questioning Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao's daughter and BRS MLC K. Kavita on Saturday. She is accused of being a beneficiary of the Delhi Liquorgate scam. While the BJP is calling the whole exercise a crackdown on corruption, the opposition is claiming vendetta. Bureau Report, India Today.
It's time then for the big corruption debate here on the news today. Is the Modi government targeting opposition leaders? Do opposition leaders have much to hide at the moment? Is corruption still a major national issue ahead of the 2024 elections? Are the agencies being misused to settle political scores? Is the public cheering on the agencies? Joining me now, Shehzad Poonawala, the BJP's evergreen spokesperson, Rohan Gupta, the Congress's senior spokesperson, Reena Gupta, national spokesperson AAP, Krishan Mane, BRS leader, and Sandeep Shastri, coordinator, Lokniti Network, leading political scientist. Appreciate all of you joining us. I'm going to come straight with a graphic because I want Mr. Poonawala to respond to this. ED cases against politicians. Under UPA, opposition leaders, 54% of the cases were against opposition leaders. Under NDA, in the last 8 years, 95% of the cases, 121 politicians, 95% of those cases against the opposition, source the Indian Express. CBI cases against politicians under UPA, opposition leaders, 60%. Under NDA, it is 95%. Shehzad Poonawala, is this a war on corruption or a war on the opposition?
Rajdeep, if you remember 2004 to 14 when ED and CBI was with the UPA under them, when it was called Caged Parrot, that time also cases were against Congress, NCP, SP, BSP, TDP, all these parties, and today also is the same. So it's actually the character of these parties, whether in power or out of power, that they do corruption and therefore they'll be caught for corruption. You have not mentioned one very important statistics, however, that there was 0 convictions in the ED before 2014 and today there are 23 convictions. Today the CBI's conviction rate is 70%. Forget conviction rate.
ED's conviction rate against politicians is 0.5% even today.
There is a CBI case going on against Mr. Manish Sisodia, however. And secondly, what I'm saying is CBI's conviction rate is 70%. Forget that. Lalu has been convicted 4 times. Do these worthies, the colonial cousins of corruption, do they not say that this is vendetta politics even for Lalu's case? Lalu has been convicted by a court. But you ask any of these worthies, that letter that has been written, which I call the letter of No Ratna of Bhrashtachar, that letter has Lalu Prasad Yadav's family, and that same case which they are referring to, actually that case started by whom? JDU. It was the JDU leaders who started that case. And forget all of that. Today Manish Sisodia is in jail. He got rejected relief. Satendra Jain is in jail for 9 months. Vijay Nair is in jail for 6 months. No case has been quashed against the Aam Aadmi Party leaders in the Sharab Ghotala scam. So are the courts also with us in this vendetta politics? Look, कोर्ट से हारे तो ये विक्टिमहुड कार्ड के सहारे दिस हैज बिकम अ फल्क्रम. यू नो, बिफोर 2014, Rajdeep, the fulcrum used to be secularism, save secularism, save secularism. All of them used to unite. Today it is save corruption, and they have gone from becoming India against corruption to protection, justification and celebration of corruption under the tutelage of Lalu Prasad Yadav.
Before I widen the debate, I will ask you one more time. Are you telling me, and you really expect me to believe, that 95% of the politicians in this country who are corrupt are only in the opposition? And that the BJP politicians are doodh se dhule hue? Because the big question is, the moment you switch over, whether in Maharashtra, whether it's in Goa, whether it's in Assam, whether it's in Bengal, the moment you switch over to the BJP, the cases against you get withdrawn. Whether it's a Suvendu Adhikari, a Hemanta Biswa Sarma, a Digambar Kamath, a Pratap Sarnaik in Maharashtra. So my question to you is simply this: is Shehzad Poonawala saying tonight that corruption only involves the opposition?
I'll take India Today's report. It's a credible report. Vidya, your reporter from Mumbai. In fact, Pratap Sarnaik was given a clean sheet by the MVA government. The police filed a closure report in the TOPS case, and here is the headline of the India Today report. Let me read out. ED plea, and this is a report of December 2022. ED plea in Bombay High Court against closure of TOPS group case by Mumbai police. This is the commitment of our government. You said Hemanta Biswa Sarma. Let me show you one more fact of Hemanta Biswa Sarma. Here. Despite him joining the BJP, he was grilled by the CBI. Mukul Roy was also grilled by the CBI. I am going to ask you, however, one question. Why did your good friend Mamta Banerjee, when she says that Mukul Roy was corrupt head to toe, and she was asking that the case should be run against him, why did she take Mukul Roy back into the party? And today, forget everything else. I am only going by court orders. Today, I am asking, Satendra Jain has been called corrupt by 3 court orders. Let me tell you, High Court Order 2019, High Court Order 2022, and the lower court order. In all 3 cases, they have held that he is a corrupt Hawalebaz. Why is the Aam Aadmi Party calling him Kattar Imandar? Here are the reports, the news reports and the High Court order. Mr. Satendra Jain, apart, Mr. Manish Sisodia today has not been given relief. Why are they calling him Kattar Imandar? Vijay Nair has not got relief. And all of this is court orders. Then why are they defending them? Okay. Today we should ask action against them. And I know where they will go, but I am only asking them, look, we don't defend any corrupt, even if they are in our party, the cases go on, or our own agencies take action against them, and they defend those who have been called out by the court as Kattar Imandar. This is the difference.
I haven't seen any serious agency probe against a BJP leader in the last 8 years, but we'll come to that in a moment. You made your point. Rohan Gupta of the Congress, you're the biggest opposition party. I want to understand from you, are you defending your ally today, Lalu Prasad, for example, against whom there are raids at the moment?
Rajdeep, first of all, the way BJP spokesperson was telling, anybody who joins BJP, the character will be clean. It is one of the best washing machines of the country, where any sab daag अच्छे हैं, कोई भी दाग जाएगा साफ.
Okay, we'll try and go back.
You name the one BJP leader out of that. Just one BJP leader out of 5412 PMLA cases. Not even a one case, Rajdeep. Is it so clean? Is BJP so clean? I'll give you one example of BJP MLA, Mr. Virupaksa. 8 crore cash has been seized from his son's home. None of these agencies has even reached their home. He got the anticipatory bail and
his
he's
son has
out
been
of
arrested.
jail. Why?
No, Rohan Gupta, Mr. Virupaksa's son in Karnataka has been arrested, where the 8 crores have been found.
By the Lok Ayukta police, by the way.
By the Lok Ayukta police.
Where are these agencies? Where is ED? Where is PMLA? My question is simple. Where is PMLA? Where Lokayukta is there, you tell me whether ED has reached, whether CBI is. No. He got the anticipatory bail and then he came to people. Today, Ramdas Kadam's brother, he has been arrested by ED today. That is another case which is added today. So why it is only against
you're saying
I'm
ED is...
asking BJP spokesperson a simple question.
Yes, go ahead.
Out of 5412 cases, give me name of one BJP leader against whom the case has been run by BJP government. One case.
One case.
I'm giving you
You're saying PMLA. You're saying basically PMLA cases are not being put because that is now the most draconian law in the country, where effectively whoever is arrested has to prove his or her innocence to actually even get bail. But let me come to Reena Gupta, because the BJP spokesperson has targeted the Aam Aadmi Party, a party which claimed that they were the Kattar Imandars, that they were taking on, in a way, the issue of corruption. Now with Manish Sisodia in jail, now going under ED custody as well. How do you respond, Reena Gupta, that despite you all going to court, seeking bail, the courts have rejected it in Satyendra Jain's case over the last 7 months, and Manish Sisodia too now could have an extended period in jail? Your response?
Rajdeep, it is very clear whether it's the arrest of Mr. Manish Sisodia or it is Mr. Modi taking over international cricket, it is just the desperation of Mr. Modi, because he has nothing to show, no performance. So what better way but to put all opposition leader behind bars? And you saw, the spectacle that he made of international cricket. And I quote, where, the international media has said Modi's absurd theatre takes over cricket. So,
what does that have to do with the question I asked you, ma'am? You know, what Mr. Modi is doing in a cricket stadium, I discussed yesterday. I am asking you at the moment a direct question. The Aam Aadmi Party leaders who have been in jail for an extended period have sought bail. The bail in many cases has been refused. So the courts, are you saying the courts in this country are also bought over by Mr. Modi and the BJP?
No, Rajdeep, we have full faith in the courts, and I am very sure that we will get bail in due process of time. But this is how the draconian the law is. Today, Mr. Sisodia would have been given bail in the CBI court, but the lawyer of the government of India did not show up. Please ask Mr. Shehzad Poonawalla, why was the CBI lawyer absent from the government of India's side? Because they just wanted this case to be transferred to ED. And as a result of this, what happens is the process becomes the punishment. Mr. Modi, who said, na khane dunga, na khane dunga, na khilane dunga, all the khane khilane walas have joined Bharatiya Janata Party. And the more corrupt you are, the better designation you get in Bharatiya Janata Party. Look at all of these people that you just named: Hemanta Vishwa Sharma, Mukul Roy, Suvendu Adhikari, and yesterday two MPs from Maharashtra on record saying now we can sleep peacefully. The ED will not disturb us because we've joined Bharatiya Janata Party. Can Shehzad Poonawalla name one BJP leader who is behind bars because of corruption case? One Bharatiya Janata Party leader. Are they trying to tell us that all of these people are दूध को धुला हुआ, सारे के सारे राजा हरिश्चंद हो गए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ज्वाइन करते ही? And the latest case, Raji, let me finish. The latest case is of Conrad Sangma. Mr. Amit Shah was saying he's the most corrupt person. And the moment the elections are over, now again they have a partnership with Conrad Sangma. So today will Shehzad Poonawalla call him corrupt or not call him corrupt?
Okay.
Can we get a
okay, you made your point.
Shehzad Poonawalla?
All good questions to which Shehzad Poonawalla you must answer. Yes, because the PMLA, you see, the critical point is what is happening. The Prevention of Money Laundering Act has become so draconian. It's like MISA in the 1970s. It's making it impossible almost to get bail. And what does the ED do? The ED, after the CBI moves in, the ED comes in, gets initial custody, and 4 to 5 months, whether it's a Sanjay Raut or whether now it's Manish Sisodia, they could be in jail. And you've got Narayan Rane, your union minister, who should have been charged against PMLA. Mr. Kirish Somaya, your own BJP MLA in Maharashtra, had called for him to be jailed. I want to understand from you, is PMLA only to be operated against the opposition? Straight answer. Yes. Give me one BJP leader against whom PMLA cases have been done, is the question being asked by Reena Gupta and Rohan Gupta.
PVS Sarma from Surat. ED raided him, 2.7 crores recovered. In fact, there was an IT case also. Rajdeep, now you smile for 10 seconds. You called PMLA provisions draconian. This has been upheld by the Supreme Court. Your very brilliant lawyers, I think it is that girl who reports from the courts, she has also explained that the PMLA version that you have called draconian has been upheld by the Supreme Court of
It has been challenged because of the court's interpretation,
Rajdeep,
but go ahead, please.
Rajdeep,
Please go ahead.
Only aspect that is now in challenge in a higher bench is whether it should have been a money bill or not, but the provisions have been upheld by a court of law. If I am lying, you please call your legal reporter and clarify it, and I will apologize.
There is still a challenge on it, but go ahead.
No. The provisions are
please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Provisions are constitutionally
Please go
valid.
ahead.
Now this Reena ji has spoken about Amit Shah ji. You know your dear friend Kejriwal in 2013 he has tweeted, Lalu made crores in fodder scam but no order for recovery of that money, just 25 lakh rupee fine, a sweet deal. Then he also tweeted, are we to treat Lalu, Mulayam, Sibbal, Chiddu? Chiddu means Chidambaram. Raja as supreme, will they ever allow strong anti-corruption law? These are their tweets. ये लोग आज उनकी गोद में बैठकर corruption के खिलाफ बातें कर रहे हैं और Lalu Prasad Yadav has been convicted. Rohan Gupta has not answered whether he considers Lalu to be corrupt, who has been convicted by a court of law. Now let's come to Rohan Gupta's point. I started off
1 minute, ma'am. 1 minute.
There is 4 versus 1 panel.
No. It's not 4 versus 1. Please don't.
4 versus
No, Mr. Professor Shastri is a
3
political
versus
scientist. Please
1.
go
3
ahead.
versus 1.
Please go ahead.
Achha. Now look, I started by showing you action has been taken on Hemanta. I have shown you action has been taken on Mukul Roy, on Pratap Sarnaik. I have shown you the news report of India Today. But I am asking you a different question. I am saying forget the statements made in political heat of the moment. I am saying let's go by what courts have said. She has said there is no proof against Satyendra Jain. Page number 16 of 18, para 30. The inter alia, the cash that was routed through accommodation entries in the garb of share capital, in fact belonged to Satyendra Kumar Jain, and it was at his direction that entire transaction of Hawala was orchestrated. High Court order. High Court order.
Okay. I will get
now,
into response.
please.
No, I will get
now
into response, but I want to ask you very quickly.
Ask.
When Amit Shah goes to Meghalaya and says that Conrad Sangma runs the most corrupt government and then goes and ties up with him 2 weeks later, what's the message? That hamare saath aa jao, all is well. As long as you're the opposition, we will target you. Yes or no?
Now that we are in the government, we will ensure that there is no corruption. Absolutely.
I see you were in the government with him for 5 years.
No, we left it on principal issue.
I see.
One second.
So
Rajdeep.
this is like a revolving door.
No, Rajdeep, 1 second. A person can run an administration which may have some lacunae, and we will tell them that those lacunae need to be filled, otherwise we will not support you. And now he has agreed that he will fill those lacunae. But Rajdeep, one line. I have shown you 3 orders against Satyendra Jain, calling him a Hawalebaz. Reena Gupta should tell me 2 things. A, is Lalu corrupt, who's convicted, and Satyendra Jain, against whom there is a court order.
Reena Gupta respond. Is Lalu corrupt? Yes
so
or no?
Did he, what,
Arvind
of course
Kejriwal
he
called
has
Lalu corrupt in 2013. Is he still corrupt or not? Now he takes a signature from Tejasvi Yadav seeking validation for Manish Sisodia.
Rajdeep, he has to respond about Conrad Sangma. It's Conrad Sangma.
No, I asked you a question. He's responded. I'm asking you a question. Everyone will be asked direct questions tonight.
See, we will go with what the court says. And as far as Manish Sisodia is concerned, there has been no money trail. There has been no quid pro quo. He is not even named in the charge sheet. He is not named in the supplementary charge sheet.
Is Satyendra Jain a Hawalebaz? Yes or no? Ma'am, I'm asking you a direct question. Is Lalu Prasad first corrupt or not according to the Aam Aadmi Party today? Yes or no?
Lalu Prasad Yadav, if he's convicted in the court of law, he will be corrupt.
Okay,
but
he's already been convicted in several cases.
He will not be corrupt. Who am I to give a certificate to somebody?
Satyendra Jain, is he a Hawalebaz?
Satyendra Jain is not a Hawalebaz. Satyendra Jain was about to get bail, and that is when the government of India put an affidavit for
How do they know he was about to get bail?
Why?
How does she know he was about to get bail? Yesterday also Kejriwal has made this statement. Rajdeep, you must ask how they know in advance.
Relax.
Why did the government of India then put a case for transfer of the case from one judge to the other?
Okay. One minute, sir.
She has said government of India asked for the transfer of a judge. Is that how it works? Please tell her to furnish proof on your show. Your show is watched by millions of people who are educated and very, very responsible. Government of India can't transfer no judges.
Okay.
Please, let's get this clear.
Government of
Show
India
the proof of that Government of India affidavit. I challenge you. If there is an affidavit of that sort, I will apologize right now. Tell her to show it. Tell her to show it. Government of India affidavit.
Let Reena Gupta and Shehzad Poonawalla, I have 5 guests and lots to go. I'll come to each of you one by one. But Rohan Gupta, you've been raising your hand, then I'll come to you, Krishan Bane. Rohan Gupta, what's the point you want to make? Do you think Lalu Prasad is corrupt? You didn't answer that question.
I will answer. See, again, Rajdeep, it is to be decided by court of law, and we respect that. If the person has done anything wrong, There is no question about it. But why selective treatment? My question is very simple. If you are questioning Mr. Lalu Yadav, why are you not questioning BJP MLA from his home? 8 crores has been caught. Why? Why there is a different treatment?
Okay.
That's why there is no integrity, there is no reliability on BJP.
Okay, before I come to you, Mr. Mane, let me take that to Shehzad one more time. Shehzad Poonawala, Narayan Rane. Classic example. Kirit Somaya, your leader, when Narayan Rane was in the Congress, called him corrupt, gave details of alleged money laundering. He's now a member of your union cabinet. What happens to na khauga, na khane dunga? What happens to it? B.S. Yediyurappa. Now the Prime Minister is celebrating his birthday. What happens to na khaunga, na khane dunga?
20-25 seconds.
Very quickly.
Look, I am not going by statements made in political heat. I am going by court observations and orders. Is there a standing court order against Narayan Rane? Is there a standing court order against Yediyurappa? But let me tell you, he said BJP MLA. Rajiv, just
there are court orders calling for demolition of illegal properties of Mr. Narayan Rane.
Is that a corruption issue or is that a civil issue?
The fact is that the agency doesn't pursue the case once you have switched sides. Naturally, the case slows down.
Rajdeep, in the opening statement, I showed you India Today report of Vidya, how case was pursued against Pratap Sarnaik.
The case has slowed down against Pratap Sarnaik.
I showed you a 2022
Please show me when is the last time Pratap Sarnaik has been interrogated by the ED. Anyway,
but Rajiv, give me 1 second.
No. You've had your 20 seconds.
The BJP MLA.
Yes.
Let me answer about that also. I want to be very honest. Yes.
Very quickly.
Yeah. Look, the BJP MLA's son was caught by the Lokayukta, who's been strengthened in our state, that they can go and arrest the MLA's son. He was put under bars. He was given bail. The MLA was given bail by the High Court. Despite that, the Lokayukta called him for questioning. And we have distance. We are not calling him Kattar Imandar, but they call those who have been called by a court of law as Kattar Imandar. This is the difference between Modi's BJP and between Kejriwal's Aam Aadmi Party. Okay. They defend those who are corrupt. We even sideline those who have been even a tinge of corruption.
You are accused of being a washing machine.
How?
They are, no, 1 minute. Because people, when they switch sides, suddenly the case is.
Give me one case.
I've given you.
Which?
I've given you.
You said Hemanta, I showed you.
I've given you.
You said Pratap Sarnaik, I showed you.
No, they're not.
You said Mukul Roy, I showed you. Which case has been stopped?
Anyway, this is not.
And Mukul Roy has gone to TMC now, ask them for action.
Okay. Narayan Rane is a classic example, but
there is the court order against him.
Mr. Krishan, no, 1 minute now. Krishan Mane, yesterday we had K. Kavita on the show. She dared the ED to arrest her. When I gave her the examples of all the confessional statements, she said they've been under duress. Now, one of them could well be retracting it, Arun Pillai. But the fact is there could be no smoke without fire. Are we saying all the people who are coming out with confessions are all, in a way, planted by the Modi government?
That is what we feel. I mean, with retractions now, that is what we believe also, Rajdeep. Because, you see, the argument put up, such a convenient argument by the ED spokesperson on the show, who has mentioned that 23 cases were convicted, but out of how many? Out of 5,422 cases, please mention that also. And I take a cue from you, Rajdeep. You just now said that the ED is not pursuing cases. One such example, apart from Narayan Rane, I'll give you this tweet of the ED. This is the tweet of ED of searches under PMLA on BJP leader Y. Sujana Chowdhury. 6,000 crores of operating 120 shell companies. My straight question to the ED spokesperson or the BJP spokesperson is, why wasn't this person arrested? Why not a single arrest on this person? Or even there was one minister, Ishwarappa.
The example of Y.S. Chaudhary this time.
Exactly. And Ishwarappa, there was a minister of Karnataka who was compelled to resign after Contractors Association wrote to Honorable President that 40% commission was prevalent and there was a contractor who committed suicide. Why wasn't Ishwarappa inquired, investigated or arrested? So no inquiries against BJP leaders. Not just that, if they are talking about a policy, the biggest accusation what we would say is 13-member committee gave a clear statement that only 2 airports should be given to one company. But nevertheless, that was changed and Adani was given blanket 6 airports. Who changed the policy? Was that person interrogated? Was that person investigated? Book Prime Minister Narendra Modi for it. Book Narendra Modi ji for murder of 750 farmers for changing his farm laws, bringing farm laws.
Fine, let's not bring in farm laws, but you've raised the issue of the airport deal. We'll come to it, but I want to come to Professor Shastri, who's been very patiently listening. Professor Shastri, you're not a politician, but the Mood of the Nation poll that India Today did when asked the question, do BJP governments misuse agencies more than other governments? January 2023, 44.2% said yes, 41.4% said no, can't say was 14.4%. Even on the issue of corruption, is it the biggest issue, India's biggest problem? Only 5.5% put corruption as the number one issue. But if I come to that mood of the nation, do BJP governments misuse agencies more than other governments? Opinion is divided. How do you see it? Because there are a lot of people who will say serves them right. Let them all go to jail. When they are in the opposition, they'll go to jail. When they come to government, they'll put the BJP leaders in jail. We want everyone in jail. Do you believe that's the mood of the nation?
Rajdeep, at the outset, thank you for giving me anticipatory bail and rescuing me from the 4:1 group.
No problem.
Now to respond to your question. I think if certain people in power are guilty of misusing it, the citizens are very clear in the mood of the nation study that they should be taken action against. And this, I think, for the citizen of this country is a blanket rule across the political spectrum. Any person in power who has violated norms to be able to benefit, action should be taken against them. So in that sense, there would be an applaud of action by the state against those who are corrupt when it is visibly shown. But I think the question also arises, Rajdeep, about the perception in the public mind that given the polarization that is happening, is it an action by us against you? And when you are in the opposition, it is us who is targeted. When us is in the opposition, it is you who is targeted. That perception seems to be increasingly gaining ground.
No, but does the public really care? You know, you're in Karnataka. This is a state. This is a state.
It's not just the BJP
no, but you're in
MLA's
Karnataka,
son
Professor Shastri,
who has been
a
arrested.
state where when Mr. Siddharamaiah was in power of the Congress, it was called the 10% commission government. Now BJP, Mr. Yediyurappa, Mr. Boma, it's called the 40% commission government. I'm asking you a direct question. Does the public think hamam mein sab nange hai? That there is no difference? Is it an issue or not?
For me, beyond a shadow of doubt, at least in Karnataka, it is an issue. Otherwise, why would no ruling party get a majority since 1989? It's very clear that it is an expression of the public about the non-performance of the government, which also would include acts of corruption. Just a 30-second point, Rajdeep. Yes, the MLA's son has been arrested in Karnataka, but a large quantum of the wealth was found in the MLA's house. What prevented the ruling party by setting an example by saying, we will today only suspend the MLA from the party? Forget what the government does, forget the anticipatory bail, forget him going into hiding.
Good point.
Why cannot a ruling party set an example by saying, we are suspending him today from the party?
Very good example. Shehzad Poonawala.
Message that we
I'll answer this question.
in the
No, 1 minute, Reena, I'm coming to you. Don't worry, Reena, we've got time. This is a big debate today, but Shehzad Poonawala, answer this. Mr. Viru Pakshapa, money is found with the son, caught red-handed. Money is found in the office of the MLA. What happens? Instead of suspending him, he's being garlanded. Look at the pictures. Your BJP supporters with BJP flags. What happened to na khaunga na khane dunga? He's eating. Kha raha hai.
I understand your angst. Now let me articulate.
Because I'm speaking today for the citizens. We are sick and tired. Hamam mein, I've been saying for the last 15 years to all of you. Hamam mein aap sab dange hai.
Now may I respond?
Please respond.
I am the national spokesperson of the BJP, and I am saying without any kind of doubt in my mind that we condemn this kind of celebration, and we also would want the strictest action on every person, and we have shown it on our own. But yes, please tell me that when courts are giving orders against Satyendra Jain, my dear friend who has acquitted himself from the 4:1 bias has not demanded even once that Satyendra Jain should be sacked from the party. They were not willing to sack him from government position till 9 months.
Rajdeep, you have to answer your question.
answering my question. But my question will also be answering partly the...
Very good answer. Very good answer. Yes, response is there. But what about your party?
I would have loved
I'll ask her that.
Yes, we should ask her that. But I am saying, look at the difference between the two parties. One party, the son has done corruption and we have distanced ourselves away. We have even asked the agencies that we should not show any kind of leverage towards this person. And we have said that the moment the court... Now the court gives them anticipatory bail. You are shouting at me, that's okay. But the court has not given them bail. You have not once demanded Satyendra Jain and Manish Sisodia should be sacked from the party. So why doesn't Mr. CSDS spokesperson ask the same standard for that? But secondly...
So he's a political scientist. Not everyone is a spokesperson.
No, CSDS...
He's asking you a question. I will ask
now,
Reena.
secondly...
You have not answered.
Now, secondly...
Why is Virupaksha not suspended instead of being garlanded?
I'll tell you why. Because in a political system, there is also principles of natural justice. We can't just suspend and remove anybody. If there is a specific charge against him, of course the party disciplinary committee will take all the strongest action against him. But for the actions even done by his son. But I am saying that here is a minister, two ministers in their government who have indulged in corruption against whom there are court orders. When will we demand resignation of those people from the party? And let me just complete.
No, you made your point. No, I must ask Reena Gupta. No, it cannot be monopolized by you. Reena Gupta must answer.
It was a question asked by him.
Reena Gupta, please tell me why. No, 1 minute. Reena Gupta, all of you, including the Aam Aadmi Party, seem to be unwilling to act against those who are accused by the enforcement agencies of corruption by saying these agencies are biased. Why not wait for a court order before you say that?
Rajdeep, we have suspended 2 MLAs in Punjab. We have gotten rid of a Minister of Health in Punjab. We have acted on people who have been found corrupt. As far as Satyendra Jain and Manish Sisodia are concerned, there is no evidence against both of them. Look at the supplementary charge sheet. Look at the main charge sheet. Manish Sisodia is not even named. No quid pro quo, no money trail. Just because Shehzad Poonawalla is saying somebody is corrupt, that does not make them corrupt. That's point number 1. Point number 2, Rajdeep, the whole country knows that Gujarat is a dry state. Every day there is alcohol found in Gujarat. Hundreds of people die of consuming illegal alcohol in Gujarat. Not a single ED, CBI raid against any minister, Chief Minister of Gujarat. Why is no minister behind bars in Gujarat?
We are going back. No, 1 minute. No, 1 minute. I'll come back to you. We are coming back.
Can I make a point?
The party is on record saying illegal sharab ban rahi hai.
Okay, you're saying that the BJP, once again, you're saying doesn't act in their state. But Professor Shastri, you wanted to respond to Shehzad Poonawalla.
I just want to make 2 quick points, Rajdeep. If Shehzad ji would be kind enough to look at the writings that I have come up with, the Congress and the AAP have been treated in a similar way when it comes to corruption. Because the context of Virupaksha came up, I made that point. And I would beseech Mr. Shehzad Poonawalla to separate an individual who is making a political analysis and an institution to which he or she belongs.
Sir.
I think it's unfair.
Point taken. Not everyone is a spokesperson of the institution. I would
request him to go back to writings which are there, which clearly point out to
Professor Shastri, your point taken. Let's move on. No, 1 minute.
And the criticism of both the AAP and the Congress.
Okay, let's move on. You know, Rohan Gupta, all of this, the part of the problem for the opposition is the perception factor. I put out a graphic where it said that half the people believe all governments do this. I'll play that graphic again. So this was happening in the Congress times. Ki Congress ke time mein caged parrot tha. Now it's become, we could call it a Rottweiler or find some other analogy, but it used to happen tab bhi hua karta tha. Do you agree, therefore, that is the problem? That the public is saying this happens with every government. Congress also used to try to protect their own and target the opposition.
There is
only the scale is different.
See, we have example of our CMs getting changed only on the basis of allegations. उसके बाद में इन्वेस्टिगेशन हुआ और कुछ नहीं निकला. हमने सीएम बदले, हमने कितने हमारे मिनिस्टर्स को रिजाइन करवाया. So there is a difference between Congress and BJP. We are sensitive towards if allegations are made, we are public servants, and there has to be action against that. You tell me right now, BJP spokesperson is defending an MLA from his home. 8 crores has been caught. Tell me, Rajdeep, when you are talking about ED's actions, 5412 cases, and not even a single case against BJP leader, forget about that. People who have joined BJP, the running cases, there is no follow-up. He is talking about court action. If agency will not submit the report, how will the court take action? Because obviously it is based on the investigation.
But no, you answer my question. Do you concede? No. But Rohan Gupta, do you concede that Congress still faces a perception problem when it comes to corruption? Somehow, because possibly India against corruption, in the Anna Hazare movement, the manner in which these large amounts were put up in the alleged scams that took place during your time, you're still unable to take the moral high ground on corruption. That's an issue which you find it difficult.
Rajdeep, absolutely not. We were sensitive.
Your leaders are on bail in the National Herald case.
Absolutely not. I'm telling we were sensitive about any claim or any allegations made against our leader, and we were taking actions. That is the difference. Today, BJP, it's not only about corruption. You tell any agency, does anybody dare to talk about against BJP? No. Whether it is media, whether it is parliament, whether it is your judges,
Media
all
doesn't
are
speak
under
against
pressure.
BJP. What
This
are
is
your
the
shows
new
about Rajdeep at 9 p.m.?
atmosphere which is created by BJP, that everybody will have to work under pressure. If you allegate against BJP, you will be under pressure. This is the real situation.
You're seeing. Okay, you're seeing Shehzad Poonawalla, even as we are speaking, the graphic of central agencies soft on BJP. You see, 2 points are coming through. The opposition has much to answer for and possibly something to hide. The government is using these agencies as a weapon. Okay. Either you fall in line. I'll give you an example. Right. Shuvendu Adhikari, while he was in the opposition in Mamta's party, the Narda Sarda case were again. The moment he's come, we haven't heard anything about it. There are 8 ministers, 8 MLAs who joined the Shinde Sena, against whom there were serious ED charges. I don't hear anything about their case. Rajdeep, 2 of those MLAs, she's right, have said we sleep peacefully now.
Rajdeep, there are 3 or 4 questions pending, and then your
No, you must answer mine. Forget those.
Okay, forget those. But I'll answer this. But
please answer mine. How do you remove the perception that the BJP is soft on your leaders?
Okay, now let me answer this.
Or the agencies are soft on BJP leaders. Sorry.
Selectiveness, bias, and vindictiveness of agency is not a matter of perception of Rajdeep Sardesai at 9 p.m. It is a matter of fact. In the last 9 years, your good friends Chidambaram and Singhvi argued many times over in courts that the agencies are biased, vindictive and malicious. Have they been able to secure a verdict saying that's a caged parrot like it was done in 2013? No. It's not a CSDS survey, it's a court order. You link the two very smartly, Rajdeep. You say, now it's become a Rottweiler. Has the court said this is a Rottweiler? But the court did say that it was a caged parrot in their case. So let's not equate a court order with your perception at 9. And
Good point.
Secondly, now let me make a more important point. Reena Gupta pats herself on the back saying that we removed Sarari and Singla. There was no court order against them, and they have not been suspended. They've only been removed. The Punjab ministers. They've not been suspended. They've been removed from their position. But when there are court orders against Sisodia and Satyendra Jain, you won't remove them because that goes right up to Kejriwal's doorstep. So what is the difference? मैं मतलब पंजाब में जहाँ कोर्ट ऑर्डर नहीं है, सरारी को चलता बनता कर दिया, पर जहाँ पर कोर्ट ऑर्डर सत्येंद्र जैन के खिलाफ है, and look at that and read it out. If I am lying, I will quit politics. That is the court order against them. It has been reported even in India today. And thirdly, let me make a more fundamental point. Forget everything else. Let's assume that Modi, BJP, ED, CBI सब मिले हुए जी, सब खराब है. If they have proof against Hemanta, if they have proof against Narayan Rane, they can go to a court of law and secure it. Na? Yesterday they were jumping on that Adani order, right? So the courts are free and independent. Chandrachud ji is independent. He is not biased. Rajdeep Sardesai at 9 p.m. is independent, not biased. So please, can you please tell me that how come they have not been able to secure a single court order against the so-called brand of galaxy of corrupt leaders in the BJP from the courts? Chalo, BJP to kharab, ED kharab,
let me get Krishan to
and Lalu is convicted. Yet they don't say Lalu is convicted. They don't say he's corrupt and they are with him and telling us about corruption. It is like the shaitan preaching Quran when they sit with Lalu and preach us about corruption.
Okay. Who wants to respond? Reena Gupta, you want a quick response before I go to Krishan Manik? A quick response to that.
See, it is very clear that both Mr. Satyendra Jain's and Mr. Manish Sisodia's cases are undergoing cases. There is no verdict in both of them.
Is there a verdict in Narayan?
No.
Do not interrupt.
Yeah, go ahead.
Both of them will be given a clean chit because there is no evidence. It is pure harassment because they are not able to digest the rising popularity of Aam Aadmi Party and Arvind Kejriwal. That is the only reason. Now, he has not responded about Gujarat. In Gujarat, it is very clear how the alcohol being allowed to be sold. Who all are getting kickbacks from illegal alcohol?
Ma'am, you are reduced to nothing in Gujarat. No, you're intervening. Okay. It's not just about election, but Mr. Mani, you want to respond because Krishan, somewhere, all of you have now cases against each other. And what I find interesting is that when Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi were interrogated by ED. Parties signed a letter to the president, but the Aam Aadmi Party and indeed the BRS stayed away from it. Now when K. Kavita is being questioned, you want the support of the Congress. You see, all of you have so much to hide. Just as they may be using agencies to go soft on their leaders, you also have much to hide.
No, I don't think. Even if we haven't signed, we have said that definitely there is a political vendetta. And you see, the statements are very clearly explained. Modi ji, when he came to power, he said he is a black money crusader, na khaunga, khane dunga, chaukidar, so many statements. And now they say, you are in the opposition party, what are you doing? Yes, when people have believed you, they've given you power and you don't want to do it, please get out of power, we'll take care of it. We will take care of what has to be done to Suvendu Adhikari, Himanta Biswa Sharma. But you are stressing on court order. Let us also discuss what did court say in the Sanjay Raut case. After 102 days, after you've kept him in prison, what did the court say? That ED has no evidence to prove at all and he's got a bail. You are stressing on court order, but your ED is failing in conviction and your ED failed to even show an evidence in Sanjay Raut's case.
Okay, good. Okay, the point, then 1 minute. Professor Shastri, give us the big picture therefore. We've done this full debate on corruption. Do you believe it is a big issue going into 2024 or the public doesn't care? What they would really like me to debate more and more is unemployment, possibly even things like paper leaks. These are the real issues that affect people. The general public perception is whoever is in power is on the take in some form or the other. Or do you believe Mr. Modi in particular is above? He is not seen as someone who's directly been involved in corruption since no specific charge has been proved against him. Even on the Adani case, it is allegations of cronyism, not direct proof of corruption yet.
Rajdeep, at the end of the day, this is a perception battle. I think the citizen is aware that when certain parties' leaders come to power, there is a tendency to be able to abuse that power. And so when reports come out about misuse of authority, the citizens watch that. And unfortunately, I think to a certain extent, they have become a little immune to that. Consistently over surveys, we are finding that when you ask people what are the issues close to you or which you want people to solve, which you want governments to deal with, unemployment, price rise, and poverty are invariably at the top of the agenda.
So should the opposition, so is the opposition on the wrong track when they raise the issue of the misuse of agencies?
So corruption is not among the top issues when people look at what are the factors they want to keep in mind.
Okay, that's interesting.
We have 1 5-second intervention. Last 5 seconds.
It'll never be 5 seconds, but since you have come to the studio, 15 seconds. Go ahead.
15 seconds. Reena, is Mr. Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi a product of political vendetta? And Rohan, is Mr. Satyendra Jain and Manish Sisodia a product of political vendetta? जल्दी जल्दी जवाब दीजिए इसका.
आप एंकर कब से बन गए?
आपको सवाल चाहे राजदीप पूछे या मैं पूछूं, जवाब नहीं है आपके पास. एंकर मैं पुराने जिंदगी में था, आज मैं पैनलिस्ट हूं, पॉलिटिकल स्पोक्सपर्सन हूं, पर आपका हिपोक्रेसी राजदीप और मैं दोनों उतार.
अच्छा, 1 minute. Yes, Reena.
See बीजेपी वे ऑफ डूइंग विद करप्शन. उन्होंने कॉनराड संगमा की पूरी सरकार को ज्वाइन करके साफ कर दिया.
सिसोदिया करप्ट है या नहीं है बताओ भाई.
1 महीने में 3.
शहजाद आपके गुरुजी कलमाड़ी जो थे, शहजाद जी आपके गुरुजी कलमाड़ी जी करप्ट थे कि नहीं करप्ट थे?
मैं तो कहता हूं कि कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए.
आपके गुरुजी थे तब करप्ट.
वो आप ही के कांग्रेस पार्टी में है जिनके साथ आपने निकाह फरमाया था 2013 में.
Okay guys, this has now reached, you see, this has now reached the stage where it will degenerate into personal attacks. My point was, I think the public which is watching there wants to know, are the agencies doing their jobs neutrally, dispassionately, in a manner that suggests that whichever be the party, they will act in a dispassionate manner. Their loyalty is to the constitution, not to the BJP or any party. That's the question that needs to be answered. Is the PMLA being used as a weapon to target the opposition, or does the opposition have much to hide and the skeletons are coming out of the closet? I leave it to you, the viewers, to decide. This has been our special debate, the war on corruption. Let's take a break at this point. When we return, Mumbai's Metro Women's First Initiative. Our Good News Today story in a moment from now. You're watching the news today on the big Corruption Debate Day. You're watching the news today. Let's turn to our Good News Today story and bring down the temperature a bit. In a big push towards bringing gender equality, the Mumbai Metro Rail Corporation has started a women-run station, all-women-run station. It's also employed women there as train operators, technicians, and in administration. As a proud Mumbaikar, this is a great story to end with. You stay well, stay safe. Good night, Shubhratri, Jai Hind. Have a great weekend. Take a look. Bye for now.
एनुअल, क्वार्टरली, हाफ ईयरली, वीकली ऐसा मेंटेनेंस शेड्यूल होता है, तो उसके हिसाब से हमको मेंटेनेंस करना पड़ता है कि आगे जाके जो कुछ भी मतलब प्रॉब्लम आने वाली है वो प्रॉब्लम ना आए करके, मतलब कुछ चीज़ें टूट रही है तो टूटने से पहले हम उसका मेंटेनेंस करना हमारा काम है।
नहीं, ऐसा हमें तो अच्छा लगता है सर यहाँ कि हम लड़कों के साथ यहाँ पे काम करते हैं और हमारे फैमिली वाले उनको भी अच्छा लगता है कि यहाँ मुंबई मेट्रो में हमारे लड़की मतलब लड़कों के साथ मिलके काम कर रहे हैं। अभी तो बहुत सारे लड़कियां हैं, मतलब 30% तो लड़कियां होंगी सर यहाँ पे, तो अच्छा महसूस होता है कि यहाँ पे लड़कों के हिसाब में लड़कियां भी है और ये मेंटेनेंस में काम भी करती है, तो अभी मेंटेनेंस डिपार्टमेंट में लड़कियां काम कर रही है।
Mumbai Metro and Maharashtra's incredible Mahila. These women maintenance staffers engrossed in power traction department are breaking another glass ceiling. Mumbai Metro Rail Operation Corporation has started women-run stations and also empowered women as train operators, technicians and in administration. Jobs that were earlier considered a taboo.
हमारी मेट्रो के लिए हम इलेक्ट्रिसिटी यूज करते हैं, तो हमें ब्रेकडाउन हमारा बीच में ना हो, कभी पैसेंजर को तो कभी मतलब प्रॉब्लम ना हो, इसके लिए हम मेंटेनेंस करते रहते हैं ताकि ब्रेकडाउन होने से पहले ही हमें फॉल्ट रेक्टिफाई कर सके और नॉर्मल सब कुछ हो जाए।
यहाँ पे आने के बाद हमें ट्रेनिंग वगैरह मिला है जो हमें बहुत अच्छा लगा है। हम करते हैं, हमें ऐसा लगता है, प्राउड फील करते हैं सर कि हम लैडर पे भी चढ़ सकते हैं, हम CMV पे भी काम कर सकते हैं।
Sitting inside the engine, Adishri pulls the lever and the operator shunter gears the train ahead for a smooth commuter travel.
हाँ, यहाँ पे काफ़ी women हैं, तो सभी equally perform करते हैं as male. So it's a very nice and a good job that I think it is. Male और female all equally job करते हैं, हम तीनों शिफ्ट में जॉब करते हैं, morning, evening, night, male, female both. So ऐसा तो कुछ नहीं है।
Women workforce here constitute 20% and are responsible for efficiency and maintenance of trains. As Metro Rail crisscrosses tracks across Mumbai, these women have broken down another gender barrier. With Dev Kotak, Bureau Report India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Age is just a number. This line fits perfectly for Dharamchand from Haryana. He is 86 but is still running, jumping and winning medals. His secret?
मैं बच्चों को सबको यही प्रेरणा देता हूँ कि आप मेरी तरह ग्राउंड के साथ जुड़े और सब ऐबों से मुक्त होकर आप अपनी सेहत को, अपने शरीर को ठीक रखें। सन 68 से लेकर आज तक मैं कंटिन्यूज रेगुलर पोजीशन लेता आ रहा हूँ।
The 4th National Masters Athletics Championship, which recently took place in Kurukshetra, saw more than 2,400 participants from 22 states. 72-year-old Mahavir Singh is one of them.
मैं यही संदेश देना चाहता हूँ, भाई नशे से दूर रहें और खेलों से जुड़ें। आप खेलना जरूरी है, कोई जरूरी नहीं कोई मेडल जीते। मेरे को 40 साल खेलते हुए हो गए हैं और 20 साल से मैं इसमें मास्टर एथलेटिक्स एसोसिएशन में खेलता हूँ।
Several women also participated in different events.
हमारे टाइम में लड़कियों को खेलने का मौका नहीं मिलता था, तो एक अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म मुझे लगता है कि ये हमें मिला है कि इस उम्र में आके भी हम मेहनत करके अपनी अचीवमेंट दे सकते हैं। और एक ये ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म है कि इस पे अगर आप आएंगे तो शायद मुझे जो लगता है, अपने जीवन से जो लगता है कि हम किसी गलत ट्रैक पर नहीं जाएंगे।
The message these athletes are sending is, it is never too late to chase your passion. Bureau Report, India Today.
Sorry.
आज ना छोड़ेंगे बस हम जोली, खेलेंगे हम होली, खेलेंगे हम होली। मोटा भाई चाहे सतेंद्र हो या सिसोदिया, जेल में पूरी टोली, खेलेंगे हम होली।
पक्की अपनी किस्मत है ये, 24 में खेला हो
24 में खेला होए।
जोड़ा ऐसे भैया देश है पूरा, फेविकॉल का जोड़ कोई हो, फेविकॉल का जोड़ हो कोई।
छोड़ो जी ये बहाना, नॉर्थ ईस्ट में अपना जमाना, ओ खा लो हाजमे की गोली, खेलेंगे हम होली। आज ना छोड़ेंगे बस हम जोली, खेलेंगे हम होली। मोटा भाई खेलेंगे हम होली।
Co-powered by Get quick loans from Tata Capital. Co-powered by घर लेना हो या बेचना 99 एकड़ से ही पूछना. Volkswagen Verter.
All-out political war in Pakistan. Maryam Nawaz launches frontal attack on Imran Khan.
लोग हमेशा खवातीन की हिफाजत करते हैं. ये पहला मैंने गीदड़ देखा है जो कहता है खवातीन आके मेरी हिफाजत करें.
Accuses him of being king of corruption.
मुल्क को मिलने वाले तोहफे बेच-बेच के अपनी नस्लें संवार ली.
Imran Khan fears he may be assassinated.
मैं कह रहा हूं मेरी जान खतरे में है और मैं पहले 2 महीने पहले कह रहा था कि जान खतरे में, उसके बाद हमला हुआ मेरे पे.
Pakistan businessmen rush to Pakistan Army Chief. As political crisis escalates, is Pakistan heading towards martial law?
The political crisis in Pakistan is escalating, with Pakistan Muslim League Nawaz leader Maryam Nawaz Sharif calling for the arrest of Imran Khan, accusing him of pushing Pakistanis to their death, facing security forces as he hides under his bed, running away from due process of law. Imran Khan, on the other hand, fears for his life. He fears he could be assassinated. With the political, economic and security crisis escalating in Pakistan, is the country staring at martial law?
Pakistan reels under tremendous economic distress, with high inflation and unemployment rates.
ये होता है शेर और गीदड़ में फर्क. ये होता है लीडर और गीदड़ में फर्क.
And the economic distress is raising political heat. On Thursday, Pakistan Muslim League Nawaz leader Maryam Nawaz Sharif tore into PTI chief Imran Khan, calling him a geether. Speaking at a meeting of the district youth coordinators, Maryam launched fresh salvos at the former Pakistani Prime Minister.
उनको अपने बच्चे तो लंदन में बड़ी सेफ जगहों पे बिठाए हुए हैं. उनको कोई उंगली भी नहीं लगा सकता. कौम के बच्चे जो है उनको आप कहते हो कि सड़क पे आओ और मार खाओ और मेरी कैंपेन लीड करो, खुद आप घर से नहीं निकलते. दुनिया की मैंने पहली तहरीक ये देखी है जिसमें लीडर घर में छुप के बैठा है और खवातीन को और नौजवानों को सामने रखा हुआ है कि आओ मेरी हिफाजत करो. कल मैं खवातीन के एक फंक्शन से खिताब कर रही थी. मैंने कहा मैंने पहली दफ़ा सुना है लोग हमेशा खवातीन की हिफाजत करते हैं। ये पहला मैंने गीदड़ देखा है जो कहता है खवातीन आके मेरी हिफाजत करें।
She further accused Imran of looting the country.
इलेक्शन जीत के वो सीट्स छोड़ देता है। ये कोई बच्चों का खेल है? मुल्क के पैसे लगते हैं इसमें, सारे पैसे इससे निकलवाने चाहिए। फिर मैं देखूं कितनी जगह खड़ा होता है जिसका घर कोई और चलाता है, जिसका किचन कोई और चलाता है, जिसने मुल्क के तोहफे, मुल्क को मिलने वाले तोहफे बेच बेच के अपनी नस्लें संवार ली, जिसकी बीवी 5-5 कैरेट का एक रिंग लेती रही एक फाइल पे दस्तखत करने के बदले। जिसने 4 साल में सवाए पैसा बनाने के और कुछ नहीं किया।
Mariam's virulent attacks on Imran came days after Pakistan police brutally thrashed PTI supporters in Lahore as they clashed with the security forces. Now the PTI chief has claimed a threat to his life.
आर्मी स्टाफ जनरल सैयद आसिम मुनीर शाह आर्मी हाउस में वबे वजीर खजाना इशराक डार पाकिस्तान की चोटी की कारोबारी शख्सियात से मिले। मुसलसल 3 घंटे तक जारी रहने वाली इस मुलाकात में जनरल आसिम मुनीर के साथ कोई दूसरी फौजी शख्सियत नहीं थी।
The political turmoil comes amidst uncertainty over IMF's bailout. A few days ago, Pakistan's top businessman met Army Chief Asim Munir at the presence of Finance Minister Ishaq Dar. The meet has once again raised the question, who really runs Pakistan? Is the army the lost hope of Pakistan? Is Pakistan heading towards a martial law? Bureau Report, India Today.
So there is now a no-holds-barred war between Imran Khan of Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf and Maryam Nawaz of Pakistan Muslim League, the Nawaz faction. The political crisis in Pakistan escalating by the hour. It's not even by the day now. Maryam Nawaz says Imran Khan Geedar hai, leader nahi. He's like a jackal. He's not a leader of people in Pakistan. Imran Khan, on the other hand, fears for his life. IMF loan yet to be sanctioned for Pakistan. Is Pakistan then looking at martial law if political parties cannot get their act together? Joining me on this special broadcast, Maid Ali, a respected political analyst from Pakistan, and Sushant Sareen, senior fellow at the Observer Research Foundation, keeps a hawk eye on developments across the border. Maid Ali, I want to begin by asking you, sir, is the political crisis deepening in Pakistan? Imran Khan is being accused of being a chor and a geedar who sent his own children to London and wants other people's children to die in jails as part of this jail bharo.
Yeah, first part of your question, yes, Pakistan is in deep crisis, not only political, but economic, and I also believe there are serious security threats within the country. Number two, Imran Khan, those are all, I would call them political, it's a political rhetoric on part of the PDM, especially being carried out by Maryam Nawaz, who believes that Imran Khan should be sort of responded in the same coin as he had been doing in the past. And this is a new phase of political, I would say, animosity rather than rivalry, where these politicians can't even stand each other for a moment. And I think that that's what's going on. And Maryam especially has taken it to a new height, because she knows that her uncle Shehbaz Sharif has failed to deliver. The government that she's in my opinion, not from within but from without, is part of, and she's trying to sort of play both ends. Like she's trying to disown herself from the follies, from the failures of the government, and just to have a tirade on Imran Khan. That's what.
Sushant Sareen, is Pakistan then heading towards martial law if political parties have no common ground, no meeting ground, and the crisis, as Maid Ali also tells us, is escalating on multiple fronts? There's a political crisis, an economic crisis, and a security crisis, existential crisis in Pakistan.
Exactly, Gaurav, and I suspect that if
the politicians are not able to get their act together, as it seems that they are not going to be able to get their act together, I think the military will be left with no option but to intervene. Not that that will solve the problem, but what else is on offer? You have squabbling politicians at a time when the economy has virtually collapsed. They're bankrupt, yes, but the economy has virtually come to a standstill. The state is faltering. Governance is at a premium. There is no governance actually in Pakistan. Street crime has increased tremendously. And as Mayad Ali says, there is a huge wave of terrorism coming Pakistan's way. And on top of that, you have a political crisis, which is even worse than what you had in the 1990s. The one point where I disagree with Mayad Ali is when he blames it on Maryam Nawaz Sharif. I think Maryam is very feisty. She's taking on a demagogue like Imran Khan. But for a good reason, because Imran Khan is the man who has injected this poison in Pakistani politics. And the other guys are only responding to it. Now, it's all very well to blame the guys in government, but I don't think they have much of a choice. The problem, however, is that this rhetoric would have gone down really well with the masses, provided the economy, there was some modicum of or some semblance of stability in the economy. But if the economy is in such a bad shape that people are not even able to afford 2 square meals a day, then this rhetoric really does not really work. And I think it riles up people against the incumbent. So I think it's a mess, whichever way you look at it.
It's a mess in Pakistan. Mayad Ali, business leaders, we are told, went and met the Pakistan Army Chief General Munir along with Ishaq Dar. Is Pakistan Army still looked at as perhaps the last resort, the only saviors of Pakistan?
I think they are. It's a way of looking at things. They have sort of retreated a lot in the past few months, or I would say a couple of years. They have retreated. They are on the retreat. They're trying to sort of take their hands off the politicians just to get out of it now. The mess, of course, which they have created themselves. But as for the meeting with the business leaders, yes, they feel safe. You know, business tycoons, they always look for guarantees, stability. So they just cannot look anywhere except for resorting to a solid meeting with the chief, with the finance minister of the country, because there is so much uncertainty at the moment that the business houses are really in trouble. We just cannot open LCs. There's an embargo which is unfair on imports, which become raw material of so many things that we export as well. You know, so they need to have some sort of stability in at least in businesses that they are running.
But Sushant Sareen, can Pakistan Army do anything right now? Given General Qamar Javed Bajwa had tried, he failed. Pakistan Army too. I mean, I don't know how much have we heard this earlier. Is it because of social media that we are hearing a lot more? Pakistan Army generals are being accused of massive corruption by the people in Pakistan and by the political leadership.
Exactly. So I think, and that is the biggest concern right now. With everything going wrong, you have two more problems on top of it. One is the judiciary. And as Maryam Nawaz Sharif very eloquently put it, the judges in Pakistan, you know, they've never been anything to write home about. But when she calls that these are not Imandar judges, but Imrandar judges, I think it says a lot about the state of the judiciary in Pakistan. And on top of that, you have a Pakistan Army, which for the first time, it is quite clear that there are divisions within the rank and file and within the larger ecosystem of the Pakistan Army. For example, the ex-servicemen, they are going hammer and tongs at the Pakistan Army. Pakistan Army's own stooges, you know, there are guys in London and other places who are taking pot shots at the serving army chief. They are accusing the Pakistan Army of carrying out, enforced disappearances. They are accusing the Pakistan Army, and quite rightly so. I don't think those allegations are entirely false. But they are accusing the Pakistan Army of target killings, of eliminating political rivals, of threatening and intimidating politicians. And the Pakistan army finds itself in a very, very sorry situation where even if it wants to intervene, it is scared of intervening lest it unleashes a mass protest against the Pakistan army. And even if the Pakistan army was to seize control,
yes,
what will they control? Look, the point is that the problems today Pakistan is facing are entirely of the making of the Pakistan army and the stupid generals who, rather than doing their drills in the parade grounds, decided that they are the most equipped to run a country. It is one thing to run a battalion. It is one thing to, carry out maneuvers on an exercise field. Quite another to run a country. Quite another to understand economics. You just hear their retired generals when they start talking about economics, and I don't have any hair on my head, but I really want to tear whatever little I have on my head because they are so utterly clueless.
Yes.
And yet they will act as though they know everything about what to do.
And
so
is that exactly
even if the
what
army
happening?
was to take over power, what
Yes.
will they solve?
Absolutely, Maidali. What can anyone do in Pakistan, given that despite so many rounds of talks, nothing has been achieved? IMF loan yet to be sanctioned, and IMF is putting fresh conditions. Pakistan, the leadership is being told, ensure that subsidies are only for the poorest of the poor and the rich don't pay their taxes. So what's happening in Pakistan? What's the expectation either of the political leadership or of Imran Khan, Maryam Nawaz or Imran Khan or the army?
Well, I think there's very little all these people could do to save this country the way they are trying to. The IMF is asking for expansion in the tax net. They are not expanding the tax net at the moment. They're bad policies, They are not expanding the tax net. They are putting more burden on the already taxpayer, existing taxpayer. So and this is just one example. They are not taking any initiatives which the IMF wants Pakistan to take, so it could sort of have a better economic scenario in the days to come. And this is the real problem. As Sareen Sushant has said, the generals, I wouldn't say it like that, but it's a wrongdoing of 75 years, which can't be undone in a few months. We have come to the point where all that we've been sort of, that burden that we've been facing and not standing up to the people, now it's time to pay. Now the people of Pakistan are paying. They also know, the people who have done this damage, they know exactly what they have done now. But the time to repent is, I think, almost over.
No, but is anyone even repenting? Because the rich, we are told, Sushant Sareen, and you understand Pakistan much better than most, the rich in Pakistan continue to live like kings. The army, the bureaucracy, the political leadership, they continue to live like nawabs and the Aam Janta in Pakistan is saying that it's almost as if they occupy our country. So there is no solution in sight, is there?
No, there is not. And I think I can do no better than to quote John Kenneth Galbraith, a Nobel Prize winner, who had once written that the rich and the privileged, when also corrupt and incompetent, do not accept rescuing reform. And this exactly fits on Pakistan. So, you will see a tale of two cities play out in Lahore. You open a Canadian coffee house, and there are 2-kilometer long lines when people are not even able to get 2 square meals a day. You have idiots in Pakistan say, but we have such a thriving informal economy. Our black economy will save us. These jokers don't realize that a black economy signifies the failure of a state which cannot collect taxes, which has a very large informal economy, is a state which cannot survive. But try explaining it to their geniuses and their political scientists, who very eloquently say that, and these are former ministers, these are former editors, these are former generals, who say that, but our informal economy, our black economy is so strong, so we will survive. You have to hear them to believe how clueless and how utterly Do you know how? I don't know. I have words in Punjabi, but I can't use them on your channel to describe these guys.
Okay, because yeah, Maidali, I think he understands those words in Lahore, barely, and perhaps he uses them, against the same people. But Maidali, how is Imran Khan viewed in Pakistan now? Is he seen as a crusader? Is he still seen as a crusader against corruption? Or has the Tosha Khana case exposed him completely, the way Maryam Nawaz puts it?
That's the irony, that's the irony. Now we go back 2 years and you will find that we had the establishment Imran Khan duo doing disservice to this country. Whatever they could do, they did to this country. Now, after 2 years, Imran Khan is standing against the same people, and now he is the Messiah, and he is the Messiah for majority of this country. He still has a great following. If we hold elections, say in 2 months, in 3 months, or 4 months, he's going to win those elections. Nobody can stop him. And add to this, the inefficient government of the PDM, especially run by or led by Shehbaz Sharif, we had great hopes, but he has a sort of he's a failure. He's an utter failure. Yeah. And as Sareen has put it, we have parallel economy, and that economy is very dangerous to this country. And I will add, I will take it further. Not only that economy exists, but there's a nexus between the rulers of all kinds, wherever they are, and the leaders, I would call them, in judiciary or in the establishment or in business or elsewhere, even in media, they are conniving with them, they are hand in glove with them. So they are supporting them. They are not pushing things to the extent where it could be taken care of.
Sushant, Sareen, does Imran Khan, in your appreciation, remain this crusader against corruption? Or is there merit that in his statement that because I'm fighting this clique Maidali talks of, he may be bumped off in Pakistan?
He is part of that clique. He's only fighting against members of that clique who are opposed to him, or members of that clique who do not, toe his line. Otherwise, how has he been any different from the others who preceded him and who have followed him? He has followed crony capitalism to the hilt.
Yes.
He has his wife, for example, and her girlfriend have been responsible for looting Punjab, left, right, and center. This guy himself has shown how petty he is by, taking these expensive gifts which you get from foreign dignitaries, taking it at a very, very bargain basement price and then selling them in the market to profit from it. Have you heard of any other leader in the world doing something like that? That tells you what a petty and ghatia man this fellow is. But his platform is that he is a crusader against corruption, even though there are enough corruption cases against him and his cronies. So I don't think the corruption narrative really works in his favor. Okay. He's also proved himself to be a fascist. I think what is working in his favor is the sheer incompetence and cluelessness of the incumbent regime, which is simply not able to get its act together and give a semblance of stability to the economy. So when the economy tanks, and people are out of jobs, people are not able to meet their ends, people are not able to educate their kids, they're not even able to meet expenses of basic stuff like electricity and gas and fuel and stuff like that, then, people get angry, and that anger obviously works in favor of people who are in the opposition. Okay. And if you have a demagogue like Imran Khan, he kind of harvests that anger, which is what he is doing. But he has absolutely no idea, no clue, no plan on how to save Pakistan.
Maidali, I have the last 30 seconds on this part of the show. Imran Khan fears he could be bumped off. He says there was an attempt made on his life. Of course, Maryam Nawaz says, why is he wearing a plaster for 5 months? Who wears a plaster for 5 months? And they think it's fake. And they will have his leg examined the moment he's arrested. But is there a fear he could be bumped off like Benazir Bhutto? Or can he be killed legally like her father, Zulfikar Ali Bhutto? There are past precedents in Pakistan of the Pakistan army using either terrorists or courts to achieve both aims.
I think if the present government goes to that extent, or shall I say, not the government, the people behind the government, if they go to that extent, that will be, I think, disastrous. They don't afford another martyr in Pakistan, and Imran Khan has a following no matter who he is. I don't believe in him. I know that he can't deliver. I know he has no plan, nothing in his pocket to go ahead. But he is a popular leader, and if something goes wrong with him, then Pakistan will be in a serious trouble. Serious trouble.
Okay, Sushant sir, in last 20 seconds, tell me, what do you foresee in Pakistan? Either martial law or a Tahrir Square kind of revolution with people coming out on the streets?
Yeah, Gaurav, there'll be no revolution in Pakistan. Pakistanis have no stomach for revolution. They have a lot of poetry on revolution, but no stomach for it. So revolution will not happen. There will be unrest. There will be, protests and stuff like that. But revolution, no. Number one. Number two, regardless of who takes over power, nobody seems to have any idea on how to fix things. Because before fixing things, things have to become even worse before they get any better. So I don't think that's likely to happen. And if you get rid of Imran Khan, you have a problem on your hands. And if you have Imran Khan at the helm of affairs, you have even bigger problems on your hands. And so I think it's whichever way you look at it, it's a big mess.
Pakistan remains a big mess, and we'll be tracking that story very closely. In next couple of days, we'll also discuss what that mess means for this entire region and what should India be doing. But for the moment, Mayed Ali and Sushant Sareen for joining me here on this special broadcast. Many thanks.
Let's go.
A quick break. News and updates continue on India Today. Stay with us.
Get this first from you, Mr. Parthasarathi. When you see those visuals, do you see that as the opposition alleges, self-obsession, personality, cult politics, or do you see it as effective diplomacy using sport?
Well, I wouldn't like to politicize this. In fact, I'd call it a bit of imaginative diplomacy. Anthony Albanese is an Australian Prime Minister who is really moving the process forward after our own relations forward. We're playing a cricket match, and it turns out that it is taking place on his way to the United States to meet President Biden. So, as I said, if you see recently in the World International Football Tournament in Qatar, you had the French president as an invitee because France was playing in the final. He was a guest of the Qatar government. So I think we shouldn't be oversensitive. As I said, in fact, when everybody was critical of the Pakistan Prime Minister being invited, I said, why not? If you're playing cricket, why can't you invite the Prime Minister? So you shouldn't confuse cricket and politics. But yes, there is a diplomatic gain because both Australia and India are friendly countries, and we are talking of cooperation across both the Indian and Pacific Oceans, something which we've never done in the Quad. And therefore, if he comes here, and he is a cricket fan. When I was in Australia, Howard, the Australian Prime Minister, told me that he would have been delighted to visit India during a test match. So you should take it in that spirit and not politicize. I wouldn't politicize anything, but then I'm not in politics.
So you're saying don't politicize it.
But as far as diplomacy is concerned,
you're saying it's imaginative diplomacy. Cricket is something. Cricket is intrinsic in a way to the Australian way of life. So
yes, I think for
sorry, do complete. Yes, Mr. Parthasarathi.
Well, all I can say is that this does work.
Yes.
All I can say is this does work. Australians appreciate it. You're a country you're building relations with. And you invite the Prime Minister to a test match. And the Australians, I said Prime Minister Howard was cricket crazy. And I wouldn't be surprised if Prime Minister Albanese is similarly so.
Okay.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Hello and welcome to the Business Today show. I'm Udayan Mukherjee. Till a few years ago, the Thapar Group company Greaves Cotton was like a mainstream any other auto ancillary company which used to make those diesel engines for companies like Piaggio and Atul. It also had a farm equipment business. But in the last few years, it seems to have rediscovered itself quite completely from an auto ancillary company, diesel engine manufacturer, to a fuel agnostic solutions provider. And it's even pivoted from being a largely B2B player to a B2C company. To talk about this transition and this fairly significant transformation which is underway with a focus on e-mobility, I have with me the chairman of Greaves Cotton, Karan Thapar. Karan, it's great to see you and thank you very much for joining me today.
Thank you, Udayan, for inviting me.
Great. As I was saying, when did this transition of Greaves Cotton start? Because you seem to have rediscovered yourself quite completely, and that process is still underway. At what point did you tell yourself that I'm not just going to be a B2B diesel engine manufacturer, but I want to up my game and get into the e-mobility space in a big way?
The journey began in 2016 when we were discussing in the board and with the top management team how we could repurpose the company and what we should do in order to achieve that. So I would say the journey began that year.
What was the driving point? I mean, did you feel that you had to use your expertise to tap into the looming e-mobility revolution, or was it a move towards becoming more of a B2C company? What was the driving force behind this transition plan?
Well, it was fairly clear to us that a only fossil fuel based solution for powertrains was not going to be sustainable for the longer term. And in our business, it takes time to sort of achieve the position that we had achieved with the diesel powertrain, especially for in the low light commercial vehicles, the three-wheeler and the small four-wheeler. And we felt that the way for the future was electric. And that's when we began discussing how to get into it. Along the way, once we did take the plunge into the electric mobility area, we decided that we should go in as a product rather than only as the powertrain, which had been our expertise all along.
That's a significant shift because, not many component manufacturers go on to become the brand themselves. But today what you're doing is this series of product launches that we're seeing from Greaves Cotton. There seems to be a complete realignment of purpose, that we are not going to be a component manufacturer for the end product which somebody else will make. Is it an easy transition to make, to be from a component player to actually a finished product vehicle manufacturer?
It is not easy, Udayan. There are enormous challenges, and I think one of the key challenges is getting the people, the management of a very old legacy business. Greaves Cotton has been around for over 160 years. To get them to think and act differently is a challenge.
But you seem to have overcome the challenge by getting your current vice chairman, who's been very instrumental and key to your plans, right?
Yes, Nagesh is leading our vision, the board's vision for electric mobility. He has a very clear idea of where we should be going, a lot of experience. But we must understand, at least we do at the board, that we are very early in our journey, and there's a very long road ahead.
That's an interesting point because, a lot of people do say that there is a lot of excitement about this electric vehicle game, but the legacy manufacturers almost scoff at it, saying, you're too early into it. I mean, India is going to be a fossil fuel destination for a very long time, and this road towards the transformation towards electric will take much longer than some of these electric vehicle manufacturers suggest. What's your answer to that?
Market penetration of electric vehicles is definitely a challenge, no question about that. It's for two-wheelers, it's currently hovering between 4 and 5%. For four-wheelers and even for three-wheelers, it's quite negligible. So, yes, at today's scenario, it seems fairly insignificant. But I think that the world's investments into the entire area of electric mobility is now in the trillions of dollars. And a lot of that work and money invested is revealing itself in ever-changing, more efficient production of components, of batteries, of motors, of all the enablers for electric vehicles. So it's just a matter of time when these become competitive in their own right. In several applications, the total cost of ownership of an electric vehicle is already better than that of an IC engine, particularly in small payload applications. And this trend is going to continue. Now, when electric vehicles reach a much higher and significant degree of market penetration, those projections keep varying. I keep hearing all sorts of numbers and predictions. I don't have a particular crystal ball. I only clear that there is a particular direction in which the world is going, and we are going to be part of that journey.
You spoke about electric vehicles attracting much of the global investment, and that is true. And you've attracted some part of that as well. In fact, there was great excitement in the market recently, last year, when the Abdul Latif Jameel Foundation invested a significant amount of money in your electric venture. Would you say that that was a kind of a turning point in your aspirations?
Well, we went out to raise money for our electric vehicles business because we want to expand, we want to bring in new technologies, we want to build brand, etc., etc. And we found Abdul Latif Jameel a very keen investor in this electric mobility space. They had invested very early in a well-known US startup called Rivian and were looking for opportunities. We are very proud and very thrilled that they selected Reeves Cotton as the company to invest with.
Would you solicit even greater investment from them going forward? I mean, what's the plan? What's the ideal ownership mix between you and the Jameel family in your electric mobility company?
Well, Reeves Electric Mobility continues to be a subsidiary of Reeves Cotton. Depending upon the needs of capital, we will continue to go to the market, and there is always different options of raising that money, and we will explore as and when we need the money.
It's not just the money though, Karan, because aligning with some of these global investors gives you the opportunity or the option of aligning with some of the larger players in the electric mobility space in the Western world. Like you spoke about the Jameel family's interest in Rivian. And it's no secret that at some point, electric mobility companies will need to work on, say, batteries and other components, which are crucial in the success of all e-mobility companies. Do you see that possibility now with Jameel as an investor, that they may connect you to other companies in the West who you can partner with?
We are very happy to be connected to anybody that is relevant to our business model. And the Jameel family has some connections which, they are ready to share with us. But we are looking out for technologies of all kinds enabling a better, more efficient, more cost, productive electric vehicle on our own as well. As you know, or you may have recently read that Reeves Cotton has just signed an agreement with a small company in the UK which makes excellent motors, and their design of motors is excellent. And we're expecting to launch those products sometime later this year. Now, there are a number of other people we are talking to, and that journey will continue because, as I said earlier, the technology is evolving and we cannot afford to be complacent.
Your ambition in the two-wheeler space, electric two-wheeler space is getting even more pronounced because the kind of products that you showcased recently, some of these high-speed scooters seem to be technologically much more superior compared to the options that you were unveiling earlier. In fact, some of the price points I hear are more than ₹1 lakh. What is the kind of price level this market can take, you feel?
Price levels that have already been set by the IC engine-based vehicles, scooters, and motorcycles. So it's hard to go beyond that price point for the present. But I think as consumers get more and more comfortable with electric vehicles, they will realize that it occupies its own space and it is very unique. I would urge anybody who has tried or uses an IC engine vehicle to try an electric vehicle and experience the difference. It is completely different. The ease, the lack of vibration, the smoothness of the ride, it's a whole new experience. And we are definitely attracting a whole new class of customer or new type of customer to this. to this vehicle.
Have you driven one yourself, Karan? Because I hear you're a keen polo enthusiast yourself. I mean, how does it compare to riding a horse or a thoroughbred?
The electric vehicle is very smooth, no bucking, and like the polo ponies.
At this point, a quick break, but we shall return with Karan Thapar of Greaves Cotton in just a minute. Stay there.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Welcome back. You're watching the Business Today show. I've been in conversation with e-mobility maker Greaves Cotton's chairman, Karan Thapar. How do you see competition in this space? Because, you know, while you've got investment in and you're launching products and you've got a good team, but there are significant competitors like Kinetic, like Ola, even the incumbent players, legacy fuel players like Bajaj Auto. How do you see yourself locking horns with them?
Well, it's a competitive marketplace. There is the companies you mentioned and more coming in all the time. We have a slight early mover advantage, and hopefully we will do what it takes to maintain that advantage. I don't think any legacy player has any particular advantage in this field, and as I said, it is a completely different product altogether. It needs a different outlook. So, an early mover advantage definitely will benefit us in the long term. We're learning all the time.
Any market share targets that you have? Because I believe that Ampere, the company that you bought and through which you're launching many products, has about a 12-13% share in the market. Would you be confident of maintaining that? Would you be content with having that kind of a share eventually as this market unfolds and expands?
Yes, we have targeted a 15% market share. and we're close. We're about 13%, as you said, 12-13% now, and we are confident that we can maintain that share.
What about other product variants like e-3-wheelers or e-rickshaws? What kind of ambitions do you have there, and how big is that market? I mean, how big as part of your e-mobility business could those products be?
Well, the three-wheeler market is already quite large. It is being addressed through, on the electric side, it is being addressed through two completely different vehicles. One is what we call loosely the electric rickshaw, which is L3. And then there is the electric auto, which is L5. One is, of course, for smaller payloads. Those vehicles are unregulated, and we do have a small presence in that market currently, through a company called Bestway. And on the auto side, the L5 side, we have our presence through another company called MLR Auto. And that market will grow. It has different challenges for moving both passengers and cargo. And we are in the process of addressing those challenges. I expect good momentum in the current year.
The other interesting thing, as I was alluding to earlier, Karan, is this move towards being a consumer-facing company. I mean, that's not something every auto component manufacturer manages to achieve. But you seem to be very intent and keen on expanding your retail store presence. I mean, what are the plans on that retail front?
Well, any automobile company needs an aftermarket, both in terms of sales of spares and service. And we recognize that from the outset. And our Greaves Automart, our Greaves retail effort is all geared towards that. And in fact, the EV Automart that we have is not only selling Greaves Electric Mobility's products, I mean Ampere and the rest, it sells other people's products as well. The whole idea is to get the EV culture around the country.
Where does all this leave your old business, the legacy business that you have, those diesel engines that you would sell to the likes of Piaggio, or your gen sets, the pump sets, the tillers? Are you defocusing on that business, or it just continues to move as it was?
So the Greaves Cotton continues to sell its diesel engines and CNG engines and petrol engines for different applications, both auto and non-auto. Of course, the business is much smaller than it was earlier, but it's still there. And, it's started coming back post-COVID. Now that shared mobility is back again in full swing. But it's definitely smaller than before. We continue to invest to make sure that we are in compliance with all the environment emission norms, and our customers still rely on us to provide the powertrain.
So 5 years out, will Greaves Cotton look very different, Karan, to what it is now, where your new investments and your new businesses will become much larger, even in terms of a revenue share, and maybe the business that was your bread and butter 10 years ago would become even smaller?
Well, there is definitely a much higher growth momentum currently in the electric mobility side of the business. There's no doubt about that. But Greaves Cotton, the legacy business, is itself investing in the electric powertrain and making components there. So that business will grow as well. So yes, the B2B legacy side of the business will be much smaller for the Greaves Group as a whole, but it will be a very significant business nonetheless.
Well, good luck with your aspirations, Karan. It was great talking to you today, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Udayan. Pleasure to speak with you.
Thank you. All the best.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
India gets its first ever transgender ward. The GT Hospital in Mumbai has opened a facility exclusively for the community. The ward has 30 beds with separate examination and dressing rooms and has gender-neutral toilets.
What happens is, of course, if it's a patient is critical, for example, if he needs an ICU, if he requires a surgery, then in these places there is no gender division. So these patients will have to go there. But for other things like nebulization, CPAP, so all that will happen under one roof.
GT Hospital has trained more than 150 staff members to sensitize them on providing medical treatment to transgender patients.
We've taken the help of transgender community in developing the ward. What are your needs? In that context, we actually had sensitization of around 150 of our own employees to know how to, be sensitive to their needs, to their issues.
The hospital authorities say their initiative is a step in the direction of making India more gender inclusive. With Dev Kotak in Mumbai, Bureau Report, India Today.
Sorry.
आज ना छोड़ेंगे बस हम जोली, खेलेंगे हम होली, खेलेंगे हम होली। मोटा भाई चाहे सतेंद्र हो या सिसोदिया, जेल में पूरी टोली, खेलेंगे हम होली। पक्की अपनी किस्मत है ये, 24 में खेला हो।
24 में खेला हो।
जोड़ा ऐसे भैया देश है पूरा, फेविकॉल का जोड़ कोई हो, फेविकॉल का जोड़ हो कोई।
छोड़ो जी ये बहाना, नॉर्थ ईस्ट में अपना जमाना, ओ खा लो हाजमे की गोली, खेलेंगे हम होली। आज ना छोड़ेंगे बस हम जोली, खेलेंगे हम होली। मोटा भाई खेलेंगे हम होली, होली।
to breathe, clean water to drink, clean earth to live. These are no more natural. Instead, what is natural is toxic air smothering life, toxic water killing life, toxic earth burning life. That's our crude reality of urban life. People are well aware of this real threat to health, yet Indian cities across the length and breadth of the country face a national air emergency.
So just imagine breathing toxic fumes. It's not difficult for most of us because we do breathe toxic fumes in our daily life in and out. We are living a very different life in our cities, unfortunately, in our country. So much so that we don't even complain about it anymore till the time a disaster pushes our tolerance levels. Like in the case of the fire that took place at Kochi's Brahmapuram waste treatment plant that has been raging for over a week now. The Indian Navy and the state officials have been engaged in firefighting operations with toxic fumes shrouding Kochi city. The residents have now been advised to stay indoors and to wear a mask. Senior citizens have been complaining of suffocation and dizziness.
The Queen of Arabian Sea under a thick blanket of smoke. Kochi is living its worst nightmare. A fire that started at the Brahmapuram solid waste management site on the 2nd March is still raging. The Indian Navy and the state administration are engaging in firefighting operations.
You can see in the visuals the smoke that's coming out of the fire is covering the entire area. It's not just here. You can see in the end corner where it's completely filled with smoke. The fire has not been fully doused. What we are understanding is the fire is right now under control, but you can see patches of fire here and there, and it will take another week, is what we are understanding, to completely douse the fire.
The Navy has deployed several helicopters to douse the fire that has made the city air toxic. People in Kochi and its suburbs are angry at the failure to control the fire. Schools and shopping malls in the region were shut for 2 days.
ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ എല്ലാവർക്കും ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടാണ്. എല്ലാ പിള്ളേർക്കും വയസ്സായവർക്കും എല്ലാവർക്കും ശ്വാസം മുട്ടും ചുമയും. ഞങ്ങൾക്കൊന്നും ഇവിടെ നിൽക്കാൻ വയ്യ ഈ സമയത്ത് ഇത്തിരി കുറവുണ്ട്. വൈകുന്നേരം 3 മണിയൊക്കെ ആകുമ്പോഴത്തേക്കും പിന്നെയും തുടങ്ങും. കാറ്റ് വരുന്ന അനുസരിച്ചിട്ട് പുക കൂടിക്കൊണ്ടുവരും. രാത്രിയൊന്നും ഫാനൊന്നും ഇടാൻ പാടില്ല. വീട്ടിൽ എല്ലാ പുക അകത്തോട്ട് കയറി വരും. അപ്പോൾ 2 ദിവസമായിട്ട് പിള്ളേരൊന്നും ഉറങ്ങിയിട്ടില്ല.
एक हफ्ते हो गया, अभी तक खत्म नहीं हुआ. हमेशा रात में भी आता है, दोपहर को आता है, शाम को आता है. इसलिए बहुत मुश्किल है रात में सोने को और बहुत कष्ट होता है.
Heads are rolling. Ernakulam District Collector Renu Raj has been shunted out. NSK Umesh has taken charge as the new collector.
Our mechanism is working together. A coordination system is here. All departments are working together and under the leadership of the mayor and the local MLA, collector, police commissioner. All of are very active. We hope the rest of the 20% can be controlled within a few time.
But the smoke continues to emerge, continues to the toxic fumes. It's the toxic fumes that coming out of the plastic waste that got burnt here. And here, it's been a long process. It's been 8 days of all the officials, that includes firefighters as well as police and also the Indian Navy, trying hard to put off this smoke that's been very toxic, causing a lot of trouble to people living close by.
The Kerala High Court racked district officials for waste mismanagement. In a scathing observation, the court said Kochi has become a gas chamber. A week after fire started at Brahmapuram, the people of Kochi don't know when the nightmare will be over. With Shibimol in Kochi, Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, unfortunately, the real brunt of this disaster is being borne by those locals who are living in the surrounding areas, from the toddlers who are staying there to the senior citizens. People are speaking about the lack of civic apathy amongst the authorities with regards to this menace. There is no long-term solution in sight, rather than just empty promises that are being made, especially to those who are at the moment not able to breathe clean air.
Ashwin is preparing for his 12th board exams. But the smoke coming from the fire at the Brahmapuram plant causes trouble for him. The toxic fumes make him sick. His school is also covered with smoke.
ഉച്ചകഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടാണ് പുക കൂടുതലും വന്നെ അതുകൊണ്ട് അങ്ങനെ പഠിക്കാനൊന്നും പറ്റാറില്ല പിന്നെ രാത്രിയൊക്കെ ഭയങ്കര പുകയായിരിക്കും പുറത്തേക്ക് ഇറങ്ങാൻ പറ്റൂല അകത്ത് തന്നെ ഇരിക്കണേ ഫുൾ ടൈം പുറത്തേക്കൊന്നും അങ്ങനെ ഇറങ്ങാറില്ല പഠിക്കാനൊന്നും പറ്റില്ല ശ്വാസം മുട്ടലും തലവേദനയൊക്കെ പിന്നെ അങ്ങനെ പഠിക്കാനൊന്നും പറ്റാറില്ല ഈ പുകയൊക്കെ ആയിരുന്നു
Srija wanted to move out of this locality but decided against it so that Ashwin could complete his studies uninterrupted. Yet, as his mother, she repents her decision to stay back.
ഇവിടെ നല്ല കാറ്റ് വന്നിട്ട് നല്ല ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടുണ്ട് ഈ കൊച്ചുങ്ങളെ കൊണ്ട് ഇവിടെ താമസിക്കാൻ പറ്റണില്ല രാത്രിയാവുമ്പോ അതിനെല്ലാം ശ്വാസം മുട്ടിട്ടാണ് കിടക്കണത് ഇതൊക്കെ ആരോട് പറയാനോ അങ്ങോട്ട് ചോദിച്ചിട്ട് വാ ആരും ഞങ്ങളുടെ വേദന ആരും കാണില്ല
Close to Ashwin's house, 5-year-old Mivara hasn't gone to school for the last few days. Her grandmother struggles to keep the toddler engaged in the house in this toxic situation.
ഇവിടെ പുകയാണ് അപ്പം അതുകൊണ്ട് സ്കൂളിൽ പോണില്ല അകത്തിരിക്കാൻ പാടാണ് അപ്പം അതിന് ഫോൺ കൊടുക്കും അങ്ങനെ കളിച്ച് അത് വെച്ച് നോക്കിയൊക്കെ ഇരിക്കും കുറച്ച് നേരം ആകുമ്പോൾ പുറത്തിറങ്ങും പിന്നെ ഒരു 1.5 വയസ്സായ ഒരു മോനുണ്ട് അവനിപ്പോൾ ഉറങ്ങണം അവനെ കൊണ്ടാണ് വലിയ പാടാ പിള്ളേർക്ക് ചൂട് കൂടിയിട്ട് അകത്തിരിക്കാനും പറ്റൂല 2 ദിവസം മുന്നേ രാത്രി ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു ഇന്നലെ അത് നല്ല സ്മെല്ലും ഉണ്ട് ഇടയ്ക്കിടയ്ക്ക് നല്ല സ്മെല്ലാണ് തന്നെ
Mivara's grandfather is angry at this complete mismanagement.
ചുമ ഉണ്ട് ശരിക്കും പിന്നെ കഫക്കെട്ടുണ്ട് അല്ലാണ്ട് ഇപ്പം ഒന്നും വേറെ പറയത്തൊക്കെ ഒന്നുമില്ല പിന്നെ ഈ പുക വരുന്ന സമയത്താണെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് ശ്വസിക്കാനൊക്കെ ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടുണ്ടാവും ഭയങ്കര സ്മെല്ലും ആയിരിക്കും വാതിലൊക്കെ അടച്ചിട്ടിരുന്നാൽ തന്നെ ഒരു ഇതുമില്ല പിന്നെയും പരിക്കകത്തൊക്കെ മുറിക്കകത്തൊക്കെ ഇതിൻ്റെ പുകയൊക്കെ ഉണ്ടാവും സ്മെല്ലുണ്ടാവും
A week after the fire started at Brahmapuram, people of Kochi don't know when this nightmare will end.
Now, in this hour of disaster, the NDRF and the Navy personnel who are actually engaged in controlling the fire are the real heroes. My colleague Shivarur spoke with such real-life heroes. Listen in.
As a pilot, you're always prepared for all kinds of things, all kinds of eventualities. You're practically sleeping with one eye open, I imagine, because you can be called for any kind of mission. Tell us about this one, a huge dump yard fire on the outskirts of Kochi. How did it begin? How did you guys go off to fight this fire?
Yeah, good afternoon, Shiv. The moment we got an information regarding the fire, the Navy sprung into action. We had a control room which was set up at the command, and thereafter, once we got our orders, we went into the air straight away and undertook an air recce of the area to understand the nuances of these operations. The recce mainly was to see what is the expanse of the fire, the wind, prevailing wind conditions, the bird activity, any obstructions nearby, and most importantly for the firefighting we required a water source. Luckily, once we undertook the air recce, we found a water source very near to the scene of fire, which was around 1 to 2 nautical miles. And however, at the same time, we had the various challenges as there was intense bird activity near the being at a dump yard. It was very natural. Thereafter, we had high tension cables which were running along the dump yard, and they were just next to the dump yard, which meant we have to initially fly high, thereafter gradually come down before we disperse the water onto the fire. Additionally, the main challenge was the heavy smoke in the area, because we had to keep ourselves safe, the aircraft safe, and the crew, and still carry out the missions.
Commander Antaryami, flying through that smoke, birds everywhere, electricity cables nearby. I mean, this is every aviator's nightmare. I mean, you are trained to, fly in clear visibility, away from any obstacles, and here you're ordered to fly, into a really, really risky airspace. What was that like, flying in that?
It was a challenging shift, to say the least, because as you said, you are trained for a different environment. However, this was the real mission, wherein the challenges were, as brought out by Commander Sunil also, you heard them, flying through thick smoke, close to the high tension wire, in the vicinity of a lot of birds, was actually a challenging task. And but the job was very well specified to us, and the entire command was at it, and the aim was clear. So we found out methodology, how to go about it, and we could undertake quite a few drops, which were, in assistance to the local agencies who were already fighting the fire. So overall, it was a challenging task. However, with a lot of people involved, I'll say the ground crew, the station, when we were preparing, everybody put in their best efforts together, and then the outcome was what you saw on the subsequent days.
Now, if you think what's happening in Kochi is just a disaster or an accident, you really need to think again, because the national capital at the moment is no better. Every year it encounters one disaster or the other. There's a disaster of a fire or a landfill collapse, and every winter the entire NCR region chokes with smoggy air. And year after year we do stories on the frothing Yamuna. The national capital remains one of the worst polluted cities in the world.
Every year Delhi dreads the winter. It becomes a gas chamber due to very poor air quality index, or AQI. A recent report by the Center for Science and Environment gives kudos to the city for improved air quality compared to previous years. But is that good news for Delhi?
There has been slight improvement in the air quality, but it's still very bad. For instance, the average for this winter was 150 microgram per cubic meter, which is 2.5 times the standard, which is 60. But it's no longer 200 or 220, which it was like 3-4 years back. So there is some improvement, but we are very far away from a stage where we can say it's not a gas chamber. And the improvement is very gradual.
A report by the Center for Science and Environment did say that although this winter saw a slight improvement in the city's air quality index as compared to last year's reports, but there needs to be a combined effort from other states as well, especially speaking about the stubble burning in states like Haryana and Punjab that also become a contributing factor to Delhi's overall deteriorating air quality index.
If Delhi can survive its air pollution, can its water be safe? Yamuna River is so polluted that people bathe in froth during every autumn festivity. Our reality check yielded no hope either.
The river Yamuna is no stranger to politics. Every year during the Chhath Puja season, the Yamuna is made to look beautiful, cleaner than it is. And to hide the froth this time, the Delhi government also used a chemical called silicone defoamers to reduce the froth over the surface of the Yamuna. While that is just a temporary measure, it is for anyone to see that the Yamuna continues to be polluted and continues to show froth despite government's many attempts to hide them.
The implementation of or enforcement of the rules and regulation has to be very much strict. First of all, the sewage treatment plants, which are approximately 35 in the city of Delhi, but only 9 are abiding with the, or by 9 are only meeting the discharge standards of CPCP. So that kind of, inconsistency is there in the running of sewage treatment plants also. So first of all, we need to fix this problem wherein a lot of untreated sewage is going into the river.
Every year, the waste landfills of the national capital are witness to disasters like fire or sudden collapse. 100% biomining of legacy waste is the solution to the problem of frequent fires at dump sites in Delhi. But the process of biomining of legacy waste at the Ghazipur dump site is very slow. Only 7% of the total legacy waste has been processed there since July 2019. The 28-hectare dump site at Ghazipur has been used for dumping municipal solid waste since 1984. It crossed its carrying capacity long ago.
The Municipal Corporation of Delhi elections between the Aam Aadmi Party and BJP were fought over this mountain of garbage. At the Ghazipur landfill site that has around 140 lakh ton of legacy waste, only 16% of that has been removed or done away with by February this year. It's going to be very difficult when the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal says that we'll see a garbage and landfill-free Delhi by 2024. When you look at images that come out from the Municipal Corporation of Delhi with Aam Aadmi Party and BJP members exchanging kicks, slaps and blows instead of coming together to solve the very problem that they promised the Delhiites to work together on.
Both the Delhi government and the centre have installed smog towers to tackle the air pollution menace. The Aam Aadmi Party government promised to clean Yamuna by 2024, which today seems a tall one to fulfill, and the dump sites of the national capital will collapse before it can be cleaned. That's the Delhi environment in a nutshell.
Now, the city of Bengaluru is considered the most prosperous city that has the most number of tech multinaires living in it. Yet, its air pollution levels is very high. The lake water is toxic and the city is overflowing with garbage.
A study by the Centre for Science and Environment found that Bengaluru saw the fastest worsening of PM 2.5 levels and experienced the worst peak pollution this winter in the last 4 years.
This is going to get far worse because the Chief Minister has announced just yesterday that he is going to extend the metro project by another 100 kilometers. So already you see the construction of the metro, how much dust it has generated. And in the north of Bangalore, Dr. Shivram Karant layout is being pushed through in such brazen manner that it is destroying the watershed of the Arkavati river, and the dust plumes from there are affecting all the areas north of Bangalore. Meanwhile, we also have heard that there are plans to propose another 12 flyovers. And then there is this whole infrastructure business that is, pushing towards Devanadi.
Development always has its pros and cons. Construction of more than 12 flyovers and extending metro to every nook and corner of Bengaluru is also causing major dust pollution, which also leads for air pollution. The development of Bengaluru comes at a cost. Environmentalists criticize that the government have to take enough measure to control these kind of air pollution in the days to come.
Choking on polluted air, Bengaluru also struggles with toxic water pollution. Images of frothing Belandur Lake have become iconic with the city.
Talking about the frothing in the city, the environmentalists feel that nitrate and phosphate used in the detergent soaps have led for this kind of frothing in the lakes like Bengaluru. Belanduru Lake, which is one of the largest lakes in Bengaluru, had witnessed these kinds of extensive frothing. And environmentalists also believe that government should come up of revegetation, which will also help in reducing this frothing.
You and I have not stopped using nitrates and phosphates because there is simply no effort at all at the manufacturing end to cut down their involvement in the production of detergents. So as a result, it's not going to come down. That's as simple as that. Plus, we also have destroyed our Raja Kalways, which used to actually build a lot of dissolved oxygen, bring down the biological oxygen demand, and the plants which were in the Raja Kalways have an enormous capacity with their root structures to absorb these nutrients. What BBMP is doing is turning them all into concrete channels. They're destroying the natural Kalways. They're destroying the ecosystems and turning them into engineered constructs. As a result, this water which is flowing through 800 kilometers of this Kalways will rush into these small lakes and eventually end up in one of these large lakes like Belandur and Bairmangla and so on. And when they do that, they basically come with such rapidity and with so much load of detergents and nitrates and phosphates that they will definitely froth.
The air is dangerous and the water is toxic, and there is no respite for people of Bengaluru on land either. According to BBMP records, the city generates 5,500 to 6,000 metric tons of waste every day. It has 7 landfills and 6 waste processing units, none of which have been upgraded since 2015. There are 150 dry waste collection centers, which can handle only 1 ton of waste on an average.
Talking about the garbage, Bengaluru is close to Cochin. If the increasing heat leads, there might be a case which might replicate which was seen in Cochin as well as in Bengaluru as well. And the environmentalists feel that there is a solution where a revegetation can even help segregating of these garbages in the city of Bengaluru.
Bengaluru is waiting for its civic authorities to wake up and work round the clock for years to come to bring any change around.
What's happening in Kochi or in Delhi or in Bengaluru are not exceptional cases. They are part of an overall narrative of how polluted our cities and how ill-equipped our civic authorities are to handle all that pollution that is surrounding us. It's a national emergency situation that no one is waking up to, but we are keeping a very close eye on it, and we will keep you bringing more such stories. For the moment, that's all the time we have on this edition of The Inside Story. News and updates keep on continuing on the other side. Keep on watching India Today.
The Aam Aadmi Party's de facto second in command is behind bars in the Liquorgate case. And a cornered Aam Aadmi Party is fighting the perception battle. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal on Wednesday skipped Holi celebrations. Instead, he meditated for 5 hours contemplating the state of affairs in the country, he claimed. The Aam Aadmi Party has rallied behind Manish Sisodia big time. The party lashed out at the Narendra Modi government for keeping Sisodia in Delhi's maximum security Tihar jail. Jail number 1, where Sisodia is apparently lodged, the Aam Aadmi Party claims, is set aside for hardline criminals.
उनको किसी षड्यंत्र के तहत तिहाड़ जेल की जेल नंबर 1 में रखा गया है। जेल नंबर 1 में पूरे देश के सबसे खतरनाक, वायलेंट, हिंसक अपराधी बंद हैं कि छोटे से इशारे पे भी किसी की भी हत्या कर सकते हैं और उनके ऊपर दर्जनों हत्याओं के मुकदमे चल रहे हैं। उन्हें कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता एक मुकदमा और चल जाए।
वो लोग हैं जो झूठ बोलने में नंबर 1 है, भ्रष्टाचार में नंबर 1 है, गुमराह करने में नंबर 1 है, और ये अरविंद केजरीवाल एंड पार्टी नंबर 1 भ्रष्टाचार में है।
The Aam Aadmi Party alleges there's a plot to finish Sisodia's political career.
आपने उनको पहली बार के जेल में जो जाता है उसको आपने ऐसे खूंखार अपराधियों के बीच में रखा है जहां उनकी हत्या भी हो सकती है। तो मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं कि प्रधानमंत्री जी की मंशा क्या है, क्योंकि तिहाड़ जेल में तो कैदियों की हत्या भी हो चुकी है। आप क्या मनीष सिसोदिया को भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार मरवाना चाहती है?
ये आपकी मानसिकता दिखाता है कि आप किस तरह की सोच रखते हैं। हमारे डिफरेंस ओपिनियन हो सकते हैं, लेकिन इस तरह की बातें सोचना तो आप लोग भी सोच सकते हो, हम नहीं सोच सकते। सबको मालूम है कि तिहाड़ जेल जो है वो दिल्ली सरकार के तहत आता है, और हम सबने देखा कि किस प्रकार से अभी रिजाइन हुए मंत्री सत्येंद्र जैन जिस प्रकार से रिजॉर्ट की तरह वहां मजे ले रहे हैं, सबने देखा तिहाड़ जेल के अंदर मजे ले रहे हैं।
As the Aam Aadmi Party battles Liquorgate charges, the heat, however, is only escalating. Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Ami Yagnik, you're a member of parliament from Gujarat. Jairam Ramesh is calling it self-obsession, suggesting that here is the Prime Minister of the country doing a lap of honor in a stadium named after him, being given a photograph by Jai Shah of himself. I mean, is this being excessively critical? I'm going to show you pictures now that when y'all were in power, Manmohan Singh was doing cricket diplomacy with President Musharraf of Pakistan. So we've had with Prime Minister Gilani of Pakistan. So you've had examples where Indian Prime Ministers have used cricket to try and build bridges. When Mr. Modi does it, how does it become self-obsession?
I think there is no issue of this kind of a diplomacy taking place. I think whatever you have quoted about the Member of Parliament, he has used the word self-obsession. Now let me remind you one thing, that this stadium in Ahmedabad, in Gujarat, I think I have been seeing the stadium from my childhood or maybe when I was in college, and it was named as Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Stadium. And Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel is the Iron Man of India, and we have a statue of unity in Gujarat. Now just to strip off that stadium of that name, just to remove Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel one fine day and put the Honorable Prime Minister has put his own name there, I think nobody could question. Of course, Gujarat's Asmita took a backseat. Many people raised their concerns from various spheres of Gujarat, but nothing happened. So the question here is that he named it, he took the name of the stadium of our laudable leader, very tall leader, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, and put his own. He then became the chief guest there, of course, because he's Honorable Prime Minister. There is nothing wrong with the diplomacy taking place, cricket diplomacy, whether it is soft diplomacy, whatever they talked about, issues of both the countries. Maybe they were friendly or maybe they were important issues, no problem. But all the time, if you see that only the Honorable Prime Minister is in the frame, a photograph of his own self is given to him by his very close and near dear person, the son, and then he also has a lap of honor where the stadium is named after him. He has named the stadium. So something shows that there is something I, me and myself. That was I think the sense I got from the whole thing. But diplomacy, well, it can be in any
So you're
form.
saying I, me, myself. You're saying that there is an element
out of it.
Okay, you're saying there's an element of I, me, myself.
Rani, welcome to India Today. I always look forward to these conversations with you because truly there can be no other Rani Mukherjee than the one who's sitting in front of me. Often imitated but never duplicated. There just can't be another Rani. And I'm also saying this because I've just come back after watching the trailer. That's truly hit me in a way that I never imagined. Mrs. Chatterjee versus Norway is the name of a film. With I watched it with no pre-support, expectations. Okay, this is how it will be. But I got goosebumps literally when I sat through that. The emotions that came up. I want to talk to you about the fact that you've always sort of defied norms. You have always sort of broken the convention. You don't go with norms, you set norms. When you were doing this particular film, and I'm talking to you about this because the trailer is breaking trends right now, what was your mindset? What space were you in?
See, for me, I think it's very simple. I either connect with a story, and if it moves me as a person, I think that for me is a clincher to basically be part of the film or no. And whether the story that I'm telling through this film is a story that I want millions of people to watch. Because when this actual incident happened in 2011, when the media picked up the story and everything, I had not seen this coverage. So it was my ignorance at that time that I did not see this coverage. And for me to discover this story in 2021, you know, when they actually came to me with the film. So for me, it was that I was actually in shock that something like this had actually happened to a person. And as I'm told, that things are happening like this even today. So yeah, it was a story that needed to be told, and it was a mother's story, her courage, her fight, her love, her resilience, her helplessness, everything that had to do with her in that story, I think needed to be out there. And this film is actually a tribute to all mothers that are there in this world.
You know, what's interesting is the emotions you mentioned right now.
Right.
That every mother goes through, irrespective of age, where you come from. Interestingly, that is also what everybody feels when they see your films. If you look at everything that you've done till date, and I want to speak to you a bit about that. We're doing a special segment called What Women Want with Rani Mukherjee on Women's Day. You know, back in the day when you came out and everybody spoke about how an actress needs to have a certain height, she needs to look a certain way, she needs to sound a certain way. You didn't fit in any of those boxes. In fact, your voice became your USP much later.
Right.
There was that whole phase where like, she doesn't sound like an actor. You know, you look at her, you see her. What was your reaction when you would hear those comments, perhaps from peers or from friends, ki you need to maybe change your voice? Did anybody ever tell you, maybe your baritone is too heavy, you need to change that, work on that, earlier on?
You know, earlier on, I think I was a very obedient child to my mum, and she wanted me to be an actor, and I was an actor. And all these things that come, you know, peripherally for actors, you know, how they are judged or what they are expected to do, that was something that I never really looked at, because for me it was a job that I was doing, and I was coming back home to my parents, and it made them happy that I was working. So nothing else mattered to me. And the fact that I was getting work after work didn't deter me from really sitting down and wondering that, are these things supposed to be, am I supposed to look into these things, or am I supposed to take them so seriously? Because right from my first film that released, Raja Ki Aayegi Baraat, people accepted me, my peers or my colleagues, so to say, accepted me. That's why they worked with me in the next films. So I would kind of think that everybody was really, really kind to me, and it was their love and it was their encouragement, because of which I'm here today after 26, 27 years. I'm still working. And it can only happen when your fans, your colleagues, your well-wishers, people in the industry really encourage you to do well. Because I would not be able to break any stereotype or any norms if the audience hadn't accepted me with this. If you say that my voice became my USP, it's because it became a USP because people accepted it. Had it not been accepted, it would not have become my USP. And whether me with being a certain height or a certain skin color or a certain whatever you try to mold me in, if the audience hadn't accepted me as who I am, I don't think you would be asking me this question or telling me or giving me credit for it. Like, I don't think I need to take credit for something that my fans kind of helped me embrace, you know. They are the ones who accepted me in that mold. And they are the ones who broke their thinking of the stereotype. They are the ones who said that, okay, we are not going to only like actresses who are tall, who are fair. We are also going to like actresses who are short and who are not that fair-skinned. You know, so it was the stereotype that the audiences broke in their heads, not really me. I was who I was, and who I am today. I am the same person.
And thank God for that.
And I'll continue being who I am. But I think it's always the mindset that people have. They are the ones who are breaking the stereotype that they have already conditioned themselves to think that that is what the norm should be.
Absolutely, and credit due. I mean, it's the audience and their undying, unconditional love for you.
Yes, absolutely. I'm just too grateful to them.
Absolutely. So, if the Rani of 2023 had to look back at that Rani, first day on the set of Raja Ki Aayegi Baraat, cameras and lights and chalo, let's get ready, give that shot. What's the one piece of advice you would give her?
I would not like to give her any advice because I think she did what she did in her career. She failed many times. She also got up and she did what she had to do. So yeah, I think I wouldn't like to give her any advice because it's very important to start from a place where you are completely raw. And then I believe that the people who I worked with, whether they were my co-stars or my directors or the numerous technicians who I worked with, I learned a lot from them in my journey of being an actor.
Yeah, and you know what's also interesting is you remember the name of all the DOPs, of the people who worked back set. I remember in our last conversation, you actually remembered the names of the cameramen of films perhaps like 10, 15 years back. Like that's how invested you were.
Because I feel like, writers who write the story, the screenplay writers, the dialogue writers, the editors, the director of photography, all of them are so crucial. Like the sound people, the people who mix the sound for our films, all of them are just so important for how a movie is made. Like, we land up getting so much of the credit for a film, whereas actually there are all these people who are actually making a movie together.
Yes.
It's never a single person's job. Like even a director, I would say, cannot take credit for a film on his own because he's also aided by such able technicians who come with their expertise and make this film so special, So I think it's very important to acknowledge them at the right time, and it's also important to acknowledge their contributions to a film because without them, that film would not have been the film that the audiences get to watch.
Right.
Finally on big screen.
And the audiences had a very tough time. We had to shortlist a few films of yours, 5 women characters, and what's the inspiration you've taken from them? It's been a very tough job for me because all are iconic, all are groundbreaking. There is something we've taken from each one of them, but here's my list so far. Shivani Roy in Mardani, what's the one thing you took from her?
Okay, I think Shivani is one of my favorite characters because it was the first time I played a female cop. It was the first time that I got to delve into the lives of police officers in Mumbai city. Like I'm born and brought up in Mumbai. Right. I know about Mumbai police. But the way I had to know about them because I was playing one of them, I had to research and I had to literally go and spend time with the officers, spend time in the crime branch offices, which are actually spread out in Mumbai city, but we don't know that. Citizens, normal civilians would not know because it's very much in the thick of things, but you'll never know that this is a crime branch office because it's kind of like it's like a hideout, but it's not really a hideout. Yeah, it's camouflaged. And just to be there, I'm like, really, there's a crime branch office here. And then to, see the fascinating world of, the police officers, what their lives are, how do they live this daredevilry that they go through day in and day out, They are basically dealing with crime every day from morning to night. What do their families go through, when they leave the house in the morning? And they're actually relieved when they come back home in the evening. And just to meet the women officers, who are just commanding so much respect and, it's just amazing to watch them when they're on their job. And they are no less than the cops because in our films, I think when Mardani came, people understood that yes, female cops also command the same kind of respect,
right?
Like the male cops also, because in Hindi films, the male cops have always been given this larger than life kind of acknowledgement, where the female cops have not been able to, get that. And with Mardani for the first time, I just saw there was so much happiness and excitement with the female cops because somebody was representing them. And we tried to make Shivani very true to what you'll see cops in real life, and very raw and very very edgy. And I think that's what I loved about because they're so brave, but they don't portray that bravery in their appearance. Yes. They have, हम लोग बोलते हैं ना हिंदी में जिगरा है. Right. तो वो जो जिगरा है उनमें, that is something that cannot be portrayed from an exterior look. They don't need to have muscles or they don't need to have good built bodies, and they don't have to, look a certain way to actually have that inner strength and that inner power. And I think that is what Shivani portrayed, the inner power of a woman, because see, women are, as it is, very strong.
Yes.
They're like mentally so strong, they're emotionally so strong, but just the fact that they are daredevils, you know, that is something that I think I took back with Shivani's character.
Wow, that's really an interesting analogy. My second character is a complete polar opposite of this, who is Tina from Kuch Kuch Hota Hai, where it all started. You know, the conversations about how confident you were in those clothes, how you didn't flinch and bat an eyelid to even say those lines in front of these actors. That's truly iconic. It's groundbreaking. It started from this. What is it that you took back home from this character?
I took back Karan. No, I think what I took back honestly from Kuch Kuch Hota Hai is the amount of friendships that I made in that film. And they were just so wonderful in terms of, you know, the innocence during the time that we shot Kuch Kuch Hota Hai, just the way we all were during the time, you know. It was just too much fun to shoot Kuch Kuch Hota Hai. So I think it was Tina's character who actually first time understands that Anjali's character is in love with Rahul because she's so sensitive, and as a woman she understands the other woman's perspective and she sees the love in Anjali's eyes. So I think there was a lot more to Tina's character, and I think that's the brilliance of Karan as a writer, because I can't take credit for Tina's character. It was the writer who actually made Tina's character so wholesome, you know. And I think it was like every boy's dream to have a girl like Tina, because she was also really good to look at. At the same time, she was a very Indian girl. So I think that is something that I think men like. So it was.
Yeah, she's an icon. Tina is an icon. You will stay an icon. And Michelle in Black, one performance that got all of us sit up and notice, and oh, Rani can do this. She can push herself to these boundaries. What a revelation that film and your performance was.
Again, I would like to give credit to Sanjay Leela Bansali and nobody else, because it's always a director who comes up with these ideas or these films, and it is what they imagine that they want to do and bring that story on celluloid. And we actors come and we give life to those characters on screen. That's all we do. But the process of doing Black, the process of becoming Michelle McNally could not have happened if Sanjay had not aided me with that much research work that he had done. And he made me meet so many people who were deaf impaired, and who were like hearing impaired and vision impaired, and they were like also they couldn't talk. So all the three senses that they didn't have. So I met so many of them, and it was just amazing to spend time with them. And again, what I really took back from them was that they were very, very self-respecting. They were very self-assured. They were very, I would say, they were the kind of people who would not like anybody pity them. And that is something that I found really fascinating, because even though there are certain things that have been taken away from them, but they were fighting each day to combat that and actually live a life of dignity and want to be treated like any other or any one of us. And I think that was fascinating for me, because as a human being, I grew as a human. Like I grew as a person, because I realized that the silly nickerings and bickerings that happen in our day-to-day life has no meaning. You know, the fact that a person can be upset for maybe not have colored eyes, or a person who probably cribbed for the fact that he missed the bus or missed the train or was late at work, or you know, had a tiff with her boyfriend or his girlfriend. I think those are such juvenile things in compared to what I learned in Black, because you have to be grateful for everything that you have in your life, and it starts with the senses that you have, what you're born with, that you're born with the fact that you can hear, you can see, you can talk, you can walk, you know, and you can run. And these are things that as human beings we take for granted. And when I did Black, I just started to be so thankful and so grateful. Black as a film, of course it did wonders for me as an actor, but as a person I think it did even much for me, you know, because I really started being grateful for everything in my life. So whatever I got, I was thankful. And that helped me not, get into ridiculous things or ridiculous conversations that happen in day-to-day life.
That's a great lesson. I mean, what else could you take from a film than this? In Mrs. Chatterjee, there is this dialogue that you say that I might be a good mother or I might be a bad mother, but at the end of the day, I'm a mother.
Yeah.
And that hits you so hard when you see that. And it doesn't matter if you're a father, a mother, a child, but for any human being, that line will resonate. I want to speak to you a bit about that. How has motherhood changed doing that film? And are you that fiercely also protective of your daughter? Because I know you are, like any mother would be, right?
Yeah.
How did that change your acting sensibilities?
For me, I think I have completely changed as a person, and a lot of people have told me that, so it's not my self-analysis, especially my husband feels that I am no longer the person that I was before I had Adira. So there is a before Adira and there's a after Adira, and I think that's similar in most cases with most mothers, because we are girls before we become mothers, and when we become mothers, we are only mothers. We cease to be anything else. I think there is a very, I would not say it's a transition, but it's a very natural change that comes within your body also, I would say physically, but also emotionally and mentally. You are transformed into being this person who has suddenly become responsible for some other life other than your own.
Right.
You see? So you suddenly change into a person that you never were. Like for me, I lost sleep. Like I can't sleep the way I used to sleep before I had Adira. Just as simple as a sleep. I don't sleep very well at night because there is always that back of my head, without even me knowing, in my subconscious, that I need to know that Adira is okay. She's absolutely fine. So a lot of people will think that this is a over exaggeration of what I'm talking as a mother, but if you ask a mother deep inside, she will tell you that you just change as a person completely, and your focal point of your life becomes your child. Like you cease to exist, which is very difficult for a human being, because human beings are known to be narcissistic and they are supposed to love themselves the most. And like I comes first, for like everybody, and that's what people teach in a lot of sessions, that, be kind to yourself, be loving to yourself, do things that make you happy first before you can make anybody else happy. And everything goes down the drain when you become a mom. All these teachings just fly away the window, fly out of the window, because you're suddenly more concerned about your child's happiness, you're more concerned about the safety of your child, you're more concerned about what your child is doing, you're more concerned about somebody else. And this doesn't happen even with your parents. Right. I think only a parent can feel for a child. The child does not feel the same for a parent as much as the way a mother would feel for her child. That's what is my personal experience. It could differ from people to people. But if you ask me as a mother, I think I'm completely, and I don't shy away from saying this, I'm besotted by my child. As so all the mothers are, I'm sure, in the world. For every mother, their child is the best thing that has ever happened. And I personally take it as a blessing from the Almighty that I have a daughter, because there is nothing truly more special than having a daughter.
Absolutely, and if you're getting a Rani Mukherjee film on top of that and a performance, then it's cherry on the cake for us. Finally, for everybody who's watching this on India Today, it's a Women's Day special. Just a very simple message. Women's Day is a day that we celebrate women, but they should be celebrated every day. There are these random days that we have. But one thing that you want to just tell women, maybe somebody
I think Women's Day is nice because you get those Women Day cards. Happy Women's Day, and there are nice things written about women. I think these days are only for those cards that you get to buy in the market. But for me, I think I celebrate being a woman every day of my life. Whether I've seen my mother and her struggles while she brought us up as children, I've seen her strength, her resilience, and her passion and the love that she had for me and my brother. So that is something that was very special to me as a child. When I see my friends or my colleagues, women, I feel they all are truly, truly special because they all are out there doing their best in their field. Not only actors, I'm talking about my other friends who are in different fields. Mothers, young mothers, older mothers, grandmothers, daughters, sisters. I think there is something special about being a woman. And I think we are truly a kind of blessing for our families, because if you didn't have that female energy in your house, I think there would be some kind of depleted energy around you, and I don't say it just by being a woman. There are so many men who have a female energy within them, and I think that is very, very special, because that gives a special edge to your personality, and I love the woman side in me, because that helps me grow as a person every day. And I love that, because as a woman you have compassion, you have so much love to give, there is so much kindness, because forgiveness which comes with being a mom. So I think as a woman I'm been extremely lucky. As a mom I feel extremely lucky. As a daughter I felt extremely lucky, because I could be able to spend time with my parents and get their blessings and look after them in my lifetime. And I feel blessed for just playing these different roles of being a woman in my life. And I salute to all the women out there who are watching India Today, and so many of the women who are living their day-to-day lives with so much that they have to battle with a smiling face. And I just want to say to all of them that I love you, and a lot of love from my end. And a big hug, and let's celebrate this day with cards. Not that we need to celebrate this day specially, because every day is our day, but yeah, we can give each other some cards and some flowers. I wouldn't mind that.
You wouldn't mind that. And on that note, Women's Day or no day, we love Rani Mukherjee. It's always such a pleasure speaking to you. And Mrs. Chatterjee versus Norway, can't wait to watch it. We will connect closer to the film, but absolutely stoked about that particular film. Thank you, Rani, for this chat.
Thank you.
Age is just a number. This line fits perfectly for Dharam Chand from Haryana. He is 86 but is still running, jumping and winning medals. His secret?
मैं बच्चों को सबको यही प्रेरणा देता हूँ कि आप मेरी तरह ग्राउंड के साथ जुड़े और सब वैभव से मुक्त होकर आप अपनी सेहत को, अपने शरीर को ठीक रखें। सन 68 से लेकर आज तक मैं कंटिन्यूड रेगुलर पोजीशन लेता आ रहा हूँ।
The 4th National Masters Athletics Championship, which recently took place in Kurukshetra, saw more than 2,400 participants from 22 states. 72-year-old Mahavir Singh is one of them.
मैं यही संदेश देना चाहता हूँ, भाई नशे से दूर रहें और खेलों से जुड़ें। आप खेलना जरूरी है, कोई जरूरी नहीं कोई मेडल जीते। मेरे को 40 साल खेलते हुए हो गए हैं और 20 साल से मैं इसमें मास्टर एथलेटिक्स एसोसिएशन में खेलता हूँ।
Several women also participated in different events.
हमारे टाइम में लड़कियों को खेलने का मौका नहीं मिलता था, तो एक अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म मुझे लगता है कि ये हमें मिला है कि इस उम्र में आके भी हम मेहनत करके अपनी अचीवमेंट दे सकते हैं। और एक ये ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म है कि इस पे अगर आप आएंगे तो शायद मुझे जो लगता है, अपने जीवन से जो लगता है कि हम किसी गलत ट्रैक पर नहीं जाएंगे।
The message these athletes are sending is, it is never too late to chase your passion. Bureau Report, India Today.
come May or June, this is most likely going to light up the market back home in India. And you're seeing it first. The Techno Phantom V Fold here in the flesh. And the price has been revealed, and that's really the showstopper. I'll tell you a little bit more about the specs of this device, but in terms of the price, at 79,999, under 80,000 rupees for early adopters. That would be the guys who essentially pre-book it. Just to give you some perspective, the only other fold that we've had on the show and in India is the Samsung Galaxy Fold. Costs, well, an entire bucket load more for a device which is essentially the same form factor. Very different camera module right here. Honestly, when you're holding it, it looks and feels as premium as any other device we've had from the foldable line. Now, we've shown you flip phones, we've shown you rollable phones here as well. And finally, we have a foldable launch here as well. A little bit more about the specs of the phone. You have a 5-lens camera system, a rear camera, a 50 megapixel main camera, 50 megapixel telephoto, a 13 megapixel wide angle and a 32 megapixel front camera, sub-screen, main screen, 16 megapixel camera. Well, obviously this is a foldable, so you can take a selfie like this. And if you don't like that camera, then you can always use this particular camera. And then you also have a camera right here. In terms of charging, it comes with a 5000 mAh battery, 45 watt supercharge. It's a 5G device. And most importantly, it comes with an interface and an OS which was built for foldables only. 256 or 512 gigs of storage. In terms of the RAM, you can add 9 gigs more of virtual RAM and hope. And we really expect this to be a snappy one. It comes with obviously parallel window like the flex mode on the Samsung, split screen, all sorts of things on this one device. And of course, it comes with a MediaTek Dimensity 9000 Plus. Now that's different from the Samsung Galaxy Fold, which of course comes with the Snapdragon 8 series chipset. But this is an interesting launch for the Indian market. And come May, April and May, and maybe before that, we will give you exclusive access to this foldable. But first, this is the first time you're seeing this on Tech Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
So sorry.
आज ना छोड़ेंगे बस हम जोली, खेलेंगे हम होली, खेलेंगे हम होली। मोटा भाई
चाहे सतेंद्र हो या सिसोदिया, जेल में पूरी टोली, खेलेंगे हम होली।
पक्की अपनी किस्मत है ये, 24 में खेला हो
24 में खेला होए।
जोड़ा ऐसे भैया देश है पूरा, फेविकॉल का जोड़ कोई हो, फेविकॉल का जोड़ हो कोई।
छोड़ो जी ये बहाना, नॉर्थ ईस्ट में अपना जमाना, हो खा लो हाजमे की गोली, खेलेंगे हम होली।
आज ना छोड़ेंगे बस हम जोली, खेलेंगे हम होली। मोटा भाई
खेलेंगे हम होली।
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today, your primetime destination news, newsmakers, talking points ahead of the weekend. The big talking point, crackdown on corruption or a crackdown on the opposition. What exactly is the Modi government up to? Is corruption going to be the big issue of Mission 2024? Tonight, the big corruption debate, all sides covered on the news today. Also, H3N2 FAQs with Dr. Randeep Guleria. He will join us later on the show. But first, as always, it's time for the 9 headlines at 9. The Enforcement Directorate turns the heat on Lalu Prasad and family in the Land for Jobs scam, conducts raids in 15 locations, including Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Tejasvi Yadav's Delhi residence. Fresh blow for former Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, remanded to ED custody for 7 days until the 17th of March. Bail hearing in CBI case adjourned to the 21st. 1 day ahead of the ED summons, K. Kavita declares a war on the Modi government with a Jantar Mantar protest. Kavita's arrested frontman Arun Pillai to retract ED statement. Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar takes a veiled dig at Rahul Gandhi's remarks in the United Kingdom. Congress hits back, says VP can't function like BJP's cheerleader. Amid a spike in H3N2 influenza virus cases, Centre issues an advisory for states to be on high alert. 2 deaths reported from Karnataka and Haryana. Pulwama widows stir escalates in Jaipur after martyrs' widows detained then released. Pilot urges Gehlot to treat the issue sympathetically. BJP says Congress insulting brave hearts. The fire at Kochi's Brahmapuram toxic waste plant rages on now for 9 days. Pinarayi Vijayan government urges residents against panic, says fumes are under control. A video of a Japanese tourist being allegedly harassed by a group of men during Holi celebrations goes viral. Delhi police on the hunt to identify victim, nab the accused. And Australia bowled out for 480 in the first innings of the 4th test at Ahmedabad. Usman Khwaja scores 180. Cameron Green, his maiden test century. Top story tonight. Is it a war on corruption or a war against the opposition? The Enforcement Directorate crackdown on opposition leaders in corruption cases just got bigger. The agency has now got 7 days custody of Delhi's former Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia in the alleged Delhi liquor guide scam. It has also claimed that the scam is worth 292 crore rupees. The ED has also today raided locations linked to former Bihar Chief Minister Lalu Prasad's family in the Land for Jobs scam. And tomorrow, the ED is set to question the TRS leader or BRS leader and K. Chandrasekhar Rao, Telangana Chief Minister's daughter, K. Kavita. Is the government, the Modi government now, all set to use the ED to take on the opposition? It's our big story tonight.
It has been a busy week for the Enforcement Directorate and the CBI. The central agencies have turned up the heat on key opposition leaders from the Aam Aadmi Party, Rashtriya Janata Dal and the Bharat Rashtra Samiti. The ED got 7 days custody of Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia from a Delhi court on Friday after arresting him in the Liquorgate case the previous evening. In court, the ED claimed Sisodia had a direct role in the alleged scam. The agency told the court the liquor policy was formed without accepting the views of the expert committee to benefit certain individuals. The policy, according to the ED, was framed to ensure select wholesalers received a profit margin of 12%, 6 points more than what it should have been. The ED said clauses in the policy were diluted at the insistence of Sisodia and it led to cartelization. The agency estimated the proceeds of the crime to be at least 292 crore rupees. A key focus of the investigation is an alleged network of middlemen, businessmen and politicians, which the central agencies have called the South Group. The ED alleges Sisodia is not cooperating with the investigation and plans to confront officers with him. Sisodia's lawyers claim the charges were based on hearsay and no money trail has been established. The AAP leader's arrest has raised political temperatures further.
मनीष सिसोदिया के घर 14 घंटे सीबीआई की छापेमारी हुई, कुछ नहीं मिला। ठीक जमानत की सुनवाई के एक दिन पहले ईडी पहुंच जाती है और गिरफ्तार कर लेती है मनीष सिसोदिया जी को।
There is only one place for those who indulge in corruption, that is Tihar jail, and therefore we have shown that the Arvind Kejriwal government is head to toe dipped in corruption, and the ministers are in jail, and not because of agencies, because courts have kept him there.
The ED also mounted raids on nearly 20 locations linked to Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Tejashwi Yadav and his sisters Hema, Chanda and Ragini in the Land for Jobs scam. The raids follow questioning of former Bihar Chief Ministers Lalu Yadav and Rabri Devi earlier this week. The Yadavs are accused of taking land from aspirants in exchange for jobs during Lalu's term as Railway Minister.
कुछ नहीं पाएंगे।
हाँ चलिए हटिए
हमको एजेंसी से क्या लेना था? अच्छा काम था हुआ अपना काम किया चला गया।
मैम बार बार परेशान किया जा रहा है आप लोगों को।
आ रहा हजारों बार परेशान करेंगे हम लोग बोलेंगे।
2024 से पहले क्या इस तरह के डराने की कोशिश लग रही है आप? चलिए।
And the ED is not done yet. It will be questioning Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao's daughter and BRS MLC K. Kavita on Saturday. She is accused of being a beneficiary of the Delhi Liquor Gate scam. While the BJP is calling the whole exercise a crackdown on corruption, the opposition is claiming vendetta. Bureau Report, India Today.
It's time then for the big corruption debate here on the news today. Is the Modi government targeting opposition leaders? Do opposition leaders have much to hide at the moment? Is corruption still a major national issue ahead of the 2024 elections? Are the agencies being misused to settle political scores? Is the public cheering on the agencies? Joining me now, Shehzad Poonawalla, the BJP's evergreen spokesperson, Rohan Gupta, the Congress's senior spokesperson, Reena Gupta, national spokesperson AAP, Krishan Mane, BRS leader, and Sandeep Shastri, coordinator, Lokniti Network, leading political scientist. Appreciate all of you joining us. I'm going to come straight with a graphic because I want Mr. Poonawalla to respond to this. ED cases against politicians. Under UPA, opposition leaders, 54% of the cases were against opposition leaders. Under NDA, in the last 8 years, 95% of the cases, 121 politicians, 95% of those cases against the opposition, source the Indian Express. CBI cases against politicians under UPA, opposition leaders, 60%. Under NDA, it is 95%. Shehzad Poonawalla, is this a war on corruption or a war on the opposition?
Rajdeep, if you remember 2004 to 14 when ED and CBI was with the UPA under them, when it was called Caged Parrot, that time also cases were against Congress, NCP, SP, BSP, TDP, all these parties, and today also is the same. So it's actually the character of these parties, whether in power or out of power, that they do corruption and therefore they'll be caught for corruption. You have not mentioned one very important statistics, however, that there was 0 convictions in the ED before 2014 and today there are 23 convictions. Today the CBI's conviction rate is 70%. Forget conviction rate.
ED's conviction rate against politicians is 0.5% even today.
There is a CBI case going on against Mr. Manish Sisodia, however. And secondly, what I am saying is CBI's conviction rate is 70%. Forget that. Lalu has been convicted 4 times. Do these worthies, the colonial cousins of corruption, do they not say that this is vendetta politics even for Lalu's case? Lalu has been convicted by a court. But you ask any of these worthies, that letter that has been written, which I call the letter of No Ratna of Bhrashtachar, that letter has Lalu Prasad Yadav's family, and that same case which they are referring to, actually that case started by whom? JDU. It was the JDU leaders who started that case, and forget all of that. Today Manish Sisodia is in jail, he got rejected relief. Satyendra Jain is in jail for 9 months. Vijay Nair is in jail for 6 months. No case has been quashed against the Aam Aadmi Party leaders in the Sharab Ghotala scam. So are the courts also with us in this vendetta politics? Look, कोर्ट से हारे तो ये विक्टिमहुड कार्ड के सहारे दिस हैज बिकम अ फल्क्रम. यू नो, बिफोर 2014 राजदीप, द फल्क्रम यूज्ड टू बी सेकुलरिज्म, सेव सेकुलरिज्म, ऑल ऑफ देम यूज्ड टू यूनाइट. टुडे इट इज सेव करप्शन एंड दे हैव गॉन फ्रॉम बिकमिंग इंडिया अगेंस्ट करप्शन टू प्रोटेक्शन, justification and celebration of corruption under the tutelage of Lalu Prasad Yadav.
Before I widen the debate, I will ask you one more time. Are you telling me, and you really expect me to believe, that 95% of the politicians in this country who are corrupt are only in the opposition? and that the BJP politicians are doodh se dhule hue?
I'll give
because
you...
the big question is the moment you switch over, whether in Maharashtra, whether it's in Goa, whether it's in Assam, whether it's in Bengal, the moment you switch over to the BJP, the cases against you get withdrawn. Whether it's a Suvendu Adhikari, a Hemanta Biswa Sarma, a Digambar Kamath, a Pratap Sarnaik in Maharashtra. So my question to you is simply this. Is Shehzad Poonawalla saying tonight that corruption only involves the opposition?
I'll take India Today's report. It's a credible report. Vidya, your reporter from Mumbai. In fact, Pratap Sarnaik was given a clean sheet by the MVA government. The police filed a closure report in the TOPS case. And here is the headline of the India Today report. Let me read out. ED plea, and this is a report of December 2022. ED plea in Bombay High Court against closure of TOPS group case by Mumbai police. This is the commitment of our government. You said Hemanta Biswa Sarma. Let me show you one more fact of Hemanta Biswa Sarma. Here. Despite him joining the BJP, he was grilled by the CBI. Mukul Roy was also grilled by the CBI. I am going to ask you, however, one question. Why did your good friend Mamta Banerjee, when she says that Mukul Roy was corrupt head to toe, and she was asking that the case should be run against him, why did she take Mukul Roy back into the party? And today, forget everything else. I am only going by court orders. Today, I am asking, Satyendra Jain has been called corrupt by 3 court orders. Let me tell you, High Court Order 2019, High Court Order 2022, and the lower court order. In all 3 cases, they have held that he is a corrupt Hawalebaz. Why is the Aam Aadmi Party calling him Kattar Imandar? Here are the reports, the news reports and the High Court order. Mr. Satyendra Jain, apart, Mr. Manish Sisodia today has not been given relief. Why are they calling him Kattar Imandar? Vijay Nair has not got relief. And all of this is court orders. Then why are they defending them? Okay. Today we should ask action against them. And I know where they will go, but I am only asking them, look, we don't defend any corrupt, even if they are in our party, the cases go on, or our own agencies take action against them, and they defend those who have been called out by the court as Kattar Imandar. This is the difference.
I haven't seen any serious agency probe against a BJP leader in the last 8 years, but we'll come to that in a moment. You made your point. Rohan Gupta of the Congress, you're the biggest opposition party. I want to understand from you, are you defending your ally today, Lalu Prasad, for example, against whom there are raids at the moment?
Rajdeep, first of all, the way BJP spokesperson was telling, anybody who joins BJP, the character will be clean. It is one of the best washing machines of the country, where any, sab daag अच्छे हैं, कोई भी दाग जाएगा,
Okay, we'll try and go back.
You name the one BJP leader out of that. Just one BJP leader out of 5412 PMLA cases. Not even a one case, Rajdeep. Is it so clean? Is BJP so clean? I'll give you one example of BJP MLA, Mr. Virupaksa. 8 crore cash has been seized from his son's home. None of these agencies has even reached their home. He got the anticipatory bail and he's out of jail. Why?
No, Rohan Gupta, Mr. Virupaksa's son in Karnataka has been arrested, where the 8 crores have been found.
By the Lok Ayukta police, by the way.
By the Lok Ayukta police.
Where are these agencies? Where is ED? Where is PMLA? My question is simple. Where is PMLA? Where Lokayukta is there, you tell me whether ED has reached, whether CBI is. No. He got the anticipatory bail and then he came to people. Agar today, Ramdas Kadam's brother, he has been arrested by ED today. That is another case which is added today. So why it is only...
So you're saying
I'm
ED is...
asking BJP spokesperson a simple question.
Yes, go ahead.
Out of 5412 cases, give me name of one BJP leader against whom the case has been run by BJP government. Okay, one case.
One case.
I'm giving you
you're saying PMLA. You're saying basically PMLA cases are not being put because that is now the most draconian law in the country, where effectively whoever is arrested has to prove his or her innocence to actually even get bail. But let me come to Reena Gupta, because the BJP spokesperson has targeted the Aam Aadmi Party, a party which claimed that they were the Kattar Imandars, that they were taking on, in a way, the issue of corruption. Now with Manish Sisodia in jail, now going under ED custody as well. How do you respond, Reena Gupta, that despite you all going to court, seeking bail, the courts have rejected it in Satyendra Jain's case over the last 7 months, and Manish Sisodia too now could have an extended period in jail? Your response?
Rajdeep, it is very clear whether it's the arrest of Mr. Manish Sisodia or it is Mr. Modi taking over international cricket. It is just the desperation of Mr. Modi, because he has nothing to show, no performance. So what better way but to put all opposition leader behind bars
and you saw, the spectacle that he made of international cricket. And I quote, where, the international media has said Modi's absurd theatre takes over cricket. So,
what does that have to do with the question I asked you, ma'am? You know what Mr. Modi is doing in a cricket stadium, I discussed yesterday. I am asking you at the moment a direct question. The Aam Aadmi Party leaders who have been in jail for an extended period have sought bail. The bail in many cases has been refused. So the courts, are you saying the courts in this country are also bought over by Mr. Modi and the BJP?
No, Rajdeep, we have full faith in the courts, and I am very sure that we will get bail in due process of time. But this is how the draconian the law is. Today, Mr. Sisodia would have been given bail in the CBI court, but the lawyer of the government of India did not show up. Please ask Mr. Shehzad Poonawala, why was the CBI lawyer absent from the government of India side? Because they just wanted this case to be transferred to ED. And as a result of this, what happens is the process becomes the punishment. Mr. Modi, who said, na khane dunga, na khilane dunga, all the khane khilane walas have joined Bharatiya Janata Party. And the more corrupt you are, the better designation you get in Bharatiya Janata Party. Look at all of these people that you just named: Hemanta Vishwa Sharma, Mukul Roy, Suvendu Adhikari, and yesterday two MPs from Maharashtra on record saying now we can sleep peacefully. The ED will not disturb us because we've joined Bharatiya Janata Party. Can Shehzad Poonawala name one BJP leader who is behind bars because of corruption case? One Bharatiya Janata Party leader. Are they trying to tell us that all of these people are दूध को धुला हुआ, सारे के सारे राजा हरिश्चंद्र हो गए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ज्वाइन करते ही? And the latest case, Raji, let me finish. The latest case is of Conrad Sangma. Mr. Amit Shah was saying he's the most corrupt person. And the moment the elections are over, now again they have a partnership with Conrad Sangma. So today will Shehzad Poonawala call him corrupt or not call him corrupt?
Okay.
Can we get a certificate
okay,
of
you made your
corruption from
point.
Shehzad Poonawala?
All good questions to which Shehzad Poonawala you must answer.
Yes,
because
I'll
the PMLA, you see, the critical point is what is happening. The Prevention of Money Laundering Act has become so draconian. It's like MISA in the 1970s. It's making it impossible almost to get bail. And what does the ED do? The ED, after the CBI moves in, the ED comes in, gets initial custody, and 4 to 5 months, whether it's a Sanjay Raut or whether now it's Manish Sisodia, they could be in jail. And you've got Narayan Rane, your union minister, who should have been charged against PMLA. Mr. Kirit Somaya, your own BJP MLA in Maharashtra, had called for him to be jailed. I want to understand from you, is PMLA only to be operated against the opposition? Straight answer.
Yes.
Give me one BJP leader against whom PMLA cases have been done, is the question being asked by Reena Gupta and Rohan Gupta.
PVS Sarma from Surat. ED raided him, 2.7 crores recovered. In fact, there was an IT case also. Rajdeep, now you smile for 10 seconds. You called PMLA provisions draconian. This has been upheld by the Supreme Court. Your very brilliant lawyers, I think it is that girl who reports from the courts, she has also explained that the PMLA version that you have called draconian has been upheld by the Supreme Court of
It has been challenged because of the court's interpretation,
Rajdeep,
but go ahead, please.
Rajdeep,
Please go ahead.
Only aspect that is now in challenge in a higher bench is whether it should have been a money bill or not, but the provisions have been upheld by a court of law. If I am lying, you please call your legal reporter and clarify it, and I will apologize.
No, there is still a challenge on it, but go ahead.
No, the provisions are upheld.
Please go ahead.
Provisions are constitutionally
Please go
valid.
ahead.
Now this Reena ji has spoken about Amit Shah ji. You know, your dear friend Kejriwal in 2013 he has tweeted, Lalu made crores in fodder scam but no order for recovery of that money, just 25 lakh rupee fine, a sweet deal. Then he also tweeted, are we to treat Lalu, Mulayam, Sibbal, Chiddu means Chidambaram, Raja as supreme, will they ever allow strong anti-corruption law? These are their tweets. ये लोग आज उनकी गोद में बैठकर corruption के खिलाफ बातें कर रहे हैं और लालू प्रसाद यादव has been convicted. Rohan Gupta has not answered whether he considers Lalu to be corrupt, who has been convicted by a court of law. Now let's come to Rohan Gupta's point. I started off
1 minute, ma'am, 1 minute.
There is 4 versus 1 panel.
No, it's not 4 versus 1. Please don't. Mr. Professor Shastri is a political scientist. Please go ahead.
Versus 1.
Please go ahead.
Achha. Now look, I started by showing you action has been taken on Hemanta. I have shown you action has been taken on Mukul Roy, on Pratap Sarnaik. I have shown you the news report of India Today. But I am asking you a different question. I am saying forget the statements made in political heat of the moment. I am saying let's go by what courts have said. She has said there is no proof against Satyendra Jain. Page number 16 of 18, para 30. The inter alia, the cash that was routed through accommodation entities in the garb of share capital, in fact belonged to Satyendra Kumar Jain, and it was at this direction that entire transaction of Hawala was orchestrated. High Court order. High Court order.
Okay. I will get
now,
into response.
please.
No, I will get
now
into
I'm
response,
saying.
but I want to ask you
Yes,
very
you
quickly.
ask.
When Amit Shah goes to Meghalaya and says that Conrad Sangma runs the most corrupt government and then goes and ties up with him 2 weeks later, what's the message? That hamare saath aa jao, all is well. As long as you're the opposition, we will target you. Yes or no?
Now that we are in the government, we will ensure that there is no corruption. Absolutely.
I see you were in the government with him for 5 years.
No, we left it on principal issues.
I see.
One second.
So
Rajdeep.
this is like a revolving door.
No, Rajdeep, 1 second. A person can run an administration which may have some lacunae, and we will tell them that those lacunae need to be filled, otherwise we will not support you. And now he has agreed that he will fill those lacunae. But Rajdeep, one line. I have shown you 3 orders against Satyendra Jain, calling him a Hawalebaz. Reena Gupta should tell me 2 things. A, is Lalu corrupt, who's convicted, and Satyendra Jain, against whom there is a court order.
Reena Gupta respond. Is Lalu corrupt? Yes
So
or no?
did he- what-
Arvind
no, of
Kejriwal
course he has
called Lalu corrupt in 2013. Is he still corrupt or not? Now he takes a signature from Tejasvi Yadav seeking validation for Manish Sisodia.
Rajdeep, he has to respond about Conrad Sangma. It's Conrad Sangma.
No, I
corrupt
asked
or-
you a question. He's responded. I'm asking you a question. Everyone will be asked direct questions tonight.
See, we will go with what the court says. And as far as Manish Sisodia is concerned, there has been no money trail. There has been no quid pro quo. He's not even named in the charge sheet. He's not named in the supplementary
Is
charge
Satyendra
sheet.
Jain, a Hawalebaz? Yes or no? Ma'am, I'm asking you a direct question. Is Lalu Prasad first corrupt or not according to the Aam Aadmi Party today? Yes or no?
Lalu Prasad Yadav, if he's convicted in the court of law, he will be corrupt.
Okay,
but
he's already been convicted in several cases.
He will not be corrupt. Who am I to give a certificate to somebody?
Satyendra Jain, is he a Hawalebaz?
Satyendra Jain is not Hawalebaz. Satyendra Jain was about to get bail, and that is when the government of India put an affidavit for
How do they know he was about to get bail?
Why?
How does she know he was about to get bail? Yesterday also Kejriwal has made this statement. Rajdeep, you must ask how they know in advance.
Relax.
Why did the government of India then put a case for transfer of the case from one judge to the other?
Okay. One minute, sir.
She has said government of India asked for the transfer of a judge. Is that how it works? Please tell her to furnish proof on your show. Your show is watched by millions of people who are educated and very, very responsible. Government of India can't transfer no judges.
Okay.
Please, let's get this clear.
Government of
Show
India
the proof of that Government of India affidavit. I challenge you. If there is an affidavit of that sort, I will apologize right now. Tell her to show it. Tell her to show it. Government of India affidavit.
Let Reena Gupta and Shehzad Poonawalla, I have 5 guests and lots to go. I'll come to each of you one by one. But Rohan Gupta, you've been raising your hand, then I'll come to you, Krishan Bane. Rohan Gupta, what's the point you want to make? Do you think Lalu Prasad is corrupt? You didn't answer that question.
I will answer. See, again, Rajdeep, it is to be decided by court of law, and we respect that. If the person has done anything wrong, there is no question about it. But why selective treatment? My question is very simple. If you are questioning Mr. Lalu Yadav, why are you not questioning BJP MLA from his home? 8 crores has been caught. Why? Why there is a different treatment? Okay. That's why there is no integrity or there is no reliability on BJP.
Okay, before I come to you, Mr. Mane, let me take that to Shehzad one more time. Shehzad Poonawalla, Narayan Rane. Classic example. Kirit Somaya, your leader, when Narayan Rane was in the Congress, called him corrupt, gave details of alleged money laundering. He's now a member of your union cabinet. What happens to na khauga, na khane dunga? What happens to it? B.S. Yediyurappa. Now the Prime Minister is celebrating his birthday. What happens to na khaunga, na khane dunga?
20-25 seconds.
Very quickly.
Look, I am not going by statements made in political heat. I am going by court observations and orders. Is there a standing court order against Narayan Rane? Is there a standing court order against Yediyurappa? But let me tell you, he said BJP MLA. Rajib, just
there are court orders calling for demolition of illegal properties of Mr. Narayan Rane.
Is that a corruption issue or is that a civil issue?
The fact that the agency doesn't pursue the case once you have switched sides, naturally the case slows down.
Rajdeep, in the opening statement, I showed you India Today report of Vidya, how case was pursued against Pratap Sarnaik.
The case has slowed down against Pratap Sarnaik.
I showed you a 2022
Please show me when is the last time Pratap Sarnaik has been interrogated by the ED. Anyway,
but Rajiv, give me 1 second.
No. You've had your 20 seconds.
BJP MLA.
Yes.
Let me answer about that also. I want to be very honest. Yes.
Very quickly.
Yeah. Look, the BJP MLA's son was caught by the Lok Ayukta, who's been strengthened in our state, that they can go and arrest the MLA's son. He was put under bars. He was given bail. The MLA was given bail by the High Court, despite that the Lok Ayukta called him for questioning. And we have distance. We are not calling him Kattar Imandar, but they call those who have been called by a court of law as Kattar Imandar. This is the difference between Modi's BJP and between Kejriwal's Aam Aadmi Party.
Okay.
They defend those who are corrupt. We even sideline those who have been even a tinge of corruption.
You are accused of being a washing machine.
How?
They are, no, 1 minute. Because people, when they switch sides, suddenly the case is
Give me one
down.
case.
I've given you.
Which?
I've given you.
You
Mr.
said Hemanta, I showed you.
I've given you.
You said Pratap Sarnaik, I showed
no,
you.
they're not.
You said Mukul Roy, I showed you. Which case has been stopped?
Anyway, this is not
and
you.
Mukul Roy has gone to TMC now, ask them for action.
Okay. Narayan Rane is a classic example, but
Where is the court order against him?
Mr. Krishan, 1 minute now. Krishan Mane, yesterday we had K. Kavita on the show. She dared the ED to arrest her. When I gave her the examples of all the confessional statements, she said they've been under duress. Now, one of them could well be retracting it, Arun Pillai. But the fact is there could be no smoke without fire. Are we saying all the people who are coming out with confessions are all, in a way, planted by the Modi government?
That is what we feel. I mean, with retractions now, that is what we believe also, Rajdeep. Because, you see, the argument put up, such a convenient argument by the ED spokesperson on the show, who has mentioned that 23 cases were convicted, but out of how many? Out of 5,422 cases, please mention that also. And I take a cue from you, Rajdeep. You just now said that the ED is not pursuing cases. One such example, apart from Narayan Rane, I'll give you this tweet of the ED. This is the tweet of ED of searches under PMLA on BJP leader Y. Sujana Chowdhury. 6,000 crores of operating 120 shell companies. My straight question to the ED spokesperson or the BJP spokesperson is, why wasn't this person arrested? Why not a single arrest on this person, or even there was one minister, Ishwarappa.
The example of Y.S. Chaudhary this time.
Exactly. And Ishwarappa, there was a minister of Karnataka who was compelled to resign after Contractors Association wrote to Honorable President that 40% commission was prevalent and there was a contractor who committed suicide. Why wasn't Ishwarappa inquired, investigated or arrested? So no inquiries against BJP leaders. Not just that, if they are talking about a policy, the biggest accusation what we would say is 13-member committee gave a clear statement that only 2 airports should be given to one company. But nevertheless, that was changed and Adani was given blanket 6 airports. Who changed the policy? Was that person interrogated? Was that person investigated? Book Prime Minister Narendra Modi for it. Book Narendra Modi ji for murder of 750 farmers for changing his farm laws, bringing farm laws.
Let's not bring in farm laws, but you've raised the issue of the airport deal. We'll come to it, but I want to come to Professor Shastri, who's been very patiently listening. Professor Shastri, you are not a politician, but the Mood of the Nation poll that India Today did, when asked the question, do BJP governments misuse agencies more than other governments? January 2023, 44.2% said yes, 41.4% said no, can't say was 14.4%. Even on the issue of corruption, is it the biggest issue, India's biggest problem? Only 5.5% put corruption as the #1 issue. But if I come to that Mood of the Nation, do BJP governments misuse agencies more than other governments? Opinion is divided. How do you see it? Because there are a lot of people who say serves them right. Let them all go to jail. When they are in the opposition, they'll go to jail. When they come to government, they'll put the BJP leaders in jail. We want everyone in jail. Do you believe that's the mood of the nation?
Rajdeep, at the outset, thank you for giving me anticipatory bail and rescuing me from the 4:1 group.
No problem.
Now to respond to your question. I think if certain people in power are guilty of misusing it, the citizens are very clear in the Mood of the Nation study that they should be taken action against. And this, I think, for the citizen of this country is a blanket rule across the political spectrum. Any person in power who has violated norms to be able to benefit, action should be taken against them. So in that sense, there would be an applaud of action by the state against those who are corrupt when it is visibly shown. But I think the question also arises, Rajdeep, about the perception in the public mind that given the polarization that is happening, is it an action by us against you? And when you are in the opposition, it is us who is targeted. When us is in the opposition, it is you who is targeted. That perception seems to be increasingly gaining ground.
No, but does the public really care? You're in Karnataka. This is a state. This is a state.
It's not just the BJP MLA's son
Professor Shastri,
who has been
a
arrested.
State where when Mr. Siddaramaiah was in power of the Congress, it was called the 10% commission government. Now BJP, Mr. Yediyurappa, Mr. Boma, it's called the 40% commission government. I am asking you a direct question. Does the public think hamam mein sab nange hai? That there is no difference? Is it an issue or not?
For me, beyond a shadow of doubt, at least in Karnataka, it is an issue. Otherwise, why would no ruling party get a majority since 1989? It's very clear that it is a expression of the public about the non-performance of the government, which also would include acts of corruption. Just a 30-second point, Rajdeep. Yes, the MLA's son has been arrested in Karnataka, but a large quantum of the wealth was found in the MLA's house. What prevented the ruling party by setting an example by saying, we will today only suspend the MLA from the party? Forget what the government does, forget the anticipatory bail, forget him going into hiding.
Good point.
Why cannot a ruling party set an example by saying, we are suspending him today from the party?
Very good example. Shehzad Poonawalla.
Message that we
I'll answer this question.
In the
No, 1 minute, Reena, I'm coming to you. Don't worry, Reena, we've got time. This is a big debate today, but Shehzad Poonawalla, answer this. Mr. Viru Pakshapa, money is found with the son, caught red-handed. Money is found in the office of the MLA. What happens? Instead of suspending him, he's being garlanded. Look at the pictures. Your BJP supporters with BJP flags. What happened to na khaunga, na khane dunga? He's eating. Kha raha hai.
I understand your angst. Now let me articulate.
Because I'm speaking today for the citizens. We are sick and tired. Hamam mein, I've been saying for the last 15 years to all of you. Hamam mein aap sab dange hai.
May I respond?
Please respond.
I am the national spokesperson of the BJP, and I am saying without any kind of doubt in my mind that we condemn this kind of celebration, and we also would want the strictest action on every person, and we have shown it on our own. But yes, please tell me that when courts are giving orders against Satyendra Jain, my dear friend who has acquitted himself from the 4:1 bias has not demanded even once that Satyendra Jain should be sacked from the party. They were not willing to sack him from government position till 9 months.
Rajdeep, you have to answer your question.
Answering my question, but my question will also be answering partly the
very good answer. Very good answer. Yes, response is there. But what about your party?
I would have loved.
I'll ask her that.
Yes, we should ask her that. But I am saying, look at the difference between the two parties. One party, the son has done corruption, and we have distanced ourselves away. We have even asked the agencies that we should not show any kind of leverage towards this person, and we have said that the moment the court, now the court gives them anticipatory bail, you are shouting at me, that's okay. But the court has not given them bail. You have not once demanded Satyendra Jain and Manish Sisodia should be sacked from the party. So why doesn't Mr. CSDS spokesperson ask the same standard for that? But secondly,
he's a political scientist. Not everyone is a spokesperson.
CSDS.
He's asking you a question. I will ask.